Even the mightiest beast tamer can be felled by a single bullet. Fear not, for we have the option to change our professions. From Xiong Shou Qi Shi to Zhanzheng Qi Shi to Guang Hui Qi Shi, we march hand in hand through life and death, entwined in honor and disgrace. Transitioning from Huan Shou Shi to Zhang Bing Shi to Yuan Su Yin Ye Shi, we wield the elements to combat our foes. From Feng Mu Zhe to Jun Tuan Zhang to Tu Tanger Shi, we command the beasts and harness the strength of the multitude. Progressing from Shou Ling Shu Shi to Gai Gu Fa Shi to Si Ling De Jun, we erode flesh and embrace the path of the undead. As for the protagonist, the spiritual seed that binds him to his contracted beast shattered into 1,008 fragments, rendering him unable to choose from the aforementioned professions. The spiritual seed, being of a singular essence, permits him to only command a singular type of creature. What shall he do? Fear not, he shall command a horde of serpents, delve into the mysteries of bloodlines, transform into a Serpent Man, and ascend to the pinnacle of power. His ambition is to reign as the apex of the Serpent Clan. Chapter 1. Crossing Over. Where am I? As Zhou Ming gazed upon the unfamiliar room, his mind clouded by intense pain and dizziness, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. A vintage incandescent lamp cast an orange glow, barely illuminating his surroundings. The crumbling yellowed walls, a dilapidated desk beneath the window, a cracked cabinet nearby, and two mismatched chairs collectively formed the scene before him. What era is this? How can there still be incandescent lamps in use, especially in a bedroom? Feeling an unsettling anxiety, Zhou Ming vigorously shook his head, hoping to clear the fog enveloping his aching mind. In an instant, the pain in his head intensified, as if a sharp blade were stirring within his very essence. Lying on the bed, he pressed his fingers against his temples, desperately seeking relief from the unbearable torment. Alas, his self-soothing efforts bore no fruit, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. A naturally reserved individual, Zhou Ming silently bore his suffering, eschewing the cries that might otherwise express his inner turmoil. Even the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth bore testament to his silent endurance. As the pain escalated, Zhou Ming writhed upon the bed, the blanket he'd been covered with discarded onto the floor. In a matter of moments, his already dulled senses succumbed to the waves of agony, leading him to lose consciousness and escape the torturous experience. Like a lifeless corpse, he lay immobile upon the bed, save for the crimson blood from his bitten lip trickling down his neck. In the dimly lit room, devoid of any markers to measure the passage of time, Zhou Ming eventually stirred from his stupor. After a brief interval, he propped himself up with one hand on the bed and pressed the other against his temple, rising to sit once more. Though remnants of pain lingered in his mind, the clarity in Zhou Ming's gaze revealed a significant improvement. At the very least, the fog of confusion had dissipated. I never imagined I would encounter a scenario akin to those in novels. Is this a punishment or a blessing from the heavens? Thinking of his family, friends, and familiar faces, he felt a wave of solitude envelop him. Yet, considering the marvels of this new world, in stark contrast to the mundane life he had previously led, Zhou Ming perceived this as a divine opportunity for a vibrant existence. Though the beginning may be fraught with challenges, just a few, this was Zhou Ming's amicable way of expressing his frustration. After all, he had already crossed over. Perhaps there truly is a deity watching over him, and he wished not for his fortune to dwindle further. Alas, in the dim room, an indistinct sigh escaped Zhou Ming's lips. Regardless of circumstances, the past had slipped away, leaving behind only the weight of guilt towards his loved ones and the nostalgia for bygone camaraderie, all of which coalesced into a moment of lamentation. Zhou Ming then closed his eyes, continuing to massage his temples while sifting through the memories of his predecessor, as he had only grasped the situation in a cursory manner. The former occupant of this body was an orphan named Zhou Ming, raised in an orphanage, sharing a name that echoed his own, but with a different character. Zhou Ming could only regard this as a twist of fate. He chose not to dwell on this triviality, merely expressing a fleeting sentiment before moving on. The priority now lay in clarifying the memories left by his predecessor, for in his current state, he risked forgetting crucial information at any moment. As countless images flooded his consciousness, Zhou Ming finally grasped the specifics of the world he inhabited and the circumstances that led to his rebirth. This realm, known as Di Xing, is now more commonly referred to as Lan Xing by its inhabitants. However, this distinction is of little consequence. What truly matters is that over 1,000 years ago, a cataclysmic event transpired, forever altering the course of Lan Xing's History. The emergence of dimensional rifts or dimensional portals heralded the arrival of ferocious beasts that surged forth like a tidal wave, launching assaults on all living beings, including the technologically dominant humans of that era. While the devastation wrought by these beasts cast a pall of sorrow over society, the scientific community, scholars, government officials, and capital magnates found themselves invigorated by the prospects these creatures represented. For these beasts signified that life existed beyond Lan Xing, and the dimensional portals concealed immense wealth and resources. Their confidence in the absence of superior civilizations behind these portals stemmed from the sheer number of primal beasts that could only thrive in an environment untouched by advanced civilization. Regrettably, this optimistic outlook was shattered by subsequent developments. The emergence of beasts capable of enduring rifle bullets and conventional artillery instilled a sense of unprecedented dread among the leadership, who had previously believed that advanced weaponry would suffice to eradicate the threat. As more dimensional portals appeared and ever stronger beasts emerged, this sense of threat crystallized into a grim reality. Not only did beasts manifest, but legendary dark entities began to emerge in the human consciousness. Werewolves, vampires, merfolk, serpent folk, and harpies seemed to awaken from myth, reappearing in Lan Xing, while humanity could still muster a meager resistance against the mindless beasts with their heavy weaponry. They faced utter annihilation when confronted with intelligent dark beings. The reason was simple. Against these extraordinary entities lurking within human settlements, the deployment of nuclear weapons or missiles was not a viable option. Such actions would lead to the collapse of human society in mere moments. Nevertheless, when faced with existential peril, the inhabitants of Lan Xing were willing to disregard the consequences. Yet, even the thought of mutual destruction via nuclear weapons became unattainable amidst the ensuing transformations of Lan Xing. The emergence of dimensional rifts had inexplicably expanded the size of Lan Xing several-fold, rendering the environment still suitable for human habitation, yet obliterating all satellites and severing wireless communication to IT. Was this very circumstance that stripped humanity of their final vestiges of resistance. During the ensuing tumultuous period, the denizens of Lan Xing found themselves enslaved by dark beings or reduced to mere sustenance for these entities, a historical epic, collectively termed the Apocalypse Era. However, thanks to their sheer numbers, a small faction of humanity managed to survive, retreating into the underground and forests to remain hidden. The survivors of Lan Xing, despite their diminutive stature, possessed extraordinary learning abilities and unparalleled intellect. In the shadows, these remnants of humanity, while evading both beasts and dark creatures, sought to restore their civilization and technology while simultaneously searching for extraordinary powers that belonged to humankind. Chapter 2. Beast Mastery. Beast Mastery is the culmination of countless efforts by humanity on Blue Star, hidden away for centuries after their defeat by the dark creatures. Due to the environmental conditions on Blue Star, humans lacked the physical organs necessary to adapt to extraordinary abilities, thus necessitating an alternative approach. Through various studies and hypotheses, it was ultimately determined that humans possessed a mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary creatures, leading to the formal implementation of methods to harness this mental power. Coupled with the continuous acquisition of knowledge regarding extraordinary abilities from the dark creatures, the beast mastery system of humanity on Blue Star was finally refined. However, this refinement was merely theoretical. The actual process took an immense toll in time and the lives of countless beast masters before it was truly realized. Those who could harness ferocious beasts to gain extraordinary strength were honored with the title of Beast Masters, their ranks progressing from novice apprentices to professional practitioners, and eventually to the revered extraordinary masters and legendary saints. It could be said that the system of Beast Masters on Blue Star was built upon the bones of innumerable predecessors, paving the path to enlightenment. As humanity on Blue Star developed their extraordinary abilities, the call for counteroffensive began to sound. This marked the most united period for humanity, a time that could hardly be described without invoking the term unprecedented. Having endured the dark years, every individual yearned to rise again, after a century-long struggle for resistance. While humanity did not succeed in driving away the dark creatures and ferocious beasts from Blue Star, they finally established their own sphere of influence. The Blue Star Alliance was formally established, marking the era as the Beast Master Era, with the year of its founding celebrated as Year 1 of Beast Mastery, which has now been over 6 centuries ago. Once this historical backdrop was outlined, Zhou Ming ceased to dwell on it, for it had been over 600 years since, and he had only recently traversed into this world, feeling little connection to that history. Not only he, But also many of the Blue Star inhabitants did not harbor deep nostalgia for that past, as time has a way of eroding all memories. Presently, Zhou Ming's primary focus lay on beast mastery. Upon awakening, profound memories of beast mastery surfaced in his mind, which is why he exclaimed about arriving in a marvelous world. To become a beast master, one must condense a mental seed. Through meditation, one perceives their mental strength, gradually enhancing it through introspection until the mental seed is formed. When this intangible mental seed penetrates the mind of a ferocious beast, it takes root and establishes a connection with the beast master, marking the true beginning of one's journey as a qualified apprentice beast master. A beast master can not only command their beasts at will, but also govern their very existence through the mental seed. As the strength of the beasts grows, the mental seed absorbs their essence, flourishing in tandem. It can be said that once a mental seed is planted, the beast has little chance of resistance unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Regarding the ability to control dark creatures, there is no record in his predecessor's memories. For the success of Blue Star's humans in beast mastery is fundamentally reliant on their significantly superior mental strength. Dark creatures possess their own extraordinary abilities, and, coupled with intelligence comparable to humans, it is conceivable that the mental seed may fail to take root, resulting in the beast master being backlashed to death. Of course, even if it were possible to control dark creatures, Zhou Ming speculated that the Blue Star Alliance would not pursue such an endeavor. Presently, humanity on Blue Star is still in a position of weakness, unable to confront the entire dark creature populace. Should a situation arise where a beast master controls dark creatures, it would lead to a relentless conflict between humanity and the dark creature horde. Although there has been a history of deep-seated enmity, the leadership of Blue Star would not recklessly endanger the alliance for mere vengeance. Ultimately, the strength of a beast master is contingent upon the individual. The quality of their beasts merely reflects disparities within the same rank and cannot match the overwhelming power of a higher tier. It is akin to numbers. While a single-digit 9 is 8 times greater than 1, it remains inferior when faced with the smallest 2-digit number. Therefore, the dangers of controlling dark creatures far outweigh any potential benefits, and few are willing to risk such an endeavor. Simultaneously, due to their formidable extraordinary abilities and elevated social status, every individual on Blue Star aspires to become a beast master. Yet, the harsh reality is that only a small fraction of individuals will ultimately achieve this status. Zhou Ming learned from his memories that the foundational meditation technique has been extensively promoted throughout the Blue Star Alliance. Yet the ratio of those who become beast masters stands at approximately 10:1. Among the beast masters, around 60% hail from the upper middle class, while the remaining 40% emerge from the most populous lower class. The reason is simple: talent and resources. Except for those with poor aptitude, individuals of average capability can boost their chances of becoming beast masters through resources, although such means are only accessible to a select few. Ordinary citizens aspiring to become beast masters must rely solely on their inherent talent or possess unique opportunities. In simpler terms, anyone besides those with poor aptitude can become a beast master, though the probabilities vary. Those with low aptitude require resources to enhance their chances. Without such aid, they must depend on exceptional talent to step into the realm of beast mastery. Zhou Ming expressed that fate has presented him with a modicum of difficulty. In addition to being an orphan, his aptitude for beast mastery barely meets the threshold. To attain the status of beast master, he would require substantial resources. Otherwise, relying solely on time, he might only have a slim chance of condensing a mental seed by the age of 40 or 50. By then, opportunities for further advancement would be nearly non-existent, and this is merely theoretical. His predecessor could not endure such a fate, in their eyes. A life without becoming a beast master held no significance. Thus, they resorted to a desperate gamble, forcibly condensing a mental seed, resulting in their demise and allowing Zhou Ming to seamlessly inherit the body. This individual, it remains uncertain whether they irreparably damaged their mental ocean. Otherwise, it would have extinguished any hope for him. A slight throbbing pain lingered at his forehead, and Zhou Ming's expression darkened with complaints. The mental ocean is a void space that emerges in the mind after perceiving mental strength through meditation, primarily serving as a reservoir for one's mental power. Akin to how the Dantian in novels stores true energy, as long as one can sense the presence of mental strength, there exists a chance to become a beast master. The only requirement is to condense the mental seed, achievable through either talent or resources. If the mental ocean has been damaged by his predecessor, he would be no different from an ordinary person incapable of perceiving mental strength, thereby sealing off the path of beast mastery entirely. Feeling the persistent pain radiating from his mind, Zhou Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. He could only wait and see, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. Zhou Ming meditated to inspect his mental ocean for any abnormalities, as this is an inevitable confrontation he must face, one from which he cannot evade. Chapter 3. The System. The foundational meditation technique is the most widely circulated method within the Blue Star Alliance. Upon entering middle school, as both the body and mind begin to mature, every school arranges for specialized teachers to instruct students in the foundational meditation technique. Even in the orphanage where Zhou Ming's predecessor resided, similar education in the foundational meditation technique was provided. This technique is characterized by its ease of learning, simplicity, and safety, serving as the initial point of contact for nearly every beast master within the cultivation system. As an orphan, Zhou Ming had no alternative but to immerse himself entirely in the foundational meditation technique. The sole benefit derived from this was that Zhou Ming could rely on his body's instincts to enter a meditative state within mere seconds of closing his eyes, dissipating his previous concerns in an instant. The void of the mental ocean resembled an endless starry sky at night. The shimmering stars in the night sky symbolized the mental strength residing within his mind, radiating an extraordinarily mysterious brilliance. However, when Zhou Ming entered the realm of the mind, the familiar scenery had quietly vanished, and the starry manifestations of his mental power were nowhere to be seen. Zhou Ming immediately began to explore the mental sea. If there were issues with it, given his current circumstances, he could only lead an ordinary life. As for encountering unparalleled opportunities to restore the mental sea, Zhou Ming had not yet reached the point of needing to be committed to a mental institution. The mental seed? Before Zhou Ming could delve deeper, he noticed a bright moon hanging high in the sky above the mental sea. Something was amiss. Zhou Ming was not overwhelmed by the joy of the sight before him. If the mental seed were indeed coalescing, he would have sensed it without needing to actively investigate. After some contemplation, he deduced the reason. This was not his mental seed, but rather one that belonged to his predecessor. To embody the path, gazing at the luminous moon, a thought suddenly emerged. Yet, Zhou Ming felt a tinge of sorrow. For some, a lifetime of pursuit merely serves as the starting point for others. After a brief lamentation, he refocused his attention on the mental seed, wishing to see if those who plant trees can indeed enjoy their shade. Furthermore, given the current situation, Zhou Ming needed to clarify the reason behind it. And thus his consciousness transformed into tendrils reaching out towards the mental seed before him. Crack. There would be no sounds in the mental sea. Yet upon witnessing the mental seed, resembling a bright moon, develop a fissure, the sound of shattering echoed within Zhou Ming's mind. Before his consciousness could touch the mental seed, an unexpected event unfolded before his eyes. As the first crack appeared, more fissures began to spread across the surface of the mental seed, akin to a mirror shattering into countless shards. Do not shatter. Zhou Ming silently prayed while observing the transformation of the mental seed. When his consciousness made contact with the mental seed, he finally understood why this situation had arisen. A tree without roots, a stream without source. Once the predecessor perished, the mental seed, lacking support, would inevitably vanish. However, Zhou Ming's crossing had allowed this mental seed to endure until now, yet its current state could no longer sustain itself. In the instant the mental seed began to disintegrate, Zhou Ming's soul consciousness fused completely with the crumbling mental seed. Boom. The tree without roots, the stream without source, connected Zhou Ming in that moment. Yet, the subsequent changes brought him no joy. The shattered mental seed did not restore itself. It did not transform into a sky full of stars, but instead formed a structure resembling a nebula, slowly spiraling within Zhou Ming's mental sea. Was this still a mental seed? Gazing at the hundreds, even thousands, of tiny stars making up the nebula, Zhou Ming was filled with questions. After repeated confirmations and perceptions, along with the knowledge acquired from his predecessor, Zhou Ming could confidently assert that the nebula before him was indeed the mental seed he had inherited at the cost of his predecessor's life. Damn. Zhou Ming could no longer afford to consider divine intervention. His luck had already plummeted to its nadir, from a slight challenge at the outset to an overwhelming one. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies of beast mastery might view this as a tremendous opportunity, hundreds or thousands of mental seeds, which could theoretically allow one to command numerous beasts. With a mere wave, one could summon a minor tide of beasts, becoming a distinguished guest among various factions. Yet, the memories of his predecessor shattered this beautiful fantasy into fragments. In the extraordinary realm, quality trumps quantity. Sheer numbers are merely embellishments. To command ferocious beasts entails implanting the mental seed within their consciousness, and the quality of the mental seed dictates the caliber of the beasts one can control. With a mental seed of mediocre quality, the likelihood of successfully commanding higher quality beasts diminishes. Given Zhou Ming's current situation, he could at best command ordinary animals such as mice or sparrows. But what use are hundreds of mice or sparrows? They pale in comparison to a single tiger or giant python, not only in combat prowess, but the potential of high-quality ferocious beasts could also enhance their owner's chances of breakthroughs. Moreover, given the current beast mastery system, it was uncertain whether Zhou Ming's situation would be compatible. Successfully commanding a ferocious beast was merely an apprentice-level achievement. Among apprentices, roughly 1 in 100 might ascend to a formal professional level. Of course, this figure is merely an approximation. To surpass the professional level, it is no longer a matter of simply enhancing mental power, as human mental abilities have their limits. To transcend these limits, one must rely on extraordinary rituals. This system was established by the human beings of Blue Star, who learned from other extraordinary races, aimed at breaking through the limits of mental power to truly grasp extraordinary strength. For instance, the Beastmaster transforms their beasts into phantasmic creatures through rituals, gaining control over elemental forces. By harnessing the power of phantoms, they break through mental limits, allowing for continued cultivation, while the phantoms grow using the Beastmaster's mental power. Phantoms have 3 forms. One resembles ordinary beasts, existing externally and obeying the Beastmaster's commands for offense and defense. The second form sees the phantom transform into an armored state, allowing the Beastmaster to wield various elemental abilities. The third form involves the phantom entering the Beastmaster's body, becoming a tattoo that absorbs the Beastmaster's mental power to grow or heal rapidly after sustaining injuries. It can be said that only after breaking through to the professional level does a Beastmaster truly possess extraordinary abilities. Beyond Beastmasters, there exist various paths of ascension, such as ferocious beast knights, herders, and beast spirit mages. However, these transitions presuppose a standard Beastmaster's foundation for advancement. In Zhou Ming's case, could he adapt to the already established system? Was he expected to create a new framework? As Zhou Ming reopened his eyes, they reflected a profound emptiness. Chapter 4. The Base. Never mind. Even a youth version of a Beastmaster is still a Beastmaster. Given my current situation, even normal development seems out of reach. Sitting dazedly on the bed, Zhou Ming contemplated silently for a moment, reluctantly accepting the reality before him. As things stood, it was impossible for him to acquire the resources necessary for the proper condensation of a mental seed, yet theoretically, he had already become a Beastmaster. Currently, it was implausible to command a ferocious beast as his own. Zhou Ming planned to experiment with what level of ordinary animals he could control. Mice, sparrows, and cats or dogs do differ to some extent. If he could command cats or dogs as his beasts, at least he could compensate for quantity in the early stages. However, could he afford to feed them? As this thought crossed his mind, classic expletives echoed once more in the dim, dilapidated room. Ding! The sound of an alarm clock interrupted Zhou Ming. Was it time to get to work? Rising, he approached the worn desk, drawing back the darkened curtains. A ray of sunlight peeked over the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day. A new beginning for me, regardless of the circumstances. The mental seed in his mind had granted him new options, ensuring he would not fade into obscurity as an ordinary person. Opening the window, the refreshing morning air filled his lungs, invigorating Zhou Ming. He began to don his work attire, preparing to leave on time, for he had yet to thoroughly comprehend his current state and what kinds of animals he could command. Additionally, he lacked a concrete plan. Life still required the support of his current job. Not too shabby. Glancing at the mirror hanging on the wall, Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction at his appearance. Though he did not possess striking features nor exude charm, he was reasonably presentable. At 18 years of age, standing at 6 feet tall, with a somewhat lean physique and tousled black hair, he could muster a score of 85. If he could maintain his health and enhance his demeanor, perhaps he could reach a score of 90. After admiring his reflection, Zhou Ming took his towel and toothbrush, preparing to wash up at the shared shower facilities. For his current room lacked both a kitchen and a restroom. Xiaozhou, up so early for work. Upon exiting the room, one finds oneself in a dimly lit corridor flanked by rows of doors. Hearing someone greet him, Zhou Ming turns to see Lan Xing from next door, dressed in a slightly faded white robe and holding a urinal, engaging him in conversation. Yes, I was anxious about being late, so I decided to freshen up first. Lan Xing says, raising his towel and toothbrush slightly. Zhou Ming chooses not to prolong the conversation. Lan Xing, already a married woman, possesses an average appearance. Yet in her 30s, she exhibits a voluptuous figure and a mature demeanor. Zhou Ming is keen to avoid any misunderstandings that might arise from being seen conversing with her. From the memories of his former self, he recalls that Lan Xing's husband is quite the jealous type, keeping a close watch over his wife. After walking down the corridor for about 20 to 30 meters, Zhou Ming arrives at a spacious communal bathing and restroom area. Upon his arrival, he notices some familiar faces as others have already begun their morning routines. Briefly exchanging pleasantries based on his recollections, he commences his own morning wash. Once he has tidied everything, Zhou Ming departs from the building where he resides. Looking back, he sees the 5-story structure of the dilapidated concrete complex, which has been his home since leaving the welfare institution 2 years ago. With the onset of the Beast Master era, population has become a vital resource. Despite his orphan background, the government allocated him a rescue apartment after he left the welfare home. Should he marry and have children in the future, he would be eligible to apply for a 2-bedroom unit within this complex if he lacks a better living situation. Leaving the complex, Zhou Ming, as per his usual routine, purchases breakfast from a street vendor while waiting for the tram to work, as the morning crowd of commuters begins to gather. Utilizing the spare time, Zhou Ming surveys the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings. There are no towering skyscrapers in sight, with the highest buildings reaching only 5 or 6 stories. In his former self's memories, even the tallest buildings only reached 7 stories. This limitation is due to the absence of an air defense shield in his base. Following the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance by humanity, the threats posed by ferocious beasts and alien races have necessitated that humans now exist in fortified bases. These bases are classified into 4 tiers: small, medium, large, and gigantic. Small bases primarily focus on resource collection and early warning systems against beast surges, such as mineral sites, lumber mills, and factories. Medium bases, like the Qinshan base where Zhou Ming resides, house around 300,000 to 400,000 inhabitants. Due to the lack of anti-aircraft shields in medium bases, buildings cannot be constructed too high, lest they attract the attention of flying beasts, leading to casualties that could exceed those caused by the beasts themselves. Large bases typically support populations exceeding 1 million and boast formidable beastmasters, along with superior facilities including air defense shields. As for the gigantic base, that distinction belongs solely to the Dawn base, the headquarters of the Blue Star Alliance, which accommodates tens of millions and is guarded by the most powerful beastmasters, the legendary Saints. The Dawn base is the aspiration of all Blue Star humans. Yet such opportunities are not afforded to everyone. Ding dong. The number 7 tram has arrived. Due to the increasing difficulties in oil extraction, electricity has become the most affordable energy source, as it only requires a nuclear power plant to be generated. As the tram sets in motion, the scenery outside the window begins to align with his fading memories. This marks Zhou Ming's first-hand experience of this world. Based on his observations, the Qinshan base resembles a small county town from his past life. The societal technology level of Blue Star humanity, owing to the apocalyptic era, remains primarily at an archaeological stage. Coupled with the emergence of the Beast Master system, which has siphoned off a significant number of talented individuals, it will take considerable time to restore the landscapes of the pre-apocalyptic era. The announcement for the pet market has been made. Passengers disembarking, please exit promptly. The voice within the tram jolts Zhou Ming from his reverie. To avoid missing his stop, he calls out to the driver and hastily makes his way out. The establishment where his previous self worked is located within the pet market he now stands in, a position he secured with the aid of the welfare institution. Following the rise of beast masters, many ordinary individuals, unable to become beast masters themselves, have increasingly turned to pet ownership to satisfy their inner desires. Had his former self not aspired to the path of a beast master, he would have enjoyed a more comfortable living, as he would have been able to afford at least basic furniture and appliances. However, in pursuit of spiritual seeds, his former self had lived in such impoverished conditions. Zhou Ming cannot fault his predecessor's choices. After all, who willingly accepts a mundane existence? Chapter 5. Work. Doghouse. Gazing at the 3 prominent characters of the sign, Zhou Ming recognizes this as his workplace. The pet shop, specializing in the sale of dogs, is aptly named Doghouse. Good morning, Brother Wang. He greets as he enters the 100-square-meter lobby of the Doghouse pet store, surprised to find Dr. Wang Lei, the veterinarian, already present, as he typically arrives later. Zhou Ming does not inquire further, merely exchanging brief pleasantries. Responds Wang Lei, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and returns to perusing his newspaper. Although Wang Lei is an ordinary person, his status and income far surpass those of Zhou Ming and his peers. Noticing that Wang Lei is disinterested in conversation, Zhou Ming refrains from pursuing further interaction and prepares to begin his day's work. His tasks are straightforward: cleaning up waste, maintaining cleanliness, and feeding the dogs for sale in the store. Good morning, Zhou Ming. Have you eaten yet? He hears as Manager Wu descends from the loft, holding a stack of promotional flyers. Good morning, Manager Wu. I ate before coming in, Zhou Ming replies with a smile. Over the past 2 years at Doghouse, Manager Wu has looked out for Zhou Ming, showing him no discrimination due to his background. That's good. Make sure to be efficient today. The boss is coming to inspect, she advises. Understood, Manager Wu. Zhou Ming now comprehends the reason for Wang Lei's early arrival. Shortly after Manager Wu departs, the other staff members arrive. the sales representative responsible for promotions and customer service, Hirue, along with Wang Lei's assistant, Guillaume, who has a few freckles, and Guillaume, who sports a crew cut, are the only couple in the store. Additionally, there are 3 individuals responsible for pet grooming: Sister Chow, Sister Sun, and Brother Li, with Brother Li primarily handling medium and large dogs. Along with Zhou Ming, who tackles the more arduous tasks, this comprises the entire staff at Doghouse. As the team gathers and exchanges greetings, they commence their new day of work. Zhou Ming, who typically focuses on his aspirations of becoming a beast master, maintains a somewhat distant relationship with his colleagues, merely cohabiting the same workplace. He generally immerses himself in his tasks, rarely engaging in store affairs, except when called upon by Manager Wu to help distribute flyers. Zhou Ming finds this arrangement favorable, as he is inherently introverted and prefers to avoid complications. Although it is his first day at Doghouse, his recollections assist him in navigating his duties without incident, and the day unfolds in a manner as uneventful as usual. The only deviation occurs when the boss arrives with his teenage son to select a large dog as a birthday gift, while also assessing the store's condition. The boss, a middle-aged man nearing 40, may seem unremarkable, but Zhou Ming does not underestimate him. He is an apprentice-level beast master capable of controlling an adult iron-toothed dog. In his memories, Zhou Ming recalls having had the fortune to witness an iron-toothed dog, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. With a powerful and agile physique capable of unleashing terrifying strength, its claws capable of tearing through ordinary iron sheets. Without formidable firearms, an ordinary person would be courting death in the face of the iron-toothed hound. Time trickled slowly through the monotony of work, and as darkness enveloped the sky, the once boisterous pet market fell silent, returning to a state of tranquility. However, the occasional howls that echoed through the air triggered a chorus of responses from other pets. After finishing the evening meal provided by the pet shop and tidying up the last of his tasks, Zhou Ming set off on the journey back to his residence. The tedium of his work was somewhat alleviated by the accumulation of spiritual seeds. Otherwise, he could only wonder how much longer he would endure such a life. Lying on a bed that bore an odd odor, Zhou Ming finally allowed himself to relax. At this moment, he felt no disdain for the youthful spiritual seed that resided in his mental sea. After a brief moment of rest, Zhou Ming picked up a cardboard box beside him, which contained an ordinary white mouse. This mouse had been purchased at the pet market upon his return, costing him merely over 10 alliance coins due to the familiarity among the vendors, a price that could be considered wholesale. The reason Zhou Ming chose the pet white mouse for testing his spiritual seed was its gentle temperament, ensuring that its resistance to the implanted consciousness would not be too fierce. This time, Zhou Ming intended to assess the type of small creature he could control based on the ease of implanting the spiritual seed. Indeed, Zhou Ming possessed a keen self-awareness. He dared not aspire to control even slightly larger animals. Besides the likelihood of success, his finances were not particularly robust. Following the knowledge he had retained, a spiritual seed, resembling a grain of rice, flew from his forehead towards the white mouse in his hand. The mouse squeaked and struggled immediately upon the seed entering its brain, as if to resist its fate. Fortunately, Zhou Ming's luck had not yet plummeted to the level of a mere mouse. In just a moment, the creature quieted down. Zhou Ming sensed an invisible thread connecting him to the white mouse, and through pure instinct, he felt he could dictate the life and death of the creature before him. As he opened his clenched fist, the white mouse showed no inclination to flee. Instead, it scrutinized its master with curiosity. Down. Although the mouse could not comprehend Zhou Ming's words, it immediately understood his intent through the invisible spiritual thread and promptly scurried down to the ground. For the first time, Zhou Ming experienced the joy of being a beastmaster. Subsequently, he conveyed commands through the spiritual line, realizing that the mouse could comprehend them, thus understanding that vocal commands were merely a habit. The true communication between a beastmaster and their companion relied on the meaning transmitted through the spiritual line. Observing the white mouse, now exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Zhou Ming set aside his desire to continue experimenting, as he needed the mouse for subsequent trials and did not wish for it to succumb too soon. He filled a shabby cup with water and added some breadcrumbs to help his beast recover its strength. Zhou Ming refrained from further monitoring his companion, for its fate was already sealed, and he felt no need to invest additional emotions into it. Noticing the time, he reached for a towel and basin nearby to prepare for washing up and resting. In the days that followed, Zhou Ming adhered to his monotonous routine of clocking in and out of work, dedicating his after-hours to experimenting with the specifics of his spiritual seed. After half a month, he finally gathered clear data regarding his spiritual seed, preparing for his future plans. Chapter 6, Dark Pets. Spiritual Seed Experiment Report. Quantity, 1008. Strength, capable of controlling wild mice, maximum 1 foot in length. Characteristics, Able to control multiple beasts. If of the same species, the later the addition, the easier it is to control. If attempting to control multiple beasts of different species, the later the addition, the greater the difficulty, ultimately leading to an inability to successfully implant the spiritual seed. Speculated reason. The mutated spiritual seeds originally belonged to a single entity, even after splitting. They maintain a special connection. Controlling different beasts affects the spiritual seed, ultimately impacting its capabilities. Solution 1. It is recommended to use the same type of animal as a beast, striving to ensure a sufficient quantity for decent combat strength. Solution 2. Find a way to reintegrate the numerous spiritual seeds, forming a nebula in the spiritual seed back into a single entity. Current probability is 0, with a higher chance of becoming the subject of others' research. Advantages. The death of beasts does not impact the beast master, and new spiritual seeds can be rapidly restored. Note: exceeding a certain number of deaths may lead to severe headaches, likely due to the substantial loss affecting the Beastmaster's mental C, which is a normal phenomenon. Finally, the report was completed. Gazing at the form in his hands, Zhou Ming let out a sigh of relief. The past few days had left him mentally drained at work. The shop manager, Sister Wu, even suspected he was ill and contemplated granting him a few days off. However, Zhou Ming declined such kindness, as his tasks were not particularly intricate, and he had already contemplated resigning, wishing to work a few more days to earn a bit more salary. After all, having money is paramount. Without it, even the necessities of life become a challenge, let alone engaging in other endeavors, unless he dared to take on some risky ventures. The following day, at the doghouse, in the manager's office, Zhou Ming, are you truly going to resign? You must understand that although this job can be tiring, it is sufficient for your livelihood, and you can gradually learn about pets, preparing for your future development. In response to Zhou Ming's resignation, Manager Wu earnestly advised him. She was quite familiar with Zhou Ming's circumstances and understood that he aspired to pursue the path of a beastmaster. Yet, for Zhou Ming, that path seemed less appealing than maintaining a secure job. Although he would lead an ordinary life, free from risks, his potential as a beastmaster could only be deemed marginally acceptable. Sitting at the desk, Zhou Ming exhibited no signs of impatience. He understood that her intentions were for his own good, though she simply did not comprehend his current situation. Sister Wu, I am still young. I do not wish to wait until I am old to regret my choices. I want to take a chance. It was a classic response. And Sister Wu found herself at a loss for words in reply to Zhou Ming's declaration. Even if she had many thoughts swirling in her mind, they remained unspoken. For everyone has their dreams at some point. This is 10,000 alliance coins. I can only assist you this far. Thank you, Sister Wu. As he gazed at the manager who had cared for him deeply, Zhou Ming bowed deeply on behalf of himself and his former self before departing from the doghouse pet shop. As for his next course of action, Zhou Ming had already made plans. Leaving the cacophony of the pet market behind, he walked down the street towards a nearby alley, intent on purchasing his own beast. The sparrows, white mice, and other creatures he had previously experimented on ultimately met the fate of test subjects, leading Zhou Ming to execute a humane and painless demise. Knock. Knock. At the end of the alley, Zhou Ming rapped on the door before him. What do you want? A scruffy-haired youth opened the door, glancing at Zhou Ming before inquiring. I wish to buy a dark pet. What dark pet? I have none here. Upon hearing the term dark pet, the youth quickly waved his hand in denial, preparing to close the door. Hold on, my friend. Are you truly going to turn down a business opportunity? What are you doing? If you don't let go, I'll call someone. The youth threatened, his demeanor becoming unfriendly. What is the fuss? A scolding voice came from behind the scruffy-haired youth. Snake, are you not doing business anymore? Upon hearing a familiar voice from within, Zhou Ming called out. Open the door. Upon recognizing a voice that seemed to belong to an acquaintance, the person inside immediately commanded the scruffy youth. Who are you? When the door opened, Snake realized it was not someone he recognized, and his brow immediately furrowed. You may not know me, but I am familiar with you. I have worked across the street for 2 years. Zhou Ming briefly explained his intentions and stated that he wished to purchase a black pet, specifically a Tai Xianxi, or iron snake. It became apparent that he was indeed a visiting customer. Chang Mao had just been pushing the guests away. With a swift slap, he struck his subordinate on the back of the head. What were you thinking? Why don't you hurry and leave? After seeing his subordinate depart, Shigu continued to explain to Zhou Ming. The new recruits are still naive. No worries, I simply want to buy a Tai Xianxi for some amusement. Do you have one? Yes, of course. I may not have other black pets, but I certainly have snakes. However, he rubbed his fingers together, a universal gesture indicating negotiation. Zhou Ming then noticed the open pocket revealing approximately 10,000 alliance coins. Brother, please. With money in hand, he was treated like a lord. And seeing Zhou Ming's genuine intent to buy, Shigu ushered him inside. He immediately instructed his subordinate to fetch the iron snake for Zhou Ming to examine. Shigu was straightforward. He did not ask many questions upon the customer's request, directly commanding his subordinate to retrieve the goods. The snake was about a foot long, as thick as chopsticks, covered in densely packed scales that had a metallic sheen. Its triangular head sported 2 red eyes the size of mung beans. Gazing into the transparent glass enclosure, Zhou Ming recognized that this was indeed the Tai Xian she he desired. The Tai Xian she was not a ferocious beast, but a new breed of snake formed from the mutation of native snakes in Blue Star. Apart from its astonishing agility, it possessed a terrifying venom. However, the term terrifying was merely a descriptor for the average person. The venom of the Tai Xian she primarily paralyzed its victims, rendering them immobile, with muscles going limp and weak. Many who were poisoned by its venom ultimately succumbed to cardiac paralysis. Furthermore, the paralysis toxin could, in sufficient quantity, pose a temporary threat to low-tier ferocious beasts, which was precisely what Zhou Ming sought. What is the price for one? 30,000. Are you joking, Shigu? As I've come to purchase a Tai Xian shi, I am well aware of its market price. Zhou Ming, undeterred by the imposing figure of Shigu and his 2 subordinates, boldly accused them of trying to swindle him. Of course, that is the price for outsiders. Since we are both engaged in the pet trade, how about 20,000? I will offer you that amount. Shigu feigned sincerity, holding up 2 fingers as if to indicate that this was the lowest price he could offer. 15,000. Zhou Ming calmly stated his desired price, unimpressed by Shi Ji's exaggerated expressions. Are you playing me? Shigu was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ming's proposal, his expression darkening. Noticing Shi Ji's displeasure, Zhou Ming remained unfazed and remarked, You, Shigu, who deals in serpentine black pets, should know what the appearance of red spots on the white fangs of the Tai Xian she signifies. Upon hearing this, Shigu immediately snatched the glass box from his subordinate's hands. After teasing the snake a bit, he indeed noted the fine red spots on its fangs. Haha, I didn't expect such keen eyesight from you, my young brother. As an apology for my earlier behavior, 15,000 it is. Shigu conceded readily. With this agreeable turn of events, Zhou Ming felt no qualms about flattering Shigu, for it required no additional expenditure on his part, and a positive rapport could help avert any unforeseen complications. Subsequently, Zhou Ming retrieved 15,000, placed the Tai Xian shi into a bag, and prepared to leave. Boss, why did you sell it to him for just 15,000? I remember the Tai Xian shi's lowest price is 20,000. With a swift motion, Shigu delivered a slap to his subordinate's head. I told you to read more instead of chasing women. But you are here, Shigu. Rubbing his sore head, the subordinate cleverly flattered him. Humph, today I will give you a proper lesson. Otherwise, my subordinates will remain ignorant of poisonous snakes, and I shall have no face left. Please, do enlighten us. Seeing Shigu's anger dissipate, they promptly engaged in conversation. When the fangs of the Tai Xian shi exhibit red spots, it signifies that it has been affected by some external force and is on the verge of mutation. Isn't mutation more valuable? I know that mutated Tai Xian shi are indeed worth a great deal, but the probability of successful mutation is horrifically low. Shigu regretted leaving his capable assistant behind to fetch the goods. Outside the alley, having acquired the desired Tai Xian shi, Zhou Ming hastened his departure. Although this place was not a den of cannibals, it was hardly filled with virtuous individuals. The black pets Zhou Ming and Shigu discussed were essentially venomous creatures or ferocious beasts. Many ordinary individuals sought the thrill of owning venomous pets. However, unlike the ferocious beasts implanted with spiritual seeds, these regular venomous pets could not be tamed by beast masters, and ordinary people often struggled to manage them, leading to frequent casualties. If discarded or if the venomous pet managed to escape, it could result in public safety incidents. Consequently, the authorities classified venomous pets as forbidden items. However, where there is demand, a market will arise. Additionally, the trade of venomous pets is not considered a serious crime, and with minimal bribery, it often goes unchecked, leading to a semi-open market for venomous pets. Otherwise, how could Zhou Ming have acquired such knowledge from his previous life? The reason he sought out Shigu was not only due to his primary focus on the trade of venomous snakes, making it easier to procure the Tai Xian shi he needed, but also because he had heard of Shi Ji's straightforward nature. Zhou Ming had deliberately noted the mutation of the Tai Xian shi and set the price at 15,000, utilizing Shi Ji's character to avoid prolonged haggling. The journey back was smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents, perhaps due to having endured enough misfortune previously. To his surprise, he still had over 10,000 left. Upon tossing a stack of alliance coins onto his bed, Zhou Ming reflected on the fortune of the day. The 15,000 was what his previous self had saved over a considerable time, and he had not anticipated the price increase when seeking resources for the Beastmaster. The meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated were rendered ineffective by a sudden price hike, which had stirred the resentment of his former self. Leading to a desperate attempt to gather spiritual seeds, ultimately resulting in his demise. Today, when he visited the store to resign, he had expected to receive only 6,000 alliance coins in wages from the previous month and the withheld amount. However, to his surprise, Sister Wu had generously added 4,000 within her authority, bringing the total to 10,000. I didn't expect to owe someone a favor so soon. Now, faced with a pressing need for funds, Zhou Ming could only accept Sister Wu's kindness, marking this gratitude for future reference. Nevertheless, this incident felt serendipitous. As he picked up the glass box set aside, Zhou Ming continuously observed the Tai Xianxi within. Animal mutations had become a common phenomenon in the rifts of dimensions, especially among ordinary creatures. However, most mutations concluded with death, and even successful benign mutations were exceedingly rare. The underlying cause of this was that the animal's constitution and potential could not withstand the toll of mutation. Furthermore, during the mutation process, the animal often lacked the ability to self-guide. However, for beast masters, this task was relatively simple. Although they could not control the mutation process, the implantation of spiritual seeds allowed them to guide the mutation towards a favorable outcome, with their mental energy providing substantial support. Yet, it was rare for beast masters to undertake such endeavors, as most mutations involved ordinary animals, which, even if successful, could hardly compare to ferocious beasts. It is exceedingly improbable that one would successfully guide the release of a mental seed for the purpose of sale. For doing so would inevitably inflict damage upon the beastmaster. Such an act would be tantamount to forsaking a golden opportunity for mere alms. However, this predicament held little sway over Zhou Ming. From any perspective, commanding the mutated Tai Xianxi brought only advantages. Gazing at the serpent within the glass enclosure, Zhou Ming resolved to implant the mental seed directly into the consciousness of the Tai Xianxi without further preparation. Given the volatile nature of the mutated creature, he could not afford to purchase another should an unfortunate incident occur. With a decisive motion, as the mental seed penetrated the consciousness of the Tai Xianxi and took root in its very soul, the creature thrashed violently within the confines of the glass box. Its tail lashed against the walls, and the minuscule scales, akin to sesame seeds, scraped against the surface. As Zhou Ming observed the transformations taking place within the glass, he sensed through the mental seed that the mutation of the Tai Xianxi was accelerating at an alarming rate. He promptly seated himself upon the bed, eyes closed, cradling the glass box containing the serpent, guiding its mutation through a mental thread while continuously feeding his own mental energy to fuel the transformation. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by the warm glow of an incandescent bulb, Zhou Ming's body remained as still as a statue, entirely focused on aiding his beast. Chapter 8. Fortune, what a close call. In the shadowy confines of the room, Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes, reflecting on his recent actions with an unsettling sense of trepidation. Whether due to the excessive expenditure of mental energy or sheer recklessness, he found himself drenched in perspiration. With a limited understanding of beast mastery, Zhou Ming had initially believed that guiding a mutation was a straightforward task. However, the experience revealed the folly of his ignorance and impulsiveness. As he directed his mental energy to facilitate the mutation of the Tai Xianxi, he perceived a remarkably intricate tableau through his mental perception. Despite being academically challenged, he possessed a fundamental grasp of biology. Organs, cells, and genes coalesced to form a complex scientific diagram. Viewed from an aesthetic standpoint, this image bore a mystique that beckoned exploration. Regrettably, Zhou Ming was not present to admire its fantastical beauty. Upon witnessing this intricate representation, Zhou Ming was left utterly bewildered. What was supposed to be a simple arithmetic examination had escalated into a calculus conundrum. At this juncture, he had no choice but to press forward. For the depth of his financial constraints allowed him but a singular opportunity. Should he fail, he would be compelled to squander time seeking employment anew and gradually amassing the necessary capital once more. He did not require the Tai Xianxi to evolve into something extraordinary. Survival with its original capabilities sufficed. The guidance process was akin to an examination. Incorrect responses would incur penalties, while correct ones would yield rewards, necessitating a sufficient number of questions to be answered. Had he refrained from actively guiding the mutation, the Tai Xianxi might have relied on chance. Yet now, he was ensnared in an examination hall from which there was no retreat. Even luck would rest upon his shoulders as its master. With a self-aware disposition, Zhou Ming opted to forego complex problem-solving, instead hoping to accumulate sufficient points through multiple choice and true or false questions. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as several attempts at guidance yielded no major errors. Even the minor issues did not impede the overall progression of the mutation. Ultimately, the Tai Xianxi's fangs transformed to a striking crimson, its venom's potency slightly enhanced, while its piercing ability underwent significant improvement. Moreover, its once grayish-black body became wholly black. and the compact scales acquired a metallic sheen, resulting in a moderate enhancement of its defensive capabilities. The examination results were barely satisfactory. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart, Zhou Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his first official beast. The Tai Xianxi remained the same size, with only the colors of its scales and fangs altered, appearing fundamentally indistinguishable from an ordinary Tai Xianxi. With a decisive click, he opened the glass box and reached in without a hint of apprehension regarding a potential attack from the serpent. Is this truly my beast? The 1-foot-long Tai Xianxi rested in the palm of Zhou Ming's hand, subject to his casual inspection. If all the Tai Xianxi he later commanded exhibited such quality, perhaps his prowess would remain unaffected. As an apprentice beast master, his abilities were not significantly superior to those of an ordinary individual. Upon commanding his own beast, while it would begin to reciprocate in some manner, the effects of this reciprocation would require considerable time to yield notable changes. Furthermore, this reciprocation would only enhance certain aspects of the beast master's physical attributes and would not immediately bestow formidable strength. For Zhou Ming, as he commanded an increasing number of Tai Xianxi, his physical agility and resistance to toxins would gradually improve, but not to a degree that exceeded that of an average person, barring specialized training. Only upon advancing to a formal professional level would a beast master begin to possess extraordinary abilities. For instance, the Beast Rider class is an advancement system that capitalizes on the reciprocal benefits between the beast and its master. Through a ritual, the beast master and the beast establish a life and death contract, intertwining their fates. The beast master acquires all the talents and formidable physique of the beast, while the beast begins to awaken its intellect at higher tiers. Beasts are classified into low tier, high tier, lord level, and legendary beast kings. Typically, only lord-level beasts exhibit signs of intelligence, while beast kings attain a level of intellect comparable to that of humans. This digression aside, in the apprentice stage, a beast master does not differ greatly from an ordinary person. As long as Zhou Ming possesses a sufficient number of Tai Xianxi, he could use a portion to distract the opposing beasts while directly assaulting the beast master. Thus, he maintained that there was still a chance to compensate for his shortcomings. Nonetheless, even if he were to find a sufficient quantity of capable Tai Xianxi, he could not circumvent the formidable barrier of advancing to a professional level. Resources and knowledge. Contemplating his deficiencies, Zhou Ming began to grasp the despair of his predecessor. Had his aptitude been exceptional, he might have had a chance to ascend. Alas, his qualifications barely qualified as acceptable. Were it not for inheriting the mental seeds procured at the cost of his predecessor's life, he might very well have become another Zhou Ming. Well, it is best to get some rest. With his mental faculties depleted, Zhou Ming chose to temporarily set aside his current dilemmas, intending to sleep soundly, for he was utterly exhausted. With a resounding thud, he succumbed to slumber, not even pausing to wash up, lying down in a state of sweat-soaked fatigue, and within mere moments, he was enveloped in dreams. The Tai Xianxi, perplexed by its master's indifference, surveyed its surroundings before slowly coiling around Zhou Ming's wrist, appearing from a distance akin to a fashionable bracelet. This slumber was the most restful Zhou Ming had experienced since arriving in this world, sleeping soundly until the sun was high the next day. How hungry! Zhou Ming awoke suddenly, sitting upright in bed. This was not simply due to having had enough sleep. He had been roused by hunger. Had he not felt the pangs of appetite, he might have continued to slumber. The serpent? As he emerged from the haze of sleep, he was reminded of his Tai Xianxi. Feeling the coolness on his wrist, he quickly positioned his right hand before him. Little one, are you standing guard for me? Observing the serpent's inquisitive head, Zhou Ming playfully gave it a gentle tap on its head. From this moment forth, you shall be called number one. With a mental inventory of his thousands of mental seeds, Zhou Ming was disinclined to bestow individual names upon each of his beasts. Gurgle. As he played with his creature, the growl of his stomach interrupted him, prompting him to set aside the Tai Xianxi and prepare for a meal. However, before dining, Zhou Ming decided to freshen up first. The unpleasant odor of sweat and the clingy fabric of his clothes were sensations he found intolerable. After cleansing himself, Zhou Ming emerged from his room in a buoyant mood, humming a cheerful tune. Chapter 9. Opening up. In a secluded, uninhabited alley, various odds and ends were carelessly strewn against the walls, while dark yellow sewage trickled along the ground, mingling with the stench of refuse, rendering the area undesirable for passers-by. Yet, for some stray cats and dogs, this place offered a sanctuary, undisturbed by human intrusion. An abandoned pet raccoon emerged from a pile of debris in the corner, ready to seek its sustenance for the day. It stretched its front legs back, revealing its sharp, white fangs, having just awakened from slumber. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared above the raccoon's head without warning, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The raccoon emitted a piercing cry. its fur bristling as it leapt into the air, desperately trying to shake off the entity that had appeared above it. Upon realizing that it was a small snake, the raccoon raised its paw, eager for revenge and perhaps a meal for the day. A faint sound resonated. The agile raccoon, landing silently, suddenly collapsed, its limbs rendered powerless, failing to make a single tremor. Zhou Ming, standing at the mouth of the alley, observed this peculiar scene with clarity. The snake that had attacked the raccoon was none other than his own Tysian snake. Zhou Ming's intent was to ascertain the potency of the mutated Tysian snake's venom, in order to determine his subsequent course of action. The venom of an ordinary Tysian snake could incapacitate an average person within a minute, ultimately leading to cardiac arrest. To his astonishment, the mutated Tysian snake's venom required mere seconds to subdue the raccoon before him, suggesting that, based solely on the potency of its venom, the Tysian snake might possess the strength of a pseudo-beast. After summoning the Tysian snake back through his mental tether, Zhou Ming prepared to embark on a significant endeavor. A full set of sealed protective gear cost 1,000 alliance coins, a head-mounted lamp 300, and a secondary filtration mask with an emergency oxygen tank 750, totaling 2,050 alliance coins, which he rounded down to a neat 2,000. At a shop not far from the city wall of Qingshan Base, a middle-aged man was calculating the prices of the items Zhou Ming required. "Would you like a steel fork? It's retractable," the shopkeeper offered, noting Zhou Ming's lack of equipment. "No, thank you. I don't need it for now," Zhou Ming replied, as he was unable to afford any unnecessary expenditures. The shopkeeper scrutinized Zhou Ming again, but since the customer had clearly declined, he refrained from further recommendations. However, he remained persistent, finally asking, "Anything else?" "No, thank you. But could you possibly lower the price?" Zhou Ming inquired. The shopkeeper shook his head firmly, stating, "That's not possible. It's a fixed price. You may check around." With that, Zhou Ming reluctantly paid with the little money he had and exited the shop. Shortly after leaving, he found a secluded spot to don his gear before heading toward what resembled a subway entrance. With the loss of his job, Zhou Ming had effectively lost his source of income. With his current savings, he could not afford to be idle and needed to find a way to earn. As a pest exterminator, Zhou Ming had made this decision after mastering the Tysian snake and confirming the potency of its venom. Due to the effects of the dimensional rift, the native creatures of Blue Star began to undergo changes, particularly the highly adaptable rats, which had the greatest chance of survival post-mutation. Countless rats inhabited the sewers of Qingshan Base, and the large populations of these rodents had given rise to numerous mutated variants, some as large as house cats. These mutant rats, known as gangmao rats, frequently damaged pipelines, posed threats to pedestrians, and engaged in other hazardous activities. As ordinary rats continued to exist, the gangmao rats would persist, making complete eradication impossible. In response, the Alliance government issued a bounty, offering 100 Alliance coins for each gangmao rat tail, a reward that remained in effect long-term. This decree birthed the profession of exterminators and related trades. The middle-aged vendors selling extermination equipment, for instance, profited handsomely from catering to exterminators. Whether exterminators earned a fortune was unknown to Zhou Ming, but that oily shopkeeper certainly reaped substantial rewards. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming felt no envy. Despite the man's seemingly unremarkable appearance, his ability to secure a share of the profits suggested a formidable backing. At the sewer entrance, several exterminators dressed in protective gear, like Zhou Ming, came and went, exchanging no words, merely casting quick glances before swiftly departing. The sewers, established at the inception of Qingshan Base, were perhaps designed with foresight, as the internal structure stood 2 meters high, allowing passage along both sides, with a deep trench for drainage running through the center. When Zhou Ming activated the high-intensity lamp, his brow furrowed instantly. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the filthy scene before him made it difficult to breathe. The words dirty, chaotic, and poor barely scratched the surface of the disarray. After a brief glance, Zhou Ming quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to behold the ground any longer. After all, he was not hunting the gangmao rats by himself. It would be more accurate to say he would not be personally handling the task, as his beast was an extension of his abilities. Enduring the unpleasant sensation beneath his feet, Zhou Ming summoned the Tysian snake from within his clothing, holding it in his palm to commence the search for the gangmao rats. Though the snake could not comprehend human speech, aided by the mental tether, it immediately grasped its master's intention. With the lamp illuminating the way, Zhou Ming plunged into the labyrinthine sewers of Qingshan Base. As a beastmaster, Zhou Ming might be the only one engaging in pest control among his kind. The low remuneration was not the issue. Rather, those capable of becoming beastmasters were either affluent or exceptionally gifted, and even wild beastmasters could not sustain themselves if their beasts were unsuitable for the work. The Tysian snake flicked its tongue, continuously probing the air for information, emitting faint sounds as it went back and forth. The snake in Zhou Ming's palm acted like a compass, quickly directing him after entering the sewer, its head fixated on a specific direction. "You're quite impressive. I'll treat you to meat when we return," he remarked. With the Tysian snake's physique, Zhou Ming could easily sustain it. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the Tysian snake was a carnivorous beast, albeit with a somewhat unique method of feeding. It would inject ample venom into its incapacitated prey, softening the flesh for consumption. If the prey were small enough, the process would be simplified. Chapter 10. Harvest. In the pitch-black sewer, mournful sounds echoed from the shadows. Had Zhou Ming not grown bolder since becoming a beast master, he would have found the environment nearly unbearable, wondering how others managed to endure it. Poverty? That seemed to be the only reason he could fathom for being there. Guided by the lamp and the Tysian snake in his palm, Zhou Ming arrived at a junction. He turned right, and after a few steps, he spotted the Gangmao rat he had been seeking. Its body, the size of a house cat, was cloaked in coarse, hard fur, and its eyes glinted with a cold, bloodthirsty gaze. As Zhou Ming scrutinized the Gangmao rat, it remained motionless, fixated on him, indicating that the light from his lamp had already alerted it to his presence. How ferocious! Observing the scene before him, Zhou Ming's brow furrowed slightly. A multitude of ordinary mice lay scattered, their bodies torn asunder by the fierce hard-haired mouse, leaving behind remnants of severed limbs. Vivid crimson blood stained the corners of the hard-haired mouse's mouth, with droplets clinging to its whiskers. Upon the arrival of Zhou Ming, the hard-haired mouse did not flee. Instead, it crouched low, issuing a menacing display. Its sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. It is no wonder that extermination orders have been issued. Once this beast proliferates, it becomes a calamity for the ordinary populace. Having witnessed the hard-haired mouse firsthand, Zhou Ming comprehended the necessity for the extermination bounty. This creature harbors a plethora of bacteria and is driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Should a swarm of these mice emerge, it would be akin to confronting a horde of small beasts devoid of fear. While beast tamers may remain unscathed, unarmed commoners would surely suffer. In response to such a menace, Zhou Ming issued a command to his tamed beast. The iron wire snake coiled and writhed like a spring poised to unleash its force. Upon receiving Zhou Ming's directive, it lunged toward the hard-haired mouse. Sensing the impending attack, the hard-haired mouse tensed its fur and leapt to claw at the descending snake. Its yellowed teeth gaped wide, ready to sink into the snake upon capture. However, a tamed beast is bound to its master. The formidable prowess of the iron wire snake, coupled with Zhou Ming's intellect, unleashed an unparalleled strength. Under Zhou Ming's command, the snake deftly swung its tail, narrowly evading the hard-haired mouse. Yet, the experienced hard-haired mouse retaliated swiftly, whipping its tail toward the snake. Nevertheless, the current agility of the iron wire snake, combined with its protective scales, rendered the mouse's attack ineffective. Instead, it provided the snake with the opportunity to bite the mouse's tail, leaving the hard-haired mouse's bristles utterly useless. In a mere heartbeat, the iron wire snake completed its hunt. The hard-haired mouse's body succumbed to paralysis mid-air before plummeting to the ground. The sewer, not uniformly muddy, offered no cushion for the over 10-pound rodent as it crashed down. With a resounding thud, the hard-haired mouse, attempting to rise, collapsed once more. Zhou Ming, unwilling to waste time, drew forth a prepared dagger and approached, plunging it into the brain through the ear. He then severed the mouse's tail and placed it into a sealed plastic bag. 100 alliance coins were now in his grasp. He set the blood-stained bag before his lamp, showing no sign of disgust. Rather, he found a peculiar fondness for the mouse's tail, recognizing it as a source of income. In less than half an hour, having earned nearly a day's wages, Zhou Ming felt a surge of motivation. The iron wire snake, eager for acknowledgement, crawled back to Zhou Ming's wrist. "Almost forgot about you. This money is truly enchanting." Zhou Ming continued hunting the hard-haired mice, buoyed by a stroke of fortune. In less than half a day, he successfully hunted 27 hard-haired mice. Several others, seemingly having evaded previous exterminators, fled at the sight of Zhou Ming. It was time to return. After half a day in the sewer, Zhou Ming checked the portable oxygen tank's contents and promptly made his decision. The sewer, a largely enclosed space, was rife with accumulated sewage, exuding a foul odor, some of which contained toxic gases. Without the portable oxygen tank, Zhou Ming would be unable to remain below for long. Thus, upon assessing the oxygen levels, he began his ascent, enshrouded in filth. With the assistance of the iron wire snake, the journey back was smooth, swiftly approaching the entrance he had initially entered. Blinding lights pierced Zhou Ming's vision. He deduced these to be other exterminators and signaled for the iron wire snake to burrow into his clothing. The severed mouse tail was tucked into the zipper of his protective gear. Although his chest bulged slightly, it was less conspicuous than before. lacking experience. He had not prepared thoroughly. "Brother, how were your gains?" asked the leader of a trio of exterminators, while another duo, clad in protective suits and masks, joined the conversation. Their appearances were obscured, and the filth of the sewer had rendered them indistinguishable. The rookie returned empty-handed. "Next time, I must prepare better," Zhou Ming replied succinctly. Continuing toward the exit. "You should consider joining our team. We are short one member, and you could gain valuable experience," suggested a member of the duo as Zhou Ming prepared to depart. "Thank you, but I am merely testing the waters. No need for assistance," he responded, not breaking his stride. The two teams of exterminators observed Zhou Ming's retreating figure, tightening their grips on their forks, yet ultimately allowing him to leave. Those who make a living in the sewers are undoubtedly cautious, if not ruthless. While many are unforgiving, the risk of falling prey to treachery in the depths is prevalent. "Coldblade, why do you not make a move?" one asked, acknowledging an old acquaintance's presence. "I cannot act if you do not," came the jovial response. Once Zhou Ming departed, the seemingly unfamiliar exterminators began to converse, revealing a history of underhanded dealings. Unaware of the events unfolding in his absence, Zhou Ming could still surmise some intentions based on the rumors he had heard prior to becoming an exterminator. The environment of the sewers alone hinted at the potential for foul play. It was an ideal setting for eliminating witnesses. Chapter 11, Trouble. Emerging from the pitch-black sewer. Night had fallen, casting a dim glow from scattered streetlights. The Qinshan base, devoid of air defense shields, presented no vibrant sights after dark, offering only a handful of flickering lamps to guide late-night wanderers. Indoors, however, one could draw the curtains and freely illuminate the space, a precaution against attracting predatory beasts. Despite the presence of city walls, artillery, and missiles, along with regular purges of surrounding beasts, luck remains an unpredictable element. Within the memories of his predecessors, Zhou Ming recalled a mid-sized base that had attracted a Beast King-level Wind Thunder Griffin due to its bright lights, resulting in the base's obliteration as legendary champions rushed to its aid. In light of this incident, bases lacking air defense shields strictly regulate the use of lighting at night. After a long day, Zhou Ming's stomach grumbled once more. Dismissing further thoughts, he headed toward the nearby extermination station to collect his earnings from the day. Since the inception of the exterminator profession, various supporting services have emerged. At each major entry point to the sewers, extermination stations exist to facilitate the exchange of rewards and storage of equipment. For a sufficient fee, one can access hot showers, clean clothing, and warm meals. "Hello. I would like to exchange my reward," Zhou Ming stated, tossing the sealed bag containing the hard-haired mouse tail onto the counter. The loud clatter caught the attention of a staff member who was engrossed in their phone. Impressive. Gazing at the bloodstained sealed bag, the seasoned individual immediately surmised the approximate quantity within. After a brief explanation of luck, Zhou Ming casually expressed his needs, requesting an additional storage locker. And he desired it without delay. Noticing that the exterminator before him was disinclined to engage in further conversation, the staff at the counter refrained from saying anything else. 300 Alliance coins were required for 1 month of storage services, along with a basic cleaning of the equipment stains. Clutching the locker key and 2,400 Alliance coins, Zhou Ming departed with the intent of satisfying his hunger. As he exited, he observed numerous exterminators in the adjacent hall, indulging in drinks and conversation, while a few were accompanied by attractive companions. It seemed that Zhou Ming was among the last returning exterminators, and after a cursory glance, he exited the extermination station. However, on his way out, he encountered the unfamiliar exterminators he had met previously in the sewers. This time, they did not acknowledge him but merely scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Faced with their disdainful stares, Zhou Ming frowned and continued on his way, unable to discern their features due to their protective gear, thus reminding himself to remain vigilant in the future. If they were to cross paths again, he would not hesitate to welcome additional corpses in the sewer. Bereft of family and friends, coupled with the strength bestowed by becoming a beastmaster, Zhou Ming found his courage significantly amplified, leading to a more direct approach in resolving issues. After dining out, Zhou Ming returned to his abode, and he did not neglect his iron snake, treating it well. However, while feeding the iron snake, he recalled that in addition to its basic sustenance, special resources were required to enhance its power. This realization made him acutely aware of the numerous resources he lacked, intensifying his desire to accumulate wealth. With the assistance of the iron snake, Zhou Ming spent the majority of his days in the sewers, and even after bathing, a lingering stench of decay clung to him. He paid this little mind, knowing that as long as he avoided the sewers, the odor would gradually dissipate. The only notable change was that Zhou Ming began feeding the iron snake the flesh and blood of the hard-furred rat. It was not due to an inability to afford regular food, but rather he discovered that ordinary sustenance could not satisfy the iron snake's needs. within its consciousness. He sensed a preference for the flesh of hard-furred rats. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that hard-furred rats were indeed mutated creatures, containing unique substances not found in ordinary animals. Observing that the iron snake thrived on the hard-furred rat's flesh without any adverse effects, Zhou Ming continued to feed it exclusively with this source. A month later, upon returning late once more, Zhou Ming, utilizing his keen mental acuity as a beastmaster, detected a figure trailing him. A casual glance confirmed that a man with a buzz cut, also an exterminator, was not far behind, one of the individuals he had encountered during his initial extermination. Throughout the months spent clearing hard-furred rats, he had come to understand that these individuals were involved in dubious dealings. It was unexpected that they had tracked him down. Evidently, they had unraveled his background. He pondered whether their prolonged pursuit stemmed from a cautious nature or an intent to gather enough wealth for a single indulgent feast. Upon noticing them, Zhou Ming feigned ignorance, allowing his mind to swirl with various thoughts as he made his way back. Ultimately, he resolved to take the initiative, even if he considered changing his route. Such matters could not be easily avoided, especially since they had already dispatched someone to follow him. Evasion was no longer an option. Given his current circumstances, it would be prudent to navigate the initial phase with tranquility, but if complications had already arisen, it was best to eradicate potential threats before they could bloom. A month of relentless hunting in the shadows had altered Zhou Ming's temperament somewhat, though perhaps it was merely an adaptation to the environment of launching. The following day, Zhou Ming arose, conducted a brief wash, and promptly made his way to the pet market, deciding against exterminating in the sewers today. He returned to the alley that specialized in the sale of black pets, seeking out Snake Brother, as their acquaintance would help avert unforeseen mishaps. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted once again by the long-haired youth, who this time held a book. Zhou Ming cast a casual glance and noted that it was a book on serpents. Evidently, the previous incident had left Snake Brother dissatisfied with his new underlings, providing them with another opportunity for further education. Purchasing black pets? Oh, please come in. Recognizing a returning customer, the previously stung individual swiftly opened the door to welcome Zhou Ming. Once inside, the long-haired youth did not forget to peer outside to check the alley. It appeared that this newcomer to the trade still clung to some naive notions. In reality, as long as no incidents occurred, the sale of black pets rarely attracted the attention of the authorities. The Public Security Bureau generally ignored them. After all, in the current climate favoring beastmasters, such enterprises were akin to weeds that could not be entirely eradicated, and black pets posed no significant issue. Chapter 12, Purchasing Serpents. What does my young brother require this time? We've acquired quite a few good specimens, including the red-tailed and green bamboo snakes, both venomous and exquisite. Noticing a familiar face, Snake Brother greeted him warmly, aware that his clientele was limited and striving to cultivate repeat business. Impressive, Snake Brother, you managed to obtain these too. Zhou Ming had a fair understanding of the two snakes Snake Brother mentioned. The green bamboo snake appeared emerald-like from a distance, with its smooth scales shimmering under the light. The red-tailed snake was somewhat unique, showcasing a myriad of colors along its body, with its tail being unmistakably red, resembling a ruby. Both snakes were mutated variants of common launching serpents, although their venom was inferior to that of the iron snake. They certainly ranked among the top 10 in terms of beauty among ordinary venomous serpents. Luck has favored us. These are fresh arrivals. I wonder if my brother is interested? As Zhou Ming gave a thumbs up, Snake Brother, despite feigning modesty, could not conceal his underlying pride in his tone. No. This time I am here specifically for iron snakes, 2 of them. Engaging in brief small talk, Zhou Ming straightforwardly articulated his intent. He had prepared the funds for the iron snakes, having amassed over 100,000 alliance coins through relentless extermination efforts over the past month. It was clear that his earnings were significantly bolstered by the assistance of his beasts. In contrast, an ordinary exterminator typically earned around 10,000 per month, and not everyone could endure the risks associated with entering the sewers. It seems you have a particular fondness for iron snakes. Snake Brother remarked with a smile as he observed Zhou Ming. Ere long, bring forth the 2 finest iron snakes for this young brother. A stout man with a shrewd glint in his eyes promptly entered the room upon hearing his elder's command to fetch the iron snakes. Brother, you've come to the right person. Only I have such a stock of iron snakes in this pet market. Although Snake Brother was unsure of Zhou Ming's reasons for purchasing iron snakes again, he sensed an opportunity for further business and introduced himself. Of course, I came here for the esteemed reputation of Snake Brother. Zhou Ming was never stingy with flattery, and they both enjoyed a jovial atmosphere while conducting business. Big Brother, the goods. Emerging from the inner room, Erlong carried 2 glass cases and called out to Snake Brother. Let this brother take a look. Upon receiving the glass cases, Zhou Ming immediately inspected the 2 iron snakes for any potential issues, priced at a minimum of 20,000 each. He was keen to avoid any problems that could arise from purchasing them. With a resounding thud, he tossed the 4,000 alliance coins, wrapped in newspaper, onto the table. Siege, we are old acquaintances now, 2 for 40,000. In the future, should any business arise, I will seek you out. Zhou Ming fixed the price without hesitation, as it is quite common in the pet industry for prices to fluctuate between 20,000 one day and 30,000 the next. After receiving the 40,000 alliance coins, neatly wrapped in newspaper, Siege did not put on airs but inspected the money before speaking again. Since my brother has said so, I shall not push him away. As long as he remembers his words, that is sufficient. Thank you. Seeing the other party's willingness, Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude and departed with the glass box securely wrapped in 2 black plastic bags. Boss, this fellow seems to harbor some secrets. Erlong, who was not present last time, had been sent by Siege to collect the 2 exquisitely mutated pets, the Hongwei and Levzu. Witnessing Zhou Ming's return to purchase the iron wire snake again, he sensed that the latter was concealing something. What secrets? He walks his path of sunshine, and I tread my narrow bridge. We shall not interfere with each other. Erlong, as long as we live our small lives well, why pry into so much? There is a saying, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. In response to Erlong's inquiries, Siege took the time to impart wisdom to his capable subordinate. He also noted that when Zhou Ming previously bargained, he seemed somewhat lacking in confidence, resembling a fox relying on a tiger's might. However, this time, it was evident that Zhou Ming not only exuded confidence, but also carried a faint aura of danger. Now possessing a car, a house, a wife, and even a mistress who did not pry too much, as long as he returned home by night, Siege felt content with such a life and wished to avoid any troubles that Erlong might bring forth. Understood, boss. As long as you understand. This time you have worked hard. Come back with me later, and let your sister-in-law cook a couple of dishes. It has been a while since we brothers drank together. Consider it a reward for your recent efforts. Siege was adept at rallying his subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have built a thriving enterprise. They did not discuss Zhou Ming any further. Carrying the 2 iron wire snakes he had just acquired, Zhou Ming hurried back to his residence. It seemed that luck was mediocre this time. Inspecting the glass box in his hands, he repeated the examination and found that they were ordinary iron wire snakes, devoid of any signs of mutation. The only fortunate aspect was that these 2 snakes were in good condition, with no other issues, indicating that Siege had not deceived him. As there were no unexpected gains, Zhou Ming did not dwell on it further and began to implant the mental seed, preparing to master his new beast. Given the nature of Zhou Ming's mental seed and the lack of any mutations in the iron wire snakes, the process of implantation proceeded smoothly. Hiss hiss. The 3 1-foot-long iron wire snakes coiled around Zhou Ming's right hand, while the first snake, having significantly enhanced its strength post-mutation, occupied the palm of his hand. It seemed that jealousy and rivalry were not confined to merely intelligent beings. It was time to resolve this trouble. Although Zhou Ming had decided not to continue as a pest exterminator after mastering the 3 iron wire snakes, he was still unwilling to leave any potential trouble unaddressed. After leaving his residence and finishing lunch, Zhou Ming arrived at the pest control station, preparing to enter the sewers once more. Faced with Lan Xing and his group, Zhou Ming was unwilling to wait even a single night, for even the presence of mosquitoes could disrupt his sleep quality. Upon entering the sewer, it was not long before several shadows followed closely behind, indicating that they had immediately fixated on him upon his arrival. Here, observing the latest marks left by the black sludge on the ground, those secretly following, Zhou Ming quickly deduced his chosen direction. Lan Xing, I want that fellow's secret to catching mice. You can take the money on him. Let us see what secret it is, if it's a big one. A mere small sum of money is insignificant. Lan Xing's response left Scarface feeling dissatisfied. Had it not been for the presence of someone behind him, he would have already sunk Lan Xing into the sludge. Humph, I'll compensate you for what you're missing, but don't get too greedy. Fine. As for Lan Xing's thoughts, only he was privy to them. Chapter 13, Resolution. Tap, tap. The sounds of movement in the sewer echoed loudly in the pitch-black surroundings, accompanied by faint echoes. Not far behind Zhou Ming, Lan Xing and his companions had turned off their headlamps, relying solely on the residual light from Zhou Ming's lamp to follow him. Were they to turn on their lights, it would clearly indicate to Zhou Ming that someone was trailing him. Recently, they had noticed Zhou Ming's heightened vigilance and were probing into the events surrounding pest exterminators entering the sewers, clearly having learned some information. If they were to see someone following them, it was likely that he would flee immediately. In the maze-like sewers, anything could happen, and losing track of someone was quite common. Tap, tap. Zhou Ming advanced step by step, matching the pace of Lan Xing and the others. The overlapping sounds, combined with the echoes, made it hard to discern without careful listening. It appeared that Lan Xing and his group had ample experience in stealthy approaches. having honed their skills through frequent underhanded tactics. Not only did they devise various ways to approach their targets smoothly, but their motions also exuded a professional air. Unfortunately, Zhou Ming had not come to the sewer for extermination, but rather to fish. Given his preparations, he was certainly aware of the unusual presence behind him. With his current strength, he could easily dispose of those following. However, to avoid any new troubles, Zhou Ming planned to lure them deeper into the sewer. At a corner, Zhou Ming, donning protective gear, lightly touched the wall, releasing 2 slender iron wire snakes. Now that he had 3 iron wire snakes, he intended for the stronger first snake to ensure his safety, while the second and third would handle the enemies. Should they prove insufficient, the hidden first snake would serve as his last opportunity to turn the tides. Observing Zhou Ming's steady descent into the depths of the sewer without pause, those following behind him felt a twinge of confusion. After all, the deeper one ventured into the sewer, the higher the likelihood of encountering numerous hard-haired rats, significantly increasing the danger. Typically, pest exterminators would not approach the depths of the sewer unless in groups, for they were there to make money, not seek thrills. The Qinshan base did not aim to eliminate all hard-haired rats. They merely needed to control their population, as complete extermination was virtually impossible. As Zhou Ming delved deeper, the others speculated that the secret to his ability to capture so many hard-haired rats might lie hidden in the depths of the sewer. Their greed led them to a tacit understanding. Regrettably, the depths of the sewer held nothing but the carefully selected advantageous terrain Zhou Ming had prepared for them. This is just right. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's voice rang out in the depths of the sewer, leaving the others perplexed. Not far in front of Zhou Ming lay a pit of sewage a few meters in size. Black, green, and brown hues swirled together, accompanied by the unbearable stench and the nauseatingly viscous liquid that composed the contents of the pit. Something's wrong. Cold Dao, quick-witted, immediately sensed the anomaly and, disregarding whether Zhou Ming had noticed, hurriedly attempted to retreat toward the entrance. However, his desire to withdraw came too late, as Zhou Ming's voice fell. 2 iron wire snakes immediately revealed their fangs. Under Zhou Ming's control, the snakes did not target their feet, but instead lunged directly at their knees. The protective gear worn by pest exterminators, due to the sewer environment, featured specially reinforced long boots, making it difficult for the 2 non-mutated iron wire snakes to bite through such defenses. Hence, under Zhou Ming's command, the snakes targeted the relatively less protected knee area, where only thin protective pants offered minimal defense. Ah, what is that? Something is attacking us. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. The frantic voices unveiled the terror that resided within their hearts, and in a state of panic, they hastily activated the searchlight above them. The iron wire snakes, controlled by Zhou Ming, took advantage of the dim surroundings and swiftly executed their ambush. However, the group was not comprised of petite animals, and despite the 2 iron wire snakes not undergoing mutation, even with Zhou Ming injecting a substantial amount of venom, they managed to move, albeit with great difficulty. Upon illuminating the area, they immediately spotted the 2 iron wire snakes, preparing to flee after their successful attack. Iron wire snakes? In a society where beast taming is prevalent, ordinary individuals are well aware of formidable creatures and beasts, and they promptly recognize the identity of the iron wire snakes. Darkness engulfed them as the realization dawned. They would not escape today. Zhou Ming, I know you have discovered our presence. Spare me. As a beast tamer, you must possess the antidote. Upon witnessing Zhou Ming's control over the iron wire snakes, the cold blade swiftly deduced his identity and understood the reason behind Zhou Ming's daily successes. As for why Zhou Ming, a beast tamer, chose to become a rodent exterminator, the cold blade had no inclination to ponder at that moment. His sole desire was to survive. Yes, Zhou Ming, you must possess the antidote. Please save me. I will pay any price. I have over 1 million. Do you not desire it? Hearing the cold blade's pleas, the scarred man also reacted, immediately resorting to bribery. Brother Zhou, grandfather Zhou, spare us. We too have wealth. The others incessantly begged, gazing at the faint glimmer of hope not far ahead, as if it were their last lifeline. Yet, regardless of their attempts at persuasion or supplication, Zhou Ming remained motionless in the distance, offering no response or approach, as if he were merely witnessing them complete the final chapter of their lives. Zhou Ming, damn you! As the last flicker of hope faded into the intangible, the irritable scarred man completely unraveled. Zhou Ming, my elder brother will avenge me. You shall suffer a fate far worse than mine, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. At this juncture, even the relatively composed cold blade could no longer bear the dread of awaiting death. Faced with an inevitable demise, the group, sprawled upon the filthy ground, summoned their last vestiges of strength to curse Zhou Ming. They wished for him to be engulfed in misfortune, to perish in a manner more miserable than theirs. Within 3 to 4 minutes, their breaths grew faint, Yet they continued to curse Zhou Ming even in this dire state. As despair enveloped them, fear obliterated their remaining sanity, and they instinctively uttered curses towards Zhou Ming. When the final voice faded, the pitch-black sewer once again succumbed to silence. Zhou Ming did not rush to inspect the scene. He was indifferent to waiting a few more minutes. Moments later, amidst the sound of footsteps, Zhou Ming arrived at the spot where the lifeless bodies lay. Chapter 14, Inner City. I hope I do not respond to my enemies with impotent rage. Gazing at the figures enveloped in protective gear, devoid of any gruesome scenes, he observed only the fear etched upon their faces as they removed their masks to hurl curses. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of unease regarding his decision to eliminate the Cold Blade and his companions, yet he harbored no regrets. The unease he felt was merely a natural response for an ordinary person encountering such a scene for the first time. Zhou Ming understood that he had stepped into a world governed by the law of the jungle. He did not wish to confront his adversaries in this manner in the future. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ming began to collect his spoils. He disregarded all other items, merely securing the alliance coins from the Cold Blade and his group before dragging their bodies into the sewage pit. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, and the sewer was once again engulfed in darkness, save for the faint sounds of scurrying rats as they began to gather the food they required. At the extermination station, Zhou Ming organized his belongings and departed from the site. Upon witnessing Zhou Ming's safety, the exterminators exchanged glances, a shared thought emerging in their minds. The Cold Blade and his companions would never escape the sewer. Having left the extermination station, Zhou Ming chose not to take the tram back, instead opting to walk along the adjacent road. As he passed by a drainage ditch, he casually discarded the key to his storage locker, marking the end of his career as an exterminator. As night fell, Zhou Ming waited in the shadows of a dimly lit street illuminated by a few flickering lights. Although the street was shrouded in darkness, the shops on either side radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and the sounds of revelry could still be heard through the doors. This was the renowned Function Street in the southern part of the city, home to bars, nightclubs, and various entertainment establishments. A myriad of individuals gathered here to release the pressures of their hearts, only to rise again the next day to toil for their livelihoods. As Zhou Ming patiently awaited, a group of individuals emerged from a bar. "Brother Hu, shall we escort you home? Get lost, I don't need your help to handle my liquor." The suggestion from one member of the group was met with a jovial reprimand from the towering figure known as Brother Hu. "Haha Huang Mao. Have you had too much to drink? Why are you worrying about Brother Hu?" "Exactly. With Brother Hu's drinking capacity, he could down a few more bottles without issue. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Seizing the opportunity to flatter their leader, the others chimed in. The one who had initially suggested the escort quickly offered apologies. Amidst the laughter and playful banter, the group dispersed. "Damn, I've really had too much." Just a few steps away, Brother Hu felt a sudden urge to relieve himself, cursing as he stepped to the roadside to unbuckle his belt. As he prepared to let loose, a dark shadow surged forth, concealed by the night, directly targeting Brother Hu. A muffled thud. Before any sound could escape his lips, Brother Hu collapsed to the ground. After he fell, a shadow crept towards Zhou Ming, who had dispatched the first iron wire snake, careful not to allow any cries for help to summon unforeseen complications. After lingering for a few moments, Zhou Ming turned and left, leaving only a cold corpse behind. Zhou Ming, who had not returned home at such a late hour, came to assassinate Brother Hu for reasons unrelated to him, as Brother Hu was the elder brother of the Cold Blade. Brother Hu was also a rodent exterminator, but he had assembled his own team, directly establishing himself as the rodent overlord at another sewer entrance. The Cold Blade, being his younger brother, refrained from joining him, intending instead to seize the sewer entrance that Zhou Ming had occupied. Now that the Cold Blade was dead and Zhou Ming had survived, Brother Hu could easily sense the irregularities with a little inquiry. Given the bond between the two brothers, it was likely to stir up new troubles. Although Zhou Ming was a beast tamer, he was not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. He could easily fall victim to a sneak attack, poison, or a sudden knife strike. Therefore, it was wiser to eradicate all potential trouble at its roots, sparing him the waste of time and energy while also diminishing hidden dangers. Life is inherently filled with such troubles, and Zhou Ming's task was to minimize them, dedicating more time and energy to the path of becoming a beast tamer. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight pierced through the inadequately drawn curtains, illuminating Zhou Ming's face. It was a new day, ripe for endeavor. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Zhou Ming called out with a voice full of hope. As for yesterday's events, they seemed to have been completely forgotten by him. After rising and freshening up, Zhou Ming departed from the aptly named garden community, ready to commence his plans. Before long, the third tram to the inner city arrived at the station. Entering the carriage, Zhou Ming casually surveyed his surroundings. There were not many passengers heading into the inner city. The few passengers were neatly dressed, presumably office workers from the inner city, and upon noticing Zhou Ming's attire, they instinctively raised their chins. Zhou Ming merely smiled lightly and chose a seat at random. This time, Zhou Ming's destination was the Qinshan base in the inner city, which was divided into 4 outer cities, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, with Zhou Ming residing in the southern part of the city. The innermost area of the Qinshan base is known as the inner city, a delineation that is a common choice among the majority of bases. The inner city not only houses the upper echelons of the Qinshan base's citizens, but also contains its most significant institutional buildings. This time, Zhou Ming's destination is the inner city. As the tram sets in motion, the shops lining the streets have already opened their doors, and the pedestrians have begun their bustling day anew. Upon approaching the inner city, the surrounding scenery begins to manifest. Greenery adorns the streets, which are now cleaner and more orderly, and the buildings shed any sense of antiquity. Is this the inner city? Observing the ever-changing landscape, Zhou Ming finally perceives that in this extraordinary world, social stratification has become visibly apparent. Nevertheless, it appears that everyone has grown accustomed to this situation. The only distinction lies in whether one strives to ascend or becomes resigned to their current environment. After all, in a world where population is a vital resource, while the outer city cannot compare to the inner city, a semblance of normal life is still preserved. Beast tamers? Upon entering the inner city, Zhou Ming witnesses for the first time the beasts of others in this realm. Rampaging lions, swift wolves, and mighty apes. Though not ubiquitous, they are a stark contrast to what he has seen in the outer city, as if he has stepped into an entirely different realm. These towering beasts are carrying their masters along the way. Otherwise, Zhou Ming would not have had the opportunity to behold them. After consolidating his spiritual seed to become a beast master, Zhou Ming learned that through the use of special materials and techniques, a beast master can seal their beasts within their spiritual seed, allowing them to slumber there. This is the only method Zhou Ming is currently aware of for carrying a beast. He has yet to hear of any spatial items designated for that purpose. After all, space is not akin to public transport. Not everyone can manipulate it at will. Ding! The sound of the tram arriving at its destination resonates. Chapter 15, Xiao Yun. The Qinshan Library has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please do so in a timely manner. Although it is a bright sunny morning, the tram is not crowded, allowing Zhou Ming to alight without keeping the driver waiting. The Qinshan Library is the only library within the Qinshan base that is open to all. In addition to ordinary books, it features texts on various beasts and biological mutations. Even foundational knowledge for beast tamers can be found here. While most of the content is basic, it is more than sufficient for Zhou Ming. In his previous life, he had devoted nearly all his energy to meditation to consolidate his spiritual seed. After experiencing the mutation of the first iron wire snake, Zhou Ming realized that his meager reserve of knowledge would make it difficult to pursue the path of a beast master. At the very least, he must solidify his foundational knowledge. Otherwise, even if he were to receive a supreme secret tome, he would be unable to comprehend it. The library before him is a modest 3-story structure, built in a square shape, with slightly weathered walls that exude a sense of historical gravitas. After a cursory glance, Zhou Ming strides into the library's interior, encountering several fire hydrants and patrolling security personnel along the way, indicating that the Qinshan base places considerable importance on the library's security. He wonders if there are any beast masters stationed here. Hello, what do I need to do to borrow books? Upon entering the library's lobby, Zhou Ming approaches the reception desk situated near the main entrance. You will need to provide identification and apply for a library card. There are monthly and annual options. The monthly card costs 100 alliance coins and allows unlimited access to the library for 1 month, while the annual card costs 1,000 alliance coins and has the same benefits, but is valid for a year. A female receptionist with a ponytail promptly responds to Zhou Ming's inquiry with professionalism. Are there any restrictions? Can I freely enter and exit each floor? Wishing to avoid any trouble, Zhou Ming voices all his concerns, as his understanding of this world is limited to the simple memories of his past life. Yes, you may freely enter and exit each floor. However, please refrain from loud noises, disturb others, or damage the library's facilities and books. Any borrowed books must be registered and read in designated areas, but beyond that, there are no other restrictions. The receptionist displays no signs of impatience as she patiently elaborates on Zhou Ming's inquiries. Thank you. Please assist me in obtaining an annual card. Zhou Ming presents the required identification and 1,000 alliance coins, indicating his choice. Zhou Ming. Yes. Shortly after arriving in this world, Zhou Ming changed his name, substituting Ming for Ming, not only to signify his departure from his former self, but also to embody his aspiration to achieve remarkable feats akin to his name. My name is Xiao Yun. If you need assistance in the library, I can help within my capacity. The young woman, dressed simply yet exhibiting politeness, forms a favorable impression of Zhou Ming at first sight. After introducing herself, she kindly offers her support, though she does not overextend her promises to someone she has just met. Thank you, Yunjia. Zhou Ming smiles in gratitude towards the kind-hearted Xiao Yun, marking her as the second stranger to show him goodwill since his arrival in this world. Once the library card is processed, Zhou Ming refrains from further idle chatter with Xiao Yun and proceeds deeper into the library. The bright lights illuminate the interior, where rows upon rows of bookshelves stand, inhabited by only a few readers. I never imagined I, a poor student, would ultimately succumb to the torment of knowledge. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Ming shakes his head with a wry smile, yet he resolutely approaches the vast ocean of bookshelves, guided by signage. He locates the books he currently needs and heads to the registration desk, presenting his library card. He registers the borrowed materials and finds a designated study table to embark upon a new journey. The Origin of Beast Tamers, the Compendium of Beasts. Basic Knowledge for Beast Tamers, Fundamentals of Biology. None of these titles are particularly esoteric. Zhou Ming plans to first digest these few books before moving on to others. Fully prepared for a protracted battle, time flows gradually as Zhou Ming maintains a disciplined routine, transitioning from the late autumn through a winter devoid of snowfall, and into the unremarkable spring and summer. At a study desk on the third floor near the window, Zhou Ming gazes at the falling yellow leaves in the distance. Aware that another autumn has arrived, Zhou Ming has now spent precisely 1 year in this world, with his life largely revolving around this library. With the earnings he garnered from exterminating pests, supplemented by the generosity of Cold Knife and others, he has not had to worry about his living expenses throughout the year. The only significant change is that Zhou Ming has since tamed 3 iron wire snakes. To nurture them, after leaving the library, Zhou Ming releases them into the drainage system to hunt for hard-furred rats, which serve as nutritious prey due to their mutated blood and flesh. Moreover, during each hunt, Zhou Ming retains 1 ordinary iron wire snake for emergencies, while allowing the first snake to lead the hunting efforts. As ordinary iron wire snakes struggle against larger groups of hard-furred rats. Over the course of a year, Zhou Ming has not only amassed a wealth of foundational knowledge, but has also elevated his iron wire snakes to the pinnacle of their kind, with the first snake nearing the threshold of becoming a fierce beast. With its current venomous potency, it poses a threat to ordinary beasts. However, it still has a distance to traverse before it can confront formidable beasts head-on. Zhou Ming, are you not planning to eat? As Zhou Ming reminisces about the changes over the past year, Xiao Yun calls out to him from a distance. Yunjia, what brings you here? I plan to step out for a meal shortly. To maximize his time, Zhou Ming typically has a hearty breakfast and remains in the library during lunch, only to indulge in a substantial dinner afterward. Oh, you. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's response, Xiao Yun could only shake her head in resignation. I knew you wouldn't eat. I've prepared some simple meals for you. Over the course of a year spent in the library, Zhou Ming had essentially commuted alongside the staff, and Xiao Yun had witnessed his dedication. Although she did not harbor romantic feelings for the polite and ambitious Zhou Ming, she regarded him as a younger brother, particularly after learning about his background. Frequently, she would bring him meals as a gesture of care. Chapter 16, Farewell. Yunjia has brought food for Zhou Ming again. Is there any for me? At that moment, a slightly plump young man with squinty eyes approached. Upon seeing the lunchbox in Xiao Yun's hands, he immediately grinned. Ready to scrounge a meal. Wang Yan, how dare you mooch? You're the type who fishes for 3 days and suns himself for 2. Do you want an apple? Yes, if it's a gift from Yunjia, I would eat even a piece of dirt. Seeing the cheeky Wang Yan, Xiao Yun tossed the apple to him before placing the meal on Zhou Ming's desk. Thank you, Yunjia. Noticing the neatly arranged utensils and the open lunchbox, Zhou Ming accepted Xiao Yun's kind gesture. Just don't be like Wang Yan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted my time acknowledging you as my brother. Upon hearing himself used as a negative example, Wang Yan felt the apple in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. He bit into it with a crunch, as if to resist Xiao Yun's admonition. What? Are you unhappy just because I said a couple of words? How could I be? I simply find Yunjia's apples exceptionally delicious. Look, I'm almost done with the core. With a faint smile, Zhou Ming began to savor the meal prepared by Yunjia. Having grown acquainted with the optimistic Wang Yan during his time at the library, their situations bore some resemblance, particularly regarding their beast-taming talents. Both could sense mental energy through meditation, but their average aptitude made it difficult to condense mental seeds. Coming from the outer city, the most likely outcome for them was to lead ordinary lives. Their only hope lay in marrying and having children with exceptional beast-taming abilities, thus elevating their entire families. However, while Wang Yan had yet to exert himself, his father had established a commendable career and recently experienced a bit of financial success. Yet, Wang Yan faced a dilemma. If his father funded his admission to Qingshan Beast Tamer University, there would be insufficient resources left for anything else. Conversely, if they invested in meditation resources for Wang Yan, it would prevent him from entering the only Beast Tamer University in Qingshan. Ultimately, he chose the latter. With resource support, he believed he could eventually become a Beast Tamer, while attending Qingshan University would likely only equip him with knowledge, leading him to a mundane teaching career at an ordinary school. After all, fewer than 100 individuals in the entire Qingshan base achieved the professional level of Beast Tamer. He refused to sacrifice a hard-earned opportunity for a minuscule chance of success, content with becoming an ordinary apprentice-level Beast Tamer. Consequently, like Zhou Ming, Wang Yan planned to utilize the public library in Qingshan to learn basic beast taming knowledge. Their shared experiences at the library fostered a friendship between them. As for Xiao Yun, she became acquainted with Wang Yan through Zhou Ming. However, due to Wang Yan's dwindling time at the library, Xiao Yun found herself using him as a cautionary tale. After Zhou Ming finished his meal, Xiao Yun reminded him to eat on time before departing with the utensils. During lunchtime, the library was mostly empty, allowing Wang Yan and Xiao Yun to share some lighthearted banter. With the meal period nearing its end and patrons expected to arrive, Xiao Yun prepared for the afternoon's work. Zhou Ming, look at how good Yunjie looks and how kind she is. The only issue is that she is 3 years older than you. They say a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. You should seize this opportunity. Once Xiao Yun left, Wang Yan teased with a smirk. Get lost. As for Wang Yan's misguided intentions, Zhou Ming shot him a glance before turning his focus back to the book, Guide to Beast Manipulation. Seriously, brother, this is sincere advice. Noticing Zhou Ming's indifference, Wang Yan continued to encourage him. If someone comes to read, and you don't want to be kicked out, you should keep quiet. Zhou Ming was aware of Wang Yan's weak point. If his father found out he had been thrown out of the library, he would certainly react furiously. Wang Yan had once recounted how, after his father learned he rarely visited the library, he received a severe beating and was threatened with the idea of cutting off his resources. Without that incident, the contented Wang Yan might have relied on his father's resources to grind his way to the apprentice level of Beast Tamer. Seeing Zhou Ming's reluctance to engage further, Wang Yan abandoned his attempts to persuade him. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Ming, Wang Yan began to immerse himself in the book on the path to wealth for beast tamers, the source of which remained a mystery. Absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, Zhou Ming was startled to find the sun had set by the time he completed Guide to Beast Manipulation. When he glanced up at Wang Yan, he noticed that the latter had already slipped away, demonstrating some awareness not to disturb Zhou Ming's concentration. It's time to head out. With the book closed, Zhou Ming, having prepared for a year, began to devise a new plan. Beyond merely filling gaps in his foundational knowledge, he needed to find ways to enhance his abilities. Additionally, the effectiveness of his basic meditation technique had plateaued, presenting him with two possible solutions. One was to supplement it with beast tamer resources, and the other was to acquire a superior meditation method. However, neither of these options could be found within the library's offerings. Only through his own efforts could he obtain them. After returning the book to the registration desk, Zhou Ming made his way downstairs. Noticing Xiao Yun was absent, he waited at the library entrance. Zhou Ming, are you waiting for me? While they occasionally left the library together, Zhou Ming typically refrained from waiting for Xiao Yun to avoid any misunderstandings. Yunjie, I might not be coming tomorrow. Xiao Yun was surprised but had somewhat anticipated this. Is this your farewell? Even if you don't come, does that mean you want to acknowledge me as your sister? Taking a moment to compose herself, Xiao Yun spoke in a teasing tone. How could that be? Zhou Ming felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Xiao Yun. In this unfamiliar world, he had finally found a close friend, a kindred spirit. Remember to call me. As the library's transport arrived, Xiao Yun waved her phone to signify the need to keep in touch before dashing towards the vehicle. As for why they hadn't arranged a gathering, perhaps Xiao Yun did not perceive this farewell as a separation. Waving goodbye, Zhou Ming watched her leave with a smile, realizing he understood Xiao Yun's sentiments. Chapter 17, The Hunter. Hey! As Zhou Ming left the library to return home, he suddenly heard a strange voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man with tousled hair looking at him with an unfriendly expression. More accurately, he appeared to be a teenager. A hint of stubble suggested he was entering a phase of maturity. What do you want? Zhou Ming asked, slightly puzzled by the unfamiliar youth. Keep your distance from my sister. She is not someone you should associate with. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately grasped the situation. You are Xiao Lei, the younger brother of Xiao Yun. Zhou Ming possesses a certain understanding of Xiao Yun's family background. Hailing from the outskirts, Xiao Yun is blessed with a brother, Xiao Lei, who possesses an exceptionally high talent for beast taming. By the age of 14, he was able to successfully perceive the spiritual sea. Alongside this early recognition, Xiao Lei's innate spiritual power far exceeds that of his peers. Upon graduating from middle school at 15, he successfully condensed his spiritual seed and was specially recruited by Yunhai University, exempted from all expenses and provided with additional resources for his development. It was due to Xiao Lei's abilities that Xiao Yun's family was relocated to the inner city by the Qinshan base, where jobs were arranged for them. Xiao Yun works as a receptionist at the library, which may seem unremarkable, yet it ensures a stable income from public funds, with guaranteed safety, transport to and from work, and various benefits. Should Xiao Yun desire, she could easily spend her days idly at the library. I do not care how good your relationship is with my sister. It would be best if you refrain from approaching him further. An ice wolf, towering at shoulder height and the size of a calf, appeared before Zhou Ming. Its stunning snow-white fur concealing a strong physique and razor-sharp claws that exuded a bone-chilling aura. Upon sensing its master's intent, the ice wolf lowered its body and emitted a low growl. Noticing that the ice wolf was poised to pounce and rend him apart, Zhou Ming's gaze narrowed. Aware that the iron snake coiled beneath his clothing could reveal its lethal fangs at any moment. Humph, this is the disparity. In the face of Zhou Ming, Xiao Lei did not issue a command for the beast to attack. Instead, he arrogantly remarked before retracting the ice wolf and departing. The surrounding pedestrians, relieved that no conflict erupted, quickly set aside their concerns, as skirmishes between powerful beings often wreak havoc on ordinary lives. However, once Xiao Lei had left, discussions immediately arose regarding the ice wolf, a rare beast in the inner city. Despite the Qinshan base housing 300,000 to 400,000 people, the number of beast tamers is only 20,000 to 30,000. Excluding those belonging to various hunting teams and the official count maintained by the Qinshan base. It is indeed uncommon to encounter a beast tamer in the inner city, let alone one with such a remarkable beast. Little brat. Although Xiao Lei was only a few years older, Zhou Ming felt an urge to teach him a lesson for his pretentious maturity. After Xiao Lei's departure, Zhou Ming sensed scrutinizing gazes from all around, prompting him to casually board an electric vehicle to leave, planning to transfer at the next stop. He did not ponder deeply about why Xiao Lei had returned abruptly from Yunhai Beast Tamer University. However, upon returning to his residence, his phone rang. This was the low-end phone he had purchased to stay in contact with Xiao Yun and Wang Yan. Its capabilities were uncertain, but it certainly had a powerful ringtone. Without much thought, Zhou Ming knew it was a call from Xiao Yun. The phone, which had not signaled an incoming call, connected and Xiao Yun's voice came through, tinged with urgency. It turned out that news of the incident at the library had reached Xiao Yun, and she immediately deduced that her brother, just returned to the Qinshan base, was responsible. After reproaching Xiao Lei, Xiao Yun promptly called to check on Zhou Ming, inquiring if he was all right. In response to Xiao Yun's concern, Zhou Ming offered reassurances, successfully dissuading her from coming to see him. It seemed that someone was in for a scolding from their sister that evening. After hanging up, a mischievous smile crept across Zhou Ming's lips. He had a fair understanding of Xiao Yun's character. She was gentle on the outside yet resolute and opinionated within. It would be surprising if Xiao Lei managed to threaten him without incurring her wrath. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel envious of Xiao Lei's talent and beast-taming prowess. Zhou Ming offered a fair assessment of Xiao Lei. Having turned his thoughts away, he drifted into sleep, for tomorrow awaited him with tasks to accomplish. The next day, within the inner city of the Qinshan base, Zhou Ming did not visit the Qinshan library near the southern district, but instead made his way to the Hunters Guild closer to the northern city. The history of the Hunters Guild can be traced back to the inception of the Alliance. It is a semi-official organization. Its primary aim is to utilize civilian power to combat ferocious beasts and foreign tribes. Any citizen of the Blue Star Alliance can apply to become a hunter here, armed with their identification. In addition to earning bounties, they can accrue points within the Hunters Guild, which can be exchanged for equipment and knowledge pertaining to beast taming, including the elusive knowledge and materials necessary for advancement. This approach not only stimulates the enthusiasm of hunters, but also nurtures latent wild beast tamers. Wild beast tamers are individuals of average aptitude who lack sufficient resources to support their journey. They become beast tamers by condensing their spiritual seeds for various reasons. Much like Zhou Ming, missing the prime opportunity for education and lacking resources to study at a beast tamer university, they resort to becoming hunters to gather resources and knowledge independently. Furthermore, another motivation for becoming wild beast tamers lies in the desire to remain unregistered by the Alliance. These individuals harbor their own secrets. Observing the fierce countenances of the hunters around him, clad in leather armor or combat gear, Zhou Ming walked calmly into the bustling and noisy hall of the Hunters Guild. For an ordinary young man to enter the Hunters Hall, some idle hunters regarded him with curiosity. However, Zhou Ming paid them no heed. Whether out of curiosity or an intention to dissuade impulsive newcomers, several hunters began to toy with their daggers and combat knives, seeking to entertain themselves while warding off the naive. Yet, these seemingly unsavory hunters were among the few within this profession who adhered to certain principles. As for the firearms they bore, due to weapon control regulations, all firearms were stored at designated locations at the city gates. Zhou Ming turned with a smile to these hunters, signaling his readiness. Having done his homework on the Hunters Guild and its members, he reciprocated their goodwill with a grin. Whistle, whistle. Upon witnessing Zhou Ming's reaction, the earlier hunters began to whistle. A commendable young man. Not bad. He wasn't intimidated. Haha. Perhaps recalling something, laughter erupted in the hall. I would like to apply to become a hunter. At the reception desk, Zhou Ming stated his intention. Chapter 18. The journey begins. Within the Qinshan Hunters Guild Hall. The earlier incident was merely an initiation ritual for newcomers, and upon seeing Zhou Ming maintain his composure, the hunters lost interest in the amusement. Some resumed their pre-selected tasks, while others began to submit their completed assignments or sought suitable partners. As for Zhou Ming, he would either blend into the crowd unnoticed or create waves that would capture everyone's attention once more. Hello, what level of hunter would you like to apply for? The staff at the Hunters Guild, hearing Zhou Ming's request, greeted him with a formal demeanor, inquiring about the level of hunter he wished to apply for. Young individuals like Zhou Ming were not uncommon in the guild, often merely seeking the title of hunter. Whiteboard. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's answer, the receptionist smiled slightly, confirming her initial guess. This was her way of finding amusement in the monotony of her work, predicting the levels applicants would seek. Please fill out this form. The receptionist skillfully produced a form. The hunter levels at the Hunters Guild are categorized from lowest to highest as black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, corresponding to the ranks of beast tamers from apprentice to legendary sanctifier. Beyond these 4 levels, there exist 2 special classifications, whiteboard and title. The whiteboard corresponds to ordinary individuals, while the title level is awarded to beast tamers who have achieved legendary sanctifier status upon completing the highest tier tasks, conferred by both the Alliance and the Guild. Currently, the only hunter to attain the prestigious title is Lu Yunxiao, the president of the Hunter Guild, who bears the title of Dragon Slayer. Unwilling to reveal his identity as a beast master, Zhou Ming casually filled in the blank space for rank on the form with the words whiteboard. During his year in the library, Zhou Ming perused numerous books, yet he found no examples akin to his situation. For the sake of his safety, Zhou Ming preferred to keep his identity as a beast master concealed. After all, he had gained profound insights into the development and promotion of the beast master profession over the past year. The path paved with the bones of beast masters is not merely laid by selfless contributors, but also by many willing, ordinary individuals. Upon his arrival in this world, Zhou Ming had never envisioned himself as a candle illuminating others, let alone sacrificing his own body to forge a broad road for others. The application process for the whiteboard level hunter was straightforward. Once Zhou Ming completed the form, the staff member attending to him confirmed that there were no issues with the information provided and handed him a badge emblazoned with the Hunter Guild's emblem. In the days to come, as long as Zhou Ming completed a sufficient number of bounty tasks and maintained a success rate above the required threshold, he would ascend to the status of a formal Black Iron Hunter. Apart from the initial task application requiring an assessment of his strength, promotions within the Hunter Guild are contingent upon the quantity, difficulty, and success rate of the tasks undertaken. Having become a part of the Hunter Guild, Zhou Ming assimilated into the atmosphere of the guild hall, continually seeking suitable bounty tasks. The entire process unfolded smoothly, devoid of any unexpected incidents. No one was foolish enough to cause trouble within the Hunter Guild, nor did any exceptionally talented individuals with remarkable backgrounds venture out to seek companionship for their adventures. As a whiteboard-level hunter, Zhou Ming held little value in the eyes of other hunter teams and hunting groups, resulting in no invitations extended to him. After strolling around, Zhou Ming acquired a general understanding of the primary tasks hunters undertake: hunting ferocious beasts, collecting rare plants, exploring uncharted territories, and gathering special resources. Upon spotting several unrestricted and long-term item acquisition tasks, he promptly departed from the Hunter Guild. Having read extensively on wilderness survival, Zhou Ming understood that venturing into the wild was an inevitable experience for every beast master, and he would not squander the opportunity to accumulate knowledge on outdoor survival. After having lunch, Zhou Ming began procuring the necessary equipment and supplies. While his finances sufficed for his daily needs, the exorbitant prices of hunter gear left him somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, he managed to purchase essential equipment: a wilderness jacket, exploration boots, a backpack, rations, a water bottle, a flint, and basic medical supplies. With his newly acquired provisions in hand, Zhou Ming returned to the Nanxing Huayuan community, planning to rest well for the night before departing from the Qingshan base to begin his wilderness adventure. Ding! Arriving at the North City Gate. Passengers disembarking. Please do so promptly. The announcement from the tram prompted passengers to exit quickly, and within moments, the carriage was left nearly empty. Zhou Ming, seated at the rear, waited until the last few passengers, burdened with their bags, had disembarked before leisurely making his way out of the carriage. "Brother, renting firearms?" Upon alighting, Zhou Ming was immediately surrounded by several men. Had it not been for the promotional brochures they were holding, he might have mistaken them for robbers. "Take a look at our company's classic revolver, the Thor 2, powerful and with no risk of jamming. One shot for every small beast. Don't listen to him, brother. You should consider our company's Storm Series rifles. The firepower is paramount." Before he could finish, another individual squeezed in, exclaiming, "Look at mine. The Kamikaze Rescue Team, your assurance for safe exploration. A single arrow pierces the clouds, bringing forth legions to your aid." The last salesman even resorted to reciting their company's promotional slogan. Enough. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, causing the group to fall silent. Within the Qingshan library, Zhou Ming had learned a few simple techniques for utilizing mental energy. "Gentlemen, I do not require rental firearms, nor do I need rescue services." He then glanced at the man brandishing a large advertisement and added, "And I certainly do not need artillery." Perhaps due to his connection with the Iron Snake as a beast master, Zhou Ming's narrowed eyes resembled those of a serpent, ominous and perilous. The salesman present quickly realized that the youth before them was no novice, or rather, not an ordinary individual. Offering forced smiles, they discreetly withdrew, seeking new clientele. After their departure, Zhou Ming adjusted his cap and proceeded toward the city gate. As for the salesman he had just encountered, he was somewhat familiar with their kind. Firearm rental salesmen, or rather, arms dealers, thrived on the inability to bring firearms into the city, extending their services to rentals. Many small hunter teams or solitary hunters opted for this cost-effective method to acquire the firearms they needed, merely needing to pay a rental fee along with a deposit equivalent to the weapon's value, and they would not incur storage fees upon returning. However, should one perish in the wild, it would effectively result in the exorbitant purchase of the weapon. As for ammunition and other consumables, these could only be obtained through purchase. With no possibility of returning spent cartridges, the so-called Kamikaze Rescue Team was nothing short of a trap. Payment was required upfront for their services, and if no rescue was performed, a portion of the fee would be refunded. However, in reality, when danger struck, the Kamikaze Rescue Team typically only pretended to act, as they would pocket the full fee if no rescue was executed. Rumor has it that the Kamikaze Rescue Team has undergone numerous name changes over the years. Of course, they are not foolish. When they perceive that a client is likely to escape danger unscathed, they will intervene merely as a means of luring in novices. Zhou Ming could only shake his head at such individuals. Throughout history, there have always been those who profit from the misfortunes of others. At the city gate, hunters preparing to venture out formed a long queue. The Qingshan base opens its gates for just 1 hour each morning and afternoon, prohibiting entry or exit for anyone else without special permission. The exit inspection was simple, primarily checking for any fugitives attempting to infiltrate, with only a few soldiers stationed. However, as he passed through the gates of the Qingshan base and glanced back, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Cannons as thick as a person's torso emanated an aura of destruction, while machine guns as thick as an arm stood ready as battlefield reapers. And concealed missile launchers were prepared for high-speed, formidable beasts. On the city walls, various beast masters with unique sensory abilities stood guard against special types of beasts and foreign entities attempting to infiltrate. When a black canine beast, towering to Zhou Ming's chest, fixed its gaze upon him, he swiftly turned and walked into the wilderness. He had no desire for the city defense forces to mistake him for a spy. Should the machine guns atop the walls open fire, he would have no choice but to become nothing more than a pile of flesh. Even in death, it would be a meaningless demise. Given the status of the city defense forces, few factions could contend with them within the Qingshan base, especially since his own background was that of an orphan. Upon leaving the Qingshan base, Zhou Ming did not immediately plunge into the wilderness, as the area within a 10-kilometer radius surrounding the base was designated as a safe zone. Periodically, the Qingshan base would dispatch personnel to eliminate beasts within this perimeter. This was not only to eradicate hidden threats, but also to ensure the safety of crops within the safe zone. With a population of 30 to 40,000, the daily food consumption at the Qingshan base was immense, and the emergency hydroponic cultivation technology within the base could not sustain them for long. Fortunately, due to environmental changes, both the yield and growth duration of crops had improved. Even if they were occasionally damaged by beasts or animals, it would not significantly impact the Qingshan base. Even if everything were to be destroyed, the provisions stored at QNSHN base would suffice until the newly cultivated crops reached maturity. Zhuming's extensive knowledge primarily stemmed from the intentional dissemination of information by the officials at QNSHN base, aimed at preventing public panic in the face of potential crises and averting unnecessary calamities. Reflecting on his memories, Zhuming marveled at humanity's resilience. Haha, my friend. Speed up. A thunderous roar echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw a Yling, one battle vehicle speeding by, undeterred by the uneven terrain beneath it. Zhum had previously encountered an introduction to this armored vehicle in the library. It boasted exceptional off-road capabilities and durability, with powerful horsepower and an exterior encased in alloy armor, able to withstand collisions with low-tier ferocious beasts. Most importantly, this vehicle was powered by a special energy crystal, providing it with prolonged endurance. Additionally, it was equipped with a heavy machine gun utilizing armor-piercing rounds, making it formidable against most threats, barring high-tier beasts. The Yling, one alone, was valued at over 10 million Alliance coins, leading Zhum to speculate that it belonged to this team as private equipment. Bloodwolf, look, a little puppy has emerged. As the vehicle sped past him, the burly man who had called for increased speed teased Zhum, whose gear appeared quite modest. Before Zhum could hear the burly man's companion's response, the Yling, one had already left him far behind, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Observing the departing vehicle, Zhum chose not to dwell on the incident. He held no grudge over a mere jest. Such encounters were likely to occur frequently, and he had neither the energy nor inclination to squander his precious time on trivial matters. As long as they did not obstruct his path, he would remain unperturbed. Otherwise, he would decisively eliminate any hindrance and continue onward. Hey, what a little puppy, too afraid to utter a single word behind our backs. This was the Steelheart hunting team. It was somewhat fortunate for a newcomer to be the subject of their mockery. Nearby, several hunters witnessed the event and began to exchange taunts among themselves. Compared to the earlier burly man, their tone was laced with more malicious sarcasm. However, Zhum had no intention of provoking a confrontation and swiftly took a small side path shaded by trees to depart. Given that they were armed and situated in an open area, he was at a disadvantage. As for why he did not equip himself similarly, the answer was simple: lack of funds. Moreover, firearms could not unleash their full potential simply by being acquired. In the wilderness, they were primarily used against mutated animals and low-tier ferocious beasts, and the recoil could be quite formidable. Even if an ordinary person could endure it, accuracy would be a challenge. The Iron Snake's adaptability lay in its agility, flexibility, and resistance to toxins. A year of training had only slightly enhanced Zhum's physical capabilities beyond that of an average person, and thus he could not wield powerful firearms effectively. Consequently, to Zhum, firearms were more like indicators that revealed his position. Noticing Zhum endure the taunts of his adversaries and swiftly retreat into the sheltered side path, the group exchanged glances before proceeding. They refrained from pursuing him further, for those who could swallow their pride were either not weak in character or were capable of striking from the shadows. Surviving in the wilderness, these hunters were not mere amateurs and preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Zhum continued his journey, the vegetation around him grew increasingly lush. Observing this, he summoned the Iron Snake hidden on his person, leaving only the strongest, number 1. Unfolding a standard exploration map, readily available for purchase, Zhum began to advance toward his predetermined destination. Chapter 20. Hunting. Hiss hiss. A nearly 10-meter-long giant python, entirely clad in black scales, slithered slowly through the dimly lit forest. The dense foliage above shielded it from sunlight, while also concealing it from aerial predators. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. In such an environment, the black-scaled python ruled supreme. However, today it sensed the presence of other serpents encroaching upon its territory. Lacking intelligence, the black-scaled python could still discern from the lingering sense that this unfamiliar intruder did not belong to the category of ferocious beasts. Though it did not comprehend the term ferocious beast, it understood that there were entities it could not confront. Yet, the scent it detected was an exception. From a tree several meters away from the giant python, a pair of bright eyes fixated on the creature, those of Zhum, who had been in the wilderness for several days. His body was cloaked with vegetation that emitted stimulating scents, demonstrating that Zhum had come prepared to obscure his presence and mask his own scent. Furthermore, the area was infused with the scent deliberately left by his number 1 Iron Snake, continuously disrupting the black-scaled python's perception. Nevertheless, the black-scaled python seemed to sense something amiss and began to inch closer to the tree where Zhum was concealed. Crack, crack. The sound of several dried leaves crunching echoed softly, nearly imperceptible, yet jarringly loud in the tranquil surroundings. The black-scaled python immediately coiled its body, ready to confront the impending danger. Although its reaction was swift, the Iron Snake's ambush was even faster, having lain in wait beneath the dry leaves. Disoriented by the scent left by the first mutated Iron Snake, the black-scaled python failed to detect the other Iron Snakes lurking beneath the leaves. As it entered the trap Zhum had set, he immediately commanded his iron snakes to launch their attack. Bang! The thick layer of fallen leaves was violently displaced as the black-scaled python struck with its tail, sending decaying foliage scattering into the air. Upon realizing that the slender iron snake was the source of the attack, it retaliated with a powerful lash of its tail. In the distraction caused by the black-scaled python, the number 1 iron snake had already approached its heart, leaving 2 puncture wounds with its tiny fangs. With the ambush successful, Zhum commanded the iron snakes to disperse, while the assailants swiftly retreated. Although the black-scaled python was not venomous, its immense physique and tough scales posed a significant threat to the iron snake's safety. Seeing the iron snakes flee from various angles, the black-scaled python hesitated, but that very hesitation meant it would leave none behind for its own demise. Bang! This time, the noise emitted by the black-scaled python was considerably less frantic. The paralyzing venom had reached its heart, rendering it unable to lift its head. As it writhed involuntarily on the spot, hidden nearby, Zhum smiled with delight at the success of his plan. The dispersed iron snakes reassembled around him, as the tamer and his beasts patiently awaited the moment of the black-scaled python's demise. Minutes later, the struggling black-scaled python finally stilled. Once assured there was no lingering threat, Zhum nimbly descended to the ground. It's time to feast. He refrained from approaching to collect the massive python's skin or slice off a portion of its succulent flesh. Instead, he commanded the iron snakes to consume the black-scaled python before him. During his year at QNSHN Library, Zhum had learned that the potential of a tamed beast was not singular, with ample resources. Even a pig could ascend to the status of a beast king. The sole concern was cost-effectiveness. Given his circumstances, Zhum could only cultivate the best and most suitable iron snakes available to him. Even if he elevated his mental acuity to the pinnacle of an apprentice, the limits of humanity would confine him, and the quality of the divided mental seeds would only suffice to control mutated animals. As for ferocious beasts, even their young were beyond his reach, a disparity of quality. In venturing into the wilderness, Zhum sought not only resources, but also the opportunity to enhance the strength of his iron snakes. As a serpent, the black-scaled python's mutated flesh was particularly advantageous for augmenting the power of the iron snakes. As the iron-scaled serpent's blood, still unfrozen, flowed into the belly of the iron wire snake, digestion commenced. Standing nearby, Zhou Ming was not idle. He immediately began to assist his beast in the consumption of its meal, just as he had previously employed mental techniques to intimidate ordinary individuals. Mastering the art of digestion was a fundamental skill for a beast master, one he had acquired from the library. The purpose of this technique was to facilitate the rapid digestion of food by his beast, thereby enhancing its absorption capacity. It can be said that this method actively aids in the cultivation of one's beast. However, digestion as a basic technique merely accelerates the ability to absorb food. To truly unlock its potential, the only solution lies in monetary investment. Although this would not directly elevate one's rank, it would significantly enhance the growth rate within the same tier. This situation pertains to fierce beasts, while Zhou Ming's iron wire snake is merely a common variant. With the first iron wire snake being at most a half-step pseudo-fierce beast, the effects of the digestion technique were markedly beneficial for them. Thus he planned to feed the entire black-scaled python to the iron wire snake. The only requirement was time. By tomorrow, he anticipated he would be able to thoroughly process the essence from the black-scaled python's body. Observing the python carcass before him, Zhou Ming estimated how long it would take. As the 6 iron wire snakes voraciously consumed the flesh and blood of the black-scaled python, Zhou Ming focused on controlling the first iron wire snake to avoid overeating, while allowing the other 5 to indulge freely. Overindulgence would render them incapable of responding to unforeseen dangers, at the very least. The strongest first iron wire snake needed to retain its combat capability. Moreover, given the first iron wire snake's strength, the benefits from the python's blood and flesh were not as pronounced, making it wiser to ensure its own safety. Before long, the iron wire snakes could eat no more, prompting Zhou Ming to begin meditating beneath a sturdy tree to restore his mental energy. The first iron wire snake swam continuously around him, ensuring his safety. Although the other satiated iron wire snakes could hardly move, they still possessed basic vigilance and patrolled the dimly lit forest surroundings. With the aid of his capable companions, Zhou Ming spent 2 days in this deserted forest, alternating between meditation and assisting his beasts in digesting the python's flesh. On the 3rd day, gazing at the desiccated remains of the black-scaled python, he resumed his journey towards his destination. Chapter 21, Lion Griffin. In a stone cave 2 meters deep beneath a rocky outcrop, Zhou Ming was playfully interacting with the newly tamed iron wire snake, which was now nudging his finger with its small, bean-sized head. His expedition into the wilderness to seek new iron wire snakes as his beasts was a part of Zhou Ming's grand design. It was impractical to rely solely on wealth for acquiring iron wire snakes. He would require at least 20 million alliance coins to implant all his mental seeds. Zhou Ming was no wealthy magnate. Since he had ventured into the wild, it seemed more prudent to capture iron wire snakes for himself. With the first iron wire snake already guiding him, locating additional ones was not a daunting task, as he had successfully captured 4 more during his travels. After a brief interaction with his new beast, Zhou Ming took out a map to reflect on his journey over the past few days. If all went according to plan, he would reach the Snake Valley by tomorrow. Assessing the remaining distance, he calculated the time needed and resolved to rest before setting out the next day. Although the journey had primarily involved the efforts of the iron wire snakes, Zhou Ming's stamina had been largely expended on travel, yet given his physical condition, his endurance thus far was commendable. For the sake of safety and the accomplishment of his goals, Zhou Ming knew he needed a good night's rest to continue his journey. As for the Snake Valley Zhou Ming mentioned, it was a narrow gorge located over 100 kilometers north of the Qin mountain base, inhabited by various types of serpents. Here, he could not only find a plethora of iron wire snakes, but also suitable prey for his beasts. Noticing that the sky was growing dark, Zhou Ming instructed his iron wire snakes to stand guard and took out a piece of jerky the size of his thumb, which constituted his sustenance for the day. This was a product of specially processed fierce beast meat and medicinal herbs. Although small in size, a single piece could fulfill Zhou Ming's energy requirements for an entire day. He placed the jerky in his mouth, allowing saliva to soften it before he began to chew on the now swollen morsel. After finishing the jerky and taking a sip of water, he curled up in the cave and fell asleep. Fortunately, his windbreaker had the effect of maintaining a constant temperature. Otherwise, he would surely catch a cold by morning. The following day, atop a cliff, the cool autumn wind howled incessantly. Zhou Ming, gazing from a height, looked towards a nearby valley that appeared as a great fissure in the earth. This was the Snake Valley, a renowned location surrounding the Qin mountain base. It served as a boundary. South of the valley, extending over 100 kilometers to the Qin mountain base, was primarily filled with low-tier fierce beasts and mutated animals. Apart from the safe zones. Conversely, to the north of the valley lay high-tier fierce beasts and the rarer, lord-level predators. This narrow stretch of land, over 100 kilometers, had been established as a buffer zone over 300 years since the Qin mountain base's founding, thanks to countless hunters. With Zhou Ming's current strength, he was not yet qualified to venture into the northern side of the Snake Valley. His present goal was to seek out iron wire snakes and enhance the strength of his beasts. After scouting the route, Zhou Ming released his iron wire snakes to remain vigilant and proceeded towards the Snake Valley. As he drew nearer, the hissing sounds of serpents grew more numerous, with countless unseen snakes sliding across the ground. Fortunately, Zhou Ming had grown accustomed to these sounds. Otherwise, the initial encounter would have been unbearable. Upon reaching the Snake Valley, Zhou Ming did not charge in recklessly, but instead set up a temporary camp beneath a massive boulder at the valley's entrance. This campsite was strategically positioned to monitor any incoming visitors while avoiding encirclement by various serpents deeper in the valley. It had taken Zhou Ming considerable time to find this location. As per his plan, he intended to stay for at least a month. Otherwise, the iron wire snakes would not experience significant growth and strength. While establishing the camp, to prevent ambushes by other venomous snakes, Zhou Ming allowed 10 iron wire snakes to leave sufficient scent around the campsite, marking it as their territory. As for why he did not prepare snake-repelling powder, Zhou Ming surveyed the sprawling Snake Valley and opted against it, regardless of the powder's efficacy. He was more concerned about provoking the mutated venomous snakes or those at the fierce beast level within the valley. Throughout his journey, Zhou Ming had relied on self-taught wilderness survival knowledge and the assistance of the iron wire snakes to circumvent areas where fierce beast traces were evident. He did not wish to attract unwanted attention to his dwelling place by making it conspicuous for curious visitors. At night, Zhou Ming refrained from lighting a fire at the camp, as that privilege belonged to the strong in the wild. Under the faint starlight, he endured the cacophony of hissing and slithering sounds, managing to fall into a restless sleep while 10 iron wire snakes took turns guarding his safety. Had he not been mindful of needing the iron wire snake's assistance the following day, Zhou Ming would have preferred to have all 10 of them guard him through the night. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, reminiscent of a sound that could shatter stone. The noise jolted Zhou Ming from his dreams, and he immediately sat up, gazing skyward. Upon catching a glimpse of the source of the sound, he swiftly retreated into a crevice in the rocks. He had been careless. Recognizing the owner of the sound, Zhou Ming realized that while the Snake Valley was a favorable place for him, it also served as a dining table for certain fierce beasts. The source of the sound was an adult lion griffin, possessing the strength of a high-tier fierce beast. With the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, measuring over 5 meters in length not including its tail, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Zhou Ming estimated his weight to be at least several tons, and he could only wonder what manner of force allowed such a creature to soar freely through the sky. At that moment, he felt no inclination to ponder this mystery. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that this being was far beyond his capacity to provoke. Even if he possessed 10, 100, or 1,000 Taisyan snakes, they would be utterly ineffectual. Within the Qingshan library, Zhou Ming had gleaned insights into the formidable prowess of the griffin from the monstrous bestiary he had borrowed. The griffin, apart from its soul-stirring cry that could instill fear, lacked any other extraordinary abilities. However, it boasted lightning-fast speed and a body as resilient as steel, with talons and beak powerful enough to rend through alloy armor. Aside from the absence of further unique capabilities, the griffin was the epitome of a perfect hunting machine. The Taisyan snakes would not only fail to breach its defenses, but even their venom would have no effect in dulling the creature's senses. Fortunately, concealed within the crevices of stone, Zhou Ming found solace in the fact that he was overlooked by this creature, which seemed indifferent to his mere 100+ pounds of flesh. Otherwise, he would have been but a banquet delivered to its doorstep. The piercing cry of the eagle struck Zhou Ming's spirit like a violent tempest, and he continuously reassured himself as he remained hidden. After a brief interval, upon witnessing the griffin seize a massive python and ascend into the sky, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He began to grasp the dangers of the wilderness, while simultaneously, the fantastical aspects of the blue star unveiled themselves before him, no longer merely a figment of literary imagination. Chapter 22, Spiritual Artifacts. More than half a month later, in the middle section of Snake Valley, a solitary figure progressed slowly. With disheveled hair, an uneven beard, and a layer of grime upon his visage, it was Zhou Ming, who had been in the wilderness for nearly a month. Thankfully, the outdoor combat jacket he had purchased for 10,000 alliance coins proved its worth. Otherwise, passers-by might have mistaken him for a wild man foraging for sustenance. However, compared to his previous state, Zhou Ming's gaze now sparkled with a newfound intensity, imbued with a hint of fierceness. As he advanced further, serpents of various kinds instinctively recoiled, seemingly unwilling to engage him. The reason for this was not only the 30 or so Taisyan snakes that flanked him, rallying support, but also the unique pressure emanating from his mental energy. With each Taisyan snake he commanded, his speed in hunting other serpents accelerated dramatically, as they voraciously devoured both venomous and non-venomous snakes alike. Under the influence of these factors, his mental energy began to exert a form of psychological dominance over serpentine creatures. In gaming terminology, Zhou Ming had successfully acquired the Junior Snake Hunter badge, with a mental energy of 3, instilling a deterrent power of 10 against serpentine beings. And the badge's effects were permanent. Of course, this ability was a result of his innate connection to spiritual energy as a beastmaster. Coupled with the fortunate coincidence of commanding serpentine creatures, it was not merely a matter of slaying them. Although this peculiar intimidation had no effect on beast-class snakes, it allowed Zhou Ming to traverse the domain of mutated snakes with relative freedom, thus sparing him from numerous troubles. Utilizing this unexpected advantage, Zhou Ming sought not only to find Taisyan snakes and prey, but also to search for hidden precious herbs within Snake Valley. As the number of Taisyan snakes grew, each time he recalled them, they would wriggle within the confines of his clothing. If news of this were to spread, Zhou Ming might remain single for life. Just imagining dozens, if not hundreds, of tiny Taisyan snakes writhing within his garments, few women could likely tolerate such a sight. Thus, the establishment of a beastmaster space for sealing creatures became imperative. However, the materials and knowledge required to cultivate this space within his mental realm were beyond Zhou Ming's grasp. He could only obtain them through the Hunter's Guild. Yet, acquiring materials and knowledge necessitated hunter points. And Zhou Ming had embarked on this quest for rare herbs because he had seen several bounties on the task board at the Hunter's Guild, which sought the procurement of such items. His goals were clear: to increase the number of Taisyan snakes, enhance his beast's strength, and gather sufficient points to exchange for the necessary materials and knowledge to open a beastmaster space. As Zhou Ming drew closer to the central section of Snake Valley, he spotted a low-tier ferocious beast, the viper-horned poison python, lounging on a rock unshielded by dense foliage. He immediately suppressed his presence and crouched low. This was his first close encounter with a ferocious beast in the wilderness. Previously, he had either evaded the signs of such creatures or encountered them from a considerable distance. Perhaps the griffin had been the closest he had come to one. Upon sighting the viper-horned poison python, Zhou Ming instinctively considered retreating to avoid confrontation. He possessed extensive knowledge about this particular serpentine beast. The viper-horned poison python was an ordinary viper species on the Blue Star, which had inexplicably mutated into a low-tier ferocious beast following the emergence of spatial rifts. The successful mutants were rechristened as Viper Horn Poison Pythons, characterized by their nearly 10-meter length, terrifying constricting power, and corrosive venom. Currently, they primarily employed a spraying method to deliver their venom, capable of eroding the flesh and blood of common creatures. Observing the Viper Horn Poison Python basking in the warm sunlight upon the rock, Zhou Ming realized it had yet to detect him. This was the optimal moment for withdrawal. He lifted his foot to turn, moving with utmost subtlety, but suddenly halted. His right foot suspended in midair, unable to take the next step. Beneath the Viper Horn Poison Python, a petite, verdant tree, approximately a foot high, swayed gently in the breeze, its trunk delicate and enchanting. Dangling from its branches were 3 snake fruit, resembling emeralds the size of soybeans. Zhou Ming, captivated by the sight of the alluring snake fruit, unconsciously swallowed. Perhaps it was worth the risk. Wealth can be a beguiling temptation, and treasures can ensnare the heart. Even Zhou Ming, typically composed, found himself struggling to maintain his resolve at this moment. Following the appearance of the dimensional rifts on the blue star, alongside the mutation of creatures, various wondrous treasures had also emerged. These artifacts seemed akin to mythical treasures, virtually impossible to cultivate artificially, all arising in unique environments. These treasures were referred to as spiritual artifacts. Based on the spiritual artifacts already discovered and records obtained from foreign races, the Blue Star Alliance classified them into 9 tiers. Zhou Ming had perused texts on spiritual artifacts in the library's 3rd floor, but those volumes only documented ordinary artifacts of the 1st to 3rd tiers. Information on higher-tier artifacts was conspicuously absent, leading Zhou Ming to speculate that such knowledge was deemed precious and not readily divulged to the ordinary populace by the Qingshan base. The snake fruit in his sight belonged to the 2nd tier of spiritual artifacts, yet for serpentine creatures, it could rival the 3rd tier. Should he acquire the snake fruit? While he could not guarantee the same for the other Tysian snakes, he was confident that the first Tysian snake would undoubtedly evolve into a beast-class creature. Though it might merely become an ordinary low-tier beast, it would significantly enhance Zhou Ming's capabilities. After much deliberation, observing the Viper Horn Poison Python raise its head to survey its surroundings, Zhou Ming resolved to withdraw for the time being. The snake fruit appeared to require at least 2 or 3 more days to mature, granting him ample time to prepare. With utmost caution, he retreated from the territory of the Viper Horn Poison Python and began to devise a plan to seize the snake fruit. The plan was straightforward: to fervently seek out Tysian snakes. With sufficient mental seeds now in his psyche, all he needed was to locate Tysian snakes to bolster his strength. Zhou Ming no longer cared about the condition, strength, or quality of the Tysian snakes he encountered. He understood that confronting the Viper Horn Poison Python would inevitably lead to the demise of numerous Tysian snakes. Thus, the ones he sought were intended as mere fodder. The primary objective was to exhaust the python's stamina and create an opportunity for the first Tysian snake to strike. Furthermore, the first Tysian snake's supply of paralyzing venom was limited, necessitating support from the venom of the other Tysian snakes. 2 days after his departure, Zhou Ming, driven by his knowledge of the Tysian snake, zealously pursued his quarry, welcoming even the injured serpents without hesitation. 2 days later, Chapter 23, Seizing Opportunities. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a feeding frenzy. In the central region of Shegu, not far from the territory of the Viper Horn Poison Python, Zhou Ming maintained a distant observation of the unfolding scene. The ripening of the Xian fruit had not only attracted Zhou Ming, but also the alluring fragrance of the fruit drew other serpentine beasts from the surroundings. Fortunately, the Xian fruit had not reached the status of a 4th-tier spiritual object. Otherwise, its intoxicating aroma would have incited chaos throughout the valley. The Chilean Wang snake, the sovereign among the mutated Chilean snakes, possessed the might of a low-tier beast. Its 5-meter-long form could not rival the Viper Horn Poison Python, yet its venom, a potent concoction of neurotoxic and hemotoxic properties, posed a challenge even to the Viper Horn. The iron-armored python, a low-tier beast from another realm, lacked venom but boasted formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding ordinary rifle fire, even when confronted with standard heavy machine guns. Its remarkable vitality allowed it to endure for a time. Besides its impressive defense, it excelled in constricting prey. Clearly, these were the 2 other low-tier serpentine beasts in the vicinity. Observing the situation, Zhou Ming felt a sense of relief that no additional high-tier beasts had been drawn in. While it was advantageous to take advantage of the turmoil, an abundance of high-tier serpents could easily spell disaster. The current scenario was ideal for Zhou Ming to adopt a strategy of opportunism, where the clam and the heron would contend, allowing the fishermen to benefit. However, as he glanced back, he noticed movement in the nearby foliage. One of his Tysian snakes had lost contact. This was a precautionary measure he had established to prevent unexpected events. A hunter? The rustling from afar caused Zhou Ming's expression to shift to one of grave concern, more disconcerting than facing the viper-horn poison python itself. While beasts posed dangers, their intelligence waned below the level of beast kings, especially among low-tier creatures. Should complications arise, Zhou Ming could rely on his wits to navigate the situation, but confronting a hunter would prove far more challenging. Hunters in the wild were not only powerful but also armed with the experience gleaned from life-or-death encounters, typically clad in full combat gear. Against standard combat attire, Zhou Ming's Tysian snakes, aside from the first one, might not pose a significant threat. In the next moment, the Tysian snakes that remained by Zhou Ming's side scattered, intertwining their mental threads to form a unique perceptual interface. The mental threads represented a special bond between beast masters and their charges, undetectable even to legendary beings. After mastering a sufficient number of Tysian snakes, Zhou Ming discovered that the intersection of their mental threads could create a form of perception akin to radar. Perhaps this ability stemmed from the shared essence of the split mental seeds. Yet, with his limited knowledge, Zhou Ming merely speculated without delving deeper. Since clarity eluded him, he decided to await an opportunity for further exploration rather than expend unnecessary energy. As the newcomers approached, Zhou Ming was able to discern the unfamiliar intruders through his sight. 3 middle-aged men, clad in standard protective gear, each wielded firearms and sharp combat knives. One man's blade bore scratches and a trace of blood, likely from the Tysian snake. His ability to see this detail was greatly aided by the perceptual domain created by the concealed Tysian snakes. "We arrived just in time," one of them remarked. As the unfamiliar hunters neared the territory of the viper-horn poison python, the absence of dense foliage allowed them to observe the situation surrounding the Xiyin fruit in its entirety. "How can you say that? If you hadn't provoked a raging lion, we would have almost missed our window," retorted a lean man with a darker complexion. "I had no idea that lion would enter such a frenzied state." "You know how rare that is," another replied. "Enough," came the low reprimand from the team's leader. "Stick to the plan." "Yes," the 2 men replied, immediately halting their banter and following the previously confirmed strategy. The lean man ascended a stout tree, positioning himself perfectly to survey the area around the Xiyin fruit. He retrieved a long, narrow box from behind him, revealing a sniper rifle approximately 1.5 meters in length. The roaring Type 3 heavy sniper, a premium weapon known for its use of armor-piercing rounds. Zhou Ming, perched on a nearby branch, observed the sniper rifle intently. Recalling its specifications, long-range support. Noticing the man's adept movements, Zhou Ming recognized that these individuals were seasoned professionals. Meanwhile, the man with the scratches on his face extracted another box from behind him, swiftly assembling a heavy machine gun. Linking the ammunition belt to the box he had just reattached. Firepower coverage. Such a professional setup left Zhou Ming wondering what role their leader would fulfill. As the 3 men prepared to exploit the chaos for their own gain, the Xiyin fruit slowly reached maturity, its surface glistening with a vibrant green sheen, and the surrounding fragrant aroma began to dissipate. The viper-horn poison python immediately lunged to consume the exquisite fruit, but the iron-armored python and Qilian Wang snakes swiftly intervened. The battle was about to erupt as the amber venom of the viper-horn poison python sprayed towards its adversaries. The Qilian Wang snake deftly evaded, while the iron-armored python boldly approached, relying on its superior defense to withstand the onslaught and claim the Xiyin fruit. In response, the viper-horn poison python charged forward to engage the iron-armored python, as its physical strength was nearly equal to that of its opponent. Avoiding the venom, the Qilian Wang snake dashed toward the Xiyin fruit, but the 2 pythons abandoned their struggle to strike at the Qilian Wang snake. Though beasts lacked intelligence, their instincts and battle experience honed in the wild allowed them to make astute decisions. It was no wonder that these creatures could inflict devastating harm upon humanity. Even without external threats, humans could never reclaim dominion over their world. Observing the fierce confrontation among the 3 beasts, Zhou Ming couldn't help but reflect on the emergence of intelligence among lord-tier beasts, let alone legendary beast kings. The cacophony of their battle resonated throughout the area, with shattered stones flying about, some even severing tree trunks as thick as a wrist. Fortunately, the 3 serpentine beasts instinctively avoided the Xiyin fruit, otherwise, it would have been obliterated. The Qilian Wang snake, like a cunning assassin, swiftly evaded after its initial strike missed, while the iron-armored python barreled through, clearing a path toward the Xiyin fruit. The viper-horn poison python, leveraging its innate abilities, fiercely obstructed the Qilian Wang snake and the iron-armored python, creating a stalemate. Only Zhou Ming and the 3 unfamiliar hunters stood poised to seize the advantage, like hunters waiting for the right moment to strike. Chapter 24. Total Annihilation. A boulder the size of a head was hurled through the air by the iron-armored python, tearing through the atmosphere as it sped toward the Xian fruit. Just as Zhou Ming's heart sank with apprehension, the viperhorn poison python timely deflected the rock aimed at the coveted fruit. Witnessing the iron-armored python, battered and corroded by venom, Zhou Ming felt an urge to curse. Lacking the strength to claim the Xian fruit, the creature resorted to destruction instead. With a roar akin to a raging beast, a thunderous sound erupted in Zhou Ming's ears. In the distance, the viper-horned python reared its victorious form, its upper body abruptly launching backward, propelling its lower half along with it. This visually striking scene resembled a giant delivering a resounding slap to the viper-horned python. Zhou Ming immediately glanced towards a lean, dark-skinned man nearby, noticing the slight tremor of the tree he occupied. The earlier disturbance having been caused by the heavy sniper rifle in his hands. The sharp bursts of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, following the man's attack. A burly figure marked by claw marks on his face also sprang into action. A relentless stream of flames erupted from his machine gun, directly targeting the agile and swift Qilian Wang snake. The bullets descended like a torrential rain, effectively confining the Qilian Wang snake to a corner, where they violently tore through its body. Lacking the defensive prowess of the iron-armored python, the Qilian Wang snake writhed in its death throes. Its movements a mere instinctual reaction as it succumbed to its fate. Simultaneously, the leader of the hunting party, upon witnessing his companion's engagement, was joined by a 3-meter-tall silverback gorilla. Renowned for its strength and defense, the silverback gorilla let out a fearsome roar and immediately ensnared the severely wounded iron-armored python. While the leader dashed towards the coveted Xian fruit, the iron-armored python's actions had inadvertently exposed the entire hunting team, forcing them to swiftly regain control of the situation. Yet, unbeknownst to the confident hunters, a hidden adversary was lurking behind them. As they attacked, Zhou Ming began to orchestrate the movements of the iron wire snakes, ensuring they had no opportunity to react. Over a dozen iron wire snakes, under Zhou Ming's command, slithered to the base of the tree occupied by the lean, dark-skinned man, who was the first target for elimination. Among apprentice beast tamers, the most dreaded adversaries were the accurate snipers, and they had to be dealt with promptly. The slender iron wire snakes ascended the tree trunk, their diminutive size causing no disturbance. Suddenly, while the lean man, catching his breath and preparing to lift his sniper rifle again, was unexpectedly ambushed by the iron wire snakes dropping from above, aiming for his unprotected neck and the hand resting on his shoulder. His scream was cut short as paralysis overtook him, causing the once formidable dark-skinned man to collapse to the ground. Old 3, hearing the commotion, the claw-marked man immediately became alert and called out to his companions. However, he was oblivious to the fact that he had already been surrounded by Zhou Ming's iron wire snakes on the ground covered with brush and fallen leaves. With a swift motion, dozens of iron wire snakes leaped at him, targeting his face and hands. Though he was capable of wielding a heavy machine gun, his physique was not ordinary. He swung his combat knife, severing several iron wire snakes in an instant. Yet, with the bullets depleted, his machine gun lay discarded on the ground, and armed only with a knife and pistol, his threat level significantly diminished. Ultimately, he was bitten by one of the iron wire snakes that successfully evaded his defenses. Despite his robust physique, he still managed to emit a cry of agony. Old 3, Old 2. The leader, maneuvering around the clash between the silverback gorilla and the iron-armored python, quickly sensed the sudden change behind him. After calling out several times without receiving a response, he hastened towards the Xian fruit. In the end, he chose the Xian fruit, perhaps having surmised the fate of his comrades, rationalizing that acquiring the fruit was better than facing an uncertain outcome. Aware of the hidden threat, he commanded the silverback gorilla to swiftly deal with the iron-armored python. With a thunderous roar, the silverback gorilla pounded its chest before tearing the injured iron-armored python in two, casting aside its remains to protect the leader. A chorus of hissing filled the air, emanating from the iron wire snakes, blocking their advance towards the Xian fruit. Zhou Ming understood that with the keen senses of the fierce beasts, a successful ambush by the iron wire snakes was improbable. It would be more effective to intercept them midway, preventing the leader from reaching the fruit. Should the enemy acquire it, Zhou Ming would lose all leverage. The multitude of iron wire snakes had been strategically positioned around the Xian fruit even before the unfamiliar hunting team had engaged. How can there be so many iron wire snakes? Is there a beast tamer? No, it's impossible for anyone to control mutated beasts, let alone so many iron wire snakes. The situation before him exceeded his understanding of beast taming. Kill. The leader was resolute, commanding the silverback gorilla to attack the swarm of iron wire snakes. If he could seize the Xian fruit and flee, he would emerge victorious. The giant hands of the gorilla swiped towards the snake swarm, and under normal circumstances, the iron wire snakes would suffer severe casualties. However, currently, they were under the control of a beast tamer. The iron wire snakes scattered, evading the silverback gorilla's assault while inching towards Zhou Ming. Observing their movements, the leader became increasingly certain that a beast tamer was orchestrating the attack. With his Storm Series rifle, he fired continuously at the encroaching iron wire snakes, while the silverback gorilla pummeled one snake after another, but Zhou Ming's carefully arranged serpents were on the verge of depletion. Suddenly, the leader halted and lunged towards the ground. Simultaneously, the silverback gorilla, previously displaying immense power, emitted a low growl before collapsing, devoid of life. Not far away, Zhou Ming, with a twisted expression, brandished a handgun obtained from the dark-skinned man. A true beast tamer must wield a weapon. A gun is also a fierce beast. Coughing, Zhou Ming felt a throbbing pain in his head from the numerous iron wire snakes that had perished. Thankfully, he had managed to seize the spoils before arriving, as his current state and the dwindling number of iron wire snakes would have made it difficult to prevent the enemy from acquiring the Xian fruit. Chapter 25, The Conclusion. The tumultuous Snake Valley returned to tranquility, with the carcasses of beasts and hunters strewn across the territory of the viper-horned python. Humans clashed with beasts, and beasts fought amongst themselves, engaged in ambushes and direct confrontations within this small valley. The brutality of the wilderness was laid bare in this moment. Before the verdant and exquisite little tree bearing the Xian fruit, Zhou Ming was not inclined to reflect on the changes around him. He was solely focused on swiftly collecting his bounty and departing. Retrieving a fist-sized box from his backpack, specifically designed for storing spiritual herbs, he resolved not to squander the opportunity. After all, fortune might favor him with treasures. After securing 3 Xian fruits, Zhou Ming surveyed his surroundings, as abundant spoils awaited his retrieval. However, sensing movement from afar, it was evident that fierce beasts were approaching. Yet, due to the earlier commotion, no other beasts or mutated creatures were immediate threats. He swiftly used his combat knife to eviscerate 3 beast-level serpents, revealing their varying-sized gallbladders. Subsequently, Zhou Ming collected a classic blood-hunting handgun, the combat gear of the dark-skinned man, a 2-foot-long combat knife, and essential survival supplies. With his spoils in hand, he made his way out of Snake Valley. These items constituted all he could take, and any remaining would have to be forsaken. The reason for risking time to acquire these resources was not solely for personal use. Zhou Ming required ample funds. Unlike beast tamers from academies who, apart from their knowledge, train their bodies based on the feedback from their beasts, the humans of Blue Star, even at their peak, could not contend with fierce beasts. They could only manage ordinary mutated animals, but that did not render their physical training in martial arts without merit. Previously, the 2 individuals wielding heavy machine guns and sniper rifles could only utilize such formidable weapons after enhancing their physiques through pharmacological means and martial arts training, enabling them to hunt low-tier ferocious beasts. Without such enhancements, the recoil from the firearms alone would be sufficient to shatter their arms and shoulders. Although the human body possesses limitations, beast tamers can transcend these boundaries with the assistance of ferocious beasts. Advancing to the rank of illusory beast master or ferocious beast knight demands exceptional martial prowess. Otherwise, how could they effectively engage in close combat to slay ferocious beasts? In addition to strengthening his body through martial arts, Zhou Ming also intended to hone his shooting skills. Fortunately, the previously used Blood Hunter Type 1 pistol had a relatively low impact, and given the close range, he managed to hit his target. The career he aimed to pursue remained uncertain. It was possible that none of the current professions suited him, compelling him to temporarily rely on alternative methods to enhance his strength before devising a plan. However, all of this hinged on a single prerequisite: sufficient funds, which necessitated Zhou Ming to take risks. After departing from the territory of the viper-horned poison python, Zhou Ming confronted a swarm of ordinary mutated snakes, unleashing his mental pressure to forge a path straight to the valley where he set up his temporary camp. Upon returning to his encampment, he noticed an iron-lined snake coiled near his feet, signifying that this secluded location was devoid of outsiders or other mutated creatures. It was fortunate that the earlier hunters, in their haste, had not thoroughly scouted the area. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to an ambush. Back at his rocky refuge, Zhou Ming had no time to organize his spoils. After instructing his beasts, he collapsed into a deep slumber among the stones. The recent deaths of numerous iron-lined snakes had inflicted some damage on his mental faculties, leaving him to rely on sleep and meditation for recovery. Emerging from the Snake Valley, he slept soundly until the sun reached its zenith the following day. A throbbing pain in his head roused him from slumber, prompting him to rub his temples in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. It seemed he needed to find a way to enhance his mental capacity. The backlash from the death of his beasts typically resulted in severe injuries or unconsciousness, along with significant harm to the mental sea. However, Zhou Ming possessed over 1,000 mental seeds. Under normal circumstances, such a reaction would only occur if more than half of his beasts perished. Yet, after the deaths of several iron line snakes, he experienced a headache, indicating a severe deficiency in mental strength. This was understandable, as his mental seeds were inherited from his predecessor, and although he practiced meditation, he had yet to reach the level of a typical beast tamer. Moreover, he was currently employing a basic meditation technique that was widely accessible, lacking any specialized resources for meditation. It was evident that his progress thus far was attributable to his caution and meticulous preparation, with luck playing a significant role. Perhaps refraining from cursing the heavens would yield unexpected blessings. As the pain in his mind subsided, he released his hands. Assessing his current state, Zhou Ming, still bearing traces of discomfort on his face, made a decisive choice. He retrieved a box containing snake saliva fruit, opened it, and took out 2 aromatic fruits, preparing to consume one himself while giving the other to the first iron line snake. The remaining fruit would be reserved for when he encountered a second mutated iron line snake. As a second-tier spiritual object, the snake saliva fruit was consumable by humans, though its effects were not as pronounced as on serpentine beings. Nevertheless, it could assist beast tamers in enhancing their mental faculties, as it was, after all, a spiritual item. Number 1. If you do not ascend to a ferocious beast, I shall roast you. Should you succeed, I will bestow upon you a formal name, Zhou Ming declared. Employing a carrot-and-stick approach with number 1, the iron line snake. After administering the pea-sized snake saliva fruit into number 1's mouth, Zhou Ming also began to consume his own fruit and entered a meditative state. The other iron line snakes, meanwhile, could only continue to support their 2 masters, enduring the burden. The snake saliva fruit melted upon contact, delivering not a warm sensation, but rather a chilling rush that surged through Zhou Ming's mind, providing a frigid contrast to the throbbing pain. In addition to Zhou Ming's recovery and mental enhancement, number 1, the iron line snake underwent significant changes. Its previously metallic scales began to dry up, and its body rubbed against the surrounding rocks, indicating it was preparing to shed its skin. The transformation that awaited after shedding remained uncertain. On the second day after leaving the territory of the viper horn poison python, Zhou Ming awakened from his meditative state, only to be met with a foul odor. This was not due to the cleansing effects of the snake saliva fruit, but rather the grime from his attire, which had become soiled during previous battles and from the blood splatters incurred while extracting the snake gallbladder, making him feel as if he had emerged from a refuse heap. However, amidst the filth, one aspect of Zhou Ming still shone brightly: his eyes. At that moment, they bore an uncanny resemblance to serpentine pupils. Previously, his eyes were likened to those of a snake primarily in reference to his gaze. Now, however, they truly exhibited serpentine characteristics. His pupils had taken on a slightly vertical slit appearance, with the surrounding black irises adopting a dark golden hue, and when narrowed, they emanated an unspoken intimidation. Yet, Zhou Ming remained oblivious to this transformation, preoccupied instead with the state of his mental power. Was this what the text referred to as a slight enhancement? It appeared that he could now gather mental seeds independently without relying on the efforts of his predecessor. Such a sentiment was akin to criticizing the chef after having put down one's utensils, only to dismantle the bridge once across the river. Without the mental seeds left by his predecessor, he might still be cleaning a doghouse. At this moment, Zhou Ming finally grasped why one could condense mental seeds with sufficient resources upon sensing mental power, unless one was utterly absorbed in meditation to the point of losing awareness of the mental sea. Achieving the status of a beast tamer was not as insurmountable as once imagined. Given the current circumstances, as long as not all iron line snakes perished, he would not experience the previous headaches. Naturally, the number of deaths was determined by the quantity of mental seeds, not by Zhou Ming's existing iron line snakes. Number 1. Zhou Ming, as per his usual practice, first concerned himself before recalling his beast, leading him to summon the first iron line snake. Hiss hiss. At the sound of his master's call, number 1 happily slithered onto Zhou Ming's hand. Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback by the significant transformation in number 1. After confirming through their mental link, he realized that the iron line snake before him was indeed number 1, now exceeding a meter in length, its girth having expanded from that of chopsticks to the thickness of a thumb. The scales had grown to the size of green beans, tightly interlocked across its body, resembling black metallic armor that now appeared akin to jade. As Zhou Ming inspected number 1, devoid of any semblance of dignity, he playfully swung the snake like a whip against a nearby rock, satisfied by the marks left on the stone. Not bad. This defensive capability is suitable for a short whip. Hiss hiss. Number 1 protested Zhou Ming's actions, gazing into the dark golden eyes of the snake, which seemed to express innocence. Zhou Ming chuckled apologetically. My little friend, you resemble a handy whip, and I couldn't resist. He promptly shifted the blame onto number 1. However, you have become a ferocious beast, and as per our prior agreement, I shall name you Mo Dai. Zhou Ming could naturally sense the changes in Mo Dai's strength. Otherwise, he would not have acted so impulsively. It was simply that the abundance of rewards had caused him to become overly excited. Given the surrounding circumstances, he could only express his apologies to Mo Dai. After the initial excitement, Zhou Ming's attention shifted to his own condition. The unbearable stench was becoming increasingly intolerable. With the iron snake serpent swarm and the ink belt in tow, he made his way to a water source. Previously, he had refrained from bathing there, using the water solely for drinking, as the depths concealed unknown dangers. However, with the ink belt now transformed into a formidable beast, Zhou Ming felt compelled not only to cleanse himself, but also to assess its strength. Once he confirmed the absence of threats, Zhou Ming filled a vessel with crystal-clear water, stripped off his garments, and plunged into the depths. The pristine surface was immediately disturbed, swirling into murky blackness. Such speed and efficiency were sufficient to vanquish any lurking predator beneath. After washing away the grime, Zhou Ming donned the protective gear he had stripped from the lean, dark-skinned man. He bore no disdain for it, as it was far superior to the jacket he had been wearing. Unexpectedly, aside from the ink belt, only 36 iron snakes remained, yet they were all of considerable strength and high quality. Once he had tidied himself, Zhou Ming turned his attention to the condition of the serpent swarm. With renewed vigor, he prepared to hunt, bolstered by his enhanced abilities. Before setting out, he rallied the snakes, instilling them with confidence. The once calm Snake Valley was once again thrown into chaos by Zhou Ming's presence. Had he not been wary of inciting a snake tide, he might have continued his rampage. As Zhou Ming's strength grew, he focused not only on nurturing his serpents and seeking rare herbs, but also on locating powerful, high-quality iron snakes. According to his plans, the resources acquired this time would require complete assimilation before he could embark on further wilderness expeditions. After all, the purpose of exploration was to gather resources and enhance strength. He would not allow himself to lose sight of that objective. Was winter approaching? Atop a massive rock at the valley's entrance, Zhou Ming caught a snowflake in his hand. Murmuring softly, he realized it was time to return. The impending harsh winter and food shortages would drive the beasts and mutated creatures of the wilderness into a frenzied state. The danger had significantly escalated, making it imperative for him to depart. Characteristically introverted, Zhou Ming preferred to hide in tranquil, uninhabited places, enjoying the gradual enhancement of his abilities. However, reality did not permit such indulgence. Beyond environmental concerns, he had a plethora of tasks awaiting him. Mastering beast mastery knowledge, honing martial skills, improving marksmanship, and acquiring vocational knowledge. Armed with a battle knife, a classic 20-round pistol, a bulging backpack, and his serpent swarm, he set off towards the Qin mountain base. Filled with accomplishments, a thud echoed as a body, bewildered in its final moments, collapsed in the grass, oblivious to its own demise. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure with a backpack larger than its own had approached, Zhou Ming returning to the Qin mountain base. Alas, yet another individual seeking to gain without effort. Observing the fallen body, Zhou Ming sighed, yet his hands diligently began to scavenge for spoils. This was the third encounter he had with hunters attempting to ambush him along the way, but fortunately, he had dispatched his iron snake swarm ahead, creating a detection field with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The limited range stemmed from both Zhou Ming's mental prowess and the number of snakes at his command. However, as his mental strength and the number of beasts increased, so too would this detection field. Zhou Ming referred to this domain as the radar perception field, as the mental threads formed a web of awareness akin to a biological electronic radar, capable of sensing both the presence and strength of creatures within its bounds. Such a simple ability, if disclosed, would undoubtedly attract countless factions eager to recruit him. In the wilderness, this skill was invaluable. Chapter 27, Return to the City. Due to the changes in Blue Star, previous satellites and associated knowledge, along with supporting facilities, had become entirely obsolete. The satellites in use now were those researched and launched anew following the establishment of the Alliance. However, due to environmental factors, the launch satellites could only operate above human territories. In addition to the challenges of launching, legendary entities from other races would not permit such devices to hover above them. Furthermore, after the drastic alterations to Blue Star's environment, precise measurements had become impossible, with numerous factors impacting satellite reconnaissance and electromagnetic transmission. Consequently, the mobile phone Zhou Ming had purchased could only function within the base. Interbase or wilderness communication required specialized equipment, typically possessed only by major factions or specialized departments, such as banks, hunter guilds, or the Qin mountain-based government. Thus, a combination of factors made beast masters with unique perception abilities exceptionally sought after. Before long, Zhou Ming had gathered his spoils and set forth, the only change being the increased height of his backpack. Fortunately, his luck had not waned. After dealing with the third wave of would-be ambushers, he successfully reached the safety zone. The safety zone not only indicated a low likelihood of encountering fierce beasts, but was also an area where various factions had tacitly agreed not to engage in conflict. While not a guarantee, as long as significant interests were not at stake, lethal confrontations were rare. This unspoken rule arose from several factors: proximity to the Qin mountain base's walls, the presence of patrolling soldiers, the abundance of crops within the safety zone, which, if damaged, would offend all, and the open terrain that allowed for clear satellite monitoring. Hunters returning from the field invariably passed through the safety zone. No one wished to endure the exhaustion of battle before entering the city. On the dirt road of the safety zone, Zhou Ming trudged forward, burdened by a pack that exceeded his height. To an uninformed observer, he might appear as a young lad laboring to earn a meager wage. With winter's arrival, the number of hunters returning to the safety zone had noticeably increased. Observing the sizable pack on Zhou Ming's back, some hunters with lesser hauls were filled with envy, wishing to assist him, drenched in sweat. However, such thoughts vanished upon noticing the ink belt surveying the pack, and they instead regarded Zhou Ming's silhouette with quiet scrutiny. Speculating on the origins of this formidable individual, the strength and size of fierce beasts bore no correlation. However, most beast masters tended to select creatures of normal or considerable size for companionship, as they could provide both transportation and protection against dangers, an invaluable aid during their apprenticeship. Yet, some opted for smaller beasts, whose agility rendered them elusive to gunfire and difficult to detect, typically employed for stealthy ambushes. It was a trade-off, securing the safety of the beast master in exchange for a greater threat. Upon sighting the ink belt, many speculated whether Zhou Ming's bounty stemmed from an underhanded encounter, thus developing a certain wariness towards him. After an hour of persistence, Zhou Ming finally reached the city gate, his towering pack in tow. Faced with a queue resembling a dragon, he steeled himself to wait, aware that entry required inspection to ensure no foreign entities infiltrated the Qin mountain base. "This hunter, please stow away your beast." As the gate neared closure, it was finally Zhou Ming's turn. The leading soldier, upon spotting the ink belt perched atop the pack, promptly alerted him. "Apologies, I have yet to establish a beast space." Zhou Ming, bending slightly, conveyed the reason to the inspecting soldier, prompting the ink belt to burrow into his clothing. Such a young wild beast master is truly a rarity. The squad leader, astonished by Zhou Ming's explanation and youthful countenance, remarked, "It appears you have amassed quite the haul this time." Several packages of entirely different styles stacked together stand out remarkably wherever they go. Luck. I simply picked them up since others disregarded them. As long as they can be sold for a profit, that suffices." Observing the array of cameras and weapons around him, Zhou Ming had no choice but to lower his stance. After all, one must occasionally learn to bow their head. Zhou Ming's self-description as a scavenger in the wilderness was met with disbelief from the inspection squad leader. However, noticing that the nearby hound had failed to detect anything amiss, he allowed Zhou Ming to enter the city without further ado. The wilderness and the fortified city of the base are two disparate realms. As long as there is no evidence of wrongdoing from the wilderness, the base would not seek trouble. After traversing the heavily guarded passage, Zhou Ming finally returned to Qinshan base. "Brother, our company offers high prices for rare medicinal materials and beast materials. Do take a look at the price list." No sooner had Zhou Ming returned to Qinshan base than a neatly dressed uniformed individual approached him, not to peddle goods, but to express interest in purchasing the burdens he carried. "Brother, our company offers the highest purchase prices in all of Qinshan base. Just take a look, truly the best deal." The packages Zhou Ming bore towered over him, making him a rare sight among the throngs of returning hunters, instantly attracting the attention of the business representatives from the hunting industry at Qinshan base. "Brother, what do you think of our company?" A woman in a tight-fitting uniform, her alabaster neck exposed, approached Zhou Ming, her long waves of hair cascading down her back. "Dear brother, you look weary. Would you care for a quiet spot to rest, sip some water, and unwind? We can discuss matters at leisure." Gulp. The men surrounding them could not help but indulge in their fantasies at the sight. "Excuse me, you are blocking my path." The voice of the woman with the flowing locks was laced with temptation, teasing the hearts of many men. In contrast, Zhou Ming's voice was akin to the chilling winds of winter, instantly cooling the fervor of the onlookers, conveying the dread faced by formidable predators. As Zhou Ming cast a serpentine glare over the crowd, those encircling him swiftly dispersed. With the path cleared, Zhou Ming departed, unwilling to remain under the scrutiny of their gazes. Witnessing her charm fail for the first time, the alluring woman who had tried to entice Zhou Ming stomped her foot in frustration. She thought, "You may refuse to sell, but you cannot disregard my beauty." Chapter 28, Bounty. The Hunters Guild remained as bustling as ever. During winter, it was particularly alive with activity. Aside from a few capable or audacious hunters, few dared to leave the base for the wilderness during this season. Most hunters either rested comfortably or spent their time in the guild's bar, chatting and boasting. A taxi halted before the entrance of the Hunters Guild, this time bearing a hefty load in his backpack. Zhou Ming opted for a taxi instead of waiting for public transport. Isn't that the young lad who visited the Hunters Guild last time? It seems so. Observing Zhou Ming enter the guild, a few hunters with good memories recalled his visit over 2 months ago. I never imagined the lone wolf could gather so much. Look at those packages, they seem a bit shady. Only a handful of hunters recognized Zhou Ming from his previous visit, while many speculated on how he had amassed such wealth, questioning if he had resorted to underhanded methods. Ignoring the clamor of gossip, Zhou Ming made his way directly to the task submission area. I require a private room. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. The guild staff promptly attended to Zhou Ming's request, assigning someone to assist him. The Hunters Guild provides private rooms for those who wish to submit their task items without public scrutiny. However, a fee of 10,000 alliance coins is required. Though Zhou Ming's actions would undoubtedly pique curiosity, it was far preferable to openly presenting his task items. 3 low-grade beast serpent gallbladders, sourced from various creatures. 3 snake-scaled herbs over a century old, 17 snake-scaled herbs with approximately 50 years of age, and 137 snake-scaled herbs around 10 years old. Additionally, a heart from a rampaging beast, the rampant lion, was among his collection. Within the quiet room of the Hunters Guild, an elderly man with white hair and a ruddy complexion continuously received items handed by his assistant, assessing their quality. In addition to Zhou Ming's gathered resources, there were also materials from 3 fortunate individuals. Zhou Ming had returned to the territory of the viper-horned python after the beast's ascension and discovered an intact package, which contained a heart from a rampant lion. It was this fortunate encounter that allowed Zhou Ming to amass such resources. Young hunter, your items have been evaluated. May I inquire which task you intend to submit them for? After sorting through the items, the elderly man began his inquiry. The guild's long-term acquisition tasks for rare medicinal materials and beast materials originate from various factions, offering rewards in alliance coins as well as assorted items. Zhou Ming had already predetermined his submission targets. Please hold on, I will calculate that for you shortly. The staff member in the private room immediately began computing the potential rewards based on the tasks issued by the 2 companies. Moments later, the bounty Zhou Ming earned from his expedition to the wilderness was revealed: 13,500,000 alliance coins. For an ordinary lone wolf hunter, this amount was considered a fortune. However, for a typical team, it merely indicated a bountiful harvest. Zhou Ming was satisfied with the outcome and accepted it, as the 2 companies he selected, while not offering other items as rewards, provided the highest monetary compensation. Moreover, despite the substantial quantity of items acquired, their quality could only be deemed adequate. This is a gold card issued jointly by the guild and the alliance. It can be redeemed at any medium-sized or larger base within the alliance. You may set your password upon your first use of the ATM. Additionally, your internal guild rank is now Black Iron level, and you have accumulated 1,350 contribution points. Upon Zhou Ming's agreement, a staff member promptly presented him with a gold card and a badge, succinctly explaining both items. Thank you. I wish to exchange for Beastmaster knowledge. After expressing his gratitude to the staff, Zhou Ming articulated his request. Please follow me. The young Black Iron hunter, who also held the identity of a Beastmaster, was met with a friendly smile from the staff member, who gestured for him to follow to the location of the knowledge exchange. On the 2nd floor of the Hunters Guild, Zhou Ming observed only a sparse number of individuals moving about. However, the air of danger permeating the 2nd floor far surpassed that of the 1st, leading Zhou Ming to surmise that formal professional Beastmasters were stationed there. Upon entering a room constructed of pure steel, a staff member handed Zhou Ming a booklet. This booklet contains the knowledge of Beastmasters collected by the Qinshan Hunters Guild. You may freely select based on your points and hunter rank. Once you confirm your choice, someone will deliver it to you. You may only read it within this room. And upon exiting, you must return the book. Any food or water you require can be requested, but should you exceed a day, a charge of 10,000 alliance coins per day will apply. Oh, and please take care not to damage the books containing the knowledge of Beastmasters. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. A staff member dressed in uniform entered the room with an impassive expression, presenting a booklet with a professional demeanor. Understanding his introduction, Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude. Despite the staff's unwelcoming attitude, Zhou Ming maintained a polite demeanor, as kindness often bears fruit. Once the staff member departed and the sound of the closing door resonated, Zhou Ming shifted his attention to the booklet in his hands. Aware that his points were limited, he merely flipped through the initial pages. The ritual for opening the Beastmaster space required 100 points. Soon, Zhou Ming discovered the knowledge he sought, and he could not help but sigh at the point cost. Although 100 points did not equate to 1 million alliance coins, it remained a considerable challenge for an ordinary person to obtain them, without attending the Beastmaster University or possessing a prestigious background. One could only exchange their life in the Hunter-S Guild for such points. Zhou Ming shook his head and refrained from further comments, directly pressing the call button nearby. When the Hunter-S Guild staff arrived, Zhou Ming clearly stated his need for knowledge regarding the ritual to open the Beastmaster space, along with the corresponding materials. Upon understanding Zhou Ming's request, it wasn't long before someone delivered a pile of materials and a scroll crafted from beast hide. Chapter 29, A New Home. In a room on the second floor of the Hunter-S Guild, a pattern reminiscent of a formation appeared within Zhou Ming's quarters. After arranging the materials in their respective positions, Zhou Ming recalled the knowledge necessary to open the Beastmaster space. This time, in addition to the knowledge required for the ritual, Zhou Ming spent a significant portion of his hard-earned points on the needed materials. Should he fail, he would have to purchase the materials required for the ritual with money. Although the materials for the Beastmaster space opening ceremony were not excessively expensive, ranging from 2 to 300,000 alliance coins, Zhou Ming was reluctant to waste them. As for why he opted to exchange his precious points instead of purchasing them outright, this decision stemmed from careful consideration. Acquiring advanced Beastmaster knowledge required not only points, but also an appropriate hunter level. Given his current hunter level and contribution points, he was far from obtaining the knowledge he needed, making it more prudent to utilize points to conserve alliance coins. After all, the utility of alliance coins was broader, and with the right channels, they could be acquired. Furthermore, completing tasks for the Hunter-S Guild not only yielded rewards, but also provided points, which could be viewed as a bonus. As long as he continued to enhance his abilities, accumulating points would not pose a problem. Once Zhou Ming confirmed that everything was in order, he rose and sat cross-legged in the center of the ritual. He activated the opening ceremony with his mental energy. The ground, marked with intricate and mysterious ritual lines drawn with special ink, suddenly radiated a platinum light. Under Zhou Ming's control, the ritual connected the surrounding materials, infusing a unique power into the Kong Ming stone placed before him. The Kong Ming stone, a material with spatial attributes, served as the core component of the Beastmaster space opening ritual, predominantly controlled by the Alliance government and major factions. Although abundant, the channels for its sale were limited. Under the ritual's guidance, the activated Kong Ming stone emitted a slender silver beam that directly struck Zhou Ming's brow. As the ritual continued to operate, Zhou Ming's mental sea, initially tinged with a sense of unreality, began to fill with authenticity. An hour later, Zhou Ming's mental sea was completely transformed into the Beastmaster space. In essence, the mental sea and the Beastmaster space were identical. However, the Beastmaster space could seal the beasts of the Beastmaster. By utilizing mental lines, beasts could be placed into the Beastmaster space, where they would enter a dormant state, facilitating the Beastmaster's transport of their creatures. Zhou Ming's serpentine-like eyes opened, revealing the joy of success. This time, the opening ceremony encountered no issues. Under his control, all the iron wire snakes hidden beneath his clothing were returned to the Beastmaster space. In the next moment, he closed his eyes again to check on the status of the sealed iron wire snakes. He observed nearly 100 iron wire snakes coiled in a circle, appearing at the positions where their mental seeds once resided, becoming part of Zhou Ming's mental sea nebula. Noticing no abnormalities, Zhou Ming then exited the Beastmaster space. He subsequently summoned his primary companion, Mo Dai, to ascertain if there were any issues. Hiss, hiss. Mo Dai expressed dissatisfaction at being sealed away. You little rascal. Not wanting to stay in the Beastmaster space, you've grown accustomed to freedom. Zhou Ming's tone was filled with affection as he responded to the emotions conveyed through the mental line. All right, you can remain hidden in my clothing from now on. Zhou Ming did not insist upon Mo Dai's confinement, recognizing that a primary companion deserved special treatment. Furthermore, keeping Mo Dai outside allowed for readiness in case of unexpected situations, as summoning a beast required the Beastmaster's quick response. The Beastmaster space was primarily designed for the convenience of transporting beasts, and Mo Dai's size allowed it to easily fit within his clothing pockets. After securing Mo Dai, Zhou Ming departed from the room on the second floor of the Hunters Guild. As for the scroll documenting the knowledge of the opening ritual, Zhou Ming promptly returned it, wishing to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming gained insight into why, in this predominantly modern world, only foundational knowledge of Beastmasters was prevalent. The reason lay in the scroll he had just perused, crafted from the hide of ferocious beasts and treated specially, with mental energy serving as the ink to record specific knowledge. The reader could directly perceive the knowledge contained within the scroll, had it been documented in conventional books. The extensive text would have struggled to convey the profound knowledge effectively. Having attended to all matters, Zhou Ming exited the Hunter-S Guild. Those harboring ulterior motives hesitated upon seeing the black iron badge on his chest, momentarily suppressing their thoughts. After all, the black iron badge not only represented Hunter rank, but also indicated the level of danger and Zhou Ming's status as an official member of the Hunter-S Guild. Attacking a black iron hunter within the city, even if not pursued to the end, would inevitably draw attention. Moreover, it was widely accepted that the strong reaped greater rewards. As Zhou Ming left the Hunter-S Guild, a small action on his part preemptively quelled any unnecessary turmoil. After departing, still clad in his combat attire, Zhou Ming rented a room in the inner city, finally discarding the dilapidated dwelling in the outer city. The apartment, though modest, comprising one bedroom and a living room, along with a kitchen and bathroom, was fully furnished with appliances and kitchenware, aside from personal items. The only drawback was its slightly exorbitant price of 10,000 alliance coins per month, yet Zhou Ming ultimately acquiesced, opting to rent it for a year. With his residence secured, Zhou Ming commenced purchasing clothing, shoes, and various toiletries. After attending to all his affairs, night had fully descended. Zhou Ming leapt onto the bed, inhaling the scent of clean linens, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. His day had been filled with activities, returning to the Qingshan base in the morning, submitting task items at noon, exchanging for the Beast Master space opening ritual in the afternoon, and seeking out personal belongings. He had scarcely paused, and now, lying in bed, he felt utterly unmotivated to move. Only when Mo Dai, suddenly pressed beneath his owner, wriggled free, its serpent head swiveling to survey the new environment, did Zhou Ming stir. This exploration lasted the entire night, and it was not until the next day, nearing noon, that Zhou Ming was roused from his slumber by hunger, prompting him to wash up and prepare to go out for a meal. "My eyes!" Zhou Ming exclaimed in shock upon noticing changes in his eyes reflected in the mirror, dropping his toothbrush in disbelief. After rinsing his mouth, he stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection repeatedly. Only after confirming that there were no adverse effects did he allow himself to relax somewhat. However, he resolved to find an opportunity to thoroughly examine the changes occurring in his body. After regaining his composure, Zhou Ming departed from his new residence, the previous smile fading from his visage, replaced by a hint of darkness in his expression. Chapter 30, The Martial Arts School. After treating himself to a hearty meal, Zhou Ming returned to the garden community in the southern part of the city. Aside from vacating his apartment, he still had some belongings to retrieve. He crouched down in the corner of his former abode, retrieving the phone he had hidden away, gently blowing off the dust that swirled in the air. Fortunately, he had brought the charger, otherwise, he would have to return home to power the device. Unsurprisingly, his phone was in a state of black screen, devoid of battery after being away from home for over 2 months. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Ming finally turned on his phone. The notifications chimed like firecrackers, with various unread messages and missed calls ringing out, almost overwhelming him with concern for the device's endurance. As he scrolled through, the initial messages were from Wang Yin and Xiao Yun, who were simply trying to reach him. However, as time passed without a response, they bombarded him with calls and texts. It was fortunate he had met these two individuals. Although the responsibility lay with Zhou Ming, he had not intended to worry them and thus refrained from informing them of his absence. Furthermore, due to the deterioration of his phone after leaving the Qingshan base, he had hidden it away in the corner beneath his bed to prevent damage in the wilderness. It appeared that after his departure, his home had not been burglarized. Perhaps even thieves deemed it unworthy, allowing his phone to remain untouched. Zhou Ming first called Wang Yin to assure him of his safety. Wang Yin, upon receiving the unexpected call, erupted into a stream of expletives before proudly recounting his success in harnessing a spirit seed to tame a ferocious beast cub. During the call, Wang Yin vented his frustrations, relieved to have successfully condensed the spirit seed before his 20th birthday. Otherwise, according to his father's later remarks, he would have faced dire consequences if he failed to break through before that age. Wang Yin harbored resentment toward his father's words, incessantly complaining to Zhou Ming and questioning whether he was truly his father's son. As the conversation flowed, Zhou Ming eventually could not bear it any longer and hung up. He had expected Wang Yin to express concern for him, but instead found himself as a sounding board for Wang Yan's grievances. Glancing at the last number, Zhou Ming felt a headache coming on. After a year of Xiao Yun treating him like a younger brother, he felt the weight of obligation upon facing her after disappearing for over 2 months. Ultimately, he dialed her number, albeit keeping the phone away from his ear. "Hello, Zhou Ming." Unlike Zhou Ming's phone, Xiao Yun's device displayed the incoming call, and seeing the unfamiliar number made her hesitant yet tinged with concern. "It's me, Yunjia." Hearing her tone, Zhou Ming felt a pang of guilt and brought the phone back to his ear. I knew you weren't dead. That statement felt rather awkward. Yet Zhou Ming chose not to address it, comforted instead by her cheerful tone. They spoke for half an hour, exchanging updates on their recent lives. Toward the end of the conversation, Xiao Yan mentioned her birthday on the 9th of next month, which coincided with a farewell banquet for her brother, inviting Zhou Ming to attend and allowing her brother Xiao Lei to apologize to him. Initially reluctant to go, Zhou Ming recalled that last time. He had merely sent a simple blessing for her birthday. This time, he could not repeat that lack of engagement, so he reluctantly agreed. After concluding the call, Zhou Ming glanced at the calendar, noting that there were still a few days before Xiao Yan's birthday. Thus, he felt no immediate urgency. Now that he had returned to the Qinshan base and settled various matters, Zhou Ming began to devise new plans. The eastern part of the city was home to numerous martial arts schools and shooting ranges, thriving in a manner only second to the inner city, and in some respects, even more prosperous. The reason for this was primarily due to the inner city housing various influential factions and government institutions alongside the upper echelons of society, which mandated stringent security measures. In contrast, the southern sector predominantly housed the lower class, possessing little of note aside from a pet market. Dressed in casual attire and a cap, Zhou Ming observed the bustling scene before him, filled with throngs of people and a cacophony of vehicles. The surrounding advertisements and large screens adorning several multi-story buildings evoked a sense of nostalgia for his past life. However, these were relics of a bygone era. And after calming his thoughts, Zhou Ming set out along the street to find a suitable martial arts school or shooting range. At the entrance of each establishment, there were bulletin boards drawing crowds, primarily young individuals in their teens or 20s. Curious, Zhou Ming approached to discover comprehensive introductions to each martial arts school and shooting range. For instance, the Baihe Martial Arts School provided detailed information about each instructor, student achievements, and the characteristics of the martial arts taught. Zhou Ming's primary interest lay in the specifics of the martial arts styles, prompting him to lean in for a closer look. The Baihe School focused on the Baihe style, characterized by agility and lethal strikes, excelling in attacks on joints and vulnerable areas. It was particularly suitable for women or those of slight build, and for beast tamers, it was advisable to pursue a path as an illusory beast master, combining elemental powers with this martial art for maximum effect. After perusing the bulletin, Zhou Ming appreciated the thoughtfulness of the school. However, he pondered further. These martial arts schools did not merely instruct ordinary individuals, but also catered to the unique group of beast tamers. If any false claims were made, it would not be long before someone would confront them, leaving no recourse for defense. Sure, let us choose this one. A couple beside Zhou Ming was also selecting a martial arts school. Chu Hao, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're only interested because there are more female apprentices here, she retorted, tugging her boyfriend's ear as they headed toward another school. Sure, please, I had no such thoughts. That place is filled with rough practitioners, all muscle-bound. Well, then it's perfect. You need to improve your stamina. Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile at her last remark, while nearby passers-by erupted in laughter, understanding the underlying humor. As the couple departed, Zhou Ming did not linger, continuing his search for a suitable martial arts school, unconcerned with the number of female apprentices at Baihe. As he perused the various promotional materials along the renowned martial arts street, he gained a clearer understanding of the offerings. There were traditional schools like Baihe, with defined techniques and complete lineages, as well as those centered on efficient combat styles, employing straightforward moves and specialized herbal concoctions for physical enhancement. Some schools focused on weapon training, primarily swordsmanship and knife techniques, emphasizing practical combat, often tailored for hunters venturing into the wilderness. It was evident that within the evolving framework of beast tamers, the martial arts of humanity were gradually integrating into their system, albeit as a supplementary measure, yet providing a means of survival. Chapter 31, Joining the School. Zhou Ming held little interest in weaponry or modern combat. It was not a matter of disdain, but rather one of personal incompatibility. Since Mo Dai had transformed into a formidable beast, his physical resilience and flexibility had significantly improved, rivaling that of girls his age. This was without any deliberate training, and coupled with his male strength. He felt that disciplines such as jujitsu or snake fist might be better suited for him. As for his resistance to toxins, he had not actively tested it, as he did not harbor any self-destructive inclinations. Hey there, handsome, are you interested in our Kwangmeng martial arts school? A little girl clad in a white cotton jacket and adorned with fluffy earmuffs approached Zhou Ming, rubbing her tiny hands together. She appeared to be a sales representative for the martial arts school before him, though her youthful demeanor suggested she was more of a part-time worker. With a spark of interest, she exclaimed her delight upon hearing Zhou Ming's response. She had not yet opened for business that day. Please take a look at our martial arts school's detailed information, she said, extending a promotional flyer toward him. Our Kwangmeng Martial Arts School has not only achieved outstanding results in numerous martial arts competitions, but also offers training for beast tamers in the art of Kwangmeng. Among our most celebrated alumni is Master Zhao Chonghui, the vice captain of the Blood Wolf hunting team, who, as an apprentice, mastered the control of a Xian Shui python. He successfully transitioned into a professional beast tamer, harnessing the power of water elements. It is noteworthy that water elements are typically not adept at offense. However, he skillfully combined water elements with Kwangmeng martial arts to overpower a high-ranking ferocious beast. Noticing Zhou Ming's interest in Kwangmeng martial arts, the girl skillfully recited her prepared pitch, punctuating her words with enthusiasm. Zhou Ming barely glanced at the materials in his hand. Instead, he was captivated by the girl's presentation. It was not the authenticity of the content that caught his attention, but rather her adeptness as a salesperson, reciting rehearsed lines with remarkable fluency. He had once performed a similar role himself. Shall we step inside? Do you expect me to wait here? Given that this was the only suitable option at the moment, Zhou Ming decided to take a look. If it met his needs, he would choose this school, also considering the girl's business. He could easily surmise that her income depended on commissions. This way, he could achieve his objectives while also supporting her, reminiscent of his past experiences. All right, please come in. The girl responded eagerly, leading Zhou Ming into the school. Upon entering the hall of the martial arts school, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The heating had been turned on. Zhou Ming paid little attention to his surroundings, instead focusing on the students practicing martial arts. Most of the students at Kwangmeng Martial Arts School were lean, and although some apprentices lacked muscle, every move they executed appeared exceptionally powerful, as if they were equipped with potent springs within their bodies. "Little Lei, is this a guest? Why not take him to the reception room?" inquired a formally dressed man in his 30s, approaching Zhou Ming. "It's nothing. I simply want to observe for a moment," Zhou Ming replied, ever reluctant to inconvenience others. He averted his gaze and offered a brief explanation. "Ah, I see. If this guest is interested, perhaps it would be better to discuss matters inside," the supervisor proposed. Noticing Zhou Ming's fine attire, indicative of quality. Indeed, Zhou Ming agreed, prompting the supervisor to instruct the girl. "Little Lei, please prepare some tea." "Understood, supervisor," she replied cheerfully. In the reception room, the supervisor asked, "May I know how to address you?" "Zhou Ming," he answered. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou. I am Hisheng, the supervisor of Kwangmeng Martial Arts School. May I inquire which class you wish to enroll in?" Our school offers not only public classes, but also specialized one-on-one coaching from the master's personal disciples, ensuring genuine expertise. Impressed by Hisheng's adeptness at guiding the conversation, Zhou Ming felt the encounter was progressing smoothly. It wasn't that he was overly astute. Rather, he had received specialized instruction in the past. However, those were memories long past, and he refrained from dwelling on them. "Let us be straightforward. I wish to learn the entire system of Kwangmeng martial arts, including techniques, combat styles, and accompanying herbal remedies. How much would one-on-one coaching cost?" A slight cough escaped Hisheng as he struggled to absorb Zhou Ming's directness. While he had encountered numerous clients, this was his first time dealing with someone so forthright, and a significant client at that. "May I ask, Mr. Zhou, are you a beast tamer?" Upon sensing Zhou Ming's candid demeanor, Hisheng hesitated but ultimately decided to inquire, not wanting to complicate future arrangements. "Yes," Zhou Ming affirmed with a slight nod. With no reason to conceal his identity, he felt secure with his status as a beast tamer, especially since the MDI ensured that no issues would arise. He had no qualms about leveraging his identity when necessary. "Please hold for a moment," Hisheng said politely before departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a lean, muscular middle-aged man clad in a tank top, exuding an aura of explosive potential. "Mr. Zhou, this is Lu Shihu, the eldest disciple of our master, who will be attending to you." "Greetings, Mr. Zhou," Lu Shihu said warmly, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello," Zhou Ming replied. While he favored simplicity, he acknowledged the formality and reciprocated the handshake. After Hisheng departed, Lu Shihu began, "I am a martial artist." Having heard Hisheng's introduction, "I trust you are a straightforward individual as well. I will not beat around the bush. 1 million alliance coins is the fee for my personal instruction. In addition to the standard martial arts taught to ordinary disciples, you will also receive access to various secret techniques. Moreover, the herbal materials you require will be provided by our school, as you are aware that health-enhancing herbs can be quite expensive." Lu Shihu stated the tuition fee outright to avoid any misconceptions, elaborating briefly to mitigate any concerns Zhou Ming might have about the cost. "If I am truly committed to learning and willing to put in the effort, what level of proficiency can I expect to achieve?" Zhou Ming inquired, indicating that while he had no qualms about the fee, he wished to gauge Lu Shihu's sincerity. After a moment of silence, Lu Shihu chose to respond honestly. Although they were not intimidated by apprentice-level beast tamers, he did not wish to invite trouble. In the short term, you could defeat ordinary individuals without issue. However, achieving significant growth will require sustained study and effort. With dedication, you should be able to handle ordinary mutated beasts. Understood. Where shall I make the payment? Zhou Ming asked. Haha, splendid. I relish dealing with someone as forthright as you, Lu Shihu declared, calling for He Sheng to begin processing Zhou Ming's enrollment while informing him of pertinent details. After exiting Kuang Mang Martial Arts School, Zhou Ming officially became an apprentice of the institution. Chapter 32. Learning Martial Arts. The essence of Kuang Mang Martial Arts lies in strength, the integration of energy, the manipulation of force, and the unleashing of power. On the second floor of the Kuang Mang Martial Arts School, in a spacious room spanning several dozen square meters, Lu Shihu commenced Zhou Ming's training in the art of Kuang Mang martial arts. Observe closely. I will demonstrate, Lu Shihu instructed, aiming to provide Zhou Ming with a concrete understanding of Kuang Mang martial arts through a display of its might against a sturdy wooden post. With a resounding thud, Lu Shihu's right hand struck the post, resembling the tail of a massive python, generating a thunderous sound that reverberated, causing nearby windows to tremble. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that even if the MDI were to engage Lu Shihu at close range, it would likely be sent flying by that strike, with the best outcome resulting in mutual destruction. Furthermore, given Lu Shihu's explosive physical prowess, he could wield a small heavy machine gun with ease, leaving Zhou Ming with no choice but to evade. Clearly, one should not underestimate ordinary individuals, even at the apprentice level. Watching Lu Shihu's display of strength, Zhou Ming silently assessed the situation. How was that? Impressive, wouldn't you agree? Lu Shihu asked, a hint of pride in his voice, aware that he had showcased remarkable strength for an ordinary person. Indeed, that was formidable. In close quarters, even an ordinary beast tamer might struggle to react in time. Zhou Ming acknowledged, genuinely impressed by Lu Shihu's demonstration. Do not flatter me, Lu Shihu replied with a smile. With the objective achieved, he shifted to formally instructing Zhou Ming. The recent surge of power concentrated within oneself is a formidable force. At present, you have yet to reach such a level. Aside from physical fitness, there is also technique to consider. I will first instruct you on the training methods, and in conjunction with the medicinal concoctions and dietary tonics from the martial arts school, we shall endeavor to enhance your physical capabilities swiftly. Subsequently, we will gradually refine your techniques, culminating in the mastery of the secret killing moves of the Kuang Mang martial arts school. As Lu Shihu explained the essence of Kuang Mang martial arts to the young Zhou Ming, he also outlined a plan for Zhou Ming's training, preparing him for what lay ahead. Very well, I understand, Zhou Ming replied, and Lu Shihu commenced teaching him the practice of Kuang Mang martial arts. Simultaneously, he elaborated on the characteristics of the martial art and other pertinent knowledge. With tasks at hand, time seemed to fly by, and Zhou Ming hardly noticed as several days slipped away within the Kuang Mang martial arts school. During the day, he trained at the school, indulged in the medicinal meals provided by Lu Shihu at noon, and concluded his day with a special herbal bath. After returning home each night, he would allow his companion, Mo Dai, some freedom to stretch its legs, as practicing martial arts necessitated that he not keep his beast confined to his side. Zhou Ming then engaged in nightly meditation, for his bond with his beast was his primary path to cultivation. However, he had yet to find a suitable channel to acquire what he desired, so for now, he relied on martial arts to bolster his strength. He also observed Mo Dai during its time outside, utilizing his mental acuity to sense its physical exertion patterns. The Kuang Mang martial arts mimicked the striking methods of serpents, and he would not let this invaluable opportunity pass him by. Poor Mo Dai, having barely enjoyed its freedom, was soon taken back by its master for inspection, appearing rather pitiful. As for the other iron wire snakes, Zhou Ming would nightly release them through the drainage system to hunt hard-furred rats. Although their movements were restricted to a 1-mile radius around him, it was more than sufficient. The hard-furred rat, a product of mutation, thrived due to its remarkable adaptability. As long as common rats existed, they would continue to proliferate, given their significant chances of survival. Thus, the iron wire snakes would never lack for sustenance. After a week had passed, within the confines of the Kuang Mang martial arts training room, a dull thud echoed as Zhou Ming practiced his techniques. Thanks to the mutual reinforcement from his beast and the medicinal materials supplied by the school, Zhou Ming's physical condition was now adequate enough to begin learning combat techniques. Lu Shihu had initially intended to wait longer, but Zhou Ming's insistence on accelerating the process necessitated that instruction be imparted without compromising his health. While the sound of Zhou Ming's practice was not as thunderous as Lu Shihu's, it still bore a semblance of might. Lu Shihu assessed Zhou Ming's aptitude, mediocre comprehension paired with exceptional physical talent. After a brief evaluation, he continued, Zhou Ming, remember the essence of Kuang Mang martial arts. When facing an opponent, If the opportunity arises, strike with the lethal precision of a serpent's bite. If your strength matches that of your foe, draw close and constrict as a serpent would, forcing them to reveal a weakness in the face of a stronger adversary. Lu Shihu paused to regard Zhou Ming before continuing. You should rely on your beast. A true martial artist ought to strategically utilize their strengths. Martial arts should ultimately serve as a supplementary means. I understand. If one strike can suffice, there is no need for a second, Zhou Ming replied. Lu Shihu felt inclined to remark that such directness was unnecessary, yet he merely cleared his throat, perhaps to mask his own embarrassment. That's about right. Under your current circumstances, maintain this pace for another month, and you will be ready to practice the secret killing moves. Once you have mastered them, your progress will depend solely on your own efforts. Of course, throughout this year, I shall continue to guide you to prevent any missteps, while still providing you with medicinal tonics and meals. After a succinct explanation, fearing Zhou Ming might perceive the tuition as insufficient, Lu Shihu concluded, understood. As time drew near, he imparted a few final words of wisdom before departing. As the senior disciple of the martial arts school, Lu Shihu had many responsibilities, but he chose to personally oversee Zhou Ming's training due to the latter's potential. Once Lu Shihu left, a staff member promptly brought in a tub filled with medicinal bathwater, and Zhou Ming began to undress for his essential daily soak. After indulging in the soothing bath, Zhou Ming raised his arms, channeling energy throughout his body, producing a symphony of cracking joints. Feeling the fatigue dissipate, he was invigorated, letting out a contented sigh. Dressed in his own clothes, Zhou Ming prepared to leave the Quangmeng martial arts school. The tub and training attire would naturally be attended to by others, for the considerable expenditure ensured commendable service from the school. Lei Yuan, what brings you here? Waiting for me? Zhou Ming inquired upon encountering Lei Yuan, the young girl who had introduced him to the Quangmeng martial arts school. I wanted to invite you for a meal, she replied. What is this? Are you thanking me for the commission I brought you? No need for gratitude. I only decided to stay because the school is quite admirable. You should focus on your studies and not let part-time work distract you. Lei Yuan appeared unassuming, yet she had successfully gained admission to the prestigious Qinghui University this year. Renowned for its research programs, Zhou Ming had learned that entering liberal arts universities within the Blue Star Alliance was akin to navigating a treacherous path. Only major bases offered such institutions, while medium-sized bases typically housed universities focused on martial arts and beast taming, with the best beast taming universities located in large bases. Zhou Ming had never anticipated that this somewhat shy girl possessed such impressive credentials. This time, Lei Yuan had taken up part-time work to earn her living expenses. As her family situation was only average, even without tuition fees, she still needed to support herself. Chapter 33, Gathering. The Blue Star Alliance. Due to the technological discontinuity caused by the apocalypse and the diversion of talent among beast tamers, along with the Alliance's focus on researching the energy utilization techniques of alien species, resulted in a scarcity of accomplished scientific talent. Within the headquarters of the Blue Star Alliance, the status of an academician in the Academy of Sciences was hardly inferior to that of a transcendent master beast tamer. For these invaluable elderly scholars, the Alliance held them in high regard. In addition to various specialized roles, professional beast tamers often served as their personal bodyguards. Thus, Zhou Ming advised Lei Yuan to concentrate on her studies without letting part-time work encroach upon her time. After speaking, he turned to leave, having embarked on a path fraught with peril, and he did not wish to affect the lives of ordinary individuals, especially one with such a bright future. Brother Zhou, remember to keep in touch. Lei Yuan called after him, as she would not be coming tomorrow. All right, Zhou Ming replied without looking back, raising his right hand in acknowledgement to reassure her. Instead of returning to his dwelling, Zhou Ming took a tram to the western part of the city. As twilight descended over the west, the streets were still filled with pedestrians and vehicles. A quick glance revealed that the western district was likely second only to the eastern district in terms of prosperity. The ringing of a phone indicated that Wang Yan was urging him. Zhou Ming had come to the west specifically to meet Wang Yan. Hey Zhou Ming, are you there yet? Wang Yan inquired. I'm here, just about to arrive, Zhou Ming replied. Hurry up, Wang Yan pressed, promptly hanging up. Following the street signs, Zhou Ming arrived at the designated meeting place, a barbecue restaurant. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by bright lights and lively sounds, a stark contrast to the dim and nearly deserted streets outside. Observing the expansive venue, nearly 1,000 square meters dedicated to barbecue, Zhou Ming could only commend the owner's audacity. However, nighttime dining necessitated an indoor setting. Sir, just one? A female server approached to assist him. No, I'm looking for someone, table 29. Just walk straight and turn left, you'll see your friend. Thank you. Following the server's directions, Zhou Ming spotted Wang Yan from a distance. Over here, Zhou Ming. At this moment, Wang Yan, holding a skewer of meat in one hand and a beer in the other. Noticed Zhou Ming's arrival and raised the skewer, exclaiming loudly, "What's this? Struck it rich, coming to such a splendid place." As Zhou Ming approached Wang Yan, he teased him, observing the guest's attire and demeanor, and the spaciousness of the venue dedicated to barbecue at night. Zhou Ming could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly a high-end establishment. I've been promoted to beast tamer. The old man recently bestowed upon me quite a generous allowance. I had come here with him before. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he popped open a bottle of beer for Zhou Ming. Upon receiving the beer, Zhou Ming shook his head. If it weren't for his father's subtle threats, this guy probably wouldn't have achieved the status of beast tamer so soon. However, everyone has their own choices, and Zhou Ming refrained from saying much. After all, they were all adults. By the way, is this your little piglet? Zhou Ming shifted the conversation to the adorable little black pig at Wang Yan's feet. Bah, what do you mean little piglet? This is a Fanyao war pig. Let us drink a bottle first, then we can talk about other things. This time, Zhou Ming had asked for assistance, and hearing Wang Yan's suggestion, he complied and downed a bottle to aid digestion. As soon as he set down the beer bottle, Zhou Ming noticed Wang Yan was pouring beer into his piglet's mouth. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Ming was quite perplexed. What are you doing? Whatever I eat, it eats too. I'm quite a good master, don't you think? Upon hearing Wang Yan's response, Zhou Ming could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. He then picked up some barbecue to eat, while also appreciating the rare sight in front of him. This small black pig, measuring about a meter in length, was the beast prepared for Wang Yan by his father. Despite appearing somewhat silly and endearing, it was indeed a fierce beast, though still in its juvenile stage. The reason for taming a juvenile beast was due to its lower purchase price and the ease of implanting a mental seed, although it required a significant amount of time for training. However, if it were to mature, Wang Yan's beast would wield considerable power. According to the records in the Beast Compendium, a fully grown Fanyao war pig could exceed 3 meters in length, possessing a temporary hardening ability in its skin, placing its defense among the top tier of low-ranked beasts. Its fangs, nearly half a meter long, were the hardest part of its body, exhibiting armor-piercing characteristics. Essentially, when the Fanyao war pig charged head-on, few beasts of the same rank could withstand its assault. Based on Zhou Ming's understanding of Wang Yan's family, the expenditure on Wang Yan this time likely drained the alliance coins that his father had accumulated over the years from his newfound wealth. How did it go with your matter? Seeing that Wang Yan had finally attended to his precious pet, Zhou Ming set down the barbecue, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and inquired, "I got it sorted with my old man. You wouldn't believe he has some tricks up his sleeve." Saying this, Wang Yan produced an envelope and handed it to Zhou Ming. "All the information you wanted is noted inside. Fortunately, it wasn't anything too confidential. Thank you." Accepting the envelope from Wang Yan, Zhou Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude, for some matters lacked the proper channels, making even the simplest tasks feel insurmountable. No need to be so formal. This time, in assisting Zhou Ming, beyond their friendship, Wang Yan sought to repay him. In the library, he not only motivated him to study together, but also provided guidance in mental meditation. Regardless, Zhou Ming's prior situation indeed required the consolidation of mental seeds, and the advice on meditation had greatly benefited Wang Yan. Otherwise, given his personality, even with his father's subtle threats, it would have taken him much longer. "Tonight, let us drink to our heart's content." The old man said, "I could become a beast tamer, which is akin to a stroke of luck from my ancestors. This profession isn't something we could ever dream of. It's better to accept his business and prepare well for his grandson." You see, what nonsense is this old man spouting? Upon hearing Wang Yan's complaints, Zhou Ming immediately grasped his meaning. He was merely not satisfied with the fun he was having, rather than lamenting the hopelessness of his path as a beast tamer. "Let us have a drink, and don't forget your little piglet." Zhou Ming, hearing this, opted not to delve into any lofty philosophies and simply raised his beer bottle to drink alongside him. "Be careful, when my treasure grows up, I'll let it root you out. By the way, what about your beast?" Since Wang Yan was helping Zhou Ming with this matter, he naturally knew that Zhou Ming had also become a beast tamer, but he was unaware of what Zhou Ming's beast was. "Don't look, it's a snake. A venomous snake. Do you still want to see it?" "No, let us just drink." Upon hearing that it was a species of snake, his greatest fear, he promptly ceased the conversation, and the two began to drink and enjoy barbecued food, leaving other matters aside. It was only close to midnight that they parted ways. Chapter 34, The Black Market. After parting with Wang Yan, Zhou Ming hailed a taxi back to his newly rented residence. Upon returning, he immediately took a cold shower to wash away the scent of alcohol and clear his mind. He hadn't expected Wang Yan to be such a heavy drinker. Had it not been for his recent training in the Python martial arts, which had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, he might have indeed been brought down by Wang Yan. Emerging from the bathroom, Zhou Ming, while drying his hair, reflected on his and Wang Yan's drinking capacities. After tidying up, Zhou Ming sat at his desk and opened the envelope Wang Yan had given him. January 7th, South City, Function Street, number 118. Reading the few lines on the paper, Zhou Ming slowly articulated the specific location he needed to find. He anticipated that it would be in the familiar South City. Although Zhou Ming had focused his energies on the Python martial arts in recent days, the path of a beast tamer remained firmly in his thoughts. The reason he sought Wang Yan's assistance was that Wang Yan's father had previously procured resources necessary for beast tamers from the black market at the Qingshan base. The black market exists in every era and in every major location. The origins of the goods sold or the sellers themselves often have questionable backgrounds, hidden from the light, which is why black markets exist. Because of this, the prices in the black market are typically much lower than those in regular sales, allowing Wang Yan's father to leverage his business connections to access the black market and procure beast tamer resources with his limited financial means. While the black market isn't exactly a secret, the locations where it opens vary each time. Given Zhou Ming's current social network, he had no choice but to seek Wang Yan's help. To be precise, he sought Wang Yan's father, which is why Zhou Ming revealed to Wang Yan that he had already been promoted to beast tamer. Although this wasn't exactly a secret in itself. However, incurring a favor from an ordinary person is vastly different from incurring a favor from a beast tamer. After all, Zhou Ming was merely a friend of Wang Yan, while he had no connection with his father. In the world of adults, sometimes clarity in such matters is essential. Now that Zhou Ming was informed about the black market, his future channels of information would broaden significantly, making every endeavor easier. After memorizing the details from the envelope, Zhou Ming burned it and went straight to sleep, having already arranged for his snake squad. After 2 days dedicated to martial arts training, on the evening of the 7th, Zhou Ming arrived punctually at the designated location noted in the envelope. The Iron Serpent squad had long been released, with radar capabilities to sense any anomalies in the vicinity. While Zhou Ming refrained from deploying the Iron Serpents inside the black market, as he had no faith that it would be unguarded. Noticing no unusual circumstances and seeing people arriving in succession, Zhou Ming, cloaked in a hooded outfit, mask, and colored contact lenses, approached the entrance of the black market. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhou Ming tapped on the sturdy door according to the code written in the envelope. After a few breaths, the heavy door finally creaked open. What's the matter? The thick door opened just a crack, revealing a brutish face. I heard there are some pretty ladies here. Due to the mask obscuring his face, Zhou Ming's voice sounded muffled. How many do you want? 7. Seeing that the code was correct, the burly man immediately swung the door wide open. Please. At that moment, Zhou Ming noticed 2 guards behind the door, armed with rifles and wearing ski masks, aiming their weapons at the entrance. As he beheld the scene before him, Zhou Ming was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This was the second occasion he felt his life slipping from his grasp. The first was when he faced the griffin soaring above Snake Valley. Rest assured, esteemed guest, this is merely a precaution, the burly man at the door explained. Noting Zhou Ming's reaction, at this juncture, retreat was not an option, and under the guidance of the man, Zhou Ming was led to an entrance within the room. You may enter on your own, dear guest. However, before he could finish, Zhou Ming produced a sum of 10,000 alliance coins. I am merely here to purchase goods. In the black market, one must also pay a stall fee, a rule set by the forces behind the market. I hope you find what you seek. Seeing the money Zhou Ming offered was acceptable, the sturdy man's demeanor softened considerably. Descending the staircase, Zhou Ming pushed open the door before him, revealing a vast underground parking lot devoid of vehicles. Illuminated by lights, numerous makeshift stalls cluttered the space, with sellers and buyers alike obscuring their faces and conversing in hushed tones. All around, armed black market guards occupied strategic positions, each donning a mask. Upon the arrival of newcomers, aside from a handful of shoppers and vendors, the guards scrutinized Zhou Ming with their weapons at the ready. Not lingering, Zhou Ming stepped forward to immerse himself in this peculiar market, allowing the guards to redirect their focus. The array of items for sale in the black market was truly astounding. A multitude of goods filled the stalls. After a casual stroll, Zhou Ming encountered various models of firearms and ammunition intended for patrons within the base. There were also vibrant vials of potions displayed on the stalls, representing the gene serums strictly forbidden by the Blue Star Alliance. Although Zhou Ming had heard rumors of the Alliance conducting covert research on gene serums, the law ostensibly prohibited such activities. Observing the vendor behind the stall, Zhou Ming wondered about the source of these items. If he had procured them himself, he was either a genius or a fraud. As Zhou Ming paused at one vendor's stall, the seller silently extended his right hand, inviting him to take a look. Shaking his head in refusal, Zhou Ming continued to wander. Having experienced the mutation of the ink ribbon, he had gained insight into the intricate and variable nature of genes. and he had no desire to transform into a monstrosity. He then noticed stalls selling poisons, sedatives, and other peculiar concoctions. There were also vendors dealing in exquisite jewelry, undoubtedly stolen. Beyond these, relics from the pre-apocalyptic era, detailed expedition maps from a major hunting group, cursed artifacts imbued with mysterious powers, and invitations to banquets held by high-ranking officials of the Qinshan base were all present. The eclectic assortment of items expanded Zhou Ming's horizons significantly. Once the novelty wore off after several rounds, Zhou Ming was reluctant to squander more time and headed towards a stall he had previously noted, which specialized in items related to Beastmasters. In a secluded corner, there were a few rare stalls dedicated to selling goods for Beastmasters. Various jars and books were displayed, awaiting discerning buyers. Each item bore a label indicating its name and price, with some providing brief descriptions. Among them, Zhou Ming's keen eye spotted a particularly useful item. The Beast Berserk Potion, crafted from the essence extracted from the heart of a berserk lion, could temporarily enhance the prowess of a beast, though it was generally effective only on lower-tier beasts. For it to work on higher-tier beasts, the materials must derive from a heart that had experienced a berserk state, which made the heart of the berserk lion he had previously obtained exceedingly valuable. Noticing a hint of gray impurities within the crimson potion, Zhou Ming deduced it was a subpar low-tier berserk potion. Although its effects mirrored that of a standard potion, it would ultimately diminish the potential of the beast. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Ming decided to purchase it. As he possessed nearly 100 other iron-threaded snakes alongside the ink ribbon, Zhou Ming then began to explore various other items, hoping to uncover what he needed. A short while later, he addressed the vendor in a low voice. 3 bottles of the Beast Berserk Potion, 1 box of concentration incense, 1 book detailing the advancement of the Beastmaster profession, and 1 bottle of Blood Ignition Potion. Upon mentioning the Blood Ignition Potion, the vendor, cloaked in a black robe, unexpectedly raised his head to scrutinize Zhou Ming. This potion, which granted a significant surge in power at the cost of a beast's life, was exponentially more potent than the Berserk Potion. The use of such a potion often inflicted severe psychological trauma on the Beastmaster, and it was seldom employed unless in dire circumstances, as survival would render the beast effectively useless. That will suffice. Can the price be lowered? Zhou Ming inquired. The prices are fixed and non-negotiable, replied the vendor, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Accepting this, Zhou Ming produced an anonymous gold card to settle the bill, totaling 350,000 alliance coins. If purchased through legitimate channels outside, it would have easily reached 500,000 alliance coins. With his purchases secured in a backpack, Zhou Ming proceeded to the next stall. At the second stall, Zhou Ming scrutinized the wares, finding most items of inferior quality, far beneath the previous vendor's standards. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 or 3 exceptional pieces. How much for the amethyst potion? Zhou Ming inquired, pointing to the vial closest to the vendor. 90,000. This is the last of the premium-grade amethyst potion, the vendor, wearing a tiger mask, promptly stated. For an additional 10,000, I could acquire a quality-assured amethyst potion elsewhere. Zhou Ming retorted quietly. First, this is premium grade, with a 10% superior effect compared to ordinary amethyst potions. Second, if you could find one outside, would you be here? The vendor's words prompted Zhou Ming to pause. Given the prestige of the amethyst potion, it would likely be snatched up by high-ranking individuals from the Qinshan base upon its appearance. Had the vendor's price not been exorbitant for the black market and lacking any quality guarantee, Zhou Ming would never have encountered the amethyst potion. I wish to inspect the amethyst potion. Very well, but should it be damaged, you must purchase it. Agreed. After confirming the vial's integrity, Zhou Ming accepted it from the vendor while keeping a watchful eye on the vendor's movements. Scams occurred in every realm. Besides tasting the potion directly from the vial, Zhou Ming meticulously examined it several times before ultimately deciding to take the gamble. The potion's effects were simply too alluring. The permanent enhancement of a Beastmaster's mental acuity by 10 to 20% without side effects was a significant advantage, though it could only be used once, with no effect on subsequent applications. After spending 90,000 alliance coins, Zhou Ming specifically requested a box to store the potion, carefully placing it within his clothing. At the subsequent stalls, he found nothing else that piqued his interest. Finally, at the last stall dedicated to Beastmaster items, he purchased a detailed book on basic meditation techniques for 10,000 alliance coins, then began to meander while awaiting the market's conclusion. A loud gong resonated through the air. There are 10 minutes remaining until the market closes. Guests wishing to depart may choose from various exit routes. Additionally, the date and time for the next market opening will be announced in the lower right corner of the Qinshan Evening News on the 15th of each month. The masked overseer of the black market called out to the crowd from a nearby platform. It seemed the black market held considerable significance, utilizing the Qinshan Evening News to notify patrons on a fixed monthly schedule. The Public Security Bureau, despite being filled with inept individuals, has long been aware of the existence of the black market, which cannot simply operate without regulation. However, this matter is irrelevant to Zhou Ming. Upon discovering the method to access the black market, he casually chose a passageway to exit. Besides other buyers who, like Zhou Ming, had already procured their items, there were numerous others hastening their pace, some too indifferent to haggle, as it was uncertain when they would encounter suitable goods again. Some vendors, once departed, might not return for various reasons, and opportunities lost are irretrievable. After leaving the black market, Zhou Ming swiftly slipped into a nearby alley. Is the trend of black eating black prevalent in this extraordinary world? With his radar perception ability, Zhou Ming immediately sensed individuals lingering nearby. In stating this, he had forgotten how he had initially risen to prominence. Wishing to avoid trouble, Zhou Ming relied on his understanding of the southern city environment and his radar perception skills to expeditiously vacate the area, utilizing his familiarity with the surroundings. He circled back a few times in the alley before arriving at a secure, uninhabited location, from where he proceeded towards the inner city. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Ming hastened to his bedroom, eager to use the Zijing potion directly, hoping he had not been deceived. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he gazed at the shimmering purple vial, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Should this potion prove to be counterfeit, he would incur a loss nearing 1 million alliance coins. As he opened the vial, the liquid resembled a translucent purple crystal, exuding no odor, which was characteristic of the Zijing potion. He then summoned an iron wire serpent, feeding it a drop of the Zijing potion. If it were false, he could simply accept the loss, but if it were toxic, that would be truly terrifying. Zhou Ming cautiously allowed his beast to test it. Moments later, observing that his summoned creature exhibited no adverse effects, but rather appeared invigorated, a smile crept upon Zhou Ming's lips. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a genuine product. Confirming that all was well, Zhou Ming downed the potion in one go and then began to meditate on his bed, seeking to maximize the potion's effects. After all, the difference between 20% and 10% is indeed substantial. Chapter 36, The Potion's Efficacy. As Zhou Ming consumed the Zijing potion and entered meditation, he envisioned a desolate landscape, devoid of life, save for the cracked earth. In the next moment, purple lightning illuminated the sky, and after a flurry of dark clouds, it seemed as if a gentle spring rain began to nourish the parched ground. The rain gradually moistened the soil, seeping deeper and below the surface. The seeds of life were nurtured, taking root and sprouting. Tender shoots emerged, breathing life into the world. It remained uncertain whether this vision was a mere illusion of Zhou Ming's mind or a normal reaction to the Zijing potion. As he regained awareness, he noticed a sliver of the rising sun through the window, indicating that the night had swiftly passed. He must have reached around the 5th level. Upon awakening from the effects of the Zijing potion, Zhou Ming immediately checked for any changes in his mental prowess. If the maximum limit of human mental strength is 9, then breaking through this threshold signifies advancing from a single digit to a double-digit capability. The advancement ritual is a means of transcending inherent limits through acquired methods. During this process, a Beastmaster's mental strength must first reach 9, which is the task of an apprentice Beastmaster. After a year of meditation and aided by the snake's saliva fruit, Zhou Ming's mental strength had reached the 3 to 4 range, and he anticipated a potential breakthrough to 5 with this potion. To his astonishment, he found himself nearing 6. Uncertain whether this was due to the potion's efficacy or a hidden talent of his own, the results exceeded Zhou Ming's expectations, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Nevertheless, he eventually calmed himself, feeling refreshed as he rose to prepare for a new day. In the practice room of the Crazy Python Martial Arts School, Zhou Ming, clad in training attire, stood upright with his limbs slightly relaxed. In the next instant, he struck the ironwood post with his right hand, akin to a giant python's whip. The sound, though not as thunderous as Lu Shihu's, resonated sharply. A moment ago, filled with vigor, Zhou Ming now winced, clutching his right hand. Lu Shihu, witnessing this amusing scene, could not help but chuckle. Master Lu, what just happened to me? Zhou Ming inquired, observing his swollen right hand with confusion. I cannot discern what has transpired, but I can see that your mastery of strength techniques has greatly improved, while your physical condition has not seen much change, leading to your hand's inability to withstand the explosive force. Handing Zhou Ming a bottle of medicinal wine, he continued, "This is a secret brew from our school. It will help prevent any lingering injuries." As the eldest disciple of the school, Lu Shihu quickly identified Zhou Ming's predicament, though he refrained from probing further, respecting the privacy of others. After briefly explaining, he offered the medicinal wine to Zhou Ming. "How do I resolve this?" Zhou Ming grimaced as he applied the medicinal wine, but he did not forget to ask Lu Shihu for a solution. "It's simple. Increase your resilience training and continue with medicinal meals and baths. For us martial artists, mastering the technique of force application is the most challenging aspect, requiring time and diligent practice. Given your situation, just take it easy and enjoy the progress. Thank you for your guidance, Master Lu. Tomorrow I have personal matters to attend to, so please proceed with the training arrangements as you see fit afterward. Enduring the stinging pain from the medicinal wine, Zhou Ming allowed Lu Shihu to dictate the subsequent training schedule. As for his personal matter tomorrow, it was Xiao Yun's birthday, which he had not forgotten. All right, as long as you are not afraid of hard work. Also, don't push yourself with the injury. Take a break and focus on footwork and agility. Consider today a rest day. Balance is key in martial arts. Thank you, Master Lu, for your instruction. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. As you can see, my hand is in this condition. Appreciating Lu Shihu's sincere advice, Zhou Ming refrained from taking up more of his time. Very well, I shall not be rude. Lu Shihu, straightforward as ever, expressed his gratitude before departing. The sudden surge in Zhou Ming's mental strength had significantly enhanced his control over his body, resulting in his hand injury. Although his right hand was not damaged to the bone, it became difficult to exert force. Zhou Ming obediently followed Lu Shihu's advice and spent the remainder of the day practicing various agility and footwork techniques. As Zhou Ming exited the Crazy Python Martial Arts School, he made a point to bid farewell to Lu Shihu. Upon returning to his residence, he retrieved the detailed meditation manual and insights he had acquired from the black market, seeking solutions to the issues he encountered while meditating. After resolving several of his queries, Zhou Ming lit a focus incense to aid his meditation, verifying its effectiveness. Noticing an improvement in his meditative efficiency, he immersed himself fully in the practice. January 9th, Xiao Yun's birthday, marked the first occasion Zhou Ming celebrated a friend's birthday in this world, prompting him to rise early to prepare a gift for her. However, as a straightforward man, he lacked experience in such matters and decided to purchase a piece of jewelry. The reason he refrained from buying it on the black market was not only to avoid causing Xiao Yun any trouble, but also because he believed the essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it. Purchasing from the black market felt like mere obligation. After a year of acquaintance, Zhou Ming understood that Xiao Yun typically favored a subtle makeup style and was not fond of excessive adornment. After exploring several shops, he ultimately decided that a jade bracelet would suffice. Sir, how do you find this pink jade bracelet? In the heart of the city, within the exquisite Jinyu Pavilion specializing in jade ornaments, a saleswoman clad in a short skirt, even in the biting winter, was enthusiastically presenting a jade bracelet of considerable value to Zhou Ming. Although he lacked expertise in discerning the quality of jade, he could assess its merits through aspects such as hue, delicacy, and impurities, concluding that this particular bracelet was of commendable quality. However, he was not particularly inclined toward it. The pink hue seemed too prone to misinterpretation. Please assist me in selecting a beautiful jade bracelet in a vibrant green hue instead. This is intended as a birthday gift for an ordinary friend. Upon hearing the customer's request, the saleswoman promptly showcased several exquisite jade bracelets of superior quality. Despite struggling with indecision, Zhou Ming made a conscientious choice for Xiao Yun's birthday gift, selecting a bracelet that boasted a warm luster and devoid of excessive embellishments. Priced at a staggering 100,000, Zhou Ming displayed remarkable discernment by choosing the most expensive option, yet he paid without hesitation. While he was often meticulous in the black market, he exuded a generous demeanor at the checkout, prompting the saleswoman beside him to offer subtle hints, which Zhou Ming, regrettably, remained oblivious to. Chapter 37, The Banquet. Upon exiting Jinyu Pavilion, Zhou Ming suddenly smacked his forehead, after wandering for an extensive period. He had almost forgotten where Xiao Yun was hosting her birthday celebration. He quickly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Xiao Yun's number. Where is it being held? As the call connected, he began conversing with Xiao Yun, casually inquiring about the location of her birthday banquet. Should it be at Xiao Yun's home? He would also need to procure some ordinary gifts for her parents. However, upon learning that the celebration was to take place at the Tunghua restaurant, he was taken aback. It was renowned as the finest establishment in the Qingshan base. And it's not even Xiaolei. Mentioning her brother, Xiao Yun seemed somewhat irked. Initially, it was intended to be a gathering for family and a few friends, coincidentally serving as a farewell banquet for Xiao Lei's return to Yunhai. Unbeknownst to her, this information had reached the higher-ups of the Qingshan base, who had decided to host Xiao Yun's birthday celebration at Tunghua restaurant, while also bidding farewell to Xiao Lei. Zhou Ming, intrigued, began to inquire further. The reasoning was straightforward. Xiao Lei had been taken under the wing of the president of Yunhai University, who was a peerless master beast master. As one of the few master beast masters in the Yunhai base, Xiao Lei's status had undoubtedly ascended significantly since becoming his disciple. Having long evaded trouble, it seemed Zhou Ming was now entangled in a greater predicament. After stowing away his mobile phone, He reflected on how a seemingly ordinary birthday celebration could morph into a narrative befitting a novel. With Xiao Lei's current standing, it was inevitable that the unattached Xiao Yun would attract the attention of high-ranking heirs. He, being closely acquainted with Xiao Yun, would this lead to misunderstandings regarding their relationship? Coupled with his background, an image began to form in Zhou Ming's mind. Arrogance, schemes, jealousy, and ultimately being forced to depart from the Qingshan base, culminating in a grand return as the Dragon King. The more he pondered, the more he felt uneasy. Was this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Standing on the street, clutching a beautifully wrapped gift box, Zhou Ming shook his head vigorously, resembling a fool. No more thinking, he muttered to himself repeatedly. Regaining his composure, Zhou Ming resolved to attend Xiao Yun's birthday banquet. While he could detest trouble, he could not shy away from it. Nor could he forego attending a friend's celebration out of fear of inconvenience. Otherwise, his pursuit of the Beastmaster path and the acquisition of formidable strength would hold no significance. Nevertheless, due to the change in venue for the birthday banquet, Zhou Ming decided to acquire a dapper outfit, regardless of any potential misunderstandings. He did not wish to embarrass Xiao Yun, who was akin to a sister to him. Observing the time was of the essence. He hurriedly sought out a high-end hair salon, requesting Tony to tidy up his long-neglected hair. Subsequently, Zhou Ming selected a stylish outfit. Fortunate to possess a decent sense of fashion, he opted for a formal ensemble with a relaxed flair rather than a stiff, conventional suit. With a commendable natural physique, complemented by approximately half a month of martial arts training, Zhou Ming, after a meticulous grooming session, exuded a handsome charm nearing a score of 90. His tall and upright stature, coupled with agile and powerful movements, along with his freshly styled hair, rendered him both radiant and full of vigor. Most importantly, his aura exuded a mysterious charm reminiscent of serpents, with a hint of allure, while the sinister and brutal traits often associated with serpents were conspicuously absent. It was this very aura that elevated Zhou Ming's overall impression to 90, though he was content, for he did not rely on his looks for sustenance. After inspecting himself in the mirror at the clothing store and finding no faults, he proceeded to settle the bill, leaving behind several infatuated saleswomen, inciting envy among male patrons. Prepared, Zhou Ming finally arrived at the Tenghua restaurant as dusk fell. True to its reputation as the finest establishment in the Qingshan base, the restaurant maintained a semblance of security, with only a few dim lights illuminating the exterior walls. However, the design was masterfully executed, employing selective lighting amidst the night's surroundings to create an understated opulence that exuded an intrinsic elegance. Observing the luxurious vehicles surrounding him, Zhou Ming felt no sense of inferiority. With his financial means, purchasing one was certainly within reach. Yet, he deemed such extravagance pointless, regarding it as a mere waste. Strength alone sufficed, requiring no ostentatious embellishments. Striding confidently, Zhou Ming entered Tenghua Restaurant. The establishment comprised 5 floors. The topmost reserved for the reception of high-ranking individuals from the Qingshan base, where power and privilege dictated dining rights. The 3rd and 4th floors necessitated prior reservations, while the 1st and 2nd floors remained open to the public. After informing a server of his purpose, he was promptly escorted to the 5th floor where Xiao Yun's birthday banquet was being held. Inquiring casually about the lack of an invitation, he learned that Xiao Yun had made prior arrangements. Her meticulous nature remained unchanged. Zhou Ming, appreciative of Xiao Yun's foresight, praised her. Guided by the server, he successfully reached the 5th floor. Before him lay a banquet filled with numerous unfamiliar faces, their attire indicative of either affluent socialites or wealthy entrepreneurs. Among them were several political figures who had graced the screens of Qingshan media, and Zhou Ming felt fortunate to witness them firsthand. However, he had no intentions of mingling with them just yet. His priority was to locate Xiao Yun. Zhou Ming, over here, not far away. A chubby girl was calling out to him. It was Qin Xiu, a colleague from the Qingshan library. Beside her stood Xiao Yun and Xiao Lei, along with several others whose expressions and attire suggested they were Xiao Yun's parents and senior government officials from the Qingshan base. Upon hearing Qin Xiu's call, Xiao Yun also spotted Zhou Ming, excusing herself briefly from her elders before approaching him with Xiao Lei in tow. Happy birthday. This marked Zhou Ming's first formal birthday celebration for a friend. While congratulating Xiao Yun, he presented her with the gift he had prepared. What gift is this? Despite having become a Beastmaster, Xiao Lei still bore some resentment towards Zhou Ming, feeling somewhat overshadowed, especially on a day where he was also a central figure. If you're going to act like this, I won't hesitate to make you look foolish in front of everyone tonight. Typically gentle, Xiao Yun's demeanor transformed into one of authority when facing her brother. Xiao Lei had intended to retort, but recoiled instinctively under Xiao Yun's piercing gaze, succumbing to pure bloodline pressure. I wasn't sure what to buy, so I chose a jade bracelet. knowing you don't favor flashy items. Such a waste. It's nothing. I've already consolidated my spirit seed to become a beastmaster, so I can afford this. Really? In comparison to the gift in hand. Xiao Yun felt that this revelation was the most delightful surprise. Indeed, noticing Xiao Yun's reaction, Zhou Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to deceiving a young girl. You didn't seem this happy when I first ascended to Beastmaster. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's reaction, Xiao Lei, her younger brother, could not help but voice his grievances in a hushed tone, particularly upon realizing that his sister regarded Zhou Ming as a brother. I am her biological brother, after all. To his surprise, Xiao Yun did not react with anger. Instead, she laughed heartily, mirroring Qin Shiyu's amusement. Chapter 38, Deception. What are you laughing so joyously about? Wang Yan, adorned in an ostentatious manner, emerged from seemingly nowhere. He had also been invited to Xiao Yun's birthday celebration, which meant that the small circle of friends from Qinshan Library had gathered in full. Someone's feeling envious, the charming and dimpled Qin Shiyu explained simply. Who is envious? Wang Yan scrutinized the group, pondering who might be feeling this way. Come on, you're taking my jokes too seriously, Zhou Ming interjected, noticing Xiao Lei's displeasure and attempting to ease the tension. The conversation quickly shifted, as everyone understood that Xiao Lei's current status warranted some consideration for his feelings. Even Xiao Yun teased Zhou Ming about his attire, suggesting it did not align with his character, as a caring sister would. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? If there were no outsiders, I could wear a tank top. This remark elicited laughter from those present, and they soon engaged in various light-hearted conversations, seamlessly integrating into the jovial atmosphere. Not far away, several young aristocrats, dressed in luxurious attire, were observing Zhou Ming and his companions. Is that Xiao Yun's friend? One deep-voiced young man, holding a glass of red wine, remarked to his companions. They seem to have met at the library. Those two men, one is an orphan, and the other is a small contractor from outside the city. They've both recently become beastmasters. A youth wearing frameless glasses provided a succinct response. What good fortune they have. Another young man, whose eyes sparkled with ambition, commented, unsure whether he meant that Zhou Ming and Wang Yan had become beastmasters despite their average qualifications, or that they had known Xiao Yun before her family rose to prominence. What? Do you want to cause trouble for them? That rather handsome fellow seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Yun, the wine-holding youth replied. Zhenggu, you're just trying to provoke me, aren't you? Do you think I feel threatened by you pursuing Xiao Yun? After glancing at himself, he continued, I am indeed somewhat more handsome. Laughter erupted among the group, as they were all part of the same social circle and found humor in the banter. They did not take the earlier comment about troubling Zhou Ming seriously. While their motives for pursuing Xiao Yun were indeed self-serving, they would not resort to underhanded tactics. The reason was simple. They sought to bind Xiao Yun with affection and consequently tether Xiao Lei to their own power. Causing trouble for Zhou Ming would only push Xiao Yun away, yielding no benefits and rather fostering enmity. With the Xiao family backed by a master-level beastmaster, they dared not take aggressive actions. It was well known that a master-level beastmaster could easily handle a medium-sized base and could depart at will. However, not everyone possessed such wisdom. Some nouveau riche scions and wayward offspring of prominent families still held grudges against Zhou Ming for his closeness to Xiao Yun. Yet, these individuals were not entirely devoid of intelligence. In such circumstances, they chose to endure quietly, at least refraining from causing trouble in front of Xiao Yun. As Xiao Yun's parents approached Zhou Ming and his companions, providing a brief explanation, they took Xiao Yun away. The banquet officially commenced. Xiao Yun's birthday celebration and Xiao Lei's farewell party transformed into a social stage for the elite. Zhou Ming, feeling out of place amidst the atmosphere, sought an opportunity to bid farewell to Xiao Yun as the event neared its conclusion. Xiao Yun, rather than expressing anger at Zhou Ming's departure, felt a tinge of regret that the gathering had turned out this way. However, she conveyed her joy at receiving Zhou Ming's gift, lifting her hand to display the jade bracelet he had bestowed upon her. As Zhou Ming took his leave, Wang Yan chose to remain, understanding that fostering connections with these individuals could benefit his family's business in the future. Familiarity often eased transactions. Upon exiting Tunghua Restaurant, Zhou Ming surveyed the desolate surroundings, realizing there were no taxis available. Fortunately, being in the inner city meant the walk would not be long, and the cool night breeze would help him regain his composure after the overwhelming atmosphere of the banquet. Stop! As he reached a dimly lit street, a commanding voice called out from behind him. Here it comes, he thought, recalling his earlier praise for the upper class's education only to have it sharply contradicted. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Zhou Ming felt a headache coming on. The trouble was beyond his capacity to resolve at that moment. He turned to see a group of ruffians encircling him, followed by a luxurious car arriving. The door swung open, revealing a young man exuding arrogance, cigarette in hand. Young Master Tong. A throng of people welcomed the individual with obvious reverence. Whom acknowledging his subordinates, the man approached Zhou Ming. You are Zhou Ming? Walking home, are we? He scrutinized Zhou Ming with derision. I am. And who might you be? Zhou Ming replied defiantly, seemingly intent on provoking him. This is the son of Deputy Director Tong from the Public Security Bureau. Show some respect when speaking to me. One of his followers quickly revealed young Master Tong's identity, throwing in a flattery for good measure. Now that you know, you are henceforth forbidden from associating with Xiao Yun. Otherwise, the sewer shall be your final resting place. The second-generation heir made his intentions clear. At the mention of the last sentence, Zhou Ming's expression shifted, a chilling aura emanating from him. What, are you dissatisfied? Getting robbed at night is quite common. It appeared the adversary had not thoroughly assessed Zhou Ming's situation before seeking confrontation. Otherwise, they would not have mentioned robbery, a threat only applicable to ordinary individuals. Beep, beep, beep. What are you doing? Young Master Tong reprimanded as Zhou Ming pulled out his phone and began dialing, calling Xiao Yun to inform her of your true nature and to keep her distance from you. After stating this, Zhou Ming resumed pressing buttons on his phone. Wait, are you a man? Do you only seek help from women? Young Master Tong was taken aback by Zhou Ming's actions, suddenly halting him. Of course, she regards me as her brother, and I see her as my sister. If my sister is being bullied, whom should I turn to for help? Aren't you two lovers? You've been used, haven't you? Zhou Ming responded with a non sequitur. With your intelligence, it is evident you have been manipulated. You are the only one here. Surely that is a sign of being used. Indeed, there is a saying that friends are merely commodities for sale. Young Master Tong's backer had evidently devised a clever plan, both to ascertain the situation and eliminate a rival. Zhou Ming's reasoning became increasingly persuasive, inadvertently flattering the puppet master behind the scenes. However, young Master Tong's countenance darkened, as he realized he had been used as a pawn. Let us go? He barked in a low voice, suddenly perceiving something. Disregarding any desire to salvage his image in Xiao Yun's brother's eyes, and directly led his group away. Chapter 39, Secret Transmission. After young Master Tong and his companions departed, Zhou Ming stared at the 3 digits displayed on his phone, 999. Deleting those 3 digits, he resumed his journey home. As for the earlier incident, Zhou Ming understood that resolving a minor inconvenience would likely invite larger troubles he was currently ill-equipped to handle. Since he could not directly address the small issue, he opted for an alternative approach. By making a phone call, he would clarify his relationship with Xiao Yun while diverting the adversary's attention elsewhere, ideally towards a target that might incite their anger. Accompanied by Zhou Ming's threatening phone call to Xiao Yun, the imposing Tong Xiao was ultimately deceived by Zhou Ming. While both sought to resolve their troubles, Zhou Ming was finally willing to employ his intellect this time. However, he preferred a more direct approach. Regrettably, his abilities fell short, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his frustration. The only fortunate aspect was that the adversary appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Yet, upon reflection, one might conclude that if the opponent were astute, they would not have been so easily manipulated. Zhou Ming's conjectures quickly led him to a clear analysis of the situation. Nevertheless, such individuals possess a certain advantage. Upon realizing their intellectual inferiority, their focus shifts from Zhou Ming to the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. Following Xiao Yun's birthday celebration, perhaps due to awareness of the relationship between Zhou Ming and Xiao Yun, no one sought to trouble Zhou Ming further, allowing him to pursue his own endeavors in peace. A month later, thanks to the tonics from Kuangming Martial Arts Academy and Zhou Ming's diligent training, his physical condition improved significantly. Of course, Lu Shihu's rigorous training also played a vital role in this transformation. At the Kuangming Martial Arts Academy, Lu Shihu was imparting the secret lethal techniques of Kuangming martial arts, which constitute its very essence. The secret techniques comprise 3 fundamental moves: Duya, Poison Fang; Jiaosha, Strangle; and Anwei, Dark Tail. To provide a clearer understanding, Lu Shihu first demonstrated these 3 techniques. After briefly introducing the names of the secret techniques, he signaled Zhou Ming to observe attentively. Clad in a white training uniform, Zhou Ming promptly took a position nearby, keenly observing Lu Shihu's movements. Duya. As he spoke, Lu Shihu executed a standard strike against a wooden post. Just as Zhou Ming perceived it to be an ordinary move, Lu Shihu's right hand swiftly altered its position. His index finger extended forward and slightly curved, while the other 3 fingers curled into his palm. With a sharp motion, Lu Shihu's 2 fingers pierced the wooden post like poisonous fangs, penetrating to the depth of a knuckle. He then forcefully pinched, extracting a piece of wood from the post. Jiaosha. Following the demonstration of Duya, Lu Shihu immediately illustrated the next technique, Jiaosha. He approached the wooden post and embraced it. His limbs entwined around it as he exerted force from his waist, instantly snapping several wooden sticks affixed to the post. Anwei. as Lu Shihu descended from the wooden post. Facing Zhou Ming, he bent forward, supporting himself with his hands, while his right leg lashed out backward like a python's tail. With a resounding thud, the exceptionally hard and resilient wood of the post cracked under the explosive force of his kick. After demonstrating the 3 techniques, beads of sweat adorned Lu Shihu's forehead, indicating that these moves were no small burden for him. "Did you comprehend?" he inquired, calming his racing pulse as he approached Zhou Ming. "I grasped a bit, but I'm uncertain if it's correct," Zhou Ming replied, his uncertainty evident. "Share your thoughts," Lu Shihu prompted. After a moment of contemplation to gather his thoughts, Zhou Ming began. Duya emphasizes ambush, concentrating all one's strength into a single point to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Jiaosha involves close combat, seizing the opportunity to strike at the enemy's joints. Anwei is a counterattack following evasion, delivering a heavy blow when the opponent is caught off guard. "That's acceptable," Lu Shihu acknowledged. However, upon hearing the however, Zhou Ming anticipated what was to follow. "You have yet to grasp the core." "The core?" Zhou Ming inquired, intrigued by Lu Shihu's mention of a deeper understanding. "The essence of these 3 techniques lies in Duya's concentration of force, Jiaosha's power generation, and Anwei's control." "Concentration, power generation, control," Zhou Ming echoed softly, absorbing the meaning behind Lu Shihu's words. "Indeed, Duya's concentration not only requires special tinctures to refine the fingers, but chiefly involves mastering the ability to condense all strength into a single point for a lethal strike. It is crucial to seize the moment when the enemy displays an opening, executing the attack with the suddenness of a viper striking its prey. Jiaosha focuses on how to utilize the entire body to unleash power, incapacitating the enemy's movements and dismantling their resistance. As for Anwei, both your arms and legs must exhibit agility, allowing your entire body to be under your command. In essence, these 3 secret techniques embody the fundamental principles of martial arts, utilizing specific moves to facilitate the practitioner's engagement with the essence of combat. Zhou Ming listened intently to Lu Shihu's explanation, his brow furrowing in concentration as he contemplated the underlying principles. Observing Zhou Ming's state of introspection, Lu Shihu remained silent, patiently waiting. "Transforming into a python?" "No. The python is merely a manifestation. Power, control. Controlling one's own strength," Zhou Ming murmured, as if grasping a revelation. "Yes, it is about controlling one's power. The techniques, styles, and characteristics of martial arts are merely expressions of strength. Kuangmeng martial arts is about mastering one's strength and learning to unleash various forms of power. Akin to a python hunting, utilizing muscle strength and ferocity." Applause erupted as Lu Shihu clapped his hands, a smile of approval illuminating his face. "Excellent. That is the essence of martial arts. It appears you are not lacking in intellect, merely reluctant to engage your mind." Through this guidance, Lu Shihu realized that Zhou Ming's perceived lack of insight stemmed from a simple disinclination to think deeply. With each gentle nudge, Zhou Ming began to immerse himself in the pursuit of the essence of martial arts. "I owe it to Master Lu's commendable teachings," Zhou Ming replied, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Disliking complications, he often refrained from overthinking unless something piqued his interest, such as the path of a beast tamer. "Now that you can appreciate the essence of martial arts, future instruction will be much smoother. Once you master these 3 secret techniques, you will be capable of practicing martial arts independently, and you may consult me whenever you encounter difficulties." "Understood. I humbly request Master Lu's guidance." "Then let us begin with Duya." In the secluded training room devoid of outsiders, Zhou Ming commenced his study of the secret techniques of Kuangmeng martial arts under Lu Shihu's tutelage, focusing on mastering control over his body and strength. Chapter 40. Half a year later. Bang bang. Within the basement of the Eagle Eye shooting range, the sound of gunfire resonated with unwavering consistency. Undeterred by the rapid succession of shots, 50-meter stationary targets, 50-meter moving targets, handguns, rifles, obstacle shooting, moving shooting, magazine changes, every movement executed with impeccable precision. Clap, clap. A round of applause broke out. "Zhou Ming, while you may not be the finest marksman I have encountered, you are undoubtedly the quickest learner in firearms training," remarked a middle-aged man in his 30s, donned in a fitted short-sleeve shirt with a holster on each thigh. His eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he praised Zhou Ming's shooting performance. "It is due to Coach Li's excellent instruction," Zhou Ming humbly responded, acknowledging the guidance he received. By June, it had been 6 to 7 months since Zhou Ming returned from the wilderness. During this period, he diligently sought to enhance his capabilities through various means. Beast taming, meditation, martial arts, and marksmanship. Though somewhat chaotic, Zhou Ming, yearning for a sense of security, had not paused for even a moment. Having mastered the 3 secret techniques of Kuangmeng martial arts, Zhou Ming practiced martial arts in the morning, firearms training in the afternoon, and meditation in the evening, leading a fulfilling life. Occasionally, he would dine and drink with Wang Yan, and on several occasions, he visited the Qinshan Library to see Xiao Yun. Now, Xiao Yun has ascended to the position of deputy director at the Qinshan Library, no longer spending her days merely attending to patrons. As for her parents, both of whom hail from a teaching background, they have also been appointed to high-ranking positions at the Qinshan Base Education Bureau. Zhou Ming is not surprised by this turn of events. Had Xiao Lei advanced earlier to become a fully-fledged beast master, the family's status would undoubtedly have improved further. It can be said that, due to Xiao Lei, the Xiao family has achieved a significant upward mobility. As he stowed away his firearm, Zhou Ming reflected on how swiftly time has passed. Another 6 months have gone by. Are you leaving? Upon hearing that Zhou Ming had reserved the underground shooting range to test his shooting skills, Coach Li surmised that Zhou Ming was about to depart. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhou Ming, he sensed that the young man was far from ordinary. Time had been squandered too much. It was time to stretch his legs, or he might soon find himself short on funds for meals. This was no mere jest. Aside from the expenses incurred while studying martial arts and marksmanship, Zhou Ming had also spent a considerable sum of alliance coins in the black market or at legitimate beastmaster shops in the Qinshan base to ensure his meditation was undisturbed. If he continued to live off his savings, he might soon have to return to Nancheng. Indeed, as a beastmaster learning marksmanship here, your goal must be to navigate the wilderness more effectively. However, even after acquiring skills in marksmanship and martial arts, I hope you will exercise caution once you leave the base. Coach Li holds a deep appreciation for Zhou Ming's tenacity and relentless pursuit of his aspirations. After a month or two of acquaintance, it was evident that Zhou Ming hardly indulged in leisure activities. Thank you for your kindness, Coach Li. As Zhou Ming practiced martial arts and marksmanship, while gathering knowledge about beast masters, he came to understand that during the apprentice phase, the disparity in strength among peers was at its peak. The weak might struggle against an ordinary person wielding a firearm, while the strong could easily overpower a well-equipped squad of soldiers. After some idle conversation, Zhou Ming took his leave from the Eagle Eye shooting range, marking the conclusion of another half-year of preparation. Stepping out of the Eagle Eye shooting range, the scorching June sun enveloped him. Squinting against the brightness, Zhou Ming hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to head south towards the city. Upon arriving at the pet market in the southern district, he was greeted by a faint but unpleasant odor due to the weather. Nevertheless, it did not deter eager customers from seeking to purchase pets. Observing the bustling pet market stirred a sense of nostalgia within Zhou Ming, prompting him to consider visiting Wu Jia once his errands were completed. Only she was worthy of his return. After casting a few glances at the pet market, Zhou Ming wandered towards a nearby alley. Uncertain of how many times he had been here before, a guest has arrived. Upon opening the door, the shaggy-haired host instantly became affable. For Zhou Ming was a valued customer. Please, come in. The boss has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Is that awaiting the money in my bag? Zhou Ming teased the shaggy-haired man, who seemed to be solely responsible for opening the door. Not at all, not at all. Please, step inside. The shaggy-haired man was at a loss for how to respond to Zhou Ming's jest. Zhou Ming said nothing further and confidently walked into the room. Finally, my brother has arrived. Hearing the commotion at the door, brother she prepared to take a look and was delighted to see Zhou Ming enter. This time, you must have something good. I will surely come. Zhou Ming's visit was certainly not just for a couple of iron wire snakes. After providing his contact information to Brother Shi, he received a call about a mutated iron wire snake, instantly piquing his interest, and he headed straight here after leaving the Eagle Eye shooting range. Let's discuss this inside. Uncertain about the matter at hand, Brother Shi did not bring up the mutated iron wire snake immediately, but led Zhou Ming to a private room for a more intimate conversation. This time, you are not merely here for a transaction, are you? Noticing that Brother Shi had not invited his companions, but had specifically brought Zhou Ming into a room for a private chat, Zhou Ming realized that this transaction might not proceed smoothly. With a hesitant expression, Brother Shi struggled internally for a moment before finally responding to Zhou Ming's inquiry. I want to ask you to kill 2 people. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Ming's expression hardened. Then he smiled and replied, Brother Shi, you cannot be joking. Murder is a crime. I am not jesting. Although I am unaware of your profession, I believe you can assist me. Moreover, the mutated iron wire snake you seek is in the possession of those 2 individuals. What do you mean? Upon hearing that the mutated iron wire snake was not in his possession, Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed, and a menacing aura permeated the room. Feeling the shift in atmosphere, Brother Shi felt a chill run down his spine, yet he recognized that he had not approached the wrong person this time. My brother has seduced my wife and secretly pilfered my goods. And then, Zhou Ming was dissatisfied with this explanation. The betrayal of a brother was of no concern to him. Upon my realization, those 2 immediately fled with my money and the mutated iron wire snake. I have since hired a team of hunters to escort them out of the Qinshan base. I hope you can help me eliminate them. In addition to the money they possess, the mutated iron wire snake will be yours, and I will also reward you with an additional 1 million alliance coins. As he spoke the last words, an intense hatred laced Brother Shi's voice. In a room furnished with a few tables and chairs, Zhou Ming silently studied Brother Shi, calculating the potential benefits and losses in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with a spark of decision. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Before responding to Brother Shi, Zhou Ming required proof that the mutated iron wire snake truly existed. Here is a photograph of the mutated iron wire snake, along with the location of those two scoundrels and the details of the hunter team protecting them. It appeared that Brother Shi had been prepared all along. As soon as Zhou Ming posed his question, he promptly placed a brown paper bag on the coffee table in front of Zhou Ming. Opening the bag, Zhou Ming retrieved a photograph revealing the very mutated iron wire snake he coveted. Encased in a bulletproof glass box, a small snake, approximately 1 foot long, coiled within. Its scales were of vivid crimson, and Zhou Ming recognized this as the manifestation of a second mutation. Normal iron wire snakes were typically grayish-black. Do you understand the specific changes that occurred with this iron wire snake? Zhou Ming remained in assessment mode, weighing whether it was worth his while to take action. It moves swiftly and is extremely agile. According to the seller, it was captured using traps. Brother Shi demonstrated a thorough understanding of his merchandise. I will take this job. Once completed, you can transfer the 1 million to this account. Picking up a pen from the coffee table, Zhou Ming wrote down his gold card account number, then took the brown paper bag and stood to leave. As for concerns regarding the exposure of his account, Zhou Ming was unfazed, as it was anonymous. Thank you, brother. Watching Zhou Ming's retreating figure, Brother Shi expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. Zhou Ming paid him no mind and exited the premises. This time, Zhou Ming accepted this dubious task primarily because the mutated iron wire snake was of utmost importance to him. Without the Shi Yingua, a second mutated iron wire snake would have little impact on his strength. However, with the Shi Yingua, Zhou Ming could potentially acquire a second beast-level companion. As for why Zhou Ming did not seek to capture a second mutated iron wire snake himself, the answer lay in the significant difficulty. In the wild, although many mutated iron wire snakes appeared, most perished during the mutation process, leaving only a select few to survive, and not all mutations were beneficial. As for ordinary iron wire snakes exhibiting initial signs of mutation, Zhou Ming had only encountered one, and even if he were to come across such a creature, it did not guarantee successful guidance toward a beneficial mutation. In addition to the mutated iron wire snake, the prospect of an additional 1 million alliance coins further solidified Zhou Ming's resolve to undertake this venture. As for why he did not examine the materials in his hands, the reason was simple. Should it exceed his capabilities, Zhou Ming would simply relinquish the task, for after all, Sha Ge could do nothing to him. After leaving the alley behind, Zhou Ming returned directly to his residence, initially intending to pay a visit to Wu Jie, but he decided to postpone that for another time. Upon returning home, he opened the craft paper bag and seized the opportunity to study the information he possessed. He had only tonight to act. If the target successfully departed from the Qinshan base by tomorrow, his mission would be deemed a failure. While he could endure the loss of the 1 million bounty, he could not accept the escape of a second mutation Tai Xianxi as the foremost obstacle in this mission. The hunter squad assigned to protect those two individuals was undoubtedly the first subject Zhou Ming needed to investigate, the Gui Hu hunter squad. Gazing at the several pages of information in his hands, Zhou Ming slowly uttered the name of this squad. He then meticulously reviewed the details, discovering that it was a fully staffed hunter squad. The Hunters Guild has explicit regulations regarding hunter groups. Those with fewer than 10 members are classified as hunter squads, which must include at least one apprentice-level beastmaster, but the guild imposes no further stringent requirements. Groups exceeding 10 members and possessing professional-level beastmasters can apply to be recognized as hunting teams, yet there is a cap of 100 members for such teams. Zhou Ming had speculated that this was a deliberate effort by the Blue Star Alliance to suppress civilian martial power. After gaining a basic understanding of the Gui Hu squad, Zhou Ming continued to peruse the documents, which contained detailed introductions of the squad's members. Their strengths and weaknesses, areas of expertise, and levels of danger were all distinctly marked. Upon finishing, Zhou Ming couldn't help but marvel at Sha Ji's murderous intent toward the two who betrayed him. One would not obtain such comprehensive information without incurring some costs. After reviewing the information on the Gui Hu squad, Zhou Ming identified the most troublesome individual as Gui Hu, the captain of the squad. He commanded an adult Yi Hu and was well-versed in firearms and martial arts. The Yi Hu, a low-tier ferocious beast, grows to the size of an ordinary cheetah upon maturation and possesses night vision far superior to its peers, moving silently and excelling in ambush tactics. Most importantly, The Yi who has an exceptionally keen sense of danger, easily startled by the slightest disturbance. It was precisely due to the existence of the Yi who that Gui who could evolve from a mere beastmaster to the founder of the Gui who squad. It was indeed a predicament. After perusing the documents, Zhou Ming found the task of acquiring the bounty increasingly daunting. Setting aside the other hunters, dealing with Gui who alone would be quite formidable. In the darkness, the threat posed by his beast was comparable to that of the Mo Dai. And with over a decade of experience in the perilous hunter profession, Gui whose expertise and strength were beyond the reach of ordinary beastmasters. Renowned for his cunning, he bore the moniker of Gui who, akin to a fox. Moreover, his subordinates were all adept in firearms and martial arts, posing a threat not much less than that of ordinary beastmasters. Although firearms were prohibited within the base, Zhou Ming, having witnessed the black market, was reluctant to believe that the Gui who squad lacked such weaponry, even if their armament was likely not entirely comprehensive. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Zhou Ming felt a headache approaching. Having finally discovered the whereabouts of the second mutation Tai Xianxi, he was now confronted with unexpected complications. He reluctantly set aside the Gui who squad's information and picked up the dossier on Sha Ji's bounty target. Is it him? At first glance at the photo, Zhou Ming immediately recognized the individual as Lan Xing, Sha Ji's trusted aide. He had encountered this man several times while procuring the Tai Xianxi and had not anticipated that he was the one who betrayed Sha Ge. Zhou Ming shook his head at this revelation, unwilling to delve into the reasons behind it. All that mattered was knowing who the target was. Flipping to the second photograph, he was met with the image of a woman with a gentle appearance. Clad in a cream-colored loungewear, she bore little adornment. Yet from her expression and demeanor in the photo, Zhou Ming sensed an elusive allure. If he were to describe her, he would say she possessed an innate charm. From the photograph alone, she was undoubtedly a woman of exceptional beauty, regardless of the aspect considered. It was no wonder that after the two parted ways, they immediately sought out the finest hunter squad available. With their astute nature, they understood that beyond fearing Sha Ji's retribution, they needed to survive to enjoy any wealth they acquired, thus cleverly aligning themselves with the Gui who squad. However, their actions had little impact on Zhou Ming. After setting aside their profiles, he once again grasped the materials on the Gui who squad and pondered the action for the night ahead. Chapter 42, The Airship. In the western part of the city, second only to the eastern district of the Qinshan base, the area flourished due to hosting the primary docking zone for airships. These airships were aerial vehicles crafted by the Alliance utilizing the energy of crystal stones brought by foreign species. They fundamentally differed from the aircraft of the Blue Star Alliance. Airships relied on the buoyancy generated by crystal power to navigate the skies, capable of hovering at will. Zhou Ming had seen airships, resembling the warships of his past life. And while they could not match the speed of the Alliance's supersonic jets, they were akin to flying battleships in the sky. They were equipped with various weapons and protective shields enabled by crystal technology. Although Zhou Ming had learned from the library that such shields consumed vast amounts of energy and were generally not employed except in critical situations, airships could be regarded as the lifeline connecting the various bases of the Blue Star Alliance. And they were not managed by the individual bases but directly overseen by the Alliance's Airship Bureau. Lan Xing and his accomplices intended to use an airship to escape the Qinshan base, after which they would soar freely. With the wealth they had acquired from Sha Ge and the second mutation Tai Xianxi in their possession, they could secure their livelihoods even in larger bases. Exin, located near the airship landing site in the western part of the city, was a hotel that, due to the semi-closed nature of the bases, rarely hosted guests. Especially in medium-sized bases, the inns primarily catered to couples or specific groups. However, this Exin was different. Its proximity to the airship landing site allowed it to occasionally accommodate genuine travelers. Due to the rarity of airships and the preciousness of crystal stones, the Qinshan base saw airships arrive only 2 or 3 times a month. An airship was scheduled to depart from Qinshan base tomorrow, making tonight Zhou Ming's final opportunity to act. He needed to ensure that Gui who escorted Lan Xing into the airship's takeoff area to complete his mission. Once they entered the airship's strict control zone, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the Qinshan base, alongside numerous fully armed soldiers. There were also several professional-level beastmasters stationed there, according to the intelligence Zhou Ming had gathered. The sole piece of good news was that as long as they did not enter the strictly controlled area, any commotion outside would not prompt the armed forces at the airship takeoff area to intervene. If he could manage his timing well and leave before the Public Security Bureau arrived, Zhou Ming would successfully escape. In the largest suite on the 3rd floor of Exin, consisting of 4 bedrooms and a spacious living room, several hunters clad in simple protective gear were engaged in card games, treating their mission as if it were a mere formality. Stop playing. The boss feels something is off tonight. You all are on night watches planned. A woman dressed in a form-fitting leather outfit, possessing a streamlined figure, emerged from one of the bedrooms, instructing the men before her. Mayhu, are you trying to divert us from your rendezvous with the boss? They chuckled, their tones laced with teasing. The relationship between Mayhu and the boss was common knowledge within the squad. Get lost, in jesting with her teammates. Mayhu responded with a light-hearted reprimand, unconcerned by their teasing, as such banter was a customary greeting among hunters. The leader mentioned having just summoned Yehu and sensed an unusual tension in the air that night, cautioning against complacency. After retorting, Mayhu's expression turned serious as she proceeded to provide a succinct explanation. Upon hearing her clarification, several squad members promptly abandoned their card games and wiped the smiles off their faces, steeling themselves for the task ahead. Everyone present was acutely aware of Yehu's capabilities, and the leader's orders left no room for idleness. With a series of clicks, each member began inspecting their firearms. Due to the base's prohibition on firearms, each person carried merely a pistol and a combat knife. Every pistol was equipped with a silencer to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, given that these weapons were procured from the black market. As for potential repercussions post-use, as long as they were not caught red-handed, the squad had means to extricate themselves. Otherwise, they would not accept missions within the base. Prepared, the group commenced executing the prearranged plan, taking positions to guard critical locations in the inn. Mayhu, is there something amiss? Upon hearing a noise outside, Erlung opened the door, revealing a somewhat anxious expression. Rest assured, this is merely a precaution for a smooth entry into the airship landing area tomorrow. We are merely taking necessary measures to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Mayhu reassured him, explaining that this was in consideration of the employer. Then I appreciate your efforts. Noting that there was no cause for alarm, Erlung rolled his eyes in gratitude before closing the door. Mayhu, keep an eye on the movements outside in the living room. As the most formidable close combat fighter of the Mayhu squad, Mayhu had been specifically assigned to the living room. Have no worries, Mayhu, he replied, his physique resembling that of a black bear, entirely uncharacteristic of a fox. With a nod of acknowledgement, Mayhu returned to her room. There, a lean man in his 30s sat with his eyes closed on a chair. Beside him was his beast, Yehu. Its jet-black body was adorned with silver, sharp claws, and its large ears scanned the surroundings while its bushy tail rested on its master. Brother, everything is proceeding according to plan, Mayhu reported to the man before hesitating to inquire. Is there truly a matter tonight? Knowing that the entire squad, save for Mayhu, relied primarily on their handguns, Mayhu felt a twinge of concern. I sense a menacing aura approaching, not only from my beast, but also within myself. However, within the base, it should not cause any significant commotion. My main concern is the possibility of an assassination attempt, so do not venture out tonight. Mayhu is determined to prioritize the safety of his woman. Understood, brother. After speaking, Mayhu moved behind Mayhu to give him a massage. Under different circumstances, she would have chosen a more intimate approach. Outside Exin, as night fell, the dim streetlights flickered back to life, and in the shadows beyond their illumination, a figure observed the inn, Zhou Ming, who was prepared. Dressed in a loose short-sleeved shirt, he wore a simple protective vest made from the hides of low-tier ferocious beasts, purchased from the black market. While the garment's effectiveness paled in comparison to outdoor protective gear, it was certainly better than going unprotected. A cap adorned his head, and a black mask concealed his handsome features, while ordinary contact lenses obscured his uniquely colored eyes. Boom. A summer storm erupted that night, as if the heavens were assisting Zhou Ming. What splendid weather, he remarked, glancing at the pitch-black sky, just waiting for the rain to fall. Chapter 43, Taking Action. Clap, clap, clap. The summer storm arrived swiftly. What was once a clear night sky transformed into a torrential downpour. Standing in the shadows, Zhou Ming adjusted his cap to shield himself from the rain, and then nearly 100 iron snakes emerged from the space surrounding him. The atmosphere around him rippled, akin to a lake's surface, as fish leapt freely from the depths. Under Zhou Ming's command, the iron snakes scattered to encircle Exin. Hiss hiss. The snakes surrounding the inn emitted continuous hissing sounds, but these noises were drowned out by the rainfall and thunder. This tactic was merely to let them release their presence, thereby confusing Mayhu's beast. Just as a black ball stands out in a box of white balls, Zhou Ming intended to obscure the true danger by saturating the inn with a plethora of threatening auras. After all, despite Yehu's peculiar abilities, it remained a low-tier ferocious beast, and its level limited its potential. Furthermore, the dispersed snakes provided Zhou Ming with a radar-like perception, allowing him to detect danger in advance. Pat, pat. The sound of water being splashed underfoot echoed as Zhou Ming recalled the architectural plans of Exin and the target's location, gradually approaching the building through the rainy night. Incoming. Within Exin, Mayhu, who was enjoying Mei Hu's massage, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Can Yi Hu detect the direction?" Mei Hu immediately halted her ministrations and inquired of Gui Hu. Unable to ascertain, Gui Hu replied, a perplexed expression crossing his face after communicating with his beast. How could this be? Mei Hu found herself equally incredulous. Since Gui Hu had been focused on enhancing Yi Hu's sensing abilities since taking it as his companion. Even a professional beast master could only suppress their aura to prevent Yi Hu from perceiving impending danger. How could it sense danger yet be unable to discern its source? Upon hearing this revelation, Mei Hu's countenance turned grave. As a member of Gui Hu's squad, she was no mere ornament and understood the inherent risks. First, notify Fei Hu of our current situation and instruct everyone to stay within close proximity, ensuring they can provide swift support for one another. Report on safety every minute. Faced with this unusual circumstance, Gui Hu remained composed, his demeanor serious as he issued commands. Mei Hu seized the nearby communicator, promptly relaying Gui Hu's orders. Could this mission be compromised? She wondered aloud, concerned that the entire squad might be at stake, given that this was Gui Hu's years of dedication. Rest assured, as long as a professional beast master does not confront us, we still have the means to retaliate. The current situation merely arises from our opponent lurking in the shadows while we are in the light, Gui Hu replied after a moment of silence. If it comes to a critical juncture, we can cast those two out along with whatever they carry. After all, they sought us out on their own accord. And we need not worry about our reputation within the Hunters Guild. Understood. Upon hearing Gui Hu's words, Mei Hu's face lit up with an understanding smile. This was the Gui Hu she knew. Boom. The flash of lightning illuminated the rain-soaked night, as Zhou Ming successfully vaulted over the fence and reached the ground floor of Exine Inn. Such dedication. Relying on his radar-like perception, Zhou Ming detected the presence of individuals in the corridor on the third floor, and 3 more guarding the rooftop. At that moment, he sensed someone exiting the lobby on the first floor and swiftly concealed himself, observing as a burly man surveyed the surroundings before speaking into his communicator. Zhou Ming, upon observing that his opponent was also prepared, refrained from immediate action. After a few minutes of careful observation, he discerned that the adversary communicated once per minute before he commenced his own maneuvers. Dozens of ordinary iron snakes slithered through the drainage pipe to the rooftop. Once the burly man in the lobby concluded his call, Zhou Ming swiftly commanded his iron snakes to eliminate the 3 individuals atop the building. The cover of the thunderstorm facilitated the approach of the diminutive iron snakes, which, despite the heightened sense of danger honed by the life and death trials the trio had undergone, succumbed to the onslaught of the 10 or more iron snakes before they could react. Lacking outdoor protective gear, they were vulnerable to attacks from the iron snakes at nearly every exposed area of their bodies. While neutralizing the 3 guards on the rooftop, Zhou Ming simultaneously dealt with the formidable man in the lobby. As for the 2 receptionists on night duty, he directed his iron snakes towards them as well. Fortunately, Zhou Ming regulated the amount of venom, sparing 2 innocent lives that night. His decision to spare the receptionists was rooted in personal principles. Firstly, he was not devoid of moral boundaries. Becoming a puppet of power by sacrificing anything for a goal was unacceptable. Secondly, the impact of eliminating 10 hunters paled in comparison to that of 2 ordinary lives. The rationale was straightforward. Adhering to order and being bound by rules meant those rules must also offer protection, otherwise they held no significance. Conversely, those who disregard order and resent constraints must adapt to the law of the jungle. The deaths of the former would likely be handled by the Public Security Bureau, potentially alleviating some accumulated cases, whereas the latter would undoubtedly attract media attention, leading to an exhaustive investigation into the cause of death. Aware that he had yet to reach a level of invisibility, Zhou Ming prudently avoided actions that might draw the attention of the Public Security Bureau. Following the elimination of the guards on the rooftop and in the lobby, he promptly made his way to the 3rd floor. As danger loomed closer, the Night Fox's perceptive abilities intensified, and Zhou Ming anticipated that the chaotic actions of the Night Fox would not sustain for long. To confront the enigmatic fox, it was imperative to neutralize all of the adversary's remaining forces before the Night Fox became aware of his presence. 1, 2, 3. Zhou Ming meticulously surveyed the corridor on the 3rd floor, detecting 3 luminous points moving within the range of perception. It seemed he had to take matters into his own hands. A classic bloodhunter type, 1 pistol materialized in Zhou Ming's grasp, its barrel far surpassing that of a standard handgun, indicating that he had equipped it with a suppressor in advance. The Exine Hotel, as a lodging establishment, boasted commendable soundproofing, and with no obstructions in the corridor, the iron snakes faced challenges in approaching their targets. As for the MO die, Zhou Ming needed it to contend with the adversary's beast, the Night Fox, and thus could not afford to let it stray from his side. With a minute of communication time remaining, Zhou Ming seized his opportunity as he drew the pistol he had procured from the black market. Chapter 44. Success. The Flying Fox was due to report to the leader. A member of the enigmatic fox stationed at the staircase called out to the Flying Fox in the middle of the corridor. Understood. The Flying Fox responded with a hint of impatience, as it was unusual to have to communicate every minute, perhaps due to the heavy authority of the enigmatic fox. The Flying Fox reluctantly retrieved the communicator from his possession. Pop, pop, pop. As Zhou Ming observed the guard contact his companion, he sprang into action, unleashing a rapid 3-shot burst. The suppressed gunfire echoed, but this time it was not Zhou Ming who fired, but rather the Flying Fox of the enigmatic fox squad. Blessed with remarkable reflexes and agility, the guard known as the Flying Fox evaded the lethal bullets as Zhou Ming fired. Zhou Ming was not without his own quick reflexes. He swiftly dodged back to the staircase, relying on his body's flexibility. Thud, thud, boss. The Flying Fox, witnessing Zhou Ming evade his shot, seized the opportunity to rush into the room occupied by the enigmatic fox, knocking on the door to summon assistance. A faint sound escaped the Flying Fox as it was ambushed by an iron snake from behind. Flying Fox. Upon opening the door, the black fox beheld the limp form of the Flying Fox collapsing towards him. However, upon realizing the perilous situation, the black fox quickly retreated, grabbing a nearby bulletproof shield. The black fox's instincts proved correct, as the shield was violently struck moments later, with Zhou Ming seizing the chance to eliminate the enigmatic fox's reinforcements. Armed with the Blood Hunter Type 1, Zhou Ming had just begun to unleash a barrage of shots at the black fox when he suddenly dove to the ground, gliding like a massive serpent. Boom, boom. The enigmatic fox, emerging from the room, wielded a shotgun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Zhou Ming. The door shattered, and the ground where Zhou Ming had just evaded erupted under the force of the assault. Swish. Pop, pop. The MO die, like a bolt of black lightning, struck at the enigmatic fox, prompting Zhou Ming to retaliate with gunfire. Although the enigmatic fox lacked Zhou Ming's agility, its beast was quick to manifest before it, absorbing Zhou Ming's bullets while simultaneously fending off the MO die's attack. Boom. As several iron snakes slithered through the shattered window, poised to ambush the enigmatic fox, the latter, sensing danger, whirled around and fired. The threat posed by Zhou Ming compelled the enigmatic fox to protect itself, avoiding Zhou Ming's bullets. Concurrently, in the spacious living room, the night fox clashed with the MO die. Despite its smaller size, the MO die adeptly evaded the night fox's claw strikes, and with its current scale of defensive prowess, the night fox struggled to inflict significant damage while remaining wary of the MO die's venomous fangs. In the fleeting moment of their skirmish, the black fox regained consciousness, curling its body behind the bulletproof shield and charging at Zhou Ming. As Zhou Ming reloaded, realizing he could not penetrate the defense, he engaged in combat with the black fox. However, to guard against the enigmatic fox's ambush, Zhou Ming utilized the black fox as a shield, denying the enigmatic fox any opportunity to fire. Hee, I've got you now. Within mere breaths of combat, the black fox successfully ensnared Zhou Ming. So do I, Zhou Ming. Mirroring the black fox's expression of triumph, ensnared the latter with limbs akin to a constricting serpent. You're asking for death. With a sneer, the black fox aimed to demonstrate its formidable strength to Zhou Ming. Hiss, hiss. Why would I engage in a martial contest with you when I have a beast at my disposal? The iron snake, hidden beneath Zhou Ming's clothing, struck at the black fox in an instant. The black fox, stripped of its power, was filled with resentment and bitterness. Boom. This time, the enigmatic fox fired not at Zhou Ming, nor at the MO die engaged in battle, but at the several iron snakes that suddenly appeared before it, as Zhou Ming would not allow a dangerous individual to remain unoccupied. How can you command so many beasts? Is this a secret technique? Perceiving the iron snakes before him, which were not ferocious beasts, the enigmatic fox speculated that Zhou Ming had mastered a unique secret skill. Boom. Like the roar of a beast king, thunder cracked, far surpassing the commotion caused by the shotgun in the enigmatic fox's grasp. Bang. The night fox, still locked in combat with the MO die, crashed violently to the ground, providing the MO die with an opportunity to strike. The scene unfolding was orchestrated by Zhou Ming, armed with the Thunder Type 2 revolver, dispatching small ferocious beasts with each shot. This was precisely the sales pitch he had overheard from the weapon rental agent at the city gate, devoid of any false advertising. The sole drawback was that Zhou Ming's right hand remained numb. After all, his physical prowess was nearly double that of an ordinary person. Boom, boom. Witnessing his beast sustain grievous injuries, the formerly calm facade of the enigmatic fox finally cracked, and he pulled the trigger against the MO die in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. Stop. A smooth, delicate, icy hand, akin to a steel claw, suddenly gripped the nape of Zhou Ming's neck. The fully naked Mei fox materialized behind Zhou Ming, her skin transforming like a chameleon, shifting from a camouflage hue to a normal complexion. Gene serum? It was astonishing that someone had truly succeeded. In the realm of radar perception, although formidable, it is imperative for the Taixianch to disperse and form interwoven spiritual lines, while also maintaining one's focus. Due to the scant information available regarding Mei Hu, coupled with Zhou Ming's mistaken belief that she was merely the consort of Gui Fu, he neglected to pay her much attention. Unbeknownst to him, she had stealthily approached from behind. Fortunately, she possessed only a skin with camouflage and invisibility capabilities. Had she wielded a dagger, the threat level would have escalated significantly. Yet, Mo Dai did not pause, continuing his assault on Yahuxi, while the firearm in Gui Fu's grasp merely delayed Mo Dai's advance. Meanwhile, the previously menacing Mei Hu had collapsed onto the ground. Her failure to eliminate Zhou Ming at the earliest opportunity was her gravest error. Zhou Ming's beast mastery space always harbored the Taixianch, ready to manifest at a moment's notice. Alas, Yahuxi was ultimately subdued by Mo Dai, and Gui Fu's spiritual realm seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. Blood streaming from her orifices as she writhed in agony upon the ground. With a swift motion, Zhou Ming's right hand, now recovered, wielded a blood hunter eye, bringing an end to Gui Fu's existence, never granting her the chance to reconcile with him, confirming the target's demise. Zhou Ming proceeded directly to the room where Erlang was located, finding two lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor. Disliking unforeseen complications, Zhou Ming had instructed his Taixianch to handle the two individuals in the room beforehand. Grasping a nearby glass box, he observed that the second mutation of the Taixianch presented no issues, and proceeded to douse Erlang and his companion with a flammable liquid before igniting the flames and departing with the glass box in hand. As long as the Public Security Bureau could not ascertain the identities of the two, they would be unable to trace back to Shigo, and thus could not link Zhou Ming to the duo. Regarding the hotel records, Zhou Ming had incinerated them prior to ascending the stairs. Leaping from the window, Zhou Ming carried not only the glass box containing the second mutation of the Taixianch, but also the corpse of Mei Hu. Although Mei Hu was deceased, Zhou Ming did not wish for her remains to attract the attention of the Public Security Bureau, as such scrutiny would surpass the significance of the assassination incident. After all, Zhou Ming had only heard tales of individuals successfully utilizing genetic agents. Chapter 45. Zhu Yu. From the moment Zhou Ming stormed into the third floor until the battle concluded, merely a few minutes had elapsed. Shortly after Zhou Ming's departure, the Public Security Bureau received an alarm and hurried to the scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming had donned protective gear and arrived at the sewer entrance at number 3 in the western part of the city, with one hand clutching the glass box and the other bearing Mei Hu's corpse. As a pivotal aspect of his escape plan, Zhou Ming had meticulously devised his exit strategy beforehand. After traversing through the pitch-black environment for an hour, he emerged from the sewer entrance at number 4 in the western district. At this point, Mei Hu's body had been thoroughly disposed of, along with the firearms and protective gear he had previously employed, leaving only the glass box containing the second mutation of the Taixianch in his possession. In truth, should he manage to procure the remains of an individual who successfully ingested a genetic agent, the black market could potentially reward him handsomely, perhaps even with high-tier items, comparable to his first return from the wilderness. However, after a moment of contemplation in the sewer, Zhou Ming ultimately relinquished this tantalizing prospect. The implications involved were too vast. Even a mere suspicion could lead to dangers he could not bear. Ultimately, he decided it was best to forego the venture, for even when gambling, one must possess a chance of victory. In the face of certain defeat, self-sabotage would be unwise. Exiting the sewer, Zhou Ming approached a car that had long been parked by the roadside, a vehicle he had hastily procured for his escape. Under the cover of night and amidst the pouring rain, he swiftly departed from the western district, with the headlights illuminating his path. Ding ding. In the morning, after a night of exertion, Zhou Ming was abruptly roused from slumber by the cacophony of a ringing phone. Hello. Zhou Ming's voice was lethargic, as if he had spent the previous night engaged in nefarious activities. Boss, I have deposited the money into your account. The caller was none other than Shigo, who had received news of the significant events in the western district, and, upon confirming Zhou Ming's accomplishments, promptly transferred the promised 1 million. At this moment, his address had shifted. Ah, it's Shigo. You are overly flattering me, my friend. You may call me a she or shao she in the future. Shigo, taken aback, reflected on how a client he had known for barely a year had seemingly transformed from a sunny boy into a ferocious beast. I have already cleaned up the aftermath. All you need to do is keep your mouth shut and avoid unnecessary talk. Do you understand? As he uttered this last admonition, Zhou Ming, still drowsy, suddenly opened his eyes and issued a chilling warning. The change in his tone resembled that of a tiger awakening from slumber, emitting a low rumble of intimidation. Understood, understood. Even through the phone, Shi Ji's response trembled with apprehension. Clap. Zhou Ming paid little heed to Shi Ji's reaction. He hung up and promptly rose to wash up. After leaving his residence, Zhou Ming meandered outside, primarily to gauge the level of response from the Public Security Bureau regarding the events in the Western District. The feud among hunters had resulted in no innocent casualties, which was tied to several cold cases in the area. Once this information surfaced, the attention on last night's occurrences dissipated, for similar incidents occasionally transpired within the base. Provided that no ordinary citizens were harmed, such events often became fodder for local gossip. During this time, Zhou Ming made a phone call to Wang Yan, as the incident had unfolded in the Western District, and he felt compelled to check on his friend. However, unbeknownst to Wang Yan, the individual he was concerned about was the very same one behind last night's turmoil. As Wang Yan expressed his gratitude, Zhou Ming returned to his dwelling with a mischievous grin. How beautiful, like a stunning beauty. Upon returning, Zhou Ming scrutinized the newly acquired Qi Lin mutated Taixianch, having taken considerable risks for this little creature. Hiss hiss. Observing his master's focused gaze upon the new addition, Mo Dai expressed its discontent. Huh, are you feeling jealous? Zhou Ming playfully tapped Mo Dai on the head. Having transformed into a fierce beast, he was unconcerned about its potential injuries. After indulging in a bit of playful teasing with his beast, Zhou Ming began to prepare for the implantation of the spiritual seed, intending to harness the Taixianch before him. Should Zhou Ming succeed in controlling two ferocious beasts, his strength would ascend dramatically. The spiritual seed emerged from his brow, resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky, directly descending into the Taixianch within the glass box. The process of implantation was not as smooth as anticipated. Even controlling a standard Taixianch posed challenges for Zhou Ming, let alone this second mutation. Nevertheless, leveraging the unique properties of his spiritual seed, along with the foundation laid by dozens of Taixianch, Zhou Ming ultimately succeeded in allowing his spiritual seed to take root within the mind of the mutated Taixianch, successfully mastering the Qi Lin Taixianch before him. Upon successfully dominating the second mutated Taixianch, Zhou Ming retrieved a snake saliva fruit from a medicinal box, preparing to cultivate a second ferocious beast-level Taixianch. Upon consuming the snake saliva fruit, you must successfully ascend to the level of a ferocious beast, otherwise, I shall let Mo Dai feast upon you. Zhou Ming issued this threat as he observed the Qi Lin Taixianch, which had now become his familiar. Hiss hiss. The Qi Lin Taixianch, coiling around Zhou Ming's fingers, continuously emitted sounds as if assuring him of its resolve. Zhou Ming chose not to linger on words, taking the snake saliva fruit from the medicinal box and directly feeding it to the Qi Lin Taixianch. As the fruit entered its belly, the Qi Lin Taixianch immediately settled, coiling comfortably in Zhou Ming's palm. Zhou Ming was immensely curious about the Taixianch's evolution. Having missed the opportunity with Mo Dai, he was determined not to forfeit this chance. Utilizing the connection through the spiritual lines, he observed the internal changes within the Qi Lin Taixianch from a third-party perspective. Through Zhou Ming's scrutiny, he witnessed the rapid cellular division and growth within the Qi Lin Taixianch body, with its cellular structure becoming increasingly intricate and refined under the influence of the snake saliva fruit. The effects brought about by the snake saliva fruit seemed to have transformed the Qi Lin Taixianch, akin to a rebirth, undergoing a comprehensive metamorphosis from head to tail. However, the most crucial element lies in the genes. Under Zhou Ming's meticulous observation, a glimmer of golden substance slowly merged into the genetic spiral structure during the transformation of the Qi Lin Taixianch, leaving one to ponder whether it reinforced or replaced. Is the essence of the snake saliva fruit derived from the Qi Lin Taixianch's own hidden lineage, or is it a substance that influences its mutation? Upon detecting this fleeting golden substance, Zhou Ming understood it to be the fundamental reason prompting the evolution of the Qi Lin Taixianch. Yet, for the ephemeral golden material, Zhou Ming could only speculate in the recesses of his mind. As night fell, he realized that nearly 10 hours had passed, and he had been engrossed in the evolution of the Qi Lin Taixianch. Each moment of change served as a test of his knowledge. Some were clear at a glance, while others remained vague. Nevertheless, this observation of the Qi Lin Taixianch's evolution proved to be a rare accumulation of knowledge for Zhou Ming. Fortunately, this is a world of the extraordinary, not merely one of genetic evolution. Zhou Ming opened his eyes and murmured softly in the dimly lit room. Otherwise, given his reluctance to engage in deep thought, he could not guarantee how far he could progress. Thankfully, the essence of a beast tamer primarily revolves around cultivating spiritual strength. Henceforth, your name shall be Zhu Yu. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Ming named the second fierce beast-level Taixianch before him, Zhu Yu. Chapter 46, concluding the cause and effect. Under the bright lights, a small red snake, approximately a meter long, coiled around Zhou Ming's right arm. Zhu Yu, who had successfully ascended to the rank of a fierce beast. Its delicate red scales covered its entire body, slender yet powerful, with eyes not resembling the dark golden hue of Mo dye, but rather a deep obsidian shade. Most notably, Zhu Yu's tail bore a bony blade the size of a pinky finger, extraordinarily hard and sharp. Zhou Ming had just conducted a brief test of Zhu Yu's prowess. Its tail whipped through the air at a speed far exceeding his reflexes, effortlessly slicing a teacup before him in two. Subsequently, Zhou Ming continued to assess Zhu Yu's overall capabilities, discovering that its defensive strength was slightly weaker than Mo Dai's. Its toxicity only marginally stronger than that of a common Tai Xian Shi, yet its speed of movement surpassed that of Mo Dai, with physical destructive power being even more formidable. It could be said that Zhu Yu's emergence significantly enhanced Zhou Ming's arsenal. Poison is not an invincible tactic. In this world brimming with extraordinary powers, myriad methods exist to resist toxins. If Mo Dai's paralyzing venom proves ineffective, Zhou Ming would be akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. Now, with Zhu Yu's arrival, his physical destructive capabilities would be greatly augmented. With swift, elusive speed combined with a tail capable of slicing through metal, Zhu Yu posed a danger comparable to that of Mo Dai. After familiarizing himself with Zhu Yu's condition, Zhou Ming summoned Mo Dai from the beast taming space. The two snakes immediately hissed at each other. Zhou Ming delivered a sharp reprimand to both. Behave yourselves. From now on, we are all on the same side. It was uncertain whether it was the authority of his reprimand or an understanding of each other's identities. But the two Tai Xian Shis entwined together as a gesture of goodwill before separating to occupy each of Zhou Ming's arms, exuding a hint of camaraderie. Zhou Ming felt quite pleased with the performance of his beasts and could not resist a playful remark. Given the current circumstances, unless he acquires another spiritual item capable of aiding the evolution of Tai Xian Shi, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu would remain his greatest trump cards. Thus, a second mutation of Tai Xian Shi and spiritual items to assist snake evolution became the resources he sought most earnestly. After concluding matters with Zhu Yu, Zhou Ming did not allow himself to relax. He quickly prepared some food to appease his growling stomach and began documenting the observations he had made during Zhu Yu's evolution. Even the uncertainties or pure speculations were meticulously recorded. Although Zhou Ming was not fond of rigorous thinking, he understood the significance of beast taming in this extraordinary world. Witnessing a mutated creature officially become a fierce beast was an experience he deemed essential to document. The utility of the information could be debated, but the habit of accumulating knowledge must not be forsaken. Zhou Ming had mentioned that beast tamers primarily cultivate spiritual strength and that this world is not merely one of biological genetic evolution. Yet, after careful contemplation, he resolved to prepare in advance, for while others could progress along established paths, he might not enjoy the benefits bestowed by predecessors. Reflecting on the condition of his spiritual seed, Zhou Ming harbored concerns about whether he could advance through the current class transition. And this sense of urgency compelled him to engage his mind, wary of placing hope solely in his existing profession. Zhou Ming's documentation of Zhu Yu's evolution extended into the late hours of the night, akin to a diligent worker burning the midnight oil. His notes were somewhat chaotic, and upon discovering omissions, he had to append additional information later. With various symbols and corrections, anyone who glanced at the notes would surely furrow their brows, wishing to tear the notebook to shreds. Nonetheless, for Zhou Ming, this marked the most significant step on his journey as a beast tamer. Closing the book, akin to a tome of arcane knowledge, he finally succumbed to sleep, accompanied by Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. The following day, Zhou Ming deliberately purchased a plethora of gifts in preparation for a visit to Wujia. This marked his first return to the doghouse since leaving. It was not that he had not wished to visit earlier, but rather he hoped to present himself with some accomplishments before reconnecting with the elder who had cared for him. This sentiment was not born of a desire to flaunt, but rather to avoid disappointing her, a feeling that Zhou Ming was unsure whether it stemmed from himself or was inherited from his predecessor, thus delaying his visit until now. "Are you Zhou Ming?" Upon seeing someone arrive, the staff at the doghouse, He Rui, was uncertain of Zhou Ming's identity as she prepared to greet him. "Yes, but I have changed my name to Yi Ming, which means to make an astonishing sound. Is Wujia around?" A name is not merely a title. It serves as a symbol of one's identity in this world. Since the previous name no longer held significance, Zhou Ming naturally adopted his own. In the manager's office, upon seeing the sunlit, vigorous Zhou Ming, He Rui momentarily struggled to react. "Thank you." Zhou Ming then approached the manager's office, carrying an assortment of gifts, reminiscent of a suitor visiting his future mother-in-law. "Wujia." Zhou Ming. While Wujia was engrossed in her notes, she looked up at the sound of a familiar voice, only to find Zhou Ming had arrived. He promptly informed her of his name change to prevent any misunderstandings. "That's a good change, Yi Ming, making an astonishing sound. Witnessing the transformation of the once somber Zhou Ming, Wu Jie felt elated for him. Wu Jie, where should I put these? What are you doing? Spending money extravagantly now that you found success? Although Wu Jie was pleased by Zhou Ming's thoughtful gesture, she still reproached him for his reckless spending. I've already bought them, and most are for women's health, along with cosmetics. You wouldn't expect me to use them myself, would you? The Zhou Ming before her bore no trace of the decisive demeanor one might expect from a fierce beast tamer. Instead, he resembled a successful, sunny young man honoring his elder. I didn't realize you were so eloquent. Wu Jie noted the considerable change in Zhou Ming, and the warmth in her heart grew as he remembered her. After placing Zhou Ming's gifts, Wu Jie poured him a cup of tea, and they engaged in light conversation. Zhou Ming did not conceal his identity as a beast tamer, yet he refrained from elaborating on other matters, opting for simple discussions. Wu Jie was not overly surprised to learn of Zhou Ming's ascension to beast tamer. After all, his ambition had always been to pursue that path, and such a transformation could only be realized through the route of a beast tamer in a short span. As they discussed Wu Jie's child preparing to enter middle school, they acknowledged that while the child performed well academically, the opportunities for good schools had already diminished. Zhou Ming directly contacted Xiao Yun, seeking her assistance. As Wu Jie's child excelled academically, he did not consider it a bother to Xiao Yun, and naturally, he would not be overly courteous with a friend. Zhou Ming has never taken the help of friends for granted. He merely cherishes the bonds of friendship in his heart. Xiao Yun, aware of Wu Jie's child's situation and recalling how Wu Jie had cared for Zhou Ming in the past, readily agreed to help, albeit with the condition that Zhou Ming treat her to a meal. This modest request was something Zhou Ming promptly accepted. Even without it, he would have insisted on treating her. Will this be too much trouble for you? Wu Jie mused, surprised that Zhou Ming, who had previously been a source of her concerns, could now resolve them. She speculated that his transformation was not as straightforward as their recent conversation suggested. But given Zhou Ming's nature of gratitude, she refrained from probing further. Not at all, it's a minor matter for my friend. Zhou Ming then handed Wu Jie the paper with Xiao Yun's contact information, which she could hardly refuse, considering it pertained to her child's future. The two continued to chat amiably until noon, and only after Wu Jie insisted on treating Zhou Ming to a meal did he manage to depart from his former beginnings. Zhou Ming subsequently became a topic of discussion among others at the doghouse. Chapter 47. The Green Mist Jungle. The city wall serves as a boundary between chaos and order. Within the base behind the wall, while occasional homicides may occur, most are unrelated to ordinary citizens. Were Zhou Ming willing, with his current prowess, he could easily secure a comfortable job, find a virtuous wife, and lead a mundane life in this wretched world. However, for Zhou Ming, a life devoid of purpose is not his aspiration. In his previous life, he had no choices. In this life, he yearns for his existence to brim with significance. Even if this path is solitary, Zhou Ming undertakes it without regret. On the 3rd day of July in the 673rd year of the Alliance, Zhou Ming, fully equipped, set forth once more on his destined path. Perhaps laden with riches, perhaps never to return, he had made his choice. Within the base, he was a sunlit boy, while outside, he transformed into a bloodied hunter, existing as two facets of the same individual, separated by a mere wall. Suddenly, the summer rain arrived, and glancing skyward, Zhou Ming donned the hood of his cloak, continuing onward along the dampening path. This time, Zhou Ming did not prepare as simplistically as before. He wore a Leopard Type 1 combat suit, designed for solo operations. Not only does it maintain body temperature, but it is also waterproof, fireproof, and capable of withstanding small-caliber gunfire. Zhou Ming had invested 130,000 Alliance coins in this attire. In addition to his combat suit, he was fully stocked with survival supplies for the wilderness. Zhou Ming also equipped himself with 2 firearms, a Bloodhunter-type magazine pistol and a Thunder-type revolver, both of which he handled with ease. One was suited for close encounters with ferocious beasts, while the other was meant to deal with greedy hunters, each secured at his thighs. His 2 elite companions, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, were concealed within the sleeves of his combat attire, rendering him fearless in both ranged and close combat. Surrounding him were dozens of iron snakes, forming a rudimentary radar sensing field. With Zhou Ming's current strength, ordinary beast tamers were no longer his match. As for professional-level beast tamers, should he encounter one now, he would flee with great swiftness. The crushing superiority he possessed was a lesson paid for by the lives of countless apprentice beast tamers over the centuries. A fully qualified professional beast tamer is an existence that commands extraordinary power, devoid of significant flaws, except perhaps in comparison to their peers. Despite the heavy summer rain, Zhou Ming's pace remained undeterred by the combat suit he wore, as he maintained his speed toward his objective. This time, he did not exit the city from the north, but rather from the east, leaving the Qinshan base, for his destination was neither the Snake Valley nor the northern wilderness, but the Green Mist Jungle. The territory controlled by the Blue Star Alliance, while extensive, constitutes only 1/10 of Blue Star's landmass. Furthermore, the numerous bases of the Blue Star Alliance are effectively partitioned by ferocious beasts. The sole piece of fortunate news is that no legendary beast kings reside within the Alliance's domain, even within the Alliance's territory. It is challenging to find even Lord-level ferocious beasts. The Alliance cannot allow legendary beast kings and Lord-level ferocious beasts to exist within its territory. This is the Alliance's bottom line and the task assigned to the legendary saints of the Blue Star Alliance. The Qinshan base is situated in the northeastern part of the Blue Star Alliance, near its outskirts. To the east lies the endless forest, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Home to various ferocious beasts, where even mutated animals are at the bottom of the hierarchy. Low-tier and high-tier ferocious beasts alike can become prey at any moment, with only Lord-level beasts reigning supreme. As for legendary beast kings, according to widely known information, Zhou Ming is aware that there are 5 such kings in the endless forest, one of which is the storm god Griffin responsible for the destruction of a medium-sized base of the Blue Star Alliance. Whether more legendary beast kings are concealed remains beyond Zhou Ming's reach. For such places, even one brimming with courage would not dare to seek out death. Only professional beast tamers are qualified to tread there. Zhou Ming's destination, the Green Mist Jungle, serves as a buffer zone between the northeastern part of the Blue Star Alliance and the endless forest. The terrain of the Green Mist Jungle is low-lying, filled with dense forests and various swamps, where the mutated animals and ferocious beasts tend to possess potent toxins. Due to the peculiarities of the Green Mist Jungle, few hunters are willing to venture there. After leaving the Qinshan base, Zhou Ming encountered only a handful of teams, even within the safety zone, and among lone wolf-style hunters. He was the sole representative. His motivation for entering the Green Mist Jungle, aside from his personal circumstances, was the abundance of undiscovered precious treasures. The snake saliva fruit, previously found in the Snake Valley, had long been discovered by others. Had Zhou Ming not arrived early, such fortune would not have fallen to him. With traces of hunters already evident in the Snake Valley, it was no surprise that other locations were similarly claimed by hunters or fiercely guarded by powerful beasts. The advantage of the Green Mist Jungle lies in its low competition and abundant treasures, making it an ideal environment for Zhou Ming. Having successfully tamed Zhuyu, the beast's nurturing characteristics had also intensified, particularly in terms of toxin resistance, albeit not as significantly as its flexibility and agility. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming could still withstand ordinary toxins due to his physical constitution. However, he was not foolish enough to rely solely on his toxin resistance. Upon departing from the Qinshan base, he procured some quality antidotes. The relentless summer rain persisted as Zhou Ming exited the safety zone of the Qinshan base, maintaining a steady drizzle. Faced with the muddy terrain and increasingly complex surroundings, Zhou Ming's figure gradually vanished into the forest. 3 days later, under the scorching sun, the humid jungle transformed into a veritable steamer. Zhou Ming continued his arduous trek, grateful for the reliability of his combat suit. Otherwise, he would have lost significant bodily fluids in such an environment. Finally arrived. After 3 consecutive days of solitary travel, Zhou Ming exhibited unmistakable signs of fatigue. Despite his considerable enhancement in physical fitness due to martial arts and the nurturing of ferocious beasts, he finally understood why beast tamers favored commanding larger beasts. Aside from their other advantages, simply not having to walk was enviable. Hiss! Hearing his master seemingly complain, Mo Dai and Zhuyu emerged from the sleeves of his suit, gazing at Zhou Ming with confusion. Look at that! Other beast tamers have their mounts carry them, yet here I am, the reverse. Observing his 2 loyal companions, Zhou Ming, who had been silent for days, laughed and scolded them playfully, alleviating much of the gloom that had lingered in his heart. First, let us find a place to rest properly. Aware of his current state, Zhou Ming decided to wait until he regained his strength before venturing into the Green Mist Jungle. He then began searching for a suitable temporary campsite. Chapter 48, Harsh Environment. The Green Mist rose, appearing both surreal and dreamlike. Standing at the edge of the Green Mist Jungle, Zhou Ming gazed at the surroundings, finally understanding why, despite the treasures hidden within, so few hunters dared to enter. Corpses rotting in the swamp, countless venomous beasts and mutated creatures, along with various toxic plants, each emanating their own foul scents, converged to envelop the entire forest in a green haze. The rising sun cast its light upon the mist, rendering the scene extraordinarily enchanting. After resting throughout the night, Zhou Ming, now revitalized, regarded the sight with a grave demeanor. He had initially thought the accounts in the books were exaggerated, but now he realized they were indeed accurate records. However, as the saying goes, since he had come this far, why not take a look? After traveling for 3 days, Zhou Ming was unwilling to give up, especially since he was not unprepared for this endeavor. He took a pill from a vial and placed it in his mouth. Donning a filter mask, with determination, he plunged into the verdant jungle before him. Shortly after entering the green mist jungle, Zhou Ming felt a wave of dizziness, though fortunately, the sensation was not severe. Yet, considering that he was experiencing this even with the aid of the mask and the pill, his brow furrowed deeper. Glancing back at the bright sunlight at the jungle's edge, he resolved to wait a moment longer to see if his body could acclimatize to the toxins. If he could adapt, it would indicate a decent level of resistance, allowing him to hone his abilities in such an environment. Conversely, if he could not withstand the surroundings, he would have no choice but to leave the green mist jungle immediately, as it was not a suitable place for him. 10 minutes later, standing still, Zhou Ming felt the dizziness dissipate from his mind, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With no issues arising, he pressed onward into the depths of the green mist jungle. As he ventured further, various poisonous insects and lethal beasts began to appear. He caught sight of the green-haired spider, the azure-scaled serpent, the star-spotted mushroom, and even the shadow of the corrosive python. However, Zhou Ming quickly maneuvered around them, keen to avoid any encounters with the apex predators of lower-tier beasts. The corrosive python could reach a length of 15 meters, possessing a terrifying physique capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire. But its most fearsome trait was its venom. The python would attack by spraying its venom, which could even corrode metal, and curiously, the venom had no effect on the python itself. One could easily imagine that a creature of such immense size and power, thriving in its own corrosive venom, would instill fear in anyone who dared approach. Unless a higher-tier beast appeared, the corrosive python reigned supreme in the green mist jungle. Zhou Ming's first visit to the green mist jungle had already presented him with a daunting challenge. Fortunately, the corrosive python's speed was not overly swift, and its movement patterns were evident, allowing Zhou Ming to navigate carefully without great misfortune. As he continued deeper, various medicinal herbs began to catch his eye: cat's eye fruit, golden mustard flower, and corrupted bone grass. However, Zhou Ming refrained from collecting them, as these herbs, while decent, were of average quality and relatively young in age. Harvesting them would only add to his burden without yielding significant returns. Had he possessed storage equipment, he would have seized the opportunity, for in quantity, the rewards would have been substantial. However, such storage gear was not easily attainable, even for a professional beast tamer, often requiring either a strong background or being among the elite within the same rank. Only those who attained the status of an extraordinary master beast tamer could consider storage equipment standard. Zhou Ming had learned through library research that the materials required for such equipment were exceedingly rare, mostly found near dimensional rifts. These rifts not only housed a plethora of powerful beasts, but were also subject to closure by the Blue Star Alliance, which would not allow the structural integrity of a dimensional rift to be compromised for mere materials. For instance, the tallest structure in the Qingshan base is an energy tower designed to disrupt dimensional rifts, which has been activated 3 times throughout the base's history. However, with the current technological capabilities of the Alliance, only small dimensional rifts could be destroyed. Encountering a large one would either lead to devastation or necessitate an entire city evacuation, both resulting in heavy casualties. Hence, given his limited capacity for carrying weight, Zhou Ming had no choice but to forego the ordinary herbs he discovered. As for why the herbs Zhou Ming found were of short age, he could surmise the reason. While few hunters did venture into the green mist jungle, some hunters wielded beasts that could enhance their toxin resistance, coupled with unique methods. Therefore, these hunters shared a common goal with Zhou Ming: to gather resources in the green mist jungle, where the bounty was plentiful and competition minimal. The only drawback was the exceptionally harsh environment, filled with venomous beasts and mutated creatures, along with an abundance of toxic insects. Throughout his journey, even with his own beast guarding him, Zhou Ming faced attacks from poisonous insects. Fortunately, this time he was clad in a combat suit with superior defense rather than a simple windbreaker, or he would have found it quite problematic to contend with the omnipresent insects. Hours passed, and Zhou Ming had yet to encounter satisfactory rewards, but he remained patient. The green mist jungle was indeed rich in resources, but they were not strewn about indiscriminately. Otherwise, danger would not deter greedy hunters. Moreover, Zhou Ming's discerning nature played a role, as he sought to gather ample resources this time, allowing him to dedicate more time and energy to the path of a beast tamer. In addition to herbs, he also avoided encounters with beasts along his route. It was not that he could not handle them with his current strength, but rather that it was unnecessary. The materials from a beast could easily fill his backpack, and the noise generated from dealing with a beast might attract unwanted attention, often leading to losses outweighing gains. However, if he were to encounter an exceptionally rare beast that could fetch a high price, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. though such an encounter had yet to manifest. With a swift motion, he crushed a poisonous insect beneath his foot, unaware of how many he had dispatched. Fortunately, his shoes were reinforced with steel and designed with thicker materials, allowing him to disregard the lurking threats below. The purple bloodvine. Zhou Ming casually brushed his right foot against the dried leaves on the ground, his full attention drawn to a segment of purple vine not far away. It seemed his luck was not entirely unfavorable. Within a crevice of rock, a strand of purple golden vine radiated its unique brilliance. Numerous stones lay scattered across the ground, still bearing remnants of untamed grass, suggesting that the crevice had split open, revealing the purple blood vine. Otherwise, someone would have already claimed it. At the first sight of the purple blood vine, Zhou Ming dispersed the iron snake, knowing that preserving his life was the foremost principle, unmarred by greed. After confirming there were no hidden dangers, he rushed toward the purple blood vine. Given his understanding of the vine, he was not concerned about poisonous insects or beasts guarding it. During its growth, the purple blood vine emitted a special scent to attract insects, which would gnaw at it. However, the vine's sap proved lethal to these insects. The countless carcasses of insects piled around it served as the best nourishment for the purple blood vine. Its name derived from the fact that, upon maturing, the cut would exude a purple sap resembling blood. Due to its exorbitant price and extensive applications in alchemy, it is referred to as Zijin Yi. Zijin Yi serves as a fundamental ingredient for crafting low-tier potions, with the cost of 1 liter reaching an astonishing 1 million alliance coins, earning it the prestigious title of a pseudo-spiritual artifact. It is essential to note that low-tier potions are not mass-produced by pharmaceutical companies, but rather are extraordinary concoctions that can only be created by skilled potion masters. The history of potion masters dates back to the inception of beast tamers, a profession primarily focused on harnessing the mental prowess of beast tamers and utilizing intricate instruments to distill the essence of various herbs. This process involves activating the medicinal properties of the herbs through mental energy and orchestrating the fusion of their essences, thus producing potions with extraordinary effects. The high demands for mental control and vast knowledge of potions mean that only formidable factions typically cultivate potion masters, as the cost of trial and error during their training is prohibitively high. The classification of potions includes low-tier, high-tier, super-tier, and legendary potions, with the level of potion being the sole criterion for evaluating the rank of a potion master. Since the establishment of the Lan Xing Alliance, only one legendary potion master has emerged, who unfortunately perished over a century ago, despite possessing only the capabilities of a transcendent master. Even the rare longevity potions could only extend his life to just over 300 years. However, during the century following his ascension as a legendary potion master, he aided the Lan Xing Alliance in producing 2 legendary saints, enabling the alliance to regain its footing amidst the encirclement of ferocious beasts and foreign races. It is said that had he not devoted all his efforts to potion crafting, he might have become a pillar of the alliance, a legendary saint with a lifespan of a millennium. Upon encountering this account in the library, Zhou Ming found himself pondering the correctness of that choice. Had he focused his energies on the path of the beast tamer, he might have ascended to legendary status, and even with 700 or 800 years of life remaining, he could have deeply immersed himself in the study of potions. In such a scenario, the alliance would likely have witnessed the emergence of more legendary saints, making the restoration of their dominance over Lan Xing a tangible possibility. Of course, there was also the risk of failing to transcend the legendary threshold, resulting in neither the path of potions nor that of the beast tamer yielding success, which would have prevented the birth of the 2 legendary saints and left the alliance in a much less stable state. Nevertheless, these considerations were of little importance to Zhou Ming at present. What mattered was his simple inspection of the scale of the Zixueting, discovering that most were concealed within the crevices of the rocks. The bounty from the Zixueting alone would amount to over 1 million coins. Zhou Ming had prepared thoroughly for his departure from the Qingshan base, retrieving a specially crafted glass vial from his backpack. He deftly used a dagger to create an incision in the Zixueting and placed the glass vial beneath it. As he observed the precious Zijin Yi dripping into the vial, he envisioned the countless alliance coins soon to be his. Once he confirmed that the base of the vial was secure, Zhou Ming withdrew, patiently awaiting the completion of the collection process. However, he did not remain idle. His focus remained entrenched in the radar sensing domain to guard against any unforeseen threats. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu also patrolled the perimeter. All that remained was to wait for the Zijin Yi to fully collect in the glass vial, at which point Zhou Ming could withdraw without concern. As the drops of Zijin Yi continued to fall into the glass, time passed slowly. After an hour, the vial had amassed a significant portion of the precious liquid. In that moment, Zhou Ming felt emboldened to utter a boastful remark, claiming an income of over 1 million in just 1 hour. Upon glancing at the quantity of Zijin Yi collected, A smile of joy broke through the mask concealing his face. However, the rate of dripping had begun to slow, indicating that the collection would conclude shortly. Zhou Ming redirected his attention to the radar sensing domain, knowing that in the treacherous environment of the Leviu forest, maintaining a vigilant state was crucial for survival. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden chill coursed across his forehead, yet nothing unusual appeared in the radar sensing domain, whether it was instinct or heightened awareness. In the next moment, Zhou Ming's head instinctively shifted sideways by several centimeters. A gunshot rang out, and Zhou Ming's eyes flew open to witness a droplet of blood was past him. An ambush, a sniper rifle, someone was attacking. His mind erupted with myriad thoughts. Yet they did not hinder his actions. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming propelled himself forward with his right hand, executing a swift dive, while his legs, akin to the tail of a giant python, supported his gliding motion close to the ground, a unique technique of the Kuang Mang martial arts. In the split second of the ambush, he reached the glass vial collecting the Zijin Yi, snatching it up in one hand before darting behind a nearby rock for cover. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Moments later, two figures emerged from the underbrush, firing at the spot Zhou Ming had just vacated. A roar reminiscent of a furious beast filled the air, drowning out the sound of gunfire. Thunder Revolver, be cautious of your beast. With this roar, the attackers immediately took cover, and the beasts they had sent forth were hastily recalled. The Thunder Type 2 Revolver. Formidable against all but the most agile or heavily armored low-tier ferocious beasts, could inflict severe injury or death upon ordinary low-tier beasts. Its only drawback was its immense recoil, demanding a high level of skill from the user, making accuracy difficult to maintain. Even Zhou Ming required a moment to recover his right hand before continuing its use, truly earning the title of Close Combat King. He never expected this shot to hit the target. His intention was merely to disrupt their rhythm and buy himself some breathing room. With the sniper failing to land a shot from afar, the assailants quickly resorted to close-range shooting, aided by their beasts. Without interruption, Zhou Ming could easily find himself overwhelmed. Despite the support of Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, the attackers had their beasts to assist them. If Zhou Ming fell, the beasts would surely perish too. This was the harsh reality of the beast tamer world. It was not merely a matter of issuing commands from behind one's beast. Even an ordinary person would recognize that the best way to deal with a beast tamer was to eliminate them directly. Chapter 50, Ruthless Measures. Zhou Ming, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, his heart racing at an alarming rate. After calming his trembling spirit, he quickly capped the glass vial, ensuring that the Zijin Yi spilling over would not be wasted, as that would render his efforts futile and expose him to mortal danger, an outcome far too costly. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu had silently returned to Zhou Ming's side, and he refrained from ordering them to retaliate immediately. Confronting ambushers shielded by their beasts made it perilous to guarantee a lethal strike, which could instead reveal his own hidden strengths. It appeared that the sniper had detected him from a distance, opting to avoid immediate confrontation to maintain stealth, which explained the lack of alerts in his radar sensing domain. As he steadied his breath, Zhou Ming deduced the situation. The Serpent Group had suffered significant losses due to missions within the base, resulting in a drastic reduction in the radar sensing domain's range. This was the reason for his ambush. The cunning hunter quickly made a judgment and called out to his nearby companion, engage. Fortunately, wireless communication was challenging in the wilderness, otherwise, the enemy would have approached in silence. Zhou Ming cursed under his breath, recognizing these individuals as seasoned veterans. The attackers continued to fire at Zhou Ming's concealed position, their beasts and gunmen closing in, while a hidden sniper prepared for a fatal shot. Do not think I am unprepared. Zhou Ming produced a hand grenade, a purchase made from the arms dealer at the base. As long as it was not brought back into the base, no one would interfere. Now, Zhou Ming was indifferent to the potential for a riot among the ferocious beasts in the Leviu forest, since they wished to play. He would engage them in a grand contest. The Serpent Group had not been recalled, allowing him to maintain the radar sensing domain. As Zhou Ming sensed an opponent encroaching within a 50-meter radius, he refrained from peeking to assess the situation and promptly disengaged the safety latch. 1-2. When the countdown reached 0, Zhou Ming hurled a hand grenade towards the assailant concealed behind the rock. Quickly, take cover. Despite Zhou Ming's considerable strength and the grenade's swift trajectory, the adversary detected the threat just in time, hastily dropping to the ground to evade it, while their beast companion instinctively shielded its master. The explosion reverberated with a sound more terrifying than that produced by the Thunder Type 2 revolver, sending debris flying like arrows released from a powerful bow. The shrapnel struck the rocky refuge Zhou Ming had sought, creating a cacophony of violent impacts. This hand grenade, intended for ferocious beasts, was unexpectedly repurposed to combat an assailant. However, Zhou Ming surmised that the adversary would likely sustain only injuries. It was not the moment for celebration. as a sniper lurked in the distance, posing a hidden threat. The hissing sound did not emanate from Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, but from the smoke bomb in Zhou Ming's hand. Fully aware of his precarious situation, Zhou Ming understood that without the protection of his beasts against bullets, he was in grave danger when confronting hunters. What wilderness survivor would venture forth unarmed? His initial departure from the base without acquiring a firearm was due to his lack of funds, compounded by the rarity of hunters in his intended destination. This time, however, was different. He had prudently purchased a high-explosive grenade to mitigate unforeseen events, and he had not skimped on smoke bombs, which paired perfectly with a stealthy strike from his Iron Snake horde. As the explosion subsided, Zhou Ming unleashed one grenade, followed by another, then a third. By the time the adversaries reacted, a dense cloud of white smoke enveloped them, obscuring their vision for dozens of meters. It is your time to shine. Zhou Ming patted Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, his most formidable allies. Ordinary iron snakes would struggle against hunters clad in combat gear. Thus it was wiser to maintain the radar sensing domain. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu did not separate. Zhou Ming understood that it was better to lose one than to suffer a multitude of injuries. Mo Dai would attract attention while restraining the enemy's beast, and Zhu Yu would stealthily eliminate the Beast Master. The two formidable iron snakes launched an assault on one of the targets. As the radar sensing domain prepared for withdrawal, Mo Dai struck first. Although Zhou Ming could not discern the nature of the enemy's beast, he had instructed Mo Dai to engage and distract it. Thus he did not fret over Mo Dai's safety. In such dense smoke, firearms were rendered nearly ineffective. Hunter, swiftly provide support. Their beast is a venomous snake, exceedingly agile. No sooner had he called out than the seasoned monkey rolled low to the ground, wary of Zhou Ming's potential blind fire. Meanwhile, his beast, the sword lizard, entangled with Mo Dai, leveraging its razor-sharp tail and remarkable agility. Here they come. The hunting dog, situated over 20 meters away, responded with a low roll. The Thunder Type 2 revolver roared once more, its ferocity akin to a great hammer striking a 2-meter-tall humanoid spider that skidded several meters before coming to a halt. A thud echoed as the hunter, nicknamed the Hound, collapsed, emitting a pained scream. Concurrently, the sniper in the distance, having detected the revolver's fiery discharge, unleashed a blind shot towards Zhou Ming. After regaining his composure and firing another shot, Zhou Ming quickly sought refuge. They were all seasoned combatants, and his time at the shooting range had not been in vain. His ability to strike the enemy's beast was attributed not only to the radar sensing domain, but also because the enemy's beast was of considerable size and the distance was manageable, allowing for a fortunate shot. As the saying goes, failure to seize an opportunity when it arises invites retribution, and fortune had smiled upon Zhou Ming this day. Hound. This time, the monkey refrained from shouting loudly. Instead, he growled quietly, already aware of his companion's fate. Knowing that Zhou Ming would need time to recover before firing the Thunder Type 2 again, he commanded his beast to attack Mo Dai with all its might. However, what he did not realize was that Zhou Ming had Zhu Yu, another ferocious iron snake, at his disposal. As the sword lizard initiated its attack on Mo Dai, it inadvertently strayed outside the protective perimeter of its own beast. With a swift motion, a streak of red light appeared at the hunter's neck. An unprotected beast master was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the face of Zhu Yu's ambush. In the next instant, a thin line of crimson appeared on his neck, followed by a violent gush of blood that choked his airway, resulting in a faint whimper as he collapsed lifelessly. Nearby, the sword lizard, entangled with Mo Dai, also ceased to breathe. After eliminating the monkey, Zhu Yu swiftly turned its attention to the still reeling hound. The ground trembled with the aftermath of the grenade explosion, and within 2 to 3 minutes, Zhou Ming had dispatched the hunter who had attempted to ambush him. Yet the rampaging beasts were swiftly closing in. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Ming hurriedly recalled all his beasts, preparing to flee. As for the sniper concealed in the distance, Zhou Ming did not believe that they could escape the green mist jungle unscathed. Few snipers, engrossed in honing their marksmanship, would also be beast masters, as such a dual focus would be too taxing. Any beast master with ambition would dedicate themselves solely to the path of beast mastery. Chapter 51, Unexpected Encounters. The rampaging beasts did not surge from a single direction. Rather, Zhou Ming discovered that all creatures near the location of the Zishuetung were in a state of upheaval, including a substantial number of mutated animals. Amidst the chaos, a bullet grazed Zhou Ming's forehead, the crimson blood now staining half of his visage, yet he chose to temporarily disregard the injury. Opting for a path of relative quietude, he launched into a sprint. He had recalled the iron snake horde into his beast space, knowing that their speed would only hinder his escape. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu coiled around his shoulders, ready to confront any mutated animals or beasts that emerged. At that moment, Zhou Ming envied those beast masters who possessed mountable beasts. The Bayou Scorpion. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Zhou Ming found a low-tier beast obstructing his path. With a swift motion, Zhu Yu and Mo Dai lunged towards the Bayou Scorpion. The urgency of the situation compelled Zhou Ming to command his beasts into action. The Bayou Scorpion's exoskeleton boasted commendable defensive capabilities, and its rapid attack speed posed a significant challenge for Mo Dai, prompting Zhu Yu to strike first. With a thunderous clang, the Bayou Scorpion's formidable pincers attempted to crush Zhu Yu, who narrowly evaded the lethal grasp. Sensing the impending danger, the Bayou Scorpion sought to retreat, but Zhou Ming, guiding Mo Dai, initiated his own tactics. Two needle-thin streams of venom shot towards the Bayou Scorpion's eyes, a skill Zhou Ming had specially trained Mo Dai to possess. The Bayou Scorpion hastily raised its pincers for defense, then aimed its toxic tail at Zhu Yu from the side. However, under Zhou Ming's command, Zhu Yu seized the opportunity. The bone blade at its tail slicing through the scorpion's leg with precision. The Bayou Scorpion's body lurched to the right, its tail losing accuracy as it prepared to strike. Upon landing the blow, Zhu Yu, under Zhou Ming's guidance, swiftly swung the bone blade to sever the scorpion's tail, while Mo Dai unleashed another spray of paralyzing venom. The off-balance Bayou Scorpion, unable to react in time, had its eyes struck by Mo Dai's toxin, rendering it rigid within mere breaths. The remainder was a performance by Zhu Yu, methodically dismembering the scorpion's tail, pincers, and legs, culminating in a final strike that shattered the exoskeleton atop the Bayou Scorpion's head. Go! After dispatching the Bayou Scorpion, Zhou Ming immediately resumed his flight, with Zhu Yu and Mo Dai returning to his shoulders. As he passed the corpse of the Bayou Scorpion, he swiftly retrieved the most valuable part, the 1-meter-long scorpion tail, unwilling to abandon it despite the urgency of his escape. Fortunately, Zhou Ming is accompanied by two ferocious beasts, the iron wire snakes, each possessing unique abilities. In the face of varying circumstances, Zhou Ming can swiftly resolve conflicts. Half an hour later, before the ferocious beast riot could form a complete encirclement, Zhou Ming successfully maneuvered through the chaos, aided by his two formidable companions, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. As he broke free from the encirclement, Zhou Ming swiftly removed his gas mask and gasped for air, feeling a scorching sensation in his lungs and throat. The suffocating feeling subsided, and he promptly took out an antitoxic pill, placing it in his mouth before donning the gas mask once more. At this moment, Zhou Ming appeared utterly disheveled. Blood on his forehead and face had already congealed into scabs. Fortunately, these were merely abrasions. Given Zhou Ming's frenzied pace, significant bleeding would have been inevitable. His combat attire bore various signs of corrosion and tearing, remnants of the mutated creatures he had encountered. Thankfully, Zhou Ming had trained in martial arts and was protected by his combat gear. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for Mo Dai and Zhu Yu to shield him from the throngs of mutated beasts. It was indeed Zhou Ming who instigated the riot among the beasts. In an instant, Zhou Ming, who had just been steadying his breathing while supporting himself on his thigh, drew forth the powerful Thunder Type 2 revolver, aiming it towards the source of a sound. Mo Dai emitted a hissing sound, while Zhu Yu, having sustained injuries due to his weaker defenses, was already retracted into Zhou Ming's beast space. If not for this, Zhou Ming would have fired immediately rather than merely aiming. After all, an apprentice beastmaster commanding two ferocious beasts should never reveal himself without the means to protect his own life. Scorpion-tailed lion, they both exclaimed simultaneously, astonished. Though their faces were obscured by gas masks, the gravity of the situation was palpable. Zhou Ming gazed at the young man before him. Adorned in typical hunter attire, protective gear, specialized boots, a Storm Series rifle, a filtering gas mask, and a sizable backpack. However, these details paled in comparison to the real concern, the beast beneath him, the scorpion-tailed lion. This creature was approximately 1.5 times larger than an ordinary lion, its muscles rippling like marble, and its tail resembled a steel whip, with a steel needle at the tip emanating a chilling aura. Among the myriad of low-tier ferocious beasts, 10 species were deemed apex predators by hunters, and the scorpion-tailed lion was one of them. Its dominance stemmed not only from its terrifying strength and formidable physique, but also from the lethal capabilities of its scorpion tail. Nearly 2 meters long, the tail was not only exceptionally agile but possessed the power to shred through alloy armor. Its needle-like tip was a deadly weapon that no other beast could withstand. The previously indifferent young man now felt a silent tension as he observed Zhou Ming's disheveled state, mistakenly believing that with his beast, he could easily overpower him. Even in close combat, he thought he could rely on the protection of his Holy Elephant 2 gear, dismissing the threat of Zhou Ming's firearm. However, upon witnessing Zhou Ming's decisive and formidable movements, he realized this was no mere pretense. Zhou Ming was undoubtedly capable of wielding this weapon. Renowned as the king of close combat, The power of a single shot fired from this revolver would leave neither him nor the scorpion-tailed lion unscathed. For the creature was not known for its defensive prowess, and even the strongest combat gear could not withstand such impact without consequence. Is the Beastmaster also pursuing the path of a gunslinger? Quite an unusual combination, Zhou Ming mused. After a moment of silence, the unfamiliar young man shattered the tense standoff. Skills are never excessive. Zhou Ming, hearing the young man's reference to a gunslinger, understood it to mean one who has mastered both martial arts and marksmanship to a high degree, blending the two disciplines seamlessly. This path is typically pursued by ordinary individuals, though it comes with a low ceiling of potential, often limited to dominance among apprentice beastmasters. While Zhou Ming had indeed practiced both martial arts and marksmanship, he was still distant from achieving the prowess of a true gunslinger, who could fire the Thunder Type 2 revolver 3 times in quick succession. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming opted not to clarify this misunderstanding, as his current state was far from optimal. After using the revolver twice and engaging in strenuous activity, his right arm now throbbed painfully, and further use would likely result in fractures. Only Mo Dai remained in a somewhat stable condition, while Zhou Ming held no hopes for the ordinary iron wire snakes. Chapter 52. Meeting a companion at this juncture. Zhou Ming could only rely on the Thunder Type 2 revolver to intimidate his adversary. Otherwise, should a conflict arise, he was uncertain if his right arm could endure. Failing to hit his target would mean certain demise for him today. Observing Zhou Ming's current predicament, the unfamiliar young man hesitated to take a chance. "Did you just use a grenade?" he inquired, seemingly confirming his suspicion. The Thunder Series, impact-type grenade, designed for ferocious beasts. However, I used it against an ambusher this time. By the way, I have another in my backpack. Would you like to see it? This is my first time using such explosive devices. Zhou Ming's tone was casual, yet laced with veiled threats. Encountering a madman, especially one with formidable strength, the young man quickly assessed Zhou Ming's demeanor. "I will step back if you lower your weapon. I wish to speak with you." The young man, mounted on the scorpion-tailed lion, regarded Zhou Ming, who appeared increasingly frantic, and slowly articulated his intentions. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I have discovered a severely injured high-tier beast." "Wait," Zhou Ming interrupted before the young man could finish. "You can't be suggesting that you want to hunt the severely injured high-tier beast?" Zhou Ming regarded him with a look of incredulity, yet the young man remained patient. Originally, he had intended to use coercive tactics to make Zhou Ming a mere pawn, but the current circumstances rendered that impossible. Thus, he sought to propose an alliance instead. Though he had no intention of using Zhou Ming as cannon fodder, a powerful ally was even more desirable, despite Zhou Ming's evident skepticism. Indeed, before Zhou Ming could respond, the young man pressed on. "The high-tier beast, the bipedal dragon, a poison-type subdragon, possesses materials worth over 100 million alliance coins. Should we encounter the exceedingly rare dragon crystal, its worth transcends alliance coins and is measured in source crystals." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming was inclined to dismiss the offer, but swallowed his words. "How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" "Simple. You may accompany me to verify. Initially, I sought you as a mere pawn, but your capabilities warrant a share of the spoils." The young man revealed his original intention regarding the high-tier beast. "That sounds appealing. Your spoils. You wouldn't want help if you were capable of handling it alone, would you? I can accompany you, but I will require 3 days to recuperate." The prospect of the bipedal dragon's benefits stirred even Zhou Ming's usually composed demeanor. "That is unacceptable. At most, you get 1 day. Otherwise, given the high-tier beast's recovery rate, even if we join forces, we would be unable to handle it after it regains even a fraction of its strength." Zhou Ming firmly shook his head, rejecting the proposed timeline. He was willing to take risks, but not at the cost of his life. Suddenly, a green vial was tossed towards Zhou Ming, and Mo Dai darted out, ensnaring the vial before it hit the ground. "You are indeed cautious. Are you not concerned about your beast's well-being?" The young man, noting Mo Dai's diminutive size, showed no surprise. He had encountered small beasts before. A low-tier healing potion, quite generous. Having a solid foundation in basic knowledge allowed Zhou Ming to quickly identify it as he opened the vial with his left hand. "Withdraw. Once I recover, I will set out with you tomorrow morning. There is a cave not far from here. If you feel secure, you may lower your weapon and accompany me. Surely, you don't believe you hold more importance in my eyes than the bipedal dragon? Lead the way." Zhou Ming holstered the Thunder Type 2 revolver, the pain in his arm intensifying, and resolved to comply. As Zhou Ming observed the unfamiliar youth commanding the scorpion-tailed lion, the latter turned and walked away, with Zhou Ming gradually trailing behind. With the scorpion-tailed lion, the sovereign among the lower-tier ferocious beasts, there was no fear of being disturbed by other ferocious creatures or mutated animals. Beneath a cliff, within a cave shaped like a trumpet, Zhou Ming sat across from the unfamiliar youth, separated by a fire pit, with their respective beasts resting beside them. "How shall I address you?" Zhou Ming inquired, glancing at his black sash before casually replying, "Wanshi, and you?" "Scorpion Lion," came the response. Noting that Zhou Ming had merely given a code name, the unfamiliar youth reciprocated with his beast's title. "Could you elaborate on how you discovered that severely injured bipedal dragon? Was it the handiwork of hunters from other professional beast tamers?" "I cannot say for certain. I merely encountered the gravely wounded bipedal dragon mid-flight, which had completely lost its ability to soar and crashed from the sky. Hence, I entertained the idea of a hunt." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's expression darkened. Setting aside whether the bipedal dragon was indeed prey for a professional beast tamer, it was clear that if the Scorpion Lion could see it, so could others. Their true target was not the injured bipedal dragon, but rather the transformed hunters with crimson eyes. "Scorpion Lion, surely you do not believe that only you have laid eyes upon it? I am not so foolish. I sought a pawn to serve as bait, yet I did not anticipate finding a worthy companion." "Companion? I hope you speak true. Otherwise, my sole remaining big pineapple shall be yours. See you tomorrow." Patting the smoke bomb in his backpack, Zhou Ming declared with audacity, his intimidation relying solely on the guise of a high-explosive grenade. Observing Zhou Ming's actions, the Scorpion Lion twitched an eye, fearing that Zhou Ming might cause an explosion. Leaving the black sash to guard, Zhou Ming retreated to a corner of the cave, prepared to use the low-tier healing potion he possessed. Although the healing potion was precious, Zhou Ming did not possess the short-sightedness to conserve it. After all, without life, all else is meaningless. After consuming half of the healing potion, Zhou Ming covertly summoned Zhuyu, administering the remainder to it before retracting his hand. The effects of the healing potion were remarkably evident. Shortly after consumption, the abrasions on the side of Zhou Ming's forehead scabbed and fell away, while his right arm regained its former strength, restoring him to peak condition. Simultaneously, the bodily aches dissipated in a wave of warmth. One could say that half a bottle of the healing potion not only cured Zhou Ming's superficial wounds, but also healed the hidden injuries within his body. According to Zhou Ming's estimations, after a night's rest, his personal strength would increase by at least 10%, with the sensation of his body rejuvenated. Zhou Ming lowered his guard, recalling the fatigued black sash and settling down for a restful slumber. The considerable cost incurred by the other party was certainly not for the sake of his inconsequential self. Thus, Zhou Ming harbored no doubts, slipping into a comfortable sleep. The Scorpion Lion, observing Zhou Ming's actions, found him somewhat inscrutable. One moment he was on high alert, and the next he had relinquished his wariness. How intriguing. This was one of the few individuals he could not read. Adding more wood to the fire, the Scorpion Lion then settled down, while his beast, the Scorpion-tailed Lion, assumed the vigil. Chapter 53. The hidden wealthy. Zhou Ming awoke comfortably, only to hear a resentful voice nearby. "Scorpion Lion, do not be so stingy, your beast." The Scorpion-tailed Lion can fight tirelessly for days without affecting its combat prowess. Zhou Ming stretched lazily before placing his backpack aside. "Moreover, does this not demonstrate my trust in you? To entrust my life upon our first encounter, yet you clutched your backpack for the entire night?" The Scorpion Lion observed keenly, recalling how Zhou Ming had kept his right hand within the backpack, questioning whether this truly signified trust in life and death. He was convinced that had anything untoward transpired, Zhou Ming would have resorted to using the big pineapple to fight for his life. "Haha, is this not a bad habit formed from often sleeping with a young lady? Alas, your words have stirred a longing for Xiaohong." Despite being a complete novice in both past and present lives, Zhou Ming's response to the Scorpion Lion's inquiry bore an air of lasciviousness. "By the way, we should investigate the bipedal dragon you mentioned. Perhaps others are already preparing to strike." Having briefly explained, Zhou Ming shifted the topic to the bipedal dragon, preferring not to delve into his own deception. Should the Scorpion Lion see through him, who could know what would unfold? Peace was founded upon the mutual possession of deterrent means. "Follow me." After scrutinizing Zhou Ming and finding no discrepancies, the Scorpion Lion promptly turned and approached his beast. As the other party moved away, Zhou Ming glanced at the remaining smoke bombs in his backpack, regretting only acquiring a single grenade. To prevent the Scorpion Lion from noticing any abnormalities, he could only sigh inwardly as he organized his backpack, leading the black sash to follow the Scorpion Lion to the bipedal dragon's location. Along the way, Zhou Ming could only quell his hunger with specially crafted jerky and clear water. An hour later, aided by the Scorpion-tailed Lion's guidance, Zhou Ming and the Scorpion Lion arrived atop a hill. Approximately 3 miles ahead lay the valley where the bipedal dragon had fallen. Choosing a suitable vantage point, the Scorpion Lion directly pointed out the location where the bipedal dragon had descended. Zhou Ming immediately retrieved a monocular from the side of his backpack, adjusting the focus before peering at the spot indicated by the Scorpion Lion. Meanwhile, the black sash coiled around Zhou Ming's left shoulder. keeping a vigilant watch on the scorpion lion's movements. Lacking a sense of security, Zhou Ming was disinclined to place his life in another's hands. Observing the scorpion lion mounted atop his beast, Zhou Ming's defensive demeanor prompted the scorpion lion to question the necessity of such caution. Earlier, he had noticed Zhou Ming cradling a round object in his arms while inspecting his thunder-type revolver, which seemed to be a concern for jamming. Unaware of the scorpion lion's shifting thoughts, Zhou Ming was captivated by the imposing figure within his field of vision. The bipedal dragon measured 20 to 30 meters in length. Standing over 10 meters tall, adorned with palm-sized dark green scales, and boasting a head the size of 2 meters, surrounded by bony spikes. However, through the monocular, it was evident that the left wing of the bipedal dragon had been torn apart by 2/3 from the base, with several 1-meter-long wounds across its chest. The injuries appeared to be the result of a confrontation with other high-tier ferocious beasts rather than inflicted by a professional beast tamer. Within 100 meters surrounding the bipedal dragon, it seemed to have been corroded by dragon's breath, leaving no cover. Moreover, Zhou Ming noted with concern that low-tier ferocious beasts, seeking to capitalize on the situation, had instead become prey for the bipedal dragon in its recuperation. It was known that while high-tier ferocious beasts could utilize energy particles in the air to heal, the process was exceedingly slow. They typically hunted low-tier ferocious beasts to consume their flesh and blood for recovery. What do you intend to do? Retracting the monocular, Zhou Ming turned to the scorpion lion, sensing that the latter had been tempted. Nevertheless, who could resist the allure of a severely injured bipedal dragon incapable of movement? It was commendable that Zhou Ming managed to maintain his composure. Clear the area. The voice was flat, yet laced with a sense of bloodlust. Upon hearing the response, Zhou Ming understood that the scorpion lion was not to be trifled with. The gesture of offering the healing potion had been motivated by the prospect of greater profit. I have a question to clarify. Speak. If this bipedal dragon possesses a dragon crystal within its body, how shall we divide it? The moment Zhou Ming posed this question, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The dragon crystal essentially functioned as a beast core, only present in beasts of lordly caliber, serving as the core's source of their power. As the beast core is birthed within the beast's body, its energy is akin to that which has been refined, making it an exceedingly precious treasure for crafting potions, forging equipment, or direct use by beasts. In the realm of advanced ferocious beasts, there exists a minuscule probability of encountering certain creatures that possess either extraordinary fortuitous encounters or exceptionally high bloodline talents, rendering them likely candidates to ascend to the rank of lord-level ferocious beasts. Among these, dragon-type beasts exhibit a relatively higher chance of producing beast cores, as they inherently possess dragon bloodlines. The beast cores of dragon-type ferocious beasts are specifically referred to as Lan Xing, due to the potential for beast tamers consuming these cores to inherit dragon bloodline traits. Additionally, Lan Xing harbors a unique aura of dragon might, aiding beast tamers in refining their mental fortitude. Although the beast cores of advanced ferocious beasts may not rival those of lord-level beasts, they can still prove lethal to professional beast tamers, especially considering that Zhou Ming and Serpent are merely apprentice-level tamers. If Lan Xing is available, I shall take it, Serpent coldly declared, making his intentions clear. Noticing Zhou Ming's lack of response, he continued, I can compensate you in other ways. In what manner? Zhou Ming inquired with a smile, revealing his greed, yet demonstrating an awareness of the situation. The hand grenade was merely a bluff. If the opponent became aware of the Thunder Type 2 revolver, they would certainly take precautions. Recognizing one's limitations is crucial. One should only consume what they can digest, lest they face dire consequences. It depends on what you desire. You appear to be a wild beast tamer. I can provide knowledge on meditation methods, materials for the job transition ceremony, advanced beast tamer knowledge, secret techniques, and high-level potions. Reasonable requests will be accommodated. A wealthy patron indeed. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled at each item Serpent mentioned. He even contemplated abandoning the two-legged flying dragon to seize the opportunity to bind Serpent. However, considering Serpent's strength and the favorable terms he offered, it was evident he had significant backing, compelling Zhou Ming to relinquish such enticing thoughts. You wouldn't be a young master sneaking out to witness the hardships of the common folk, would you? Have you made your choice? Observing Zhou Ming's indecisive gaze, Serpent felt a tinge of displeasure. I have made my selection, Zhou Ming promptly replied, keen to avoid offending the fortune bestower before him, as he aspired to forge a bond of camaraderie and mutual support. I desire a low-level meditation method, knowledge necessary for the shepherd's job transition, and training materials for advancing tamed beasts. Is that excessive? While beast tamer knowledge is invaluable, it is merely standard fare for powerful factions. You'd best pray that the two-legged flying dragon possesses Lan Xing within. Serpent doused Zhou Ming's enthusiasm with cold water. Luck should, perhaps, not be so dire. Now, Tell me your plan for clearing the area. Overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, Zhou Ming inquired about Xie Shi's strategy. I initially intended to use bait to draw out the observers hidden within this jungle, Xie Shi explained. Noticing Zhou Ming's lack of reaction, he continued, however, I perceive that your strength is not as superficial as it seems, so I propose we split up and encircle those lurking hunters. Very well. Zhou Ming's decisive response assured Xie Shi that his assessment was correct. The man before him surely had hidden abilities. By the way, as Zhou Ming began to depart, Xie Shi seemed to recall something. You are prohibited from using the high-explosive hand grenades in your possession. Otherwise, I shall forsake the two-legged flying dragon and ensure your demise. Fear not, I have not exhausted my days yet. Zhou Ming turned to leave, signaling that he understood. They were now deep within the green mist jungle, not far from the domain of advanced ferocious beasts. Should Zhou Ming employ the hand grenades, not only would he risk losing the two-legged flying dragon to an advanced beast, but he might also attract its wrath. This, of course, hinged on whether he truly possessed high-explosive grenades. If he did, circumstances might change dramatically. After all, when faced with imminent death, one often disregards numerous concerns. As to why high-explosive grenades incite ferocious beasts while gunfire does not. Zhou Ming speculated that gunshots are akin to a nuisance, akin to a dance performance outside one's window, provoking irritation, while the explosion of grenades resembles the intense noise of drilling at night, inciting murderous intent. However, a more plausible explanation lies in the frequent use of artillery by the Blue Star Alliance against ferocious beasts, potentially triggering panic at the sound of explosions. Yet, perhaps only the beasts themselves truly comprehend the reasons behind this. I hope my judgment is not flawed. Remaining in place, Xie Shi watched Zhou Ming's figure gradually fade from view before commanding his beast to depart. After parting ways, Zhou Ming navigated the hills with surprising ease, reaching several miles away. Whether it was due to the presence of the two-legged flying dragon or not, he encountered no signs of mutated animals or ferocious beasts, possibly drawn to the vicinity of the dragon or frightened away by its imposing aura. I beg your pardon, but you are obstructing my path. Upon reaching the edge of the hill, Zhou Ming addressed the verdant mist-enshrouded jungle below. Dozens of iron wire snakes emerged around him, swiftly dispersing to maximize their radar sensing range. With the aid of healing potions, Zhu Yu was summoned from the beast space, coiling around Zhou Ming's right shoulder, alongside Mo Dai, to safeguard his safety. There are 8 remaining. Zhou Ming assessed the Thunder Type 2 revolver in his hand, calculating the remaining ammunition. The capability of the Thunder Type 2 revolver against ferocious beasts lies not only in its quality and construction, but also significantly in the specially crafted ammunition. 10 tailored rounds can fill 2 chambers, and since they are not conventional means, Zhou Ming did not prepare in excess. Once prepared, he advanced toward the jungle, maintaining constant vigilance over the radar sensing field. To avoid previous ambushes, he circumvented open areas, opting instead to scrutinize the surroundings with a single-tube telescope. 5 hunters and 3 tamed beasts. Before long, within a dense thicket, Zhou Ming, leveraging the radar sensing field, quickly identified concealed targets. It appeared that 2 of the hunters were not beast tamers, indicating that one of them was certainly a sniper. The other, not being a gunfighter, must be a heavy weapon user. Analyzing the information relayed by the radar sensing field, Zhou Ming quietly deliberated. Having witnessed the devastating synergy of heavy weapon users and snipers in Snake Valley, he resolved to eliminate these 2 hunters first. Apart from the aforementioned reasons, the absence of tamed beasts nearby made these 2 hunters more susceptible to a successful ambush compared to the 3 hunters who were beast tamers. 2 iron wires slithered to Zhou Ming's feet as he retrieved the blood-burning potion, administering it to both iron wire snakes. This was intended to breach the combat suit's defenses. Zhou Ming planned to sacrifice the 2 snakes for a temporary surge in their power, truly a potion for desperate measures. Observing the iron wire snakes' suddenly frenzied auras and the blood seeping from their scales, Zhou Ming quietly praised the potency of the blood-burning potion. To avoid wasting the potion's effect, he immediately sprang into action. In the distant thicket, "Boss, when shall we act? If we wait any longer, we might never encounter an opportunity like this again." A towering man, muscles rippling, hefting a sizable ammunition box and wielding a heavy machine gun, inquired of his superior. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to rely on substances to enhance his physical prowess, employing heavy weaponry due to his formidable physique. What's the rush? This time, it's all about patience. We are not the only hunters in this area. Angry Bear, you must cultivate your patience. A resounding roar echoed. Before Angry Bear could respond, he witnessed the head of his companion, the rampant lion, violently jerk upward, erupting in a shower of blood. The demise of the beast left the Beastmaster's spirit thoroughly shattered. The leader of this squad instantly lost his combat effectiveness, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in anguish. Before he could even utter the word attack, 2 iron wire snakes, having consumed blood-burning potions, lunged at 2 hunters who were not beastmasters as the gunfire erupted. The heavy-set man burdened with an ammunition crate and the sniper concealed in a nearby tree were swiftly dispatched, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming commanded his Mo Dai and Zhu Yu to engage the remaining 2 hunters' beasts. A smoke bomb was immediately deployed, obscuring the vision of the hunters preparing to retaliate. Taishan, retreat quickly. The enemy is well prepared. One of the hunters reacted promptly, sensing the sudden change, and fled backward, aware that escaping alone would be difficult. He called for his companion to withdraw as well. The situation had shifted drastically. They were unaware of the exact scale of their assailants, and remaining within the smoke was tantamount to awaiting death. Utilizing their beasts for cover, the duo hurriedly exited the smoke-laden area, aiming to escape what they believed to be a surrounding trap. Chapter 55, Precision Ambush. As the 2 hunters made their escape, 2 iron wire snakes unexpectedly leapt down from the branches above, targeting their necks. The 2 beasts that sensed the danger attempted to intervene, but entangled with Zhu Yu and Mo Dai, they missed their chance to save their masters. Although the paralyzing venom was not instantly lethal, the iron wire snakes had been specifically trained by Zhou Ming. The beastmasters, whose physical capabilities were only marginally superior to those of ordinary humans, succumbed to the venom within mere seconds, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The Bloodhunter Eye pistol finally found its purpose. With the demise of their masters, the 2 beasts entwined with Zhu Yu and Mo Dai promptly perished as well. With a clear target in sight, Zhou Ming emerged slowly from the smoke, retracting Mo Dai and Zhu Yu onto his shoulder, and departed with the snake horde. Leaving a trove of spoils behind, Zhou Ming did not collect them. His backpack was reserved for the bipedal flying dragon. In less than a minute, Zhou Ming had concluded the combat. This was not merely a testament to Zhou Ming's strength, but rather an advantage derived from seizing the initiative. The ambush tactic that had just unfolded had been employed by a nation known as the Bai Tu Ying in his previous life. By obtaining intelligence through radar perception, he established control over the targets to be attacked and the order of engagement. Utilizing the stealth techniques from the Python martial art and employing odor masking powders, Zhou Ming approached stealthily through the dense forest. He eliminated the most formidable leader using the Thunder II revolver, as its accuracy and the necessity to maintain distance made the larger beasts the ideal targets. While taking down the strongest hunter leader, the roar of gunfire drew the attention of the remaining hunters, prompting him to dispatch the iron wire snakes, trained with blood-burning potions, to ambush the unprotected sniper and fire support nearby. The smoke bomb obscured their vision, rendering the remaining 2 incapable of mounting an effective counterattack, forcing them to flee without a clear understanding of the situation. As for the iron wire snakes that ambushed them, Zhou Ming had arranged for attacks from all directions, ensuring that no matter which way they turned, they would be ambushed. Although Zhou Ming had harbored disdain for Bai Tu Ying in his previous life, he could not deny the effectiveness of their tactics. They were as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. However, in this world, Zhou Ming could only employ such strategies against apprentice-level beastmasters, as their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Previously, he had been caught off guard by a simple ambush, compounded by rapid fire suppression, nearly leaving him unable to respond. Even now, he could not forget the suffocating aura of death. With the successful execution of the surgical strike tactic on his first attempt, Zhou Ming grew increasingly adept in subsequent engagements. Like extracting nails, he eliminated hidden hunters one by one from the shadows. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming faced limitations, particularly concerning the ammunition of the Thunder II revolver and the endurance of his right arm. Despite the healing potions enhancing his physical condition by 10%, his arm still required recovery time. Furthermore, the hunters lurking in the wilderness were no fools. After Zhou Ming eliminated the 3rd hunter team, others concealed nearby began to sense that someone was clearing them out. Some started to band together, while others fled toward the direction of the Scorpion Lion. It seemed they would have to wait for the Scorpion Lion to resolve the situation. Perched in the embrace of a grand tree, Zhou Ming retracted his single-tube telescope, briefly assessing the situation he had just surveyed. Due to his sharp elimination actions, the remaining hunters felt Zhou Ming's threat, and a coalition of 13 hunters came into view. 9 beastmasters and 4 firearms users were stationed in an open area, exceeding Zhou Ming's capacity to confront. Descending from the lush tree, Zhou Ming did not remain idle, awaiting support from the Scorpion Lion. Instead, he rushed back into the dense forest. He retrieved the sniper rifle, machine gun, and ammunition, all spoils left behind by the hunters, to compensate for his lack of means. After placing these spoils beneath the grand tree, Zhou Ming ascended the towering tree once more, replenishing his strength with simple rations while monitoring the distant hunter's encampment through his single-tube telescope. As time passed, Darkness gradually enveloped the sky, yet the hunter coalition remained steadfast, seemingly too tempted by the allure of the bipedal flying dragon to retreat. Did you arrive so soon? Zhou Ming inquired with a slight smile, sensing the scorpion lion approaching silently beneath the tree. How did you know I would find you? In the moonlight, the scorpion lion emerged from the shadows, riding his beast with deliberate steps. The scorpion lion is not only powerful, but possesses keen senses. Reading is indeed beneficial. Agile as he was, Zhou Ming descended to the ground in just 2 or 3 breaths. It appears you have yet to complete your mission. The scorpion lion had already spotted the coalition of hunters not far away, yet he refrained from acting immediately, choosing instead to approach Zhou Ming first. What? Do you wish to charge into their camp solo? I can rally support for you. What is your plan? Zhou Ming, in jest, received no reply from the scorpion lion. Had he possessed such strength, he would not have sought assistance. Switching to serious matters, Zhou Ming shared the intelligence he had gathered. The opposition, fearing ambush, had opted for a relatively open location, which also made their information easily discernible. The 9 beastmasters need not be mentioned. Their beasts would be nothing more than fodder for your scorpion lion. My concern lies with those 4 firearms users, in an open area. If they wield machine guns and heavy sniper rifles, complemented by armor-piercing rounds, even your scorpion lion would struggle against such firepower. The alliance had developed over the years, and the manufacturing of firearms had reached its zenith, leading the scorpion lion to not underestimate their might. After all, with the emergence of martial arts and rare mutated herbs, the use of firearms with tremendous recoil, yet devastating power, had become feasible. What are your thoughts? Night raid, disrupt the enemy. Zhou Ming had long been formulating a plan to address the encampment before him. He had not idly perched in the tree for half the day. Tonight, I will randomly fire upon their camp with these firearms. Should anyone rush out, you will handle them. However, it is unlikely they will do so. Ideally, we want to attract the attention of the ferocious beasts surrounding the bipedal flying dragon, allowing them to assault the camp. Upon hearing this, the scorpion lion recalled the previous beast frenzy and regarded Zhou Ming with a cold gaze. Very well, let us discuss something else. Under the scorpion lion's scrutiny, Zhou Ming returned to the matter at hand. Chapter 56, Formulating a Plan. In order to convey his thoughts more clearly, Zhou Ming picked up a withered branch from the ground and swept the fallen leaves aside with his foot, then drew a circle on the moonlit earth. You see, let this represent the area where those individuals are stationed. My plan is for us to fire our weapons around them, creating a commotion. The first objective is to keep them guessing about my capabilities. The second is to ascertain the positions of those gunmen. And third, to expend their energy. While crouching to explain his strategy, Zhou Ming suddenly looked up at Sorcerer and asked, do you have any other potions to ensure we maintain our energy? Otherwise, we might exhaust ourselves without depleting theirs. Observing Zhou Ming's scrutiny of his backpack, Sorcerer's expression turned cold. He had gained nothing thus far and was now expected to invest a considerable amount in advance. However, reflecting on the validity of Zhou Ming's statements, Sorcerer, after a moment's silence, retrieved a vial containing a green potion from his combat suit. This is an energy potion. It's the only one I have. Excellent. Truly. You come from a wealthy family. With this, our plan is already half accomplished. Zhou Ming exclaimed, as the emerald hue of the potion glimmered in the moonlight. The energy potion was a low-tier elixir that allowed the user to go 3 days and nights without food or drink while maintaining vibrant energy. This potion was not a stimulant, but a pure supplement, posing no harm to the user. For some affluent individuals, its allure surpassed that of other potions, resulting in its inflated value. Now, share your plan, Sorcerer urged, his tone tinged with impatience due to the prospect of an unwarranted financial loss. All right, let me continue. Even though we only have 1 vial, splitting it between us should suffice to keep us at peak condition for about a day. Tonight, we shall continuously harass them. If they charge out of their camp, that would be ideal. If not, we shall persist in our harassment until 5 in the morning. By then, if they see we haven't attacked their camp, their vigilance should significantly decrease, and they will become fatigued. You will feign an assault with the scorpion tail lion from here, and it would be best if you achieve something substantial. If not, at least draw their fire. I will stealthily approach from this position and take out those gunmen. Once their scorpion tail lion is no longer under strong fire suppression, it will be your moment to shine. Of course, I will also deliver a fatal blow from behind them. As Zhou Ming elaborated on his plan, he pointed to the circle he had drawn on the ground, indicating the locations for the feigned attack and the ambush. Have you attended a military academy? Sorcerer questioned, somewhat skeptical of Zhou Ming's identity. If I could, I would have sought your meditation techniques. Zhou Ming retorted with an eye roll. In truth, Zhou Ming's plan was not particularly sophisticated. Primarily, beastmasters seldom concern themselves with knowledge they do not require, focusing instead on enhancing their own power. His ability to devise this strategy was largely attributed to a year spent at the Qinshan Library, where he devoured various forms of knowledge. Despite the library's limited information on beastmasters, he also perused an array of other texts. Moreover, Xiesher was unaware that without his assistance, Zhou Ming's plan would be impossible to execute. Harassing the enemies entrenched in their camp would require them to expend considerable energy, and without powerful forces to restrain the 9 beastmasters, even eliminating the gunmen would leave him encircled. Thus, Zhou Ming was entirely leveraging Xiesher's strength and resources to fulfill his outlined strategy. Can you handle those for gunmen? As long as you can suppress their beasts. I have no issues. However, their beasts possess keen sensory abilities, making it difficult for me to approach. Zhou Ming briefly explained the reason behind Xiesher's distrust. As long as we can divert their beast's attention, I can easily sneak in with the iron wire snake. Xiesher, without hesitation, opened the energy potion and poured more than half into his mouth before handing the remainder to Zhou Ming. Aren't you concerned about drinking less? Zhou Ming teased, promptly consuming the small amount of potion he had received. Moments after ingesting the energy potion, Zhou Ming felt a surge of vitality, his mind invigorated. Having wealth is certainly advantageous, he mused, pointing toward the weapons on the ground. Which one will you use? The sniper rifle. All right, I won't waste your potion. Tonight, I'll show you what a real man is capable of. I'll handle the heavy machine gun. Zhou Ming was not pretending. Given the necessity to create disturbances, a powerful heavy machine gun was essential, and with his lack of funds, he could only contribute through effort. He picked up a Type 1 heavy machine gun, draping the ammunition belt across his body. He refrained from carrying the cumbersome ammo box, fearing it would hinder his speed. After all, to harass the enemy, he only needed to fire a few rounds, and he could retrieve more ammunition later. This was the advantage of having the initiative. Before departing, Zhou Ming instructed Xiesher to act first, as he needed to assess the situation after Xiesher stirred the camp, allowing him to execute a surprise attack. The heavy machine gun's roar would create significant noise. If Zhou Ming acted first, it would be easy for the enemy to pinpoint his location. After Zhou Ming left with the heavy machine gun, Xiesher also selected a sniper rifle and began searching for a suitable vantage point. Near a large tree adjacent to an open area, Zhou Ming set up the heavy machine gun, with several large rocks providing cover and a retreat route already mapped out. Additionally, the iron wire snake swarm had established a radar perception field. Zhou Ming's ultimate goal was to ambush the enemy, but he also had to consider whether the enemy might attempt to counter-ambush. The success of the plan was secondary. Zhou Ming's primary principle was self-preservation. Compared to his previous cheerful demeanor, Zhou Ming now bore a grave expression, aware that if the enemy launched a full-scale assault against him, he would be in peril. His prior behavior in front of Xiesher had been more of a fade. A muffled booming sound echoed shortly after, as Xiesher initiated a sniper attack on the camp. However, the opposing forces were seasoned hunters, and various branches and tents obscured the camp, preventing the sniper from easily targeting them. Following the gunshot, Zhou Ming squeezed the trigger of his own weapon. A continuous burst of gunfire erupted as Zhou Ming unleashed a hail of bullets towards the agitated camp. Enemy attack. Counterattack. The camp remained relatively quiet, but the brief exchange immediately prompted a coordinated response from the defenders. However, upon seeing the rocks nearby being struck, Zhou Ming realized the enemy sniper had opened fire, prompting him to halt and relocate. This night was perhaps a rare lively occasion in the verdant misty jungle. Thankfully, the dragon might emanating from the bipedal wyvern had frightened off nearby mutated animals and ferocious beasts. The few remaining predators lingered around the wyvern, searching for an opportunity. Otherwise, given Zhou Ming's tactics, the absence of high explosive grenades could have incited chaos among the beasts and mutated creatures. Now, in the late hours of the night, the sound of the heavy machine gun had faded, as Zhou Ming had exhausted its ammunition. This was a significant drawback of heavy machine guns. They consumed ammunition too rapidly, and without a team to assist in carrying supplies, a small squad could only utilize them at critical moments. Damn it, I told you to retreat. You Wular are just too greedy, insisting on waiting until dawn to eliminate these hidden threats before capturing the bipedal wyvern. Now, are we to be dragged to our demise? Amidst Zhou Ming's persistent harassment of the camp, a lean man clad in combat gear glared at another inside the tent, reprimanding him. Du Lang, do mind your words. Had you not suggested a spacious location, would we be in such a passive predicament? Furthermore, you mentioned that the adversary possesses skilled assassins. Wu Lao Air, exuding an aura of menace, is anything but as unassuming as his name suggests, and he swiftly retaliates. Humph, what do you propose we do? Retreat. Now you wish to consider a retreat? Du Lang harbors doubts about Wu Lao Air's willingness to forsake the dual-footed flying dragon, given his avaricious nature. Observing the situation outside, I note that while they continue to harass us, there are only 2 of them. Aside from the recently appeared scorpion-tailed lion, the other does not seem particularly threatening. They likely fear our armor-piercing sniper rifle and heavy machine gun, which pose a significant threat to the scorpion-tailed lion. Hence their attempt to drive us back into the treacherous depths of the forest. If that is the case, we shall turn the tables and lure them out. Upon hearing Wu Lao Er's analysis, Du Lang squints thoughtfully, contemplating Wu Lao Er's strategy. Are you suggesting we eliminate the scorpion-tailed lion? It seems I grasp your intent. Indeed. We shall conceal our sniper as night falls. When dawn breaks and conditions favor our marksman, we will feign a rapid escape. Once we draw out the scorpion-tailed lion, I shall entangle it, creating an opportunity for our sniper. Once we dispatch the scorpion-tailed lion, we shall seize the initiative. Then, by dispatching a beast master with heightened perception to guard against close-range assassination from the other, we can focus on neutralizing the dual-footed flying dragon. Should this endeavor succeed, we may not need to play the role of hunters, and perhaps ascend to the ranks of professional beast masters. After digesting Wu Laoer's plan, Du Lang also engages in further analysis, recognizing it as the only viable course of action, and promptly consents. The potential rewards of a successful plan are too great to ignore, and should one person claim the entirety of the dual-footed flying dragon spoils, the remaining members of the team would still be content with their share. It is indeed a case of an ill-fitting name, yet a fitting moniker. Du Lang finds himself contemplating the prospect of hoarding the rewards, uncertain if Wu Laoer shares this sentiment. Subsequently, the two exit the dimly lit tent and commence their preparations to confront Zhou Ming and his companions. More harassment is required. In a location shielded by rocks, the scorpion lion inquires about Zhou Ming's counsel. While adhering to the plan, the adversary has temporarily abandoned the elusive scorpion lion, choosing instead to focus on Zhou Ming, who has been indiscriminately firing his heavy machine gun. Little did they anticipate that the scorpion lion would seize the opportunity, commanding the scorpion-tailed lion to assault the camp, swiftly claiming the life of a hunter. However, the seasoned hunter quickly regained composure, forcing the scorpion-tailed lion to retreat using his armor-piercing heavy machine gun. Observing the effectiveness of the plan, the scorpion lion's perception of Zhou Ming begins to shift. No need. These hunters are experienced and have already deduced our intentions. Our objectives have been met, and further efforts would be futile. Now, we must ascertain whether others have been drawn here by the gunfire. I have no desire to deal with the current foe while potential threats linger behind me. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Observing Wan Shi, the scorpion lion realizes that facing Wan Shi head-on would be unwise, but engaging in guerrilla tactics poses its own dangers. As the scorpion lion assesses him, Zhou Ming responds nonchalantly, "Because I have been the yellow bird. More accurately, I was the hunter behind the yellow bird," Zhou Ming silently adds. How cunning. To rendezvous here at 5:30 in the morning. With that, the scorpion lion departs first, and Zhou Ming promptly heads in another direction. An hour later, the two reconvene at their designated meeting point, sharing their findings. How did it go? Zhou Ming inquires of the scorpion lion. No signs of hidden individuals. Neither did I. So let us proceed according to plan. With that, they immediately set their plan into motion. If one were to observe from above, they would see that the scorpion lion moved towards a relatively open area, while Zhou Ming approached the rear of the camp, where dense underbrush and rocks provided ample cover. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the scorpion lion made the first move as planned. With a thunderous roar, the scorpion-tailed lion surged towards the camp. This time without riding his beast, but instead utilizing his favored Storm Series rifle for support. Little did they know that the adversary had also laid a trap for us. Yet this time they delivered themselves right into our hands. As Zhou Ming prepared to act, he relied on the radar perception field to detect two individuals concealed within the weeds and rocky terrain, devoid of any beast masters for protection. Understanding their intent, Zhou Ming smirked and dispatched two iron wire snakes, enhanced with blood-boosting potions, for time was of the essence. The scorpion lion's safety was at risk. The 1-foot-long iron wire snakes swiftly navigated through the underbrush, soon arriving near Zhou Ming's targeted individuals. Upon issuing the command, the doomed iron wire snakes lunged at the two snipers, injecting their venom with ferocious intent. To their astonishment, the ambushers became the ambushed, collapsing on the spot, unable to move, awaiting their demise. Meanwhile, under the scorpion lion's diversion, Zhou Ming advanced rapidly towards the camp, aiming to eliminate the heavy firepower positioned behind several beast masters. Zhu Yu, I rely on you. Observing the gunman targeting the scorpion-tailed lion not far away, Zhou Ming promptly dispatched Zhu Yu, who could swiftly neutralize the enemy. After all, the two gunners wielding heavy machine guns were accompanied by several beast masters, who were not simply spectators issuing commands. Their weapons were far from harmless. If they managed to delay Zhou Ming even for a moment, the ferocious heavy machine gun would surely turn its fire upon him. With a swift motion, Zhu Yu, under Zhou Ming's command, erupted from the shadows like a crimson specter as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon. Behind you. The beast masters trained in mental acuity possessed a heightened perception compared to ordinary individuals, and their beasts also benefited from this perceptive prowess, thus enhancing their master's capabilities. One of the beast masters immediately shouted to his comrades, preparing to fire at Zhu Yu. Chapter 58, Successful Cleanup. Unfortunately, the movements of an apprentice-level beast master could not possibly match the speed of a ferocious beast. The crimson light sliced through the air like the blade of an unparalleled swordsman, exuding a deadly grace. Zhu Yu swiftly dispatched one gunman with a lethal strike to the nape of his neck, and as the remaining gunman prepared to shoot, Zhu Yu propelled himself towards him with renewed vigor. The second gunman, realizing the immediate threat, quickly adjusted his aim, unleashing a barrage of bullets in a desperate attempt to fend off Zhu Yu. Die! The scent of death incited the last gunman to roar in fury, frantically pulling the trigger to release his pent-up terror. However, given Zhu Yu's speed and stature, the close-range shots proved utterly ineffective, while the now unrestrained scorpion-tailed lion began to assert its dominance as a low-tier beast overlord. With a resounding crash, a six-legged poison wolf was poised to support the heavy machine gun operator when a deafening thunderclap erupted around them, signaling Zhou Ming's stealthy approach. The owner of the six-legged poison wolf was Du Lang, who now lay on the ground, howling in agony. In the moment of chaos unleashed by the furious beast's roar, Zhu Yu successfully plunged his bone blade into the heart of the gunman. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Ming, using the Thunder II revolver, did not cease his assault but instead wielded the Blood Hunter eye with his less practiced left hand, while Mo Dai joined the fray. The sounds of anguish emanating from the fallen beasts echoed the despair of their masters. The outcome had been decided in mere moments. Once Zhou Ming efficiently eliminated the snipers among the hunters, their fates were sealed. Gazing at the array of lifeless bodies before him, Zhou Ming summoned Zhu Yu back into the beast's space and then advanced towards the scorpion lion with Mo Dai in tow. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he took the liberty of delivering a finishing shot to the fallen hunters. And what of those two snipers? Approaching the side of Zhou Ming, who was reloading his weapon, the scorpion lion queried with a hint of confusion. Behind them, amidst the rubble, they had initially intended to lure their enemies into a trap, but they had not anticipated that their adversaries would strike first. Was this mere fortune? Realizing that their opponents had unwittingly played into their hands, the scorpion lion felt a twinge of luck. I have always been fortunate, Zhou Ming boasted to himself, then shifted his focus to the scorpion lion, noticing several armor-piercing bullets embedded halfway into its body. Was this some kind of secret technique? Zhou Ming could conceive of no better explanation. The hardened skin combined with muscular enhancement, yet Yu had not mastered it proficiently enough to withstand it entirely. The scorpion lion, not wishing to conceal anything, responded to Zhou Ming's inquiry, unwilling to appear inferior in light of Zhou Ming's displayed prowess. With a clang, the scorpion lion flexed its muscles, expelling a few of the bullets lodged within. Observing this scene, Zhou Ming's face, concealed by a gas mask, twitched violently. After possessing the strongest attack among lower-tier ferocious beasts, the scorpion lion had also equipped its familiar with two defensive secret techniques. Was this devoid of humanity, or was it simply extravagance? Zhou Ming felt it leaned towards the latter, a show of wealth. As for the notion of seeking assistance, it was perhaps to prevent harm from befalling its familiar. Otherwise, it could have effortlessly swept aside these hunters on its own. It seems your previous promise was not mere boast. I should fervently pray that the Zhuaizhu Fei Long truly possesses a Long Jing. Would you like me to wait while you kneel and pray? This time, the scorpion lion, typically aloof, unexpectedly jested with Zhou Ming. Never mind, given the circumstances. It would be fortunate if I do not encounter misfortune. Let us proceed. We only lack a resolution with the Zhuaizhu Fei Long, and we have squandered too much time. Although we remain at the periphery of the Lu Wu Tsonglan, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of high-tier ferocious beasts lurking about. Moreover, while hunters seldom venture into the Lu Wu Tsonglan, it does not imply their absence. Otherwise, Zhou Ming and his companions would not have undertaken a clearing mission. Understanding Zhou Ming's intent, the scorpion lion mounted the scorpion-tailed lion and set off, disregarding the mere flesh wounds inflicted by the bullets. Observing the scorpion lion's nonchalance, Zhou Ming glanced at the ink ribbon on his left shoulder, struck by a sudden realization. How did it come to this? The ink ribbon, taken aback, never imagined it would fall victim to the chaos. Moments later, Zhou Ming and the scorpion lion arrived at the site where the Zhuaizhu Fei Long had fallen. Before Zhou Ming could approach, he was met with the oppressive sensation of level pressure, a suffocating weight. Even in its wounded state, the Zhuaizhu Fei Long still exuded a residual aura of threat. How shall we proceed? The scorpion lion, accustomed to inquiring, looked towards Zhou Ming. Although the dragon might exerted a significant mental pressure, Zhou Ming gradually acclimated to it after a brief moment. Responding to the scorpion lion's question, he tilted his head. Is this not your task? I am but a supporter. You are the primary force. The acid erosion giant python, the green-haired spider, the blood leopard. It could be said that the most formidable lower-tier ferocious beasts of the Lu Wu Tsong Lin had assembled, with the acid erosion giant python reigning as the sovereign among them. These beasts, gathered together, astonishingly refrained from conflict, instead synchronously surrounding the Zhuazhu Fei Long, each testing the other's strengths and weaknesses. I can strike, but you must take a lesser share of the spoils. The scorpion lion aimed for the heart of the matter, laying the benefits on the table. You are formidable. Seeing the scorpion lion lay it out so plainly, Zhou Ming reluctantly retrieved 3 vials of potion from his backpack. What are you doing? Observing the 3 vials in Zhou Ming's hand, the scorpion lion was skeptical that they could simply resolve the situation with these potent beasts. Do you not see their impatience? I am merely assisting them. Without further explanation, Zhou Ming exerted his strength, hurling the vials like cannonballs. The vials struck the rocks with a forceful crash, shattering instantly. The sound of the shattering vials immediately captured the attention of the surrounding beasts. However, seeing no immediate danger, they were unwilling to abandon their fixation on the Zhuazhu Fei Long. What did you throw? The beast frenzy potion, albeit of inferior quality compared to your exquisite wares. The scorpion lion was well aware of the effects of the beast frenzy potion, but was uncertain of its purpose. The inferior frenzy potion, aside from damaging a familiar potential, also impacted the ferocious beast's emotions, causing them to lose their reason. Is it effective? You merely discarded it onto the ground. While understanding Zhou Ming's intentions, the scorpion lion observed the vials scattered about. Igniting a powder keg requires only a spark. If not, is there not you? I do not mind taking a lesser share of the spoils. With a safety net in place, Zhou Ming was willing to take the risk. It seems their patience has truly worn thin. Let us watch the spectacle. With Zhou Ming's words, the blood leopard could no longer contain itself. The scent of the frenzy potion reached its nostrils, akin to the last straw for a camel, igniting a conflagration. Chapter 59, Fortune Exhausted. The evolution of life is the most primal desire of every creature. For the unthinking lower-tier ferocious beasts, whether to satisfy their instincts or to gain strength for better survival in the wilderness, they were unwilling to forfeit the opportunity before them. Under normal circumstances, lower-tier ferocious beasts, confronted by the pressure of higher-tier beasts, would either submit or flee. However, once a high-tier beast revealed any sign of weakness, lower-tier beasts would instinctively seize the chance to consume the flesh and blood of the higher-tier beast, thus obtaining an opportunity for advancement. In the wilderness, the cycle of hunting and counter-hunting unfolds perpetually. The law of the jungle is vividly illustrated in this moment. After lying in wait for over 2 days, the surrounding ferocious beasts had reached their limit. Under Zhou Ming's deliberate provocation, they finally overcame their fear of the Zhuazhu Fei Long. The blood leopard, measuring over 3 meters in length, was the first to strike, its claws capable of rending steel, imbued with a unique toxin that prevented the wounded prey's wounds from healing. Following the blood leopard's charge, the acid erosion giant python swiftly followed suit. As the ruler among lower-tier beasts, it yearned for advancement. The green-haired spider, known for its large, disc-shaped body and sharp legs laced with potent venom, now outpaced the acid erosion giant python thanks to its 8 legs. With these 3 most powerful lower-tier ferocious beasts in action, the other beasts began to lose their rationality, rushing forward in a frenzy to devour the Zhuazhu Fei Long's flesh. Witnessing what was once regarded as prey daring to rebel, the fallen Zhuazhu Fei Long raised its head, emitting a threatening roar. Unfortunately, the craving for flesh outweighed the fear of the Zhuazhu Fei Long. The roar may have been a lament in disguise. Within mere moments, numerous beasts converged upon the Zhuazhu Fei Long, preparing to indulge in the forthcoming feast. A resounding crack echoed as the Zhuazhu Fei Long's tail struck a 6-legged venomous wolf, obliterating its body and showering the area in blood. The sight of blood did not deter the other ferocious beasts. Instead, their eyes glinted with frenzied intent, driving them further into madness. Observing the reaction of the surrounding beasts, the Zhuazhu Fei Long, after a fierce roar, unleashed its signature move, the corrosive dragon breath. The corrosive dragon breath, a toxic energy attack, caused all but a few beasts to either perish or collapse in grievous injury, groaning in agony. In a mere span of 2 seconds, the severely wounded Zhuazhu Fei Long obliterated several ferocious beasts, yet it also exposed its vulnerabilities. The duration of the dragon breath was alarmingly brief. 2 seconds. Such brevity could only occur if it were not weakened to a certain extent. Though the low-level ferocious beasts lacked intelligence, they had no difficulty discerning the strength of their opponents. Upon perceiving that the Zhuan Failong posed little danger, they immediately lunged at its body, tearing into its flesh. The Zhuan Failong could only rely on its tail to strike and its head to bite in a desperate attempt to fend off the attacks. Utterly incapable of unleashing its lethal skill, the corrosive dragon breath. With a roar, as the first bite of the Zhuan Failong's flesh was consumed, the ferocious beasts became even more frenzied, as if fueled by a potent stimulant. In the distance, Zhou Ming and Xie Shi observed like spectators in a grand arena. Relishing this rare spectacle, the acidic giant python constricted its prey while unleashing venom. The blood leopard moved with blinding speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages as it slashed with its gleaming claws, and the green-haired spider released its webbing laced with neurotoxins, inflicting unbearable agony upon the Zhuan Failong. Despite such relentless assaults, the Zhuan Failong managed to persist for over 10 minutes before finally succumbing, its eyes closing in a bitter resignation. Once the Zhuan Failong perished, the remaining ferocious beasts resumed their slaughter, for there could be only one victor today. As the battlefield became a grisly tableau of corpses, the victorious acidic giant python emitted a hiss, proclaiming its triumph. It was time for action. Observing the acidic giant python preparing to claim its spoils, Zhou Ming addressed Xie Shi. Before he could finish, Xie Shi sprang forth, generating a fierce rush of air, seemingly more eager than Zhou Ming. Under Xie Shi's command, the scorpion-tailed lion did not engage in close combat with the injured acidic giant python, but adeptly evaded its strikes, thrusting its scorpion tail into the python's body. With a successful hit, the scorpion-tailed lion swiftly retreated, while Zhou Ming and Xie Shi advanced to collect their spoils. The scorpion-tailed lion's potent venom constituted the essence of its attack, leaving the gravely wounded acidic giant python to await its demise. Zhou Ming drew his battle knife, brimming with confidence in his luck. Although Xie Shi did not comprehend the notion of a blind box, he understood Zhou Ming's intent and wished to benefit from his fortune in obtaining a dragon crystal. Ignoring the surrounding corpses of ferocious beasts, Zhou Ming approached the head of the Zhuan Failong. He was not arrogant enough to believe he could cleave its skull, so he carefully extracted its eyes instead. Inserting his right hand into the eye socket, the colder it felt, the more disbelief Zhou Ming experienced, questioning how his luck had suddenly turned sour. Had he exhausted his fortune prematurely? This thought consumed him in an instant. Defiant against fate, Zhou Ming withdrew his hand, stained with red and white matter, guiding the ink ribbon into the Zhuan Failong's brain. Within a short span, despair enveloped him completely. It seemed I should not have placed such trust in you. Hearing Xie Shi's taunting remark, Zhou Ming felt irked. There was no dragon crystal to be found, and for Xie Shi to suggest otherwise only added to his frustration, as it felt like a cruel trick. I do not seek compensation. I require merely a low-level meditation technique in exchange for what I do not want from the Zhuan Failong. To deflect responsibility and demand a low-level meditation technique rather than the materials he could not possibly carry away was rather shrewd of Zhou Ming. Xie Shi merely rolled his eyes at Zhou Ming's shamelessness. The low-level meditation technique, the bone observation, was one I acquired during my travels. Originating from a beast master of centuries past, founded upon the philosophies of ancient ascetics from before the cataclysm. Do you desire it? This is the only meditation technique I can offer you, given that you failed to obtain the dragon crystal. The affluent individual wasted no time bargaining with Zhou Ming, producing an ancient scroll and providing a brief explanation, shifting the burden of responsibility back onto Zhou Ming. Yes, I absolutely want it. You shall henceforth be my cherished friend. Snatching the scroll detailing the meditation technique from Xie Shi's hands, Zhou Ming's previously grim expression transformed into one of elation. Xie Shi paid no heed to Zhou Ming's gratitude, instead approaching the Zhuan Failong. With a simple wave of his hand, the Zhuan Failong, blood leopard, green-haired spider, and acidic giant python all vanished. The spatial storage equipment left Zhou Ming in awe. Xie Shi, I only stated that I did not want the materials from the Zhuan Failong, not those of the other ferocious beasts. Although the existence of Xie Shi's spatial storage equipment astonished him, Zhou Ming quickly refocused on the fact that his spoils were being taken away. Do you truly believe that the corpse of a high-level beast can be exchanged for a low-level meditation technique? Moreover, half of it belongs to me. This is a subdragon. There is no dragon crystal. Without me, you would surely squander your trump card, incurring even greater losses. Faced with the three most valuable beast corpses, Zhou Ming promptly disregarded his former affection for Xie Shi. There is no dragon crystal. Xie Shi's retort was succinct and firm, cutting off Zhou Ming's arguments. Zhou Ming was left speechless in frustration, casting a resentful glare at Xie Shi. Ignoring Zhou Ming, Xie Shi prepared to leave. Now that he had secured the Zhuan Failong. Wait, as brothers who have faced life and death, we must exchange contact information. Zhou Ming. unwilling to let Serpent off the hook, immediately played the emotional card. Fine, but you must answer me one question. Go ahead. Is what's in your backpack a grenade? Realizing his secret had been exposed, Zhou Ming remained unperturbed, having come to know that Serpent was not one to go back on his word. It's a smoke bomb. There's only one grenade. If you desire, I can bring more next time. Though he had suspected as much, Serpent still felt a twinge of being toyed with upon hearing Zhou Ming's confirmation. Yet, being a man of his word, he promptly shared his phone number. 135. After stating this, he departed, indifferent to whether Zhou Ming would remember it. Had he made a friend with whom he shared a common path? Watching Serpent's retreating figure, Zhou Ming's expression softened. Although he had met people like Xiao Yun and Wang Yin in this world, he still felt enveloped by solitude. This unique encounter had led him to find a genuine friend, and he suddenly realized that this world was not so unfamiliar after all. However, if Serpent were aware of Zhou Ming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly think that Zhou Ming was scheming to take his precious items. This bounty was already sufficient. Glancing at the scroll in his hand, Zhou Ming had no intention of continuing to gather resources. Instead, he resolved to replenish his iron wire snake swarm and enhance their strength. Currently, the ordinary iron wire snakes offered limited combat assistance. Yet the significance of the radar perception domain was nearly second only to the ink ribbon and vermilion jade. Additionally, due to the diminished quantity of his snake swarm, the radar perception range had drastically shortened, nearly leading to Zhou Ming being ambushed. Therefore, the primary task now was to increase the number of iron wire snakes and utilize the existing ferocious beast corpses to bolster his beast strength. Securing the scroll, Zhou Ming leveraged the formidable physical prowess bestowed by the Python martial path to gather all the ferocious beast bodies around the location where the Zhuan Zhu Feilong had fallen. Sprinkling powdered medicine to mask the scent of blood, he issued the command to consume the flesh in place before embarking on a search for iron wire snakes with the ink ribbon and vermilion jade. Over the following days, with the assistance of the two guiding snakes, Zhou Ming incessantly sought out the iron wire snakes he required. Fortunately, being in the green mist forest, the ideal habitat for toxic creatures, even the population of the Snake Valley iron wire snakes paled in comparison to this place. As the last of the dual-legged flying dragons and a formidable group of low-tier ferocious beasts met their demise, the mutated animals and low-tier beasts that had previously vacated the jungle returned. However, faced with these relatively weaker foes, Zhou Ming handled the situation with composure, bringing back the carcasses of the hunted beasts to the mountain hollow for his serpent horde to feast upon. In no time, the area where the serpents devoured the flesh became suffused with the stench of death, dissuading any mutated creatures or ferocious beasts from approaching. In the absence of tigers, monkeys claimed kingship. These were among Zhou Ming's most comfortable days within the LW jungle, as he collected iron wire snakes and strengthened his serpent horde, simple yet fulfilling. More than half a month later, at the hollow where the dual-legged flying dragon had fallen, an incessant chorus of hissing filled the air, a sound that would drive ordinary individuals to madness. In Zhou Ming's sight, hundreds of iron wire snakes represented the fruits of his labor over these weeks. To amass such a number, he had traversed several miles around the vicinity, regardless of whether the iron wire snakes were young, aged, robust, or wounded. Zhou Ming welcomed them all, nearly driving the local population to extinction. Fortunately, the abundance of ferocious beast carcasses and the remnants of dragon flesh and blood ensured that the strength of his iron wire snake horde remained unaffected by the quality of the snakes Zhou Ming had chosen to capture. Each iron wire snake had reached its peak potential, and only through further mutation could they aspire to attain the status of pseudo-ferocious beasts. At that juncture, armed with their venom, they would pose a significant threat even to ordinary ferocious beasts. Coupled with their sheer numbers, they would be formidable adversaries. In exchange for the enhancement of his serpent horde, the area was now strewn with bones, with every drop of beast blood on the ground consumed by the serpents. With 473 ordinary iron wire snakes at their limit, alongside 2 ferocious grade serpents, and bolstered by his martial prowess and marksmanship, Zhou Ming had established himself as a formidable presence among apprentices. Reflecting on his efforts over the past 2 years, Zhou Ming felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his transformation. His achievements were largely self-made, though he never forgot the spiritual seed that had been exchanged for his predecessor's life. With a gentle sigh, Zhou Ming took command of his serpent horde and began the journey back to the QNSHN base, where ZHY and MDI coiled around his sleeves, resembling formidable guardians. On the return trip, Zhou Ming did not leave immediately. He still needed to gather some precious medicinal herbs, as he was perpetually in need of alliance coins. His backpack was not yet full, so he focused on small, valuable herbs. He was unwilling to squander space on materials from ferocious beasts. For instance, He had extracted the venom sacs from the scorpion tails of the BY-11 for MDI to consume, and similarly provided other toxins from ferocious beasts for MDI's nourishment, while ZHY was tasked with digesting the vital blood of these beasts. Zhou Ming was committed to nurturing his main combat beasts, as his strength primarily relied on MDI and ZHY. Once his backpack brimmed with medicinal herbs, he set forth on his journey home. Chapter 61, The Inheritance Scroll. The return journey was smooth, and within a few days, Zhou Ming beheld the heavily fortified walls of the QNSHN base. Upon entering the base, he summoned a taxi and headed directly to the Hunters Guild. The guild was as bustling as ever, with hunters either submitting mission items or selecting suitable tasks. Zhou Ming entered the guild and, as before, opted for a long-term task to purchase medicinal herbs, exchanging his collected herbs for a handsome reward. 5,230,000 alliance coins. This was roughly what Zhou Ming had anticipated. Given that few hunters ventured into the LW jungle and there were no ambushes on the return route, he did not accrue any additional gains. However, considering the scroll of meditation within his backpack, Zhou Ming felt that his haul was, in fact, an overachievement of his initial goals. Excited by the thought of the meditation scroll, Zhou Ming did not linger in the Hunters Guild and swiftly returned to his lodgings. Although his recent outing in the wilderness had nearly ended in disaster, acquiring this meditation technique was a stroke of good fortune. At his desk, gazing at the ancient scroll before him, he found it challenging to contain his emotions. Within the Beastmaster system established by the Blue Star Alliance, meditation techniques were simply categorized into basic, low-tier, and high-tier levels. The basic meditation technique was accessible to all, characterized by its adaptability and lack of danger. Over centuries, various improved versions of the basic meditation method had emerged, representing the upper limits of what an ordinary person could access. Low-tier meditation techniques were preserved only within the Beastmaster universities of large bases, esteemed families, and powerful factions. As for high-tier techniques, to Zhou Ming's knowledge, the entire Blue Star Alliance possessed no more than a handful of them. Why was the dragon crystal eluding him? This thought lingered in Zhou Ming's mind, as he found it difficult to forget. After all, acquiring a dragon crystal would resolve his resource concerns for cultivating as a Beastmaster, at least at the apprentice level. Looking at his right hand, Zhou Ming felt a desire to chastise it for its failure. Ultimately, he refrained from inflicting any harm upon himself, as he was not a masochist. After a brief moment, Zhou Ming finally cleared his mind of distractions and focused his attention on the white bone meditation method before him. Cautiously, he unfurled the scroll, apprehensive that the ancient artifact might be damaged. As he gently manipulated the scroll, he noted the introduction to the white bone meditation technique inscribed at the beginning. Before the apocalypse, Blue Star was a planet dominated by technology, and in its more ancient history, a group of ascetics emerged, known as the who sought spiritual transcendence and liberation from the suffering of the physical realm. When humanity established the Beastmaster system, they not only considered their own circumstances, but also drew upon the meditation techniques of these ancient ascetics for inspiration. Coupled with the extraordinary knowledge of other races, the Beastmaster system was able to develop successfully, as establishing an extraordinary system is no simple task. The white bone meditation method before Zhou Ming was founded upon some principles derived from the forming a low-tier meditation technique. Judging by the ancient quality of the beast skin used for the scroll, Zhou Ming surmised it was a primitive meditation method dating back to the early days of the Alliance. Primitive meditation methods allowed for rapid enhancement of mental strength, but were also exceptionally perilous, as the Alliance's circumstances necessitated the swift cultivation of elite Beastmasters, making it impractical to rely on safe, gradual meditation techniques. Zhou Ming speculated that the Scorpion Lion was inclined to entrust him with this meditation method precisely because it understood the shortcomings of primitive techniques. Despite the drawbacks, this meditation method was a rare treasure for Zhou Ming. After a brief understanding of the origins of the white bone meditation method, Zhou Ming continued to unfurl the scroll, seeking the specific cultivation methods inscribed at the back. Spirit-like jade bones, glass-light born. Was this the core outline of the white bone meditation method? The 8 characters that met Zhou Ming's gaze were imbued with profound meaning, as if the essence of the white bone meditation had been encapsulated within these words. Although these characters were enigmatic, Zhou Ming, unaware of the specific cultivation techniques, could not discern their significance and set the 8-character summary aside, continuing to peruse the scroll. Suddenly, as he unfurled the scroll further, a flash of silver light engulfed Zhou Ming's consciousness, drawing him entirely into the scroll. In a surreal space, he felt a wave of dizziness before gradually regaining his composure. Is this the space of inheritance only available for meditation techniques above the lower tier? In the face of the vast void surrounding him, Zhou Ming felt no panic. Rather, He recalled the information he had acquired. The meditation techniques above the lower tier are exceedingly intricate and delve into esoteric realms that cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Hence, it is customary for beast masters of professional rank and above to inscribe the meditation techniques they have learned onto special substrates using their mental energy as ink. The scrolls inscribing these meditation methods are typically categorized into temporary scrolls and inheritance scrolls. Temporary scrolls impose minimal mental energy expenditure on the beast master, yet their usage is limited, whereas inheritance scrolls can endure for centuries without restrictions on usage, albeit at the cost of permanently diminishing the beast master's mental energy. Generally, these inscribed inheritance scrolls are bequeathed by beast masters nearing the end of their lives as blessings to their descendants. It appears that the scroll containing the meditation technique given to me by the Scorpion Lion is indeed of the inheritance type. Thus, I find myself indebted once more. Analyzing the ancient traces of the scroll and the environment within the inheritance space, Zhou Ming deduced various insights. As Zhou Ming surveyed his surroundings, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and white hair appeared not far from him. This youthful-looking elder seemed to possess his own consciousness. Upon noticing Zhou Ming, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement before sitting cross-legged on a stone platform to begin his meditation practice. Zhou Ming surmised the elder's intentions and quickly approached to observe his every movement closely. The elder formed complex hand seals, and a sense of decay and rot emanated from his body. Commencing from his forehead, the once rosy skin began to rot away, revealing maggots and pus within Zhou Ming's sight. As the elder's body underwent transformation, black poisonous snakes emerged, incessantly devouring the decaying flesh. Before long, the once vibrant elder was reduced to a mere skeletal frame, with countless black snakes weaving through the gaps in the bones. Chapter 62. The True Essence of the White Bone. The spirit resembles jade bones, emanating a luminous glow. As the skeletal remains of the elder underwent further transformation, Zhou Ming found himself instinctively reciting the essence of the 8-character summary. Not only did the elder's bones lose their sense of decay, but they appeared to be sculpted from the finest mutton fat jade, adorned with a translucent, prismatic halo. Following this extraordinary manifestation of the elder's remains, the black snakes that had been darting in and out of the skeletal gaps vanished entirely. A pure, immortal aura enveloped the jade-like bones, as if imparting to Zhou Ming the very realm that the white bone observation seeks to attain. As Zhou Ming scrutinized the jade bones before him, they suddenly transformed into a beam of rainbow light, penetrating his consciousness. This radiant light contained the specific meditation techniques of the white bone observation and highlighted the crucial aspects that the meditator should heed. The imprint of the white bone observation. Upon extricating himself from the inheritance space, Zhou Ming recognized the name of the hand seal the elder had formed prior to meditating. It was the core hand seal of the white bone observation. Zhou Ming also comprehended the profound significance underlying the philosophy of the white bone observation. The distractions, delusions, and desires envisioned as one's own flesh and blood, while the bones represent the self-awareness and core of the spirit. The decay of flesh falling away from the bones symbolizes the process of shedding impurities from one's spirit, while the black snakes serve as a means to eliminate impurities and hone one's focus. The white bone observation is a concept of profound depth, facilitating rapid enhancement of a beastmaster's mental energy. However, as a primitive meditation technique, any missteps during its cultivation could inflict severe damage upon the beastmaster's spirit. It can be said that the white bone observation is a double-edged sword. When wielded adeptly, it can propel Zhou Ming's mental energy to unprecedented heights. Yet mismanagement could lead to madness and demise. Nevertheless, the white bone observation harbors a hidden advantage, its inherent potential. Given the foundational principles of the white bone observation, should Zhou Ming possess sufficient capability, it is conceivable to refine it into an advanced meditation technique. Although the likelihood is slim, it remains Zhou Ming's sole, or perhaps most promising avenue to access higher-tier meditation methods in the future. It seems prudent to prepare in advance so I can engage in the practice of this meditation technique with peace of mind. After a moment of silent contemplation, Zhou Ming refrained from hastily diving into meditation, fully cognizant of the hidden dangers associated with the white bone observation. Known for his steady demeanor, he understood the wisdom of sharpening the axe before chopping wood, and recognized that impatience is the greatest enemy in the process of cultivating a meditation technique. Currently, the scroll in his possession is an inheritance type, allowing him ample time to explore the profundities of the white bone observation at his own pace. Having organized his thoughts, Zhou Ming carefully stowed the scroll away. After more than a month of wilderness living, Zhou Ming returned home not only with a layer of grime, but also a profound sense of fatigue. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he scarcely had time to rest before delving into the white bone observation meditation technique. It was at this moment that he remembered he had yet to wash up since his return, and upon diverting his focus from the white bone observation, he became acutely aware of an unpleasant odor emanating from his person. This odor is hardly better than that of a sewer. Fortunately, Zhou Ming was clad in combat attire, and those at the base were somewhat familiar with hunters. Otherwise, he would have been mistaken for a vagrant upon entering his residential complex. After a self-deprecating chuckle, Zhou Ming placed the meditation technique into a hidden compartment in his bedroom and, shedding his filthy combat attire, made his way to the bathroom for a hot bath. Oh, how delightful! Reclining in the warm water, Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. The pleasantly heated water soothed every muscle in his body, as though a delicate hand were providing him with professional care. He draped a towel dampened by the hot water over his face, and soon, both his spirit and body, utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber in the bath. With the bath's insulation, Zhou Ming slept soundly until nightfall, only to be awakened by the gnawing hunger in his stomach. Before embarking on his wilderness journey, he had already depleted the food supplies at home. After washing away the fatigue and dust of travel, Zhou Ming resolved to treat himself to a hearty meal and procure some essential supplies. Once he had gathered everything, Zhou Ming donned a white cotton short-sleeve shirt and a black cap, resembling an ordinary young man ready to venture out and enjoy the nightlife. Time flew by, and it had been a month since Zhou Ming returned from the Green Mist Forest to the Qinshan base. During this month, aside from amusing himself with Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, he primarily devoted his time to studying the white bone observation meditation technique and gradually contemplating its profound meanings. Though the days passed monotonously, they were exceptionally fulfilling for Zhou Ming, as each day brought forth new insights and revelations, serving as his wellspring of motivation. After a month, he finally gleaned a semblance of true understanding. The brilliant midday sun streamed through the glass window, casting its light upon Zhou Ming as he sat at his desk. At this moment, his gaze appeared clearer and more vibrant, as if all the previous uncertainties had found resolution through his contemplation of the white bone observation meditation technique. After all, the white bone observation is characterized by profound intention and vast potential, far surpassing the foundational meditation techniques he had previously learned. The scroll not only documented the specific meditation methods, but also included numerous insights and detailed explanations regarding meditation, relying solely on this knowledge. He could enhance the efficiency of basic meditation techniques by a significant margin. Although the learning curve for the white bone observation is steep and its dangers exceed those of the currently employed lower-tier meditation techniques, the benefits it offers evoke a faint smile upon Zhou Ming's lips. After securely stowing the ancient scroll detailing the white bone observation meditation technique, Zhou Ming decided to formally commence his meditation practice. However, he acknowledged the necessity of preparing several essential resources for meditation beforehand. Whether for calming the mind, healing mental injuries, or facilitating meditation, Zhou Ming was determined to be well prepared this time around. The scroll had repeatedly cautioned that the white bone observation meditation technique is prone to issues in its initial stages. Zhou Ming would not overlook this warning, nor would he presume himself to be an unparalleled prodigy. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming intended to acquire some resources for his beloved beasts, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, as the combat prowess of a beast master fundamentally hinges on their beasts. With a resolute approach, Zhou Ming formulated his plan and promptly departed from his residence, heading towards the Treasure Street in the inner city of Qinshan Base. Having visited Treasure Street a few times, Zhou Ming was well aware that it primarily caters to beast masters, offering a plethora of resources requisite for their craft. Naturally, aside from beast masters, ordinary individuals aspiring to follow the path of beast mastery also frequented the area to procure resources for themselves or their offspring. Although resources of apprentice level and above were seldom available, a considerable assortment of ordinary resources could still be found. Before long, Zhou Ming arrived at the bustling Treasure Street. The shops lining both sides of the street were established by the various major forces within Qinshan Base, leaving ordinary folk or lesser factions without the privilege to partake in these lucrative dealings. The quality of goods alone, coupled with the challenge of maintaining a steady supply, posed a significant hurdle. The first establishment Zhou Ming laid his eyes upon entering Treasure Street was the Qishou Pavilion, which, to his knowledge, was operated by the Bai family of Qinshan Base. The Bai family, a venerable lineage with a century-long history within the base, boasted several professional beast masters and held a seat in the Qinshan Base Council. In the Blue Star Alliance, bases of medium size and above are governed by a council of 9 to prevent the concentration of power in a single individual. Each council member possesses voting and proposal rights, with the chairperson wielding 3 votes and a veto, while the other members hold 1 vote each. The balance of power within each base's council hinges on the capabilities of its members. Thus, establishing a shop on Treasure Street without sufficient backing is a mere fantasy. Zhou Ming, acutely aware of the existence of Treasure Street and its connection to the black market, sought not only to save money but also to access rarer resources, such as the previously sought-after purple crystal potion. Typically, if a purple crystal potion were to surface on Treasure Street, it would be swiftly claimed by well-informed elite figures, leaving no chance for Zhou Ming to make a purchase. Some items cannot simply be acquired with wealth. Social status often serves as a passport to procure rare resources. However, Zhou Ming was not in pursuit of any exquisite resources or illicit items this time. Hence, there was no need to venture into the black market. Furthermore, with the market's operating hours having elapsed, waiting until next month was not an option. With clarity of purpose and an understanding of his needs, Zhou Ming proceeded directly to the Dawn Apothecary, primarily known for selling potions, which was backed by the Dawn Pharmaceutical, an entity responsible for distributing long-term tasks through the Hunters Guild. Upon entering the establishment, he was greeted by a sales associate clad in a uniform that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Truly, a shop operated by a powerful faction. Even the ordinary sales staff were exceptionally beautiful, with minimal makeup complemented by enticing black stockings and a figure-hugging skirt, paired with a top that tantalizingly revealed her décolletage. The ambience was designed to elevate the spirits of the clientele. Naturally, for affluent clients or established beastmasters, these associates were not merely decorative. Many of the women in this role sought to attract a wealthy partner. Having visited Treasure Street multiple times, Zhou Ming was well aware of the straightforward yet effective tactics employed by businesses here. Initially, he too had been somewhat swayed, as men are instinctively drawn to beauty. However, no matter how alluring, Zhou Ming recognized that beauty was but a fleeting fade, and his resolve remained unshaken by superficial charms. As he observed the associate's intentional display, Zhou Ming's first thought was what hidden secrets lay beneath such a seemingly flawless exterior. Should the sales associate be privy to his thoughts, she might have entertained a plethora of notions. Hello, I require potions to calm the mind, heal spiritual trauma, and nourish the body. Additionally, I seek potions to enhance the strength of my beasts, Zhou Ming stated directly, eschewing any hesitation. Please, right this way, she responded with a professional smile, her demeanor quickly turning more effusive. Clients entering the shop were either affluent or beast masters, and she had encountered many of both. However, Zhou Ming, with his strikingly handsome features and tall, imposing stature, was a rare combination of both. The gaze she cast upon him began to shimmer with intrigue. Disregarding the alluring gaze of the sales associate, Zhou Ming followed her to the designated shelving areas. Each shelf was meticulously organized by potion type, allowing clients to freely select their desired concoctions. The shelves were crafted from transparent, bulletproof glass, showcasing the potions elegantly packaged within, illuminated by specially designed lights that enhanced their allure. For Zhou Ming, the aesthetic appeal of potions was secondary. He focused solely on their efficacy, a hallmark of a seasoned beastmaster. Could you provide a detailed introduction to the available potions? Zhou Ming inquired nonchalantly, surveying the myriad of options before him. Certainly. It is our duty to serve our clients, the sales associate replied, momentarily pondering whether Zhou Ming's indifference to her beauty indicated a divergence from traditional preferences. Nevertheless, upon hearing his request, she promptly provided a professional response. The first potion on the shelf before you is the low-tier Ice Rain Potion, primarily designed to clear the mind and dispel distractions, facilitating better meditation for beastmasters. With repeated use, it can slightly enhance mental acuity. The second potion is the low-tier Azure Potion, which aims to calm the mind and bolster a beastmaster's control over their spiritual energy, preventing mishaps during meditation. Though the sales associates harbored their own ambitions, their foundational business acumen was undoubtedly commendable. They possessed a comprehensive understanding of potion effects, providing well-founded recommendations while also being cognizant of each potion's drawbacks. It was understood that clients seldom received unsolicited warnings about the potential shortcomings of products, yet upon inquiry, the associate was forthright in disclosing any disadvantages. This exemplified the advantages of a legitimate establishment, guaranteed quality, commendable service, and transparent answers to customer inquiries. Given the breadth of potions Zhou Ming required, he spent nearly an hour familiarizing himself with the options. Please prepare 3 Ice Rain Potions, 2 Azure Potions, 4 Tranquility Potions, 1 box of Premium Concentration Incense, 10 low-tier Nutritional Potions, and 2 bottles of Spirit Nurturing Pills, he stated after compiling his needs. Upon confirming Zhou Ming's order, the sales associate swiftly arranged for the items to be prepared without attempting to upsell based on her allure. As a trained sales professional, she understood that not all clients could be swayed by charm. Excessive temptation might only provoke annoyance. Moreover, lowering her own value could lead to disdain, as her goal was to find a lifelong partner, not merely a fleeting dalliance. Consequently, no further crass exchanges occurred, and after collecting his desired items, Zhou Ming proceeded to check out and exited the shop. The only notable change was in Zhou Ming's heart, which bled slowly as he departed. The reason? There were no negotiations. No discounts. The store maintained standard pricing, resulting in a depletion of 375,000 alliance coins from his golden card. Now, his wealth had dwindled to just over 1 million. Chapter 64 Invitation to the Arena. Indeed, these powerful factions possess an extraordinary ability to generate wealth effortlessly. Glancing back at the shops behind him, as well as the patrons within who, like him, sought to purchase potions, Zhou Ming could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, he was also acutely aware that, for the time being, all he could do was envy. Unless he were to ascend to the rank of a professional beastmaster, he might find himself trapped in this cycle of admiration for eternity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming redirected his gaze and departed this sorrowful place with the backpack gifted by the shop. Ding ding. Shortly after returning to his residence, Zhou Ming's newly acquired mobile phone chimed with a bright ringtone. Wang Yan. The benefits of a new phone are evident, as it at least allows him to see who is calling. Is this fellow inviting me out for a meal? He seemed particularly leisurely of late. During Zhou Ming's previous return to the Qinshan base, he had spoken with Wang Yan over the phone, who had lamented about the pressures of gradually taking over his father's business. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhou Ming dismissed further thoughts and answered the call. Hello. What brings you to seek me out today? Zhou Ming. Unlike his usual self, Wang Yan's tone was hesitant, lacking the confidence he typically exhibited. Zhou Ming sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, Wang Yan's demeanor would not have taken such a serious turn. What is it? You're not about to tell me you've undergone a successful surgery and transformed into a girl, are you? Zhou Ming teased, steering the conversation away from the tension. Come on, Zhou Ming. If I were to become a woman, you would be the first I'd seduce. Wang Yan's response, laden with brotherly camaraderie, lightened the atmosphere, allowing Zhou Ming to smile as he continued to inquire. If you're willing, I could reluctantly entertain that notion. However, let us discuss the reason for your call. Your earlier excitement suggests there's more to it. All right then, I actually wanted to ask if you could assist me in the arena. In the arena? Please elaborate on the details. Upon hearing Wang Yan mention the arena, Zhou Ming's expression immediately turned serious. The concept of an arena in this world differs markedly from the boxing matches of Zhou Ming's past life. It typically involves beast masters commanding their beasts in deadly combat, where the beast master's survival is not guaranteed, and their spirit may suffer severe blows. This method serves to prevent escalated conflicts, undertaken only with mutual consent to resolve disputes. Wang Yan, without reservation, divulged the full circumstances surrounding the matter. His father, a humble decorator, had, in previous years, sacrificed his meager savings to support Wang Yan's ambition to become a beast master, even taking on the role of a small contractor. Initially, they undertook minor projects, gradually accumulating a modest scale. However, lacking a solid foundation, they struggled to expand. Yet, during Xiao Yun's birthday banquet, Wang Yan had made some acquaintances, thus expanding his network, and with Xiao Yun's influence, several substantial projects were successfully secured. Nevertheless, the Qinshan base is limited in size, with few small bases in the vicinity, indicating that the pie in the construction sector is finite. As Wang Yan takes a slice, others inevitably receive less, leading to conflicts of interest. Since Wang Yan obtained this advantage through Xiao Yun's connections, it involved the reputations of certain influential figures within the Qinshan base. Thus, rather than resorting to overt hostility, the opposing party extended a straightforward invitation for an arena competition. If they were to win, they would not seize the project, but a significant portion of the profits would be redirected away from Wang Yan's family. Conversely, if Wang Yan's side were to emerge victorious, it would validate their capability to partake in the business, ensuring that they would not be harassed in the future. In essence, the opposing party has placed the decision in Wang Yan's hands, maintaining a semblance of dignity for the upper echelons while sparing Wang Yan's family from total annihilation, thus leaving no room for reproach. Wang Yan. This is a best-of-3 format. Since I couldn't find suitable candidates, I thought of troubling you. If you find it too difficult, what? Do you doubt my capabilities? As long as a professional beastmaster doesn't come, I have no issues. Zhou Ming interjected, breaking Wang Yan's increasingly hesitant tone, and immediately agreed. Not only was this for the sake of his friend Wang Yan, but Zhou Ming also felt compelled to repay the favor owed to Wang Yan's father. There is no hierarchy in debts of gratitude. Once owed, it must be acknowledged. Furthermore, for Zhou Ming, such debts represent a form of entanglement, and the sooner they are settled, the lighter he shall feel. Now then, specify the time and location of the arena. 3 days from now at 8 in the evening. In the basement of the Yueli Hotel on the west side of the city. With Zhou Ming's firm statement, Wang Yan no longer hesitated. All right, I shall arrive early. See if you can gather some intelligence in the meantime. Of course. With the conversation now flowing more smoothly, they continued to chat casually before concluding the call. It seems Wang Yin's family truly finds themselves in a bind. Otherwise, they would not have sought me out. Given that Wang Yin's family is of ordinary civilian background, their earnings are primarily directed towards supporting him. Zhou Ming surmised that they may be resorting to hiring someone for the arena, and it is uncertain if they can even assemble a team of 3. It appears I must dedicate these next 3 days to rigorously training Mo Dai. As Zhou Ming called out Mo Dai's name, the creature, unaware of the impending events, emerged from his clothing, nuzzling its serpent head against Zhou Ming's face affectionately. You must not disappoint me in 3 days. Unlike the savage hunting of fierce beasts in the wilderness, this time Zhou Ming could only command Mo Dai in battle, as he was unable to utilize Zhu Yu and the iron-threaded snake swarm to avoid unnecessary complications. Over the next 3 days, Zhou Ming resolved to temporarily set aside the Bai Gu Guan meditation method and focus on enhancing Mo Dai's combat capabilities. He had long contemplated how to conduct this specialized training, and this occasion presented a perfect opportunity to put his thoughts into action. Hiss hiss. As Zhou Ming played with Mo Dai, Zhu Yu, hidden in his clothing, also made an appearance, emitting hissing sounds to signify its presence. It seems even the beasts vie for affection. Fear not, I won't forget you. I hope you 2 little ones do not harbor any resentment towards me. Zhou Ming gently stroked both Zhu Yu and Mo Dai, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With only 3 days remaining until the arena event, and seeing that the day was still young, Zhou Ming was reluctant to squander precious time. After soothing his beasts, he departed from his residence with Mo Dai and Zhu Yu in tow. Before leaving, Zhou Ming organized the potions he had purchased, taking along 2 low-tier nutritional potions and a bottle of spirit cultivation pills. Training 1's beasts requires ensuring that logistics are also adequately addressed. Otherwise, it ceases to be training and devolves into mere torment for the beasts. Chapter 65, A Dismal Outcome. Bang. Again. Bang. Again. Within a secluded room at the Jinyang Beast Training Hall in the Qinshan base, Zhou Ming was diligently conducting specialized training with his beasts. Given the potential of Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, and the resources and abilities Zhou Ming possessed, it was unrealistic to expect a rapid enhancement in their strength. Thus, he could only focus on refining their techniques. As for the techniques, they naturally stemmed from Zhou Ming's own study of the Python martial arts. Of course, fierce beasts inherently possess the ability to harness their physical strength. It is an instinctual capability that does not require formal instruction. Zhou Ming did not harbor fantasies of teaching Mo Dai how to harness its strength for an immediate surge in power. Rather, his goal was to unearth the latent potential within his beasts. In terms of exerting strength, one might unleash 80% of their physical power, while another could achieve a full 100%. The disparity is quite evident. Zhou Ming's objective was to assist Mo Dai in refining its physical prowess, enabling it to unleash greater strength. For despite the reliance of fierce beasts on instinct, ample room for improvement remains. Considering the actual capabilities of Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, Zhou Ming concentrated on teaching Mo Dai how to maximize the power of its tail strikes, compensating for its lack of offensive measures beyond venom. In contrast, his instruction for Zhu Yu was aimed at enhancing its speed, allowing it to fully express its innate swiftness. Harnessing the power of his spiritual line to control his beast, Zhou Ming continually refined the tail strike of Mo Dai. Under Zhou Ming's command, it swiftly darted forward, leaping into the air before delivering a fierce lash against the specially designed alloy pole before it. Once, twice, thrice. For a fierce beast, elaborate techniques were unnecessary. A single, lethal move sufficed. Moreover, time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to explore alternative abilities. The training was monotonous, under Zhou Ming's guidance. Mo Dai repeatedly executed the tail strike until blood seeped from the serpent's scales, at which point Zhou Ming permitted a respite, administering low-grade nutritional potions and spirit-nourishing pills. During this interval, Zhou Ming did not linger on Mo Dai and instead shifted his focus to the training of Zhu Yu. Within just 2 days, both Mo Dai and Zhu Yu's eyes were filled with confusion and fatigue. Fortunately, Zhou Ming was aware of the impending arena awaiting him. Thus, on the 3rd day, he refrained from intensive training with Mo Dai and merely provided it with low-grade nutritional potions and spirit-nourishing pills to recuperate. Upon departing from the Jinyang Beast Training Hall, the specially crafted alloy pole bore numerous marks of varying sizes. You've arrived so swiftly, Zhou Ming remarked, at the entrance of the Yulai Hotel. Upon receiving Zhou Ming's call, Wang Yan was already waiting. It's better to come early, to ease your mind. Observing the absence of Wang Yan's usual jovial demeanor, Zhou Ming patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you." At a loss for words in the presence of his friend, Wang Yan replied, "Haha, this is unlike your usual self. Let us go inside and get a grasp of the situation. Seeing Zhou Ming's confident smile, Wang Yan relaxed and led him into the hotel. Upon entering, they pushed open a luxurious private room where two individuals awaited. Zhou Ming, this is my father, Wang Yan introduced, gesturing to a man in his 40s or 50s, whose rough skin and slightly corpulent figure suggested a life of hard work. Hello, Uncle Wang. This was Zhou Ming's first encounter with Wang Yan's father. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Zhou Ming recognized the man's resolute gaze, indicating a man of responsibility, one who would strive for Wang Yan's future. I appreciate your assistance, young man, he said, his tone lacking the pretense of politeness that often accompanies such introductions, tinged instead with a hint of embarrassment. It's no trouble at all. Wang Yan is my brother, and I will certainly lend a hand. May I ask who this is? Sensing the man's steadfast character, Zhou Ming understood the discomfort of having to rely on his son's friend and deftly redirected the conversation. Almost forgot. Allow me to introduce He Yong, the beast master I invited through a friend. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the man before him. He Yong's demeanor was overly soft, his attire meticulously arranged, and his fair skin suggested a role more akin to an office worker in a corporate setting than a seasoned beast master. Such individuals were either experts or mere novices. Zhou Ming leaned toward the latter. Not all who became beast masters pursued the path further. Many viewed the role as a stepping stone to ascend the social ladder, seeking quality employment within the base instead of honing their skills in the wilderness. For such a beastmaster, Zhou Ming believed he could effortlessly subdue him with a Type 2 Thunder Revolver, and against a mutated creature, a Type 1 Blood Hunter would suffice. However, since He Yong was invited by Wang Yan's father, Zhou Ming refrained from voicing his thoughts and greeted He Yong with a smile. Hello. He Yong merely nodded in response, perhaps underestimating Zhou Ming's youth. Wang Yan, everyone is here. Please instruct the waiter to serve the dishes, Wang Yan's father directed, possibly to alleviate He Yong's cold demeanor toward Zhou Ming. No need for that, Uncle Wang. I wish to first understand the situation of tonight's arena. As for dining, we can celebrate after the match. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, He Yong's lips curled slightly, as if finding Zhou Ming's assertion somewhat arrogant. Well, Wang Yan interjected, let us heed Zhou Ming's advice. Trusting Zhou Ming more than He Yong, Wang Yan knew that Zhou Ming's experience in wilderness hunting far surpassed that of the man before them. Had it not been for financial constraints and the lack of suitable channels, Wang Yan would not have agreed to invite He Yong for the arena. In the eyes of the Wang father and son, this match seemed destined for defeat, merely a matter of preserving face. After all, their opponents openly invited them to the arena, and rejecting the challenge might jeopardize Wang Yan's father's standing. All right, this is the information I managed to gather. Though it is rather vague, please consider it as a reference. He produced several pages from a nearby document bag and placed them before Zhou Ming and He Yong. Despite the scant amount of information, Zhou Ming approached it with seriousness, meticulously reviewing the material while analyzing the opponent's strength. In contrast, He Yong exhibited a rather dismissive attitude, which caused Wang Yan to frown with concern. Ultimately, he sighed, suppressing his irritation. By the way, in this best-of-3 format, I presume you won't be the one competing, Wang Yan? Zhou Ming inquired as he perused the documents. Of course not. How could I let you take the stage while I sit back and watch, brother? Wang Yan replied. This match is not a fight to the death. I've already made arrangements with the opponent that if I find myself at a disadvantage, I can concede. Wang Yan's father explained the rules, revealing his rationale for allowing Wang Yan to compete. Understood. I am well informed. Let us await the commencement of tonight's performance. Zhou Ming's tone was lighthearted, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere in the room, leaving the other three puzzled by his demeanor. Chapter 66. The arena begins. A knock resounded at the door of the private room, and before Zhou Ming and the others could respond, the door swung open. It's about time. Please proceed to the second floor below to prepare for the arena duel. A man dressed in black formal attire, distinctly not a typical waiter, announced coldly to those in the room. Let us go, Wang Yan said through gritted teeth. The group rose and followed the formally attired man to the second floor of the hotel. Wang Yan, the owner of this hotel, must be quite formidable, Zhou Ming whispered to Wang Yan, who walked ahead. Given the availability of a suitable venue for beast masters to compete, Zhou Ming surmised that this hotel was not run by an ordinary individual. The Yulai Hotel is backed by the Iron Hand Gang, the largest faction in the west of the city, and they are also the witnesses for this arena, Wang Yan explained. Zhou Ming nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. He had some knowledge of the gangs within the Blue Star Alliance, and his assessment was that they were inconsequential. His reasoning stemmed from the unique environment of Blue Star. Every base maintained a powerful city defense army to protect against fierce beasts and foreign tribes. The city defense army was managed by both the base council and the Blue Star Alliance, with normal circumstances placing primary authority in the hands of the base council. Consequently, The gangs within the bases struggled to establish any significant power, forced to operate under the protection of the elite while undertaking menial tasks for survival. Moreover, in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, if a gang offended a powerful beast master, they would have to endure the consequences, as no professional beast master would lower themselves to join a gang for a living. After a brief moment, they arrived at the second floor below. The guide opened a large door, revealing the scene that unfolded before Zhou Ming's eyes. The underground level stretched nearly 10 meters high, with a circular arena occupying over 1,000 square meters at its center, supported by steel pillars as thick as a person's embrace around the perimeter. The entire surface of the arena and its surroundings was covered in alloy armor, bearing marks that suggested frequent battles between beast masters. Behind the steel columns, there lies a trapezoidal grandstand rising 3 meters above the arena, designed to protect the audience while offering an enhanced view of the performance. The sight before Zhou Ming evokes thoughts of the ancient Roman Colosseum, albeit on a much smaller scale. As Zhou Ming and his companions enter the vast, empty underground level, they soon notice a group of individuals waiting not far away. Upon approaching, Zhou Ming realizes that this group is actually comprised of two factions. One is the Xin Hui construction group, the initiators of this contest, while the other appears to be members of the Taisho gang, the witnesses to the impending duel. Vice Leader Lin has kept you waiting. I apologize for any inconvenience. Wang Fu greets the burly man seated at the head of the table. This is Lin Feibao, the vice leader of the Taisho gang, an apprentice beast master and a martial arts expert, invited by the Xin Hui construction group as a witness. As Wang Fu extends his greetings, Wang Yin quietly explains to Zhou Ming, I am merely a witness today. There is no offense taken. Whatever grievances or conflicts of interest exist between you, I do not concern myself with. I simply wish to confirm once more that you both agree to proceed with this contest. Agreed. As soon as Lin Feibao's words fall, a middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses seated to Lin's right immediately expresses his agreement. Wang Taizhu, you? Of course. If you are willing to comply with our demands, you need not participate in the contest. After all, it would be unfortunate if those 3 saplings you found end up dead here. Hupeng, even if I lose, I will not concede to your demands. I will simply demolish those 3 projects. Ah, you have spirit. It has been a while since I encountered someone like you. How intriguing. Hupeng mocks Wang Tieju's response. Since both parties have resolved to engage in combat, I shall not intervene. However, the rules must be clearly stated beforehand. First, one may concede defeat, and the other party must refrain from further attacks. Second, should a beast perish, that constitutes a loss. Third, firearms or other ranged weapons are prohibited. As for other rules, they are unrestricted. Please prepare to commence the competition at the respective ends of the arena, with both sides determined to proceed. Lin Feibao refrains from obstruction, merely fulfilling the duties of a witness. The 2 factions waste no time and heed Lin's instructions, parting ways. Wang Yan, is that Hupeng someone sent by the Xin Hui construction group? Indeed, he is the security manager within Xin Hui construction. Though he is also at the apprentice level, he has reportedly spent years navigating the wilderness. For reasons unknown, he became the security manager for Xin Hui construction. It seems that Xin Hui construction is simply sending a random individual to deal with us. Observing that their opponent has only dispatched a mid-level personnel, Zhou Ming gains a clearer understanding of the strength of the Xin Hui construction group. How could such a force be interested in the projects undertaken by the Wang family? Zhou Ming had previously inquired with Wang Yan and learned that the total profit from the 3 projects did not exceed 10 million. While this is a significant undertaking for Wang Yan's father, for Xin Hui construction, it is merely a trivial matter, perhaps in the eyes of their higher-ups. We are merely ignorant bumpkins. Zhou Ming reflects on their underestimation, prompting Wang Yan to speak self-deprecatingly. Wang Yan, have you informed Xiao Yin about the contest? No. I only managed to secure those 3 projects due to her influence. How could I possibly ask her again? Moreover, this situation cannot be resolved unless her parents intervene, which would be utterly embarrassing for me. That's good. Is there a problem? Seeing Zhou Ming seemingly relieved, Wang Yin quietly inquires. Nothing. I just didn't want her to worry. The first contest will commence in 3 minutes. Please confirm the order of your respective appearances. While Zhou Ming and Wang Yin converse quietly, a subordinate from the Taisho gang calls out loudly, Zhou Ming, who will go first? As the contest is about to begin, Wang Yin quickly focuses on the order of appearance. Hiyong, you go first. Hiyong, standing beside Wang Fu, immediately retorts, why should I go first? Payment dictates duty. That is the rule. You are first, I am second, and Wang Yin is last. Seeing Hiyong about to protest further, a fierce glint flashes in Zhou Ming's eyes, instantly silencing Hiyong's objections. Hiyong, you shall go first in this initial contest. I hope I am not mistaken in my trust. Wang Taizhu also concurs with Zhou Ming's arrangement. recognizing the validity of his reasoning regarding the payment structure. Very well. Faced with the circumstances, He-Yong reluctantly agrees. The first contest begins. Both parties, please take the stage. This time, Lin Feibao presides personally. He-Yong ascends the steps toward the arena. Chapter 67. Entering the arena and being defeated instantly. Upon entering the arena, the Beast Master dispatched by the Xian Hui construction group immediately summons his beast, a formidable lion-tiger hybrid standing nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with a luxuriant mane. Shirley, a member of the Xian Hui construction security department and a black iron-level hunter in the Hunters Guild, possesses an adult lion-tiger beast and boasts experience in 5 previous duels, with a record of 4 victories and 1 defeat. As Zhou Ming observes the bald, muscular man summon his beast from the sidelines, he silently recites the information Wang Yin collected. Iron-toothed dog? Upon witnessing He-Yong summon his beast, Zhou Ming is momentarily speechless. Such a lackluster display of power to accept payment for a duel is perplexing. Zhou Ming is no stranger to this ferocious beast, as the proprietor of the doghouse utilizes the iron-toothed dog as his own companion. When he first encountered an iron-toothed dog, he was filled with envy. Yet now, for Zhou Ming, the iron-toothed dog possesses no commendable attributes beyond its sharp teeth, ranking among the lower-tier beasts in the lower echelon. It survives in the wilderness primarily by hunting mutated animals. Of course, within the annals of the Blue Star Alliance's history, there have been beast masters of humble origins who achieved success with iron-toothed dogs. However, without exception, these beast masters have fought relentlessly in the wilderness, nurturing their iron-toothed dogs through the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, ultimately allowing their iron-toothed dogs to surpass their ordinary peers in combat prowess. As for He-Yong before him, Zhou Ming doubts whether the iron-toothed dog has even hunted mutated animals at all. The duel officially commences. Lin Feibao, witnessing both parties summon their beasts, raises his voice once more. Roar. The duel begins as the opponent commands his lion-tiger hybrid to charge fiercely at the iron-toothed dog, unleashing a roar imbued with ferocity to psychologically overpower the iron-toothed dog before delivering a swift strike. Boom. Howl, howl. As anticipated, the pressure mounts, and the iron-toothed dog, barely able to defend itself, is sent flying by a single swipe from the lion-tiger hybrid. Wait. Seeing the gaping maw of the lion-tiger hybrid poised to deliver a fatal blow to his iron-toothed dog, the previously pretentious He-Yong immediately cries out, I concede. Under Shirley's control, the lion-tiger hybrid halts, not out of reluctance to demonstrate dominance, but because a foul would lead to his loss in this duel. Your beast is less capable than the mutated animals in the wilderness. What a disappointment. Shirley finds no inclination to mock He-Yong's performance. It is akin to an adult defeating a child, too embarrassing to acknowledge publicly. He ignores He-Yong completely and addresses Zhou Ming and the others atop the platform. Who is next? Today, I alone shall challenge all of you. I cannot be bothered to waste time. This is not arrogance. It is a reflection of the disparity in strength. Zhou Ming, do you have confidence? If not, we should concede. Wang Taizhu, appearing somewhat dejected, speaks to Zhou Ming with uncertainty in his tone. After all, even if Zhou Ming wins, Wang Yin cannot possibly triumph in the second round, given that his beast has yet to reach maturity. Zhou Ming, do not force yourself. Wang Yin also interjects, having invited Zhou Ming with a mindset of mere experimentation. However, upon witnessing the prowess of his opponent's beast, Wang Yin remained reluctant to let his brother take unnecessary risks. Wang Shu, Wang Yin, rest assured. Since we have decided to come, I have no intention of merely blending in. Zhou Ming reassured the Wang family. He understood that certain matters were far more complex than they appeared. After comforting them, Zhou Ming strode directly into the arena. He observed He-Yong's ashen face as he recalled his beast into the beast space, and as they brushed past each other, Zhou Ming muttered, You reap what you sow, before continuing into the arena without a glance at He-Yong's reaction. A mere child? Yet my instincts tell me you are far superior to that individual. I hope you can provide me with a thrilling experience, Zhou Ming thought as he approached. Shirley, demonstrating his commendable capabilities, maintained a solid grasp of the fundamental combat skills. As you wish, the ink ribbon materialized on Zhou Ming's right arm, its 2 dark golden snake eyes assessing the imposing lion-tiger beast before them. On the high platform, Wang Taizhu inquired of Wang Yin, Is this Zhou Ming's beast? It appears rather diminutive. Wang Yin replied, albeit uncertainly, I am unsure, but Zhou Ming mentioned that his beast is a venomous snake, likely employing poison as its primary tactic. Even a small ferocious beast surpasses ordinary mutated creatures in size. I suspect he merely commands a standard mutated venomous snake. It wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps against the lion-tiger beast. He-Yong, who had returned, still harbored resentment over Zhou Ming's previous remark. Begin. Before Wang Yin could retort, Lin Feibao announced the commencement of the duel. Wang Yin had no choice but to focus on the impending battle. The two combatants did not issue commands aloud but instead directed their beasts into action through mental connections. Given the ferocity of the beasts, the time it took for the beast masters to issue commands was ample for multiple assaults, and it also inadvertently offered cues on how to respond. In the wild, there would be no opportunity for the beast master to summon their beast. A gun would be fired instead, presenting the raw reality of beast master confrontations. After all, life and death battles are far from mere games, as games adhere to rules, while reality aims to eliminate the opponent. Within the arena, the ink ribbon remained unaffected by the lion-tiger beast's advances, deftly evading attacks by leveraging its smaller size. Zhou Ming was judicious with the ribbon's stamina, each maneuver akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, narrowly escaping danger. Roar! The lion-tiger beast, frustrated by the slippery opponent, was filled with rage. Yet under its master's command, it continued its assault. Sensing that the ink ribbon primarily relied on venom, it refrained from direct bites, opting instead for powerful strikes with its sharp claws, wary of giving the ribbon an opportunity to counter with venomous strikes. Truly, a beast master forged in the wild. Zhou Ming silently assessed his adversary. The situation was not as one-sided as anticipated, yet the opponent showed no sign of urgency or embarrassment. Instead, they directed their beast to employ the simplest and most direct approach to exhaust the ink ribbon's strength while constraining its evasive maneuvers. A few times, the opponent's beast surged forward with sudden bursts of speed, attempting to outmaneuver Zhou Ming's ink ribbon. Unfortunately, while analyzing the ribbon's speed and reflexes, the opponent's beast fell into a habitual pattern of attack. Having discerned the opponent's combat style, Zhou Ming resolved not to prolong the stalemate. In the arena, the lion-tiger beast cornered the ink ribbon, launching itself in a leaping attack, its foreclaws raised as if to tear the ribbon apart. This time, the ink ribbon did not evade. Instead, under Zhou Ming's guidance, it expelled venom toward the lion-tiger beast's eyes. This marked the first time the ink ribbon employed such an ability in the arena. Shirley immediately commanded his beast to gain altitude, demonstrating its ability to hover and evade the snake venom. Unaware of the specific type of serpent the ink ribbon represented, Shirley could not discern the nature of the venom. Should it be corrosive and enter his beast's eyes, it would spell disaster. However, in the fleeting moment of evasion, the ink ribbon, guided by Zhou Ming, advanced rather than retreated, positioning itself directly beneath the airborne lion-tiger beast. With a resounding impact, it struck the beast's vulnerable area. The lion-tiger beast emitted a pained whimper, as if its very essence had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the ground, its hindquarters tightly clenched while it moaned softly. Before anyone could react, the ink ribbon, like a streak of black lightning, bit into the beast's hindquarters, injecting a considerable amount of paralyzing venom into its body. By the time the onlookers grasped the situation, the ink ribbon had already returned to Zhou Ming's side, and the lion-tiger beast was utterly silenced. Xiaojin, Shirley from Xian Hui Construction Group, rushed toward his beast, questioning Zhou Ming as he beheld the seemingly lifeless lion-tiger beast. "What has your beast done?" Just as he finished speaking, the life faded from the lion-tiger beast, and its master, Shirley, collapsed in despair, clutching his head and howling in anguish. Zhou Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. The outcome of the match had Wang Yin nearly leaping to the ceiling in excitement. Zhou Ming turned back to Wang Yin, offering a victorious gesture, then called out to the opposite side of the arena. "I am Zhou Ming. Today, I wish for a consecutive victory. I wonder if the esteemed members of Xian Hui Construction Group would oblige?" Upon hearing this, Hu Peng's previously relaxed demeanor darkened. His expression soured as he witnessed the Iron Hand Gang returning with the bodies of Shirley and his beast. "Boss, let me take the next match." A short man standing behind, Hu Peng volunteered. "No, let me go. I wish to avenge Lei Zi." Another fierce-looking individual, seemingly close to Shirley, insisted. "Silence." Hu Peng set aside his silk scarf and gold-rimmed glasses, rising to remove his formal attire. "I will personally handle this match." Having witnessed Zhou Ming's commanding prowess with his beast, Hu Peng recognized that his opponent was no ordinary beast master. The aura emanating from him was reminiscent of hunters from the wild. Following the loss in this round, Xian Hui Construction Group had already lost face, and he needed to reclaim it with a decisive victory to satisfy the higher-ups. "I never expected Wang Taizhu to discover such a promising young talent. You do not require a consecutive win. If you can defeat me today, the arena victory will be yours," Hu Peng stated as he stepped into the arena, addressing Zhou Ming with a measured tone. "You, a mere group manager, dare to step into the fray? Aren't you concerned about your reputation? Haha. This is a special treatment for a genius." Hu Peng, hailing from the wild, cared little for appearances. He then summoned his beast, a 5-meter-long golden-eyed snake. Robust as a calf, golden-eyed snake. Upon witnessing Hu Peng's summoned beast, Wang Yin gasped in terror from the high platform. The golden-eyed snake, like the viper-like venomous python, was originally a native species of Blue Star, mutated into a ferocious beast after emerging from the dimensional rift. Although only a small fraction of the species had successfully mutated, each golden-eyed snake stood at the pinnacle among low-tier ferocious beasts, renowned for its terrifying neurotoxin and lightning-fast speed, making it a twin star alongside the viper-like venomous python among the low-tier serpentine beasts of Blue Star. Should the number of low-tier beast overlords rise from 10 to 20, the golden-eyed snake would undoubtedly make the list. Zhou Ming, retreat. This is not a foe your beast can contend with. Wang Yin urged Zhou Ming to withdraw. In response to Wang Yan's plea, Zhou Ming waved his hand reassuringly. A serpentine ferocious beast? It appears fortune favors me today. With that, he removed his decorative contact lenses, revealing his dark golden eyes resembling those of a snake, instantly transforming his aura into one of captivating allure. This is the moment when Zhou Ming, having mastered over 500 iron wire snakes, found his eyes increasingly resembling the serpentine pupils, compelling him to conceal them with colored contact lenses. The arena commenced. As a witness, Lin Feibao announced the start of the duel as Hu Peng summoned his beast. What is this ability, this secret technique? Sensing the chaotic emotions emanating from his beast, Hu Peng's expression turned grave as he gazed into Zhou Ming's eyes. Due to their proximity, only he could perceive the enchanting dark golden snake pupils. There was no need for you to know. Zhou Ming shook his head, offering no answer to Hu Peng's inquiry. However, he had begun to form a hypothesis regarding the emergence of his snake pupils. Beast tamers receive a form of feedback when controlling fierce beasts, but the effects are not immediately evident and require a considerable amount of time to enhance the tamer's physical qualities. Zhou Ming, due to the influence of the mental seed, had controlled a vast number of iron wire snakes, and coupled with the effects of the spiritual item, snake saliva fruit. The most significant feedback was not in his body's resistance to toxins, flexibility, or agility, but rather in his pair of snake pupils. He had removed the colored lenses as he realized that his mental energy exerted a terrifying influence over serpents, and when combined with the snake pupils, it would yield a qualitative transformation. Hu Peng, not unfamiliar with the ways of the world, understood that strength was paramount. He immediately commanded his beast to launch an assault on Zhou Ming. The golden-eyed cobra, known for its lightning speed, revealed its elongated fangs and swiftly approached Zhou Ming, seemingly intent on striking. Observing the approaching golden-eyed cobra, Zhou Ming did not evade at once, for he knew it would be futile. Instead, he summoned the mental seed from his spiritual sea, commanding the serpents to swirl like a nebula, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In the external realm, the golden-eyed cobra, just before reaching Zhou Ming, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his eyes, akin to the might of a serpent deity, causing it to momentarily freeze. It was this fleeting moment of paralysis that allowed the Mo die, perched on Zhou Ming's shoulder, to seize the opportunity. It launched itself into the air, its tail striking the golden-eyed cobra's head with the force of a colossal axe. The cobra's jaws, poised to strike, immediately snapped shut, and its lifted upper body crashed onto the metallic armored floor. With a resounding thud, the golden-eyed cobra's head shattered, still reeling from the paralysis. As Mo Dai injected a substantial amount of paralyzing venom into its body. After Mo Dai returned to Zhou Ming's shoulder, Zhou Ming swiftly retreated to avoid the dying cobra's potential last attack. After all, the golden-eyed cobra possessed formidable resistance to toxins, and being gravely injured did not imply it lacked the capacity for retaliation. Chapter 69, The Conclusion of the Arena. The silence of the beast-fighting arena was shattered by the series of thuds. The spectators watched in disbelief as the gravely injured golden-eyed cobra writhed on the blood-stained metallic floor, its golden tail striking against the surface. It seemed to be the last flicker of life for the golden-eyed cobra. How is this possible? How could this happen? Hu Peng was utterly unable to accept the scene before him, left in a state of shock. The golden-eyed cobra was the result of his hunting team's arduous efforts, procured at a great cost from a mother snake. To acquire the juvenile golden-eyed cobra, Hu Peng had stealthily attacked his remaining teammates, returning to the Qinshan base with their spoils alongside the young cobra. He expended a vast amount of resources to sever the mental link with his original beast and implant the restored mental seed into the consciousness of the juvenile golden-eyed cobra. This process had drained him of resources, and throughout the training of the golden-eyed cobra, he had exhausted all the resources obtained from his comrades. His current standing was entirely dependent on the golden-eyed cobra before him. With its demise, Hu Peng would revert to being an ordinary person. Even if he nurtured his mental state, he could never obtain another fierce beast like the golden-eyed cobra. Oh. The paralyzing venom from Mo Dai ultimately rendered the golden-eyed cobra lifeless, and the death of the beast elicited a mournful scream from Hu Peng. Boss. The other two members of the Xian Hui construction group quickly reacted and rushed into the arena. Upon reaching Hu Peng's side and witnessing his wretched state, they summoned their beasts, a King Kong ape and a rampaging lion, both mainstream beasts. Enough. As the witness, Lin Feibao swiftly intervened. A blood leopard leaped down. Positioning itself between Zhou Ming and Hu Peng's group, it was Lin Feibao's beast. Simultaneously, the adept Lin Feibao descended from the 3-meter-high platform to join them. Everyone, since you have invited me to be the witness, it is imperative to adhere to the rules. The Iron Hand Gang, being the largest faction in the Western City, undoubtedly possesses backing. Otherwise, they could not have constructed such a grand arena. Although Hu Peng and his associates were sent by the Xian Hui construction group, they lacked the standing to disregard the rules in front of Lin Feibao. Zhu Ming, De Yong, stand down. Hu Peng, clutching his head, surprisingly endured the pain from his mental trauma, his voice trembling as he commanded his subordinates. I never expected that I, Hu Peng, would rise and fall with the golden-eyed cobra. After restraining his subordinates, Hu Peng glared at Zhou Ming through gritted teeth. Today, the matters concerning the Xian Hui construction group and the Wang family come to an end, but Zhou Ming, I will remember you. Depart. Fearing he might falter, Hu Peng left with a threatening remark, instructing his subordinates to assist him away. If you have any matters, seek me out, Wang Yan. Do you think you cannot afford to lose? Observing the Xian Hui construction group's intent to disrupt the order, aside from Lin Feibao, Wang Yan rushed over with his own entourage. Upon hearing Hu Peng's threat, he immediately stepped forward. Ignoring Wang Yan's words, Hu Peng and his group exited the arena. Little Zhou, congratulations. I never imagined you could defeat Hu Peng in an instant. Not at all. I must extend my gratitude to gang leader Lin for his intervention. Zhou Ming replied courteously to Lin Feibao. Haha, it is my pleasure. I would be honored to treat you to a meal, as I wish to become acquainted with you. This remarkable talent. This. Little Zhou, did you not mention a celebration banquet after the arena? Since gang leader Lin is so enthusiastic, why not join us? Wang Taizhu, wearing a joyful expression, approached Zhou Ming with this suggestion. Very well, let us celebrate at gang leader Lin's esteemed establishment. Zhou Ming considered that Wang Yan's family resided in the Western City and that the Iron Hand Gang, despite being a gang, was not a force to be trifled with by the Wang family. He did not wish to offend them. Haha, that is most welcome. It is an excellent opportunity to partake in the celebratory atmosphere. For one of his standing, beyond fostering connections with the powerful, he sought to meet strong individuals, particularly promising youths, as establishing relations before they rose could yield significant benefits in the future. Subsequently, the group departed the arena, led by Lin Feibao to the 3rd floor of the Yu Lai Hotel. As for He Yong, he quietly slipped away when Hu Peng's defeat became apparent, not daring to linger further. During the banquet, with Wang Taizhu, a frequent attendee of such gatherings, the atmosphere remained lively. At midnight, the celebration finally concluded. Wang Yan, how is your uncle? At the banquet, Wang Taizhu had consumed the most alcohol, fueled by joy and a desire to shield Zhou Ming and Wang Yan from excessive drinking. Unable to assist in the arena, Wang Taizhu aimed to redeem himself at the banquet. No worries. I have already arranged for a waiter to assist my father into the car. I will drive him home to rest for the night. Are you sure you can drive? You've had quite a bit to drink. Rest assured, you know my capacity for alcohol, and besides, I did not drink excessively earlier. That is good to hear. Given Zhou Ming's understanding of Wang Yan's alcohol tolerance, he did not press further. I wanted you to stay for a few matters requiring your attention. Speak on. Upon observing Zhou Ming's stern countenance, Wang Yan discerned that a matter of considerable significance was at hand. Firstly, I have already issued a warning to He Yong. Consume as much as you can, or you shall regurgitate it all. This fellow merely performs the motions. Had he not been so sluggish, his fierce beast wouldn't have sustained any injuries. Rest assured, even if you remain silent, I shall retrieve what is rightfully ours. The mere mention of He Yong incites disdain in Wang Yan. Secondly, while it is permissible to engage with Lin Feibao, one must not divulge one's heart. Constant vigilance is imperative, for this individual treads a darker path that is not aligned with ours. Understood. Thirdly, investigate the connections between Xinhui Construction Group and the higher echelons of the Qingshan base. Seek out those with the most intimate ties. This can be approached gradually, without revealing oneself. Zhou Ming, do you imply that higher-ups from the Qingshan base are intervening in this affair? That seems implausible. This project is merely a minor undertaking. I am acutely aware of my family's limitations. Moreover, this situation arose from others granting favor to Xiao Yun. It would be illogical to award a project only to subsequently retract it. When Zhou Ming unexpectedly broached the topic of the Qingshan base's upper echelons, Wang Yan was momentarily confounded. You have already stated it is a minor project, considering the influence of the Qingshan base's upper echelon. Xinhui Construction Group would not instigate such a contest. It is Xiao Yun. Zhou Ming directly pinpointed the crux of the matter. How could Sister Yin be involved? The more Zhou Ming elucidated, the more perplexed Wang Yin became. Very well, allow me to briefly outline my conjecture. Their actions are not orchestrated by Xiao Yun, but rather by me. Their aim is to compel us to seek Xiao Yun's assistance in resolving this matter. However, given Xiao Yun's capabilities, she could at most solicit aid from her parents. You must understand, the more one assists, the thinner the bonds of affection become, even if Xiao Yun remains unconcerned. What of her family? During my recent return to the Qingshan base, I spoke with Xiao Yun over the phone. She has been pursued by many. Yet she is fully aware of their intentions and has consistently declined their advances. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin seemed to grasp the situation. Are there still individuals misunderstanding your connection with Sister Yin? Chapter 70, Undercurrents. Indeed, some still mistakenly believe there is a relationship between Xiao Yun and me. Yet they cannot act against me forcefully, for such actions would only incur her resentment. If Xiao Yun harbors resentment, it becomes impossible to win her affection, thus severing any ties to the Xiao family and the connections to Xiao Lei. Therefore, the only option is to compel Xiao Yun or the Xiao family to repeatedly assist us, thereby straining our relationship to the point of potential animosity. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's analysis, Wang Yin was left utterly bewildered. Is it truly this convoluted? A mere contest, with countless twists and turns, left Wang Yin feeling that these upper echelons were exceedingly intricate. Consider this. How much profit do your 3 projects yield? Ponder what I possess that would warrant the attention of those in power. Are you aware of the interests that Xiao Lei can command? I do not know. At that moment, Wang Yin resembled a student called upon by the teacher, utterly lost. The Blue Star Alliance boasts just over 100 extraordinary masters of beast taming. According to the reported figures, even if those figures are imprecise, the number could at most double. Since its inception, the Qingshan base has yet to produce a single extraordinary master. Why is that? Aside from resources and talent, the most critical factor is the ritual required for ascending to the extraordinary master rank. Should one become Xiao Lei's brother-in-law, the opportunity to partake in the ascension ritual would present itself. Even if that chance is elusive, should Xiao Lei ascend to the extraordinary master level, the potential for profiting from such an association is immense. Bear in mind, extraordinary masters possess lifespans exceeding 300 years. Who wouldn't desire that? With the protection of an extraordinary master, a family could flourish for over 2 centuries. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's analysis, Wang Yin instinctively swallowed hard. Zhou Ming, what shall we do? Even the dullest of minds can grasp that with such vast interests at stake, one could easily find oneself in a perilous situation. So now you are apprehensive? Observing Wang Yan's expression, Zhou Ming teased. You harbor fear? Upon departing the Qingshan base, I understood that while fear is permissible, retreat is not. This time, their actions are likely a mere test, possibly the work of an individual or a single faction. Thus we have yet to reach the direst of circumstances. Your task upon returning is to assist in clarifying the matters I just assigned you. I wish to discern who is scheming against me. Additionally, concerning the project, as long as the benefits suffice, do not allow Uncle Wang to become overly entangled due to this contest. I will remind my father about this, even without explicit instruction. His nature does not lean towards greed. That sounds well. You may return now and contact me via mobile later. Very well. As Wang Yin prepared to turn away, he suddenly recalled something and inquired of Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, how did you manage to deal with that golden-eyed serpent? When addressing the golden-eyed serpent, Zhou Ming had promptly donned colored contact lenses. Aside from Hu Peng, no one had witnessed Zhou Ming's serpent-like gaze. A secret. You, my friend, are perpetually enigmatic. If you choose not to divulge, so be it. Although curious, Wang Yin recognized the limits of propriety and refrained from probing further. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ming, he walked towards the car parked behind him. Upon witnessing Wang Yin start his vehicle and depart, Zhou Ming finally turned towards his own car. The vehicle purchased for the completion of the Gu-H mission now served as his mode of transportation. Sigh. Seated in the car, Zhou Ming felt increasingly vexed by the webs of intrigue. He longed for a clean severance from all the chaos. Yet, contemplating his own capabilities, he could only emit a sigh. Ultimately, he resolved to calm his spirit and head towards his residence. Luoqiao. 2 low hills connected within the inner city of the Qingshan base occupy an area of approximately 1 kilometer. This locale is, however, the most significant within the inner city of the Qingshan base. The families that truly wield power or possess formidable strength reside within Luoqiao. The region is lush with greenery and fragrant with blossoms, sustained by immense material and financial resources, maintaining a spring-like climate throughout the year. Nestled among the trees are various residences, each with its own unique style. Luoqiao is divided into the front hill and the back hill. The front hill is dominated by several families with centuries of history, while the back hill primarily houses professional beast tamers or high-ranking officials from the government. Within a quaint and antiquated residence on the front hill, a silver-haired elder, impeccably dressed in formal attire, approached a room and gently rapped on the door before him. "Come in." The voice of the room's occupant was soft yet distinctly clear. The elder entered, where a composed gentleman exuding an air of nobility was engrossed in a book. "Young master, news has arrived from Xinhui Construction Group." After relaying this, he respectfully stood by the door, awaiting the gentleman's command. Indeed, what was the outcome? The gentleman seemed unfazed by the elder's report, casually inquiring while continuing to peruse his book. It was a failure. Zhou Ming single-handedly dealt with 2 adversaries, one of whom, Hu Peng, possessed the golden-eyed serpent and was swiftly dispatched. Reports suggest that Zhou Ming possesses a pair of extraordinary eyes, seemingly exerting a unique suppressive influence over serpent-like beasts. Oh, intriguing. Upon hearing the elder's detailed report, the gentleman paused his reading, appearing to develop a modicum of interest in Zhou Ming. "Young master, shall we proceed?" As a servant, the elder lacked the authority to make decisions for his master. Despite his seniority, he only voiced half of his thoughts, deferring to the gentleman's will. "Forget it. This time was merely a casual ploy. If I were to resort to underhanded tactics, I am not concerned about Zhou Ming's capabilities, but rather about those few individuals detecting it and relaying it to Xiao Yun, which would render our efforts futile. What if Miss Xiao truly harbors feelings for Zhou Ming? After all, those directly involved may lack clarity. Do not worry. If it is indeed as you say, there are others who are more anxious than we are, and they will naturally intervene to resolve matters for us. You may leave now." "Understood." Seeing the gentleman's response, the silver-haired elder refrained from raising further objections, quietly opened the door, and withdrew. It was unexpected that such a small place as QNSHNJD could give rise to a true dragon. "Even I must acquiesce to my family's arrangements, vying for the affections of an ordinary girl. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable." The man pondered how a mere lad of barely over a decade could stir the long-dormant waters of QNSHNJD, evoking a tinge of melancholy. However, upon reflecting on the news from YNHIJD, he could not help but concede to his family's perspective. According to intelligence, Oli might, within a year or two, achieve a breakthrough as a professional beast master before turning 20, with a considerable chance of becoming an extraordinary master in the future. It was not just QNSHNJD. Even the major forces within YNHIJD had dispatched their young women to engage with Oli. Fortunately, Oli's sister did not venture to YNHIJD. Otherwise, they might not have had the opportunity to pursue Oyn. Who would have thought that QN would also strive to live off others? It is likely that many would find it laughable. In light of this, he could only self-deprecate, and then, in the stillness of the night, he resumed his studies. Chapter 71, Meditation on the White Bones. The turbulent undercurrents beneath the sea would pose no immediate threat to the small vessel of Zichu. Yet, he understood that when these undercurrents transformed into towering waves, even if they did not target him, his small boat would inevitably be swallowed by the surging waters. The flames at the city gates burn, and the innocent fish suffer. Such is the fate of the insignificant, even when one seeks a tranquil life. It remains contingent upon the whims of others. Thus, upon returning from the Uli Hotel, Zhum dedicated all his energy to the white bone meditation method. Since he could not prevent the impending storm, he resolved to become a colossal ship capable of weathering its fury. The storm would merely serve as a cleansing spray for this grand vessel, sweeping away the dust and becoming a picturesque backdrop in Zhum's eyes. On the following day after his return from the Uli Hotel, Zhum commenced his formal practice of the white bone meditation. The azure potion possessed the purest sky blue, captivating in its pristine allure. However, the price was steep. Zhum expended over 500,000 alliance coins for 2 vials of the azure potion. Yet, this was a necessary resource for him, as the most challenging phase of entering the white bone meditation is conjuring an image of oneself in the sea of consciousness, culminating in the profound white bone heart seal. Indeed, the white bone heart seal is not a physical imprint of the meditator's body, but rather a manifestation of consciousness harnessing spiritual energy. Any misstep could thwart entry into meditation and even harm one's psyche. Before meditating, Zhum prepared meticulously. He locked the door, secured the windows, and drew the curtains tightly, lighting incense to focus his mind while MDI and Zichwai stood guard nearby. After bathing and changing, he regulated his breath and repeatedly recalled the steps of the white bone meditation method in his mind. Finding everything satisfactory, Zhum took a deep breath and consumed the azure potion. With his eyes gently closed, his body relaxed, and all distracting thoughts cleared. Zhum plunged his consciousness into the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness and the Beast Space occupy the same realm. Yet the former does not equate to the latter. The Beast Space is endowed with the capacity to seal one's beasts through special materials and rituals, whereas the Sea of Consciousness merely represents one of many faculties within it. For Beast Masters, the Sea of Consciousness resembles an ethereal universe of awareness, and their endeavor is to unearth the potential hidden within this universe. Within the Sea of Consciousness, Zhum released a swarm of iron snakes, dispersing them throughout his dwelling. This was to mitigate any disturbances during meditation, which might otherwise disrupt the harmony of the snake swarm. After all, the current quality of this batch of snakes was the finest he possessed. Without the iron snake swarm, the nebula within Zhum's Sea of Consciousness radiated a dazzling beauty. The nebula comprised half unutilized spiritual seeds and half projections of the iron snakes. From these projections, silvery threads extended, traversing the void to connect with the beasts outside his body. Golden spiritual seeds and silver spiritual threads spiraled through Zhum's Sea of Consciousness like a Tai Chi formation. As Zhum immersed himself in the Sea of Consciousness, guided by the white bone meditation method, he became akin to a master sketch artist, delineating his form with each stroke and line. As the lines multiplied, his visage and physique grew increasingly tangible. Eventually, silvery streams of light began to infuse the sketched body, subtly filling in the imperceptible details. Achieving such refined mental control was facilitated by the Azure Potion. Otherwise, reaching this stage would have demanded countless trials. The expenditure was indeed worthwhile. With the final stroke completed, a body identical to Zhum's emerged within the Sea of Consciousness. Perched upon the nebula as if it were a cushion, Zhum sat in meditation. However, upon closer inspection, the current Zhum resembled a mere shell, devoid of the essence required for true meditation. The white bone heart seal. A voice resonated within the Sea of Consciousness, akin to the creation of the world, slicing through chaos and infusing life into the desolate expanse of the Sea of Consciousness. The Zhum shaped by spiritual energy gracefully formed intricate hand seals. Ultimately, his thumbs and index fingers met, creating a seal resembling an eye at the base of his palm. The white bone heart not only contemplates self-awareness, but also seeks to reflect upon the corporeal form. It aims to encapsulate the meditator's internal organs, limbs, and vital essence within the delineated spiritual body. The physical body serves as the vessel for the spirit, while the spirit extends from the physical form. In the study of spiritual energy, the sages of Lan Xing did not conjure from nothingness. Each step was meticulously taken. Excessive yearning can lead to spiritual detriment, and one might find themselves aged overnight. This illustrates that spirit and body are not mutually exclusive, but rather interdependent. Without the capacity to visualize the physical decay, one could never truly experience the realm where flesh is lost and bones shine. When the white bone heart seal was successfully executed, Zhum felt as though he had truly entered the Sea of Consciousness. Yet, he refrained from lingering on such thoughts, immediately focusing his heart to continue meditating, for achieving a successful state this time did not guarantee future success. In the Sea of Consciousness, where time flows without reference, Zhum, seated atop the nebula with closed eyes, lost track of how long had passed. His once robust form began to wither, the rosy hue of health faded to dryness, and his once handsome visage marred by the emergence of age spots. While the alluring aura was replaced by an air of decrepitude, life seemed to drain from Zhum as death approached him. Time flowed inexorably. Zhum's body began to rot, yellowing pus seeping from his form, and the flies and maggots feasted upon him, entwining his clothes with decaying flesh. Upon witnessing such a scene, cold, bloodthirsty black serpents emerged from the shadows, ravenously devouring the putrid flesh that fell from Zhum's body. As the black serpents proliferated, they swarmed over Zhum, akin to famished spirits, continuously consuming his corporeal form. As flesh disappeared, a skeleton manifested above the nebula. However, unlike the skeletal form depicted by the white-haired elder in the scroll teaching the white bone meditation, Zhum's skeleton bore countless tiny holes, appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Seeing that there was no flesh left to consume, the black serpents lingered for a moment amidst the gaps of Zhum's bones before gradually vanishing into the whiteness. Zhum's skeleton began to acquire a sense of solidity. Though the changes were subtle, it was significantly stronger than the nearly decayed form it had been. Whether this state resulted from the black serpents consuming his distractions, desires, and delusions, or from the reinforcement of the spirit through the corporeal form, perhaps both contributed to this transformation. This condition did not endure long. as Zhum opened his eyes to the external world. The anomalies within the sea of consciousness dissipated immediately. Upon concluding his meditation, Zhum did not sense any alteration in his spirit, but quickly seized a low-tier nutritional potion beside him and consumed it. Cough had not anticipated the considerable toll the Baigu Guan meditation would exact on his physical form. Fortunately, he had devoted a year and a half to honing his martial arts skills. Otherwise, even if he had successfully meditated, his body would have required a protracted period of rest. Observing the bloodstains that marked the corner of his mouth on his right hand, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the foundational work he had undertaken. Chapter 72. Contemplating the future with a crisp click. The bright light in the bedroom illuminated the previously obscured space, courtesy of the command received by Mo Dai, who assisted in turning on the lights. At that moment, Zhou Ming sat on the edge of his bed, his complexion ashen and lips pallid, exhibiting signs of utter exhaustion. Had Wang Yin witnessed him in this state, he would undoubtedly find it hard to believe this was the aftermath of Zhou Ming's meditation. Rather, he might suspect that Zhou Ming had engaged in a desperate battle in some dark alley behind his back. Coughing lightly, Zhou Ming reflected on the unexpectedly high threshold of the primitive meditation technique. Sensing the inherent dangers of the Baigu Guan meditation, he began to comprehend why such methods had been withdrawn from the Blue Star Alliance. Should the primitive meditation remain the sole means for advancing to become a beast master, it would inevitably become a privilege reserved for a select few. Perhaps during the evolution of the Blue Star Alliance, some individuals had entertained such aspirations, only to relinquish them due to external circumstances. After all, if humanity on Blue Star were to vanish, privilege would amount to mere illusion. Zhou Ming refrained from dwelling further on this matter, as the prevailing reality was that foundational meditation had already become the mainstream practice within the Blue Star Alliance. Though not everyone could aspire to be a beast master, at least there existed opportunities for such aspirations. Nonetheless, despite its dangers, the Baigu Guan meditation yielded extraordinary results, even refining the quality of one's mental prowess. Upon a slight introspection of his mental state, Zhou Ming discerned an enhancement in both the quantity and quality of his mental energy. If his mental prowess had previously reached a level of 6, after this meditation, it had ascended to 7, considering that the typical limit for an ordinary person's mental prowess is 9. If Zhou Ming were to persist with the Baigu Guan meditation to elevate his mental energy to 9 and subsequently enhance his beasts to the threshold of low-tier ferocious beasts, he would meet the criteria for transcending to the professional level of beast master, provided he possesses the necessary promotion ceremony and transition materials. With such gains, Zhou Ming naturally set aside the dangers of the Baigu Guan meditation. If he were not willing to assume even this modicum of risk, his path as a beast master would be severely limited. After consuming a low-tier nutritional potion, Zhou Ming gradually regained his vitality. His previously haggard visage began to regain its color, and his stooped posture straightened, dispelling the frail appearance that had made him seem as if a gust of wind could topple him. Feeling the stickiness of sweat upon his skin, Zhou Ming rose to prepare for a cleansing bath. In the bathroom, steaming hot water awaited him. Zhou Ming reclined in the tub, scrubbing his body with the warm water while contemplating his future development. With the Baigu Guan meditation at his disposal, he need not fret over the challenges of enhancing his mental prowess. Given the effects of the Baigu Guan meditation, he felt confident that he could make further strides before depleting his current resources. Even if he could not reach the absolute limit, he could ensure that he remained within close proximity to it. However, Zhou Ming faced two significant challenges: the strength of his beasts and the issue of transitioning to a higher vocation. Mo Dai and Zhu Yu had transcended their racial limitations with the aid of the spiritual fruit, Serpent's saliva, breaking through to the low-tier, ferocious beast level. Yet, their current strength lingered in the lower echelons of that tier, necessitating considerable effort from Zhou Ming to elevate them to their full potential. Although this challenge was formidable, it could be mitigated through resource investment to forcibly enhance their capabilities. Moreover, once his mental prowess reached its zenith, he could use that energy to nurture his beasts, facilitating a rapid ascent in their power. The reason he refrained from utilizing this method for now was primarily due to concerns about its impact on his own mental growth. In the cultivation of a beast master, there are generally two pathways to augmenting strength. One is for the beast master to prioritize enhancing their mental prowess. Upon reaching the limit of their tier, they would then turn their attention to cultivating their beasts. The other approach primarily focuses on elevating the strength of the beasts. When the beasts reach their maximum potential and cannot progress further, the master can then benefit from their beast's growth. The choice between these two scenarios is typically dictated by the circumstances at hand. Naturally, if a beast master possesses exceptional talent and ample resources, simultaneous advancement is feasible. Due to Mo Dai and Zhu Yu's circumstances, Zhou Ming currently allocated most of his resources to himself. occasionally nurturing Mo Dai and Zhuyu to ensure their optimal growth. Although the challenge of enhancing his beasts was formidable, there was still a clear direction for his efforts. However, the transition ceremony remained an insurmountable hurdle. The mental prowess of humanity on Blue Star is inherently limited, and given that a beast master merely controls their beasts, their role is fundamentally akin to wielding firearms. Even if a beast possesses the power to wreak havoc, a close-range ambush by an alien or an intelligent ferocious beast could easily spell disaster for the beast master. Therefore, in the pursuit of advancement, the transition ceremony was developed, incrementally transforming ordinary individuals into godlike entities. Throughout the history of the Blue Star Alliance, various transition ceremonies have been devised. However, ultimately only 4 pathways have emerged as the predominant choices for most beast masters: illusion beast masters, ferocious beast knights, shepherds, and beast spirit sorcerers. The origin of the illusion beast master arose from the Alliance's initial intent to utilize technology to study the genes of ferocious beasts, aiming to create biological weapons to combat alien ferocious beasts and other entities. Although the endeavor ultimately failed, the research yielded results that were later applied with the emergence of beast masters. By obtaining esoteric knowledge from alien sources and merging it with the biological weapon initiative, the illusion beast master transition system was established. When an apprentice-level beast master breaks through to the professional level, they utilize extraordinary materials and rituals to evolve their beasts into illusion beasts. Illusion beasts are entities that are part biological and part energy, possessing the ability to harness elemental energy particles. The beast master can also utilize their beasts to gain such abilities, albeit to a lesser extent than their beasts. An apprentice-level beast master can employ elemental forces to transcend the limits of their mental prowess, enabling further breakthroughs. Simultaneously, illusion beasts can manifest as armor, granting the beast master formidable close combat capabilities while also allowing them to wield elemental energy. It can be said that upon becoming an illusion beast master, a professional-level beast master undergoes a qualitative transformation. The most noticeable aspect is that the beast master no longer exhibits significant weaknesses, enabling them to navigate the chaos of battle with ease. Beyond the professional level, an illusion beast master can ascend to the rank of commander of arms. When illusion beasts evolve into pure elemental beings, the beast master's strength surges dramatically, allowing them to transform their beasts into elemental weapons that can directly manipulate the elemental energies of the world. Ultimately, there exists the legendary vocation of the elemental Annihilator, which Zhou Ming learned about through the detailed vocational analysis he had procured from the black market. The ultimate vocation of the illusion beast master is said to require the cultivation of a second illusion beast that possesses an entirely opposite attribute, mastering the power of annihilation through elemental collision. However, the complete transition ceremony for becoming an illusion beast master is exclusively held within the Blue Star Academy, whose dean is among the rare legendary figures within the Alliance. To gain admission to this esteemed institution, one must break through to the professional level before the age of 30 to be eligible for application. Chapter 73, Vocational Analysis. Yet, the legendary vocation of the Elemental Annihilator, as well as the transition ceremony for the Commander of Arms, are not secrets accessible to just anyone. This very reason prompted the high-ranking officials of the Qinshan base to encourage their descendants to pursue Xiao Yun. For Xiao Lei's mentor is a Commander of Arms with the necessary transition ceremony to ascend to the level of an extraordinary master. The ice wolf Zhou Ming had previously encountered was a juvenile of a high-tier ferocious beast, which, upon maturity, inherently wielded the power of frost. The ferocious beasts of such caliber, even in their juvenile state, can only have their spiritual seeds implanted by a select few prodigies. As for the adult ice wolves, it is utterly impossible due to the vast disparity in strength, and there have been no precedents. Xiao Lei's mastery over the ice wolf as his beast of choice is a preparatory measure for the profession of the beast master. Different ferocious beasts suit different vocations. Besides the beast master, there exists the vocation of the beast knight. The unique characteristic of beasts supporting their masters is utilized to its fullest extent, with beast masters and their beasts entering into a life and death contract through rituals. While the death of a beast may lead to the downfall of the beast master, the latter gains the inherently powerful physique and various innate abilities of the beast, allowing the beast knight to hunt in the wild independently. The profession of the beast knight evolves into that of the war knight, a master of the extraordinary, where the mount and the master's life, soul, and aura fuse seamlessly, unleashing terrifying combined attacks and aura abilities, transforming them into a killing machine on the battlefield. The legendary profession of the Radiant Knight resonates with the will of both the beast and the master, directly intervening in reality through sheer will, granting them immense power. The current president of the Hunters Guild achieved the rank of Saint by advancing from the legendary profession of Radiant Knight, slaying a Beast King-level dragon, and earning the title of Dragon Slayer. This legendary profession is exclusive to the Hunters Guild. It can be said that starting from the Beast Knight, the Beast Master has fully realized the unique trait of Beast Support. Among the 4 major advanced professions, the Beast Master and Beast Knight are the most frequently chosen. Apart from these two, the Shepherd is a profession with a complete system unique to the military alliance. The Shepherd is a promotion system innovated by Beast Masters utilizing their spiritual seed abilities. The Beast Master commands their beast by implanting a spiritual seed into the ferocious beast's mind. When the spiritual seed takes root and flourishes, the implantation is deemed successful. As the beast's power continuously enhances, the spiritual seed absorbs the beast's strength, ensuring that the Beast Master can always command their beast without the risk of backlash. The transition to Shepherd involves the Beast Master rapidly nurturing spiritual seeds through rituals, allowing them to grow into towering trees that yield new spiritual seeds. Shepherds harness these spiritual seeds to command new beasts, thereby acquiring additional slots for beasts. However, this method has its flaws. Initially, the spiritual seeds can only command low-tier ferocious beasts, while higher-tier beasts must be cultivated independently. Nevertheless, there is an advantage. Ferocious beasts commanded by spiritual seeds, if they perish, do not impact the Beast Master. As breeding ferocious beasts is costly, shepherds tend to graze the wilderness, allowing their beasts to gather resources for growth, which is the origin of the term shepherd. Although the shepherd lacks extraordinary abilities, the collective support through rituals grants them a unique defensive field. This field's defensive capabilities surpass those of a singular beast, requiring the opposing Beastmaster to eliminate the shepherd's beasts in order to defeat them. A direct breach of the shepherd's field is only plausible when there is a significant disparity in strength between the two parties. Given their limited extraordinary abilities, shepherds focus primarily on breeding ferocious beasts. Above the shepherd lies the extraordinary master profession of the Legion Commander, who, leveraging knowledge of formations, integrates the power of the beast herd, unleashing mountain-shattering and river-dividing force, effectively becoming an army of one. The legendary profession of the Totemist resonates with the formations composed of beasts, transforming into a totem that stands between heaven and earth, with the Totemist being the sovereign of this realm. Initially, Zhou Ming sought information regarding the transition to shepherd from the Scorpion Lion, considering his own circumstances. Should he fail to transition successfully, he could devise a means to forge a new profession, albeit with a slim chance. Yet it was the only profession he could reference. As for the Beast Spirit Sorcerer, Zhou Ming discovered its peculiarities. This vocation utilizes a special ritual to transmute the flesh and blood of the commanded beast, leaving only the beast's soul. Perhaps this profession harbors some flaws, as the detailed explanation regarding the transitions to extraordinary masters and legendary saints merely touches upon spiritual entities, curses, and death. Zhou Ming, curious about this information, attempted to investigate further but ultimately found nothing useful, seemingly due to the Alliance's deliberate suppression of such information. Regarding other transitions, Zhou Ming held little interest, as these professions merely reached the formal vocational level without progressing further. The number of professions capable of attaining extraordinary master status is exceedingly rare, often either flawed or requiring special resources. Unless the 3 known professions are unattainable for Zhou Ming, he would only consider these incomplete transitions. It appears that for now, the priority must be to enhance his spirit, subsequently addressing the beast issue, while transitions can only be contemplated once his strength has reached its zenith. In the confines of the bathroom, Zhou Ming, submerged in the bathtub, refrained from becoming complacent due to acquiring a low-tier meditation method. Instead, he silently contemplated the focus of his future development. After all, for an apprentice-level Beastmaster, the optimal age for a breakthrough is before 30. As the lifespan of a professional Beastmaster is merely a century, extending only a few decades beyond that of an ordinary person. Should he be too old at the time of breakthrough, he would lack sufficient time to pursue the path of a Beastmaster thereafter. Furthermore, if Zhou Ming cannot utilize the standard transitions, the difficulty of advancing to a professional-level Beastmaster would far exceed that of others, potentially relegating him to a lifetime as an apprentice-level Beastmaster. Time waits for no one. Even at the age of 20, the realities compel him to prepare in advance. This is also why he detests complications. Any time-wasting endeavor might sever his path as a Beastmaster, rendering his rebirth utterly meaningless. After sorting through his thoughts, the confusion in Zhou Ming's eyes dissipated, leaving only a resolute expression. In the following days, Zhou Ming remained sequestered at home, nourishing his spiritual power with a mind-enhancing potion combined with basic meditation techniques. while using low-tier nutritional supplements and purchased tonics to fortify his body in preparation for his second meditation of the bone viewing. The days passed monotonously. Yet Zhou Ming found joy within, ensuring that each day was fulfilling. Time gradually slipped away as Zhou Ming pursued the path of the Beastmaster. Chapter 74, Qin Mountain. Qin Family. Half a month later, sunlight streamed through the glass into the living room, where Zhou Ming, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, diligently practiced the Huang Mang martial arts. Under the sunlight, the streamlined muscles glimmered slightly with a fluorescent sheen. Each movement was slow, reminiscent of an old ox laboring through muddy terrain. His entire body, like tightly coiled steel wires, twisted rhythmically under the slow pace of practice, with every muscle undergoing rigorous training. Although martial arts primarily hone the body and master the techniques of exertion, they still provide substantial assistance to Zhou Ming, who remains an apprentice. Moreover, even as a professional beastmaster, martial arts would still serve as a crucial auxiliary means, especially for vocations like the Beast Knight, where martial arts play a vital role in unleashing one's power. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the nearby phone. Zhou Ming concluded his punch sequence, regulated his breath, and picked up a towel to wipe away the sweat, while simultaneously reaching for the ringing phone. Wang Yan. Could it be that he has uncovered connections between the Qin Mountain Base's upper echelons and the Xinhui construction group? Noticing the caller ID, Zhou Ming speculated on the reason for Wang Yan's call. Hello, Zhou Ming. I've figured out which high-ranking individuals from Xinhui construction group have ties to the Qin Mountain Base. Wang Yan's tone was charged with excitement, indicating his concern about who might be orchestrating behind the scenes. Oh, that was quick. You didn't recruit anyone to gather this intelligence, did you? Zhou Ming's apprehension stemmed from the fear that Wang Yan might have disregarded his warning and sought outside help. Given the influence of the conspirators, they may have already sensed his subtle maneuvers. Of course not. Perhaps sensing Zhou Ming's anxiety, Wang Yan promptly continued his explanation. I have gathered all this information from the internet, as it is not a closely guarded secret. Moreover, the Qinshan base is vast, and the media are constantly vigilant about any movements from the upper echelons for sensational news. Upon hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Zhou Ming felt a sense of relief. The network Wang Yan referred to resembles a large local area network, connecting all computer users within the Qinshan base. It is akin to a network that encompasses the entire Blue Star Alliance, accessible only to a select few in power due to the difficulties of wireless communication, which results in a sluggish dissemination of information. Were the entire Qinshan base to be integrated into the Blue Star Alliance network, normal usage would become impossible for all but the elite. Only a handful of affluent individuals could afford exorbitant fees to gain such privileges. However, it is said that within large bases, all networks are interconnected with the Blue Star Alliance. Therefore, besides indulging in gaming for leisure, Zhou Ming primarily uses the network to catch up on the news. I have organized the materials and will send them directly to your email. He then continued. By the way, my father intends to take me to the Heisong small base to oversee the progress of ongoing projects. So you may not be able to reach me during this time. Wang Yan needed to temporarily leave the Qinshan base for a project he had previously taken on. He casually mentioned this to avoid any misunderstandings on Zhou Ming's part. I understand. This is a perfect opportunity for you to extricate yourself from this vortex. Even if Wang Yan had not taken this step, Zhou Ming would have suggested he take a break from the Qinshan base. After a brief chat, they concluded the call. Setting down the phone, Zhou Ming draped a towel around his neck and entered his bedroom, holding a glass of water as he settled at his computer desk. Upon opening his computer and accessing his seldom-used email, he noticed a flashing red notification. Opening the email from Wang Yan, Zhou Ming sipped water to replenish the fluids lost during his martial arts practice while perusing the message. The content was minimal, with Wang Yan even highlighting the key points. After reading through the documents Wang Yan forwarded, Zhou Ming's expression grew serious. Although the Xinhui construction group maintained numerous connections with the upper echelons of the base, most were routine interactions, except for one particular faction, the Qin family. According to the information Wang Yan provided, the Qin family is not only a major shareholder of the Xinhui construction group, but also serves as its backing within the Qinshan base. Zhou Ming was somewhat familiar with the Qin family, as their notoriety within the Qinshan base was hard to miss even without actively seeking information. Since its establishment, the Qin family has been part of the base's leadership, holding a seat in the 9-member council of Qinshan base. Their family business extends across various sectors of the base, and they boast nearly 10 professional beastmasters, making them the dominant local force. Were it not for the stipulation that the chairman must be appointed from outside the local council, the Qin family would have long since claimed the title of sovereign within the Qinshan base. As for why the Qin family sought to ally with the Shao family through marriage, Zhou Ming could speculate that aside from Xiao Lei's potential to assist the Qin family in acquiring the Transcendent Master promotion ceremony, they also aimed to prevent other factions from leveraging Xiao Lei's connections and talents to undermine the Qin family's standing within the Qinshan base. In this world, all actions are driven by profit. Even the Qin family is not exempt from the allure of gain. For Zhou Ming, the sole piece of good news was that he did not seem to be a primary concern for them. This could merely be a casual test. Otherwise, with the Qin family's influence, should they genuinely wish to target Zhou Ming, his only chance of survival would be to leave the Qinshan base promptly. It seems that his strength remains insufficient. Zhou Ming recognized that if he were formidable enough, regardless of his relationship with Xiao Yun, he would be met with blessings rather than underhanded maneuvers. After deleting the documents from his computer, Zhou Ming resolved not to stir up any further trouble. Without strength, everything is but an illusion. His primary objective now is to find a way to become a professional beastmaster as soon as possible. A widely quoted adage within the Blue Star Alliance states that only a professional beastmaster can be deemed to have truly entered the realm of beastmasters. Once he attains this status, both his identity and position will undergo a transformative change, placing him among the privileged elite of the Blue Star Alliance. Zhou Ming's request for Wang Yin to investigate the connections behind the Xinhui construction group was merely a precautionary measure, allowing him to prepare in advance. He had no desire to unwittingly find himself embroiled in trouble, unaware of who might be plotting against him. Having learned the background of the arena incident, Zhou Ming refrained from wasting further energy on the matter. After closing his email, he opened the Qinshan Base Hunter Forum to see if any significant events had transpired within the Qinshan base or its surroundings. Although he enjoyed practicing at home, it did not mean that Zhou Ming was oblivious to the happenings beyond his walls. After engaging in some gaming to unwind, he would often peruse the local forum. While this network is a local area network, certain individuals possess keen insight, occasionally relaying noteworthy information online for all to see. Chapter 75, Reaching the Limit. Offering a handsome reward for offspring, prioritizing beastmasters. Upon encountering a sudden post on the forum, Zhou Ming felt a wave of disbelief. Truly, all manner of oddities congregated in this space. The sole highlight was the striking beauty of the woman in the photograph, dressed rather provocatively. Yet it held no allure for Zhou Ming. With a click of the mouse, he swiftly deleted it and continued browsing the forum for other updates. After a lengthy search, Zhou Ming found no valuable information. It was all advertisements or sensational gossip, devoid of any substantial content. However, he did not display any signs of disappointment, as he was somewhat aware of the forum's current state. Initially, when the forum was established, it did indeed feature a wealth of useful information, but as its popularity grew, a myriad of individuals flooded in, transforming it into its current form. Zhou Ming frequented the forum to pass the time, allowing his weary body from practicing the Quan Mang martial arts to recuperate, while also hoping to stumble upon unexpected treasures. However, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely he would encounter anything of interest. Once he regained his energy, Zhou Ming ceased his browsing of the forum and continued his practice of Quan Mang martial arts. As night fell, after resolving his dinner and taking a bath, he began to peruse the books on beast masters that he had purchased from the black market. Zhou Ming's routine was structured: foundational meditation in the morning, Quan Mang martial arts practice in the afternoon, and reviewing his collected literature in the evening. His days were marked by a rhythmic discipline, as he absorbed the knowledge, both mentally and physically, akin to a parched sponge eagerly soaking up the much-desired moisture. He understood that compared to the scions of powerful factions with established legacies, he still had a considerable distance to bridge, and he could only strive to close that gap. Over the following 2 months, Zhou Ming adhered to this regimen, secluding himself at home, only venturing out for essential supplies. He remained hidden, digesting the resources he had previously acquired. After all, only by transforming resources into his own strength could Zhou Ming justify his relentless pursuit of them. His strategy involved acquiring resources, converting them into strength, and then using that strength to obtain further resources, progressing step by step. As for Zhou Ming's beasts, aside from Mo Dai and Zhu Yu consuming the Yuling pills, the rest of his serpent horde had been dispatched to the sewers to prey on the hard-haired rats, as such creatures were in endless supply. The only group affected by this was the exterminators within the Qinshan base, who had returned empty-handed in recent months. However, even though Zhou Ming was aware of this, he remained indifferent to their plight, as his actions could be considered a free service to the Qinshan base. 2 months later, in Zhou Ming's dimly lit bedroom, enveloped in an environment so dark that one could hardly see their hand in front of their face, a flicker of lightning suddenly appeared from his eyes as he completed his meditation. Did the void give birth to electricity? Gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon before him, Zhou Ming, with his extensive knowledge, naturally comprehended its cause. It was a manifestation of his mental prowess reaching its zenith. After exhausting the resources he had previously acquired, Zhou Ming engaged in the Bai Gu Guan meditation technique 3 times in total, and during this final attempt, his mental energy finally hit its limit. Reflecting on his journey, Zhou Ming realized that achieving this milestone at the tender age of 20 was not solely attributable to the Bai Gu Guan technique, the serpent saliva fruit, the Zijing elixir, the Bai Gu Guan meditation, along with a plethora of other resources, and Zhou Ming's unwavering dedication collectively forged his progress. Unlike his initial meditation experience, Zhou Ming, though still sensing a hint of weakness, felt significantly improved. At the very least, he could now rise unaided to illuminate the lights in his bedroom. In his current state, he could devote himself to nurturing his beast companions, albeit this endeavor would have to be postponed until the following year. It had been approximately 5 months since Zhou Ming departed from the Qinshan base for the Green Mist Jungle, and now November had ushered in the winter season. However, reflecting on his 2-year sojourn on Blue Star, where he had channeled all his thoughts into the path of becoming a beast master, Zhou Ming felt a tinge of fatigue within. It was indeed the perfect time to take a breather and relax during this winter. Balancing rigorous training with moments of leisure was essential. Overexerting oneself would only hinder his pursuit of becoming a beast master. Early the next morning, clad in a black winter coat, Zhou Ming left his residence with haste. With the inability to depart from the Qinshan base, he intended to visit the Hunters Guild. His purpose was not to accept tasks, but rather to glean any valuable information, for many hunters returning from their expeditions would converge upon the base during this period. Numerous hunters would frequent the guild to share tales over drinks, and some, having acquired substantial resources, would not only submit their tasks but also engage in private transactions. Given Zhou Ming's current situation, a stroll through the Hunters Guild would be a welcome diversion, potentially yielding fortuitous encounters. The Hunters Guild boasted 2 bustling areas, the bar and the marketplace. The former served as a sanctuary for the majority of hunters who required mental stimulants. Wandering the wilderness year-round, dancing on the edge of life and death, often leaving their mental states less than robust. The numbing effect of alcohol was precisely the solace they sought to alleviate their psychological burdens. The latter comprised an array of peculiar items collected by hunters from the wild. Some were worthless, while others were priceless. Given the difficulties in discerning the true value of these items, hunters were often reluctant to sell at low prices, leading to the establishment of informal market transactions. As many had struck gold in these marketplaces, they had become increasingly vibrant. On this occasion, Zhou Ming opted not to drive, for the bustling atmosphere of the Hunters Guild made it exceedingly challenging to find a suitable parking spot nearby. Although vehicle ownership within the base was limited, and cars could only be used within its confines, the burden of maintaining a vehicle was manageable for hunters, resulting in a scarcity of parking spaces near the guild. The familiar sound of the electric tram echoed, and Zhou Ming, unhurried, disembarked once most passengers had departed. The sun today was truly delightful. Upon stepping off, he tilted his head to bask in the warmth of the sun, his heart swelling with a sense of relaxation and comfort. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such a feeling, reminiscent of basking in sunlight. The past few months had been consumed either within the mist-laden green mist jungle or confined at home, honing his martial arts and meditating on the Bai Gu Guan, with evenings spent poring over collected tomes. Both his mind and body had existed in a state of tension. Thus, Zhou Ming deemed his decision to venture out today as exceedingly wise. Lost in reverie at the tram's entrance, Zhou Ming was abruptly interrupted by someone. Turning around, he noticed an individual who had disembarked even later than he, inadvertently blocking the path. "My apologies," Zhou Ming uttered repeatedly, stepping aside to allow passage. The individual offered no further comment, merely casting a patronizing glance at Zhou Ming before exiting. Left standing there, Zhou Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 76. The Marketplace. The Hunters' Marketplace was situated within a small square adjacent to the Hunters Guild, with the guild overseeing its security, ensuring that disturbances were minimal. Although it was Zhou Ming's first visit to this place, he was well acquainted with the marketplace's trading rules, aside from prohibiting coercive transactions. It emphasized a clear exchange of goods and currency, with losses borne by the individual. If Zhou Ming were to procure an item worth 1 million alliance coins for a mere 100, the stall owner would simply have to accept his misfortune. Should anyone dare to employ forceful means to reclaim their losses, the guild's personnel would swiftly intervene, safeguarding the buyer's interests even beyond the marketplace. Conversely, if one were to find themselves swindled to the point of ruin, the guild would invariably side with the stall owner. It could be said that the marketplace was a melting pot of fortune and misfortune, where deception and opportunity coexisted, and dreams of sudden wealth were not uncommon. Young brother, interested in a low-tier meditation technique? Upon entering the marketplace, Zhou Ming was immediately accosted by a stall owner, still adjusting to the throngs of people and cacophony surrounding him. The stall owner, possessing a reasonably handsome appearance and an air of distinction, surmised that Zhou Ming was not from an ordinary background, thus perceiving him as a prime target. Young, affluent, aspiring to be a beast master, and likely lacking in discernment. Before Zhou Ming could respond, another stall owner swiftly interjected, "Young brother, do not heed his words. His low-tier meditation technique is flawed. Behold, I offer a foundational meditation technique optimized to perfection, with efficiency double that of standard techniques." Upon hearing the competing stall owner's claim, the first owner expressed his displeasure. "Li Laosi, while my meditation technique may be imperfect, it remains usable, salvage from the remains of a hunter in the wilderness. Where did you acquire your so-called optimized foundational technique? Surely you are not attempting to deceive our young brother simply because of his youth." Without waiting for a reply, he turned back to Zhou Ming. "Young brother, though my meditation technique is flawed, it is still functional. While it may not compare to a complete low-tier technique, it far surpasses a basic method. Besides, if I had a flawless low-tier technique, would I be selling it? And you, with your fine appearance, might even be able to perfect this flawed technique and achieve great success." Sighing, the stall owner's demeanor shifted as he mentioned his brothers. His expression falling into a melancholic state, eyes reflecting a sense of regret, whether for his choice to become a hunter or for not providing for his comrades was unclear. Zhou Ming, who had not been given the opportunity to speak, could only shake his head and sigh at the stall owner's story-laden countenance. "Alas, dear brother, you are simply out of luck. Had this been before the end times, you would undoubtedly have won the Little Golden Man Award." With that, Zhou Ming chose not to linger on the stall owner's boasts and continued to wander. Haha. The middle-aged stall owner opposite the one selling low-tier meditation techniques could not contain his laughter. "Zhao Pengzi, what are you laughing at?" Frustrated by his failed sales, the stall owner could not resist lashing out. "Why shouldn't I laugh? That young brother praised your acting skills. My laughter is merely innovation." Zhao Pengzi then succinctly explained the meaning behind the Little Golden Man Award, indicating he had some knowledge of the events prior to the end times. Following his explanation, the surrounding stall owners erupted into laughter, playfully suggesting that the stall owner selling the low-tier meditation technique should consider a career in acting. Although the entertainment industry on Blue Star was rather bleak, the top stars still earned substantial incomes. Upon hearing Zhao Pengzi's explanation, the stall owner grasped the implications of Zhou Ming's earlier comment and refrained from scolding him, instead pondering whether he had indeed chosen the wrong profession. The departing Zhou Ming paid little heed to the recent incident, as such occurrences are commonplace at the street vendor square. Alongside performers engaging in a clever exchange of words, there are also vendors who maintain an air of mystery without uttering a word. Additionally, there are skilled vendors who resort to outright deception. If it were not for Zhou Ming's persistent learning, he might have fallen victim to their tricks, inadvertently paying a hefty price for his education. Moreover, he observed an individual who placed a basketball-sized stone, remarkably smooth on its surface, on the ground. A note affixed to the stone proclaimed it to be a fossilized egg of a lord-level beast, priced at 80,000. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The dimensional rift on Blue Star had only appeared around a millennium ago, and the beast had emerged concurrently. For a fossil to form within such a short time frame was merely a means to sift out those lacking in intelligence. As the most popular trading hub for hunters, the street vendor square is not solely a den of deception, it also offers valuable items for sale, which is why Zhou Ming found himself meandering through its stalls. Relaxation and the state of idleness differ vastly in their psychological implications. Beast materials, rare herbs, second-hand equipment, enigmatic materials of unknown utility, and even beast meat are all available for trade. It appears that a large hunting group operates a butcher shop here, ensuring that no part of the beast is wasted upon their return from hunts, with designated personnel responsible for transporting the beast carcasses. They efficiently extract every ounce of value from the beast, even utilizing its waste as fertilizer. Although the process is cumbersome, the profits gleaned from a single beast far exceed those of ordinary hunters. The speed at which beast meat sells is astonishing. Once a carcass is placed on the counter, it is swiftly purchased. Zhou Ming had initially intended to buy a few pounds before leaving, but it seemed that plan had been thwarted. The long-term consumption of beast meat purportedly enhances physical strength, a benefit not immediately visible, yet sufficient to entice the affluent. Furthermore, only hunting groups typically transport entire beast carcasses back to their bases, rendering beast meat exceptionally expensive, often exceeding 1,000 alliance coins per pound for lower-tier beasts. For higher-tier beasts, the privilege to purchase is entirely out of reach. After a few glances, Zhou Ming chose not to dwell further on the matter. The street vendor square stretched over 100 meters in both length and width, and he had only explored a small fraction of it, with many more stalls yet to be discovered. Although he did not consider himself a child of fortune destined for extraordinary encounters, he hoped to find some affordable yet practical items. Despite possessing more wealth than the average person, it was barely sufficient to acquire the resources necessary for a beast master, compelling Zhou Ming to economize. This illustrates the formidable challenges faced by a solitary beast master in their pursuit of cultivation. Zhou Ming's circumstances were a result of several fortunate discoveries. However, given his situation, he could not affiliate with any particular faction and was left to struggle and strive alone. Chapter 77, Martial Arts Manuals. Martial Arts Manuals? Upon arriving at a modest 2-square-meter stall, Zhou Ming was captivated by the multitude of books displayed. Like the other patrons around him, he cared little for appearances and crouched down to examine the selection. In contrast to the collection at the Qinshan Library, these books predominantly pertained to the realm of hunters. They covered shooting techniques, various trap setups, wilderness survival, the valuable materials found on beasts, and how to dissect beast carcasses, as well as skinning techniques. Although these texts were foundational, they encompassed essential knowledge required for venturing into the wilderness, knowledge that every hunter must master. One might mistakenly believe that wielding a firearm and donning battle attire suffices to qualify as a hunter, but such a notion is profoundly misguided. Even hunters who dance on the razor's edge must acquire a wealth of knowledge. A hunter unprepared for the challenges ahead is merely an easy target. However, compared to the martial arts manuals Zhou Ming had encountered, these foundational texts held lesser allure, as he had already amassed considerable information on the latter. Young brother, are you interested in these 3 martial arts manuals? The vendor, appearing to be in his 30s and possessing a robust demeanor, discerned Zhou Ming's thoughts immediately. Somewhat intrigued. As the thrill of direct combat is indeed a man's romance, Zhou Ming replied, articulating the rationale typical of his age group. Haha, don't think it's just you. I too appreciate the visceral sensation of combat. Would you like me to elaborate? The vendor, mindful of his role, promptly began to market his martial arts manuals upon noticing Zhou Ming's interest. Sure. After a brief tour, Zhou Ming found himself face to face with items that piqued his curiosity, and he was willing to invest time in understanding them. Let me start with the first one on the right, the vendor suggested, gesturing towards the first martial arts manual, which seemed to be among the most valuable items at the stall. This one is traditional martial arts Tai Xian Quan, characterized by its grandiose style that overwhelms opponents, providing excellent conditioning for the practitioner's muscles and bones. However, as you might understand, no matter how proficient one becomes in martial arts, encountering a beast up close is tantamount to handing oneself over as prey. Typically, only heavy weapon-wielding gunners can utilize it effectively. A martial artist practicing Tai Xian Quan boasts a robust physique, capable of wielding a heavy machine gun, making even apprentice-level beast masters wary. The vendor provided a comprehensive overview. Yet Zhou Ming shook his head, disinterested, as it did not align with his combat style. Noticing Zhou Ming's reaction, the vendor refrained from further persuasion and introduced the next martial arts manual. This one is the Weapon Martial Arts, Blood and Blade 13 Styles, which follows the path of selfless slaughter, employing fierce blade techniques that embody pure combat skill. I assume you are not interested in this one, either. The vendor, displaying a sense of humor, recognized that Zhou Ming would likely lack interest after his explanation. Such weapon martial arts are only beneficial for those aspiring to become illusory beast masters or beast knights in everyday life, who would engage in close combat. When one struggles to even strike a beast before them, it is foolish to attempt combat with humans when firearms are at hand. The previous manual, Tai Xian Quan, could assist practitioners in utilizing heavy firepower, while this Blood and Blade 13 Styles is limited to close-range ambushes. Boss, please tell me about the last one, Zhou Ming urged, his patience waning after discovering that the previous 2 manuals did not suit his style. All right, you might find the last one intriguing. Seeing Zhou Ming's eagerness, the vendor promptly introduced the final manual, his tone suggesting it might catch Zhou Ming's interest. This last manual, Beast King Body, is a newly created martial art since the establishment of the Alliance. New martial art? Zhou Ming's interest was piqued by the term. Indeed, new martial art, as it enhances the practitioner's strength by leveraging beast genes, entirely distinct from conventional traditional martial arts. Beast genes. How does this differ from genetic agents? If this new martial art were truly formidable, I would have heard of it by now. Moreover, the involvement of genes makes me somewhat apprehensive, Zhou Ming replied, furrowing his brow. After all, matters related to genetics can easily lead to unpredictable transformations. This new martial art is fundamentally different from genetic agents. The latter forcibly alters genetic structures in a short time frame through medication to attain immense power. In contrast, the new martial art gradually improves the practitioner's physique by absorbing the essence of beasts through martial practice, ultimately breaking the limitations of the human body. Zhou Ming was taken aback by the vendor's extensive knowledge regarding both genetic agents and the new martial art. The new martial art must have its drawbacks, too. After hearing the vendor's presentation, Zhou Ming was not swayed by the allure of the new martial art. Instead, he posed a question to the vendor. After all, if the new martial art could truly transcend human limitations, it would have long been recognized as a path to the extraordinary, akin to that of beast masters. Young brother, your insight is commendable. In response to Zhou Ming's inquiry, the vendor gave a thumbs up, expressing admiration. Though the new martial path is formidable, its reliance on the genes of ferocious beasts as a source of power inevitably subjects its practitioners to their influence. Initially, everything seems normal. However, as one's strength escalates, practitioners of the new martial path may experience volatile emotions such as irritability and rage, leading them to lose their sanity and ultimately succumb to madness. Is there no remedy? Zhou Ming initially suspected a physical ailment, only to discover that the issue was psychological. There are indeed two solutions. What are these solutions? The vendor did not withhold information and directly revealed the remedies for the new martial path's shortcomings. The first method involves overcoming these challenges with an iron will. Yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. Zhou Ming wholeheartedly agreed with the vendor's assertion. Even he could only claim to possess determination, while the notion of an iron will felt distant. The second method is simpler. The spiritual power of beast tamers can resolve the issue. The higher the strength gained through the new martial path, the greater the spiritual power required. Upon hearing the vendor's explanation, Zhou Ming felt puzzled. If that were the case, the new martial path should have already gained popularity among beast tamers. Although professional-grade beast tamers might not require it, apprentice-level beast tamers are inherently fragile. Zhou Ming was not one to dwell on complexities. He directly posed his inquiries to the vendor. The reasoning was straightforward. The new martial path was newly established and primarily developed by several bases in the west of the Alliance, limiting its spread. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Ming noted that while the Qinshan base borders the North Wilderness and the Endless Tree Sea, encountering other races is rare. Compared to the bases in the west that frequently engage with other races, the Qinshan base could be described as tranquil. As Zhou Ming contemplated, the vendor continued with his explanation. The second reason is that practicing the new martial path is challenging and demands considerable resources, requiring more time, energy, and resources than traditional martial arts. Consider this. Ordinary individuals are hesitant to delve deeply into the new martial path, finding it a waste of resources compared to learning traditional martial arts. For beast tamers, particularly those at the professional level, it is inconsequential whether they practice or not. Moreover, the majority of apprentice-level beast tamers, already constrained by a lack of resources and time, find it difficult to divert their focus to the new martial path. Not every beast tamer can ascend to the professional level, can they? Zhou Ming shared his thoughts on the vendor's explanation. The vast majority of beast tamers within the Alliance are apprentice level. Not everyone possesses the qualifications to advance further. You have overlooked an important detail. Practicing the new martial path does not immediately enable one to withstand firearms. Investing such resources and energy might be better spent on acquiring high-quality combat gear. To enhance one's physical body to the level of resisting bullets through the new martial path requires extraordinary achievements. Only the spiritual power of professional-grade beast tamers can suppress the negative emotions within, shielding them from the ferocious beast gene's influence. Do you believe professional-grade beast tamers need the new martial path? Setting aside other factors, ferocious beast knights can already withstand firearms with their physical prowess, and for them, practicing the new martial path holds little benefit due to their formidable bodies. After absorbing the vendor's explanation, a term surfaced in Zhou Ming's mind: chicken rib. Tasteless when consumed, yet regrettable to discard. Little did he anticipate that the vendor possessed such extensive knowledge, even if he left the market without any other gains. This visit was not in vain. Do not mistake the vendor for merely a scholarly type. He had experience from running tasks at other bases, gaining valuable insights. This aligns with the old adage: reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Upon hearing the vendor's casual introduction, Zhou Ming realized the individual was no ordinary hunter. Given the vendor's knowledge and experience in executing tasks at other bases, he was at least an elite black iron hunter, possibly even a bronze-level hunter. Additionally, based on his understanding of beast tamers, Zhou Ming speculated that the vendor was undoubtedly a powerful apprentice-level beast tamer. As for professional-grade, that was entirely improbable. Professional-grade beast tamers could easily have money delivered to their doorstep without needing to set up a market stall. Hey you, with that gleam in your eyes, must be a beast tamer, interested in this beast king body? How much are you willing to pay? Can you offer a lower price? Zhou Ming realized the vendor was after this opportunity, but flattering him would yield no results. The price was clearly marked at 1 million Alliance coins. Upon hearing the vendor's price, Zhou Ming scrutinized him closely. Despite the vendor's seemingly honest demeanor, he felt as if he were being treated like a fool. Are you attempting to swindle me? If I were inclined to deceive others, do you think I would receive such a detailed introduction here? Let us be realistic. The new martial path is undoubtedly overhyped, and the price should be several times higher. Zhou Ming did not oppose the vendor's assertion as it was indeed truthful. After wandering for so long, encountering such a straightforward vendor was rare. No wonder business was not thriving. However, 1 million alliance coins represented a significant expenditure for Zhou Ming at any time, especially since the new martial path, despite its flaws, merely recorded cultivation methods. Unlike the Python martial path, which provided dedicated guidance, herbal medicines, and daily nourishment, ensuring Zhou Ming's mastery. A lackluster new martial path priced at 1 million alliance coins was unacceptable to him. Let us set aside the flaws of the new martial path. This martial arts manual does not require the mental energy needed for a beast tamer's meditation. If I'm correct, once I purchase your Beast King body manual, you'll simply replace it with another one. Coughing slightly, the vendor felt slightly embarrassed by Zhou Ming's remark. However, being no ordinary individual, the vendor quickly regained his composure and articulated his reasoning. At the Qinshan-based university, whether teaching one student or a group, the tuition remains the same. Does the Qinshan Beast Tamer University only charge for one student per class? Knowledge is priceless, especially in Qinshan. Where can you find a place that sells new martial path manuals? I admire your integrity, but if you continue like this, you won't be able to make a profit. Why not start with a more agreeable price? Then what do you suggest? Zhou Ming's reasoning did not sway the vendor, but rather, he found himself annoyed. 50,000. Deal. Zhou Ming was taken aback upon hearing the vendor's response. Did I undercut the price? Or is there something wrong with your new martial path Beast King body? The vendor promptly tossed the Beast King body before Zhou Ming, indicating for him to examine it, seemingly untroubled by the possibility of Zhou Ming memorizing it. However, with such capability, the vendor could only consider himself unfortunate. A moment later, Zhou Ming closed the manual, his eyes gleaming with joy, as his martial arts knowledge revealed no discrepancies within the text. If there are no issues, let us proceed with the payment. Were it not for my disdain for trouble, you wouldn't have had this opportunity. Having formed a favorable first impression and confirmed the manual's authenticity, Zhou Ming readily produced his gold card and began processing the payment through the vendor's machine. With the transaction completed, Zhou Ming did not linger further. He placed the Beast King body into his small backpack and departed. Today was profitable. In an instant, the previously earnest vendor whistled loudly and retrieved a new Beast King body from beneath his seat, setting it up to await new customers. Old Wu, can you really sell like this? It's not about that. You should know who I am. The Beast King body I sell is genuine, unlike your deceptive wares. Perhaps the vendor and Old Wu were acquainted, as he did not seem angered, merely engaging in light-hearted banter. You're quite lucky. Zhou Ming, leaving the scene, remained oblivious to the fact that he had ultimately been swindled. While the Beast King body was not counterfeit, it typically could be acquired for merely a few thousand alliance coins. Of course, there were reasons for Zhou Ming's misfortune. The new martial arts actually emerged a century ago, creating quite a stir throughout the launching alliance. However, once the flaws of this new discipline were discovered, the enthusiasm of the alliance waned instantly. Despite repeated research, the shortcomings of the new martial arts remained unresolved, leading to its gradual fade from public attention. For ordinary individuals who aspired to build a career through the new martial arts, the lack of funds and resources hindered the majority. Those with wealth and connections, although possessing resources, were reluctant to pursue a problematic discipline. They preferred to focus their energy on becoming beast masters. Thus, a century later, knowledge of the new martial arts had dwindled, known only to a few privileged youths who benefited from comprehensive education. The stall owner relied on his commendable acting skills to target wealthy individuals who were oblivious to the intricacies of the new martial arts. It can be said that there is always someone more skilled. Zhou Ming's progress to this point can be attributed not only to luck, but also to his cautious nature and meticulous preparation. In terms of cunning, he still needed to grow gradually. Nonetheless, this time, Zhou Ming could not be entirely blamed, as he had been deceived by 9.5 truths without being informed of the actual price of the new martial arts. It was merely a consequence of the disparity in information. Chapter 79, The Hunter's Bar. Cursing under his breath as he surveyed the book in his hands, Zhou Ming gently addressed the seemingly honest stall owner he had just encountered. After leaving the stall where he purchased the Beast King body, Zhou Ming felt a surge of interest in the new martial arts, leading him to peruse the market square until he finally discovered a book introducing this discipline. However, his joy was short-lived upon learning that the Beast King body he possessed was worth merely several thousand alliance coins. The secret manual was genuine, and the introduction to the new martial arts was accurate, but the pricing was entirely erroneous. Fortunately, Zhou Ming's funds were limited, Otherwise, he would have faced significant losses. This was Zhou Ming's first misstep since arriving at Lan Xing, and it felt like a bitter defeat. Upon entering the market square, he had mocked the stall owner promoting a low-tier meditation method, only to find himself swiftly humbled. It was not a case of him overpowering others, but rather one where he had been dealt a few blows himself. Finally experiencing the sensation that the young Master Tong had felt when outsmarted. Given the setting of the market square, Zhou Ming could not confront the stall owner. Even if he resorted to underhanded tactics, once the Hunters Guild caught wind of it, his only option would be to flee into the wilderness. His right hand, veins bulging, demonstrated his effort to swallow his frustration. There was no choice. Offending the Hunters Guild would leave him with no place in the alliance. The powers capable of confronting the Hunters Guild directly could be counted on one hand. Zhou Ming could not jeopardize his safety for a mere few 100,000, especially in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, where he could not guarantee that his methods would go unnoticed. He could only consider this a lesson learned through monetary loss. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming attempted to console himself. As he surveyed the bustling scene around him, he felt a wave of irritation. His intentions to relax had completely evaporated. He had no desire to linger further and decided to head to the Hunters Guild bar in hopes of gathering valuable information. The Hunters Bar was not far away, situated right next to the Hunters Guild, and it was even connected to the guild. Some hunters who had completed their tasks would stop by for a drink. After the earlier incident, Zhou Ming planned to indulge in a few drinks to alleviate his anger. "Hey there, you seem downcast. How about we share a drink?" As soon as he entered the bar, a voluptuous woman clad in revealing attire approached him. Fortunately, the bar was heated. Otherwise, dressing so lightly in this weather would have been quite uncomfortable. With a swift motion, Zhou Ming's right hand seized the woman's hand as she attempted to intrude upon his personal space. "I apologize, miss, but I prefer to drink alone. Perhaps you should seek someone else." Zhou Ming's words were courteous, yet his tone was as frigid as a biting winter wind, and even with her alluring contact lenses, his gaze could evoke a sense of dread akin to facing a soulless predator. Zhou Ming, already in a foul mood, had no desire to be ensnared once more. He was wary of scams or substances that could leave him incapacitated. "Is that so? My apologies." Upon hearing Zhou Ming's chilling voice, the woman forced a smile, her earlier allure vanishing as if he had coerced her into submission. Zhou Ming relaxed his grip, and the waitress hurriedly retreated, distancing herself from the unamused man. Little did she expect to encounter someone so unappreciative of her charms. "Heh, if Shally asked me out for drinks, I wouldn't refuse." "You're not drinking. You're just prolonging the night." Nearby hunters commented on the scene, their coarse language quickly veering into lewd jokes. Zhou Ming chose not to engage with them. For most hunters, alcohol and women were essentially their entire existence. It was not that they didn't wish to save money and live stable lives. Rather, once they entered the hunter's circle, they became accustomed to life and death, witnessing the fickleness of fate. Maintaining a semblance of normalcy was already commendable, and few remembered their original aspirations. "Good day, patron. What can I get for you?" The bartender, noting Zhou Ming's presence, inquired. "Do you have any stimulating drinks that don't lead to drunkenness?" Upon hearing Zhou Ming's request, the formally dressed bartender showed no surprise. All sorts of people frequented this establishment. "Indeed, we have ice and fire romance, priced at 500 per glass." "I'll have one," Zhou Ming replied, producing 500 alliance coins and placing them on the bar. "Please hold on for a moment." True to the reputation of the Hunters Guild, the bartender remained composed throughout, contrasting sharply with the lively atmosphere of the bar. Once the coins were collected, he began to prepare the requested drink with an impressive efficiency that was aesthetically pleasing. As the bartender concluded the preparation with a flourish, the drink Zhou Ming had ordered was presented before him. "Enjoy your drink." "Thank you." Although Zhou Ming's mood was less than ideal, he maintained his customary politeness, indicating that his displeasure had not clouded his rational thought. Upon tasting the ice and fire romance, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, reminiscent of savoring chilled watermelon on a summer day. Just as he finished experiencing the coolness, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, quickly reaching his head. The contrasting sensations of cold and heat created an exceptional and pleasurable experience. With the alcohol content being quite moderate, making it a distinctive beverage, Zhou Ming raised his glass, signaling his approval to the bartender, before settling at an unoccupied small table that suited his solitary nature. "Have you heard? This year, 2 small bases in our alliance's northeastern region were obliterated by beast tides." Zhou Ming had barely settled when a few hunters at the adjacent table began discussing the news they had heard. "What's so shocking about that? Which year does the alliance not lose a few small bases? If there weren't any small bases overrun by beast tides, that would be newsworthy. Indeed. I wonder when this will all come to an end." Another hunter expressed concern over the destruction of the alliance's small bases, indicating that not all hunters were self-serving. Enough with the national concerns. Let us drink. A companion interjected, lifting his glass to toast, pouring all their frustrations into their drinks. Zhou Ming observed that their conversation had shifted away from anything useful, so he took a sip of his ice and fire romance and redirected his attention to other nearby tables. In the hunter's bar, there was never a shortage of hunters eager to drink. Did you hear? A large dimensional rift has appeared in the northern wilderness, and it's rumored that a lord-level beast has emerged from it. Isn't that common knowledge from a few days ago? If you have nothing substantial to share, just enjoy the drinks with us. Beside him, his companion feigned an air of mystery before ultimately revealing a well-known fact, leaving him feeling utterly toyed with, prompting an immediate burst of laughter and mockery. "Pa, do you think I, Huang Niu, am the type to boast about outdated information?" The recent emergence of the dimensional rift had caused a tremor that unveiled survival bases hidden underground for centuries. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Ming immediately perked up, setting down his drink to eavesdrop intently on the hunters' continued discussions. Chapter 80. The Ruins of the Apocalypse. How did you come by this information? They were all familiar with one another, so there was a degree of skepticism regarding Huang Niu's claims. Damn it, you actually doubt my words? Observing the expressions of his teammates, Huang Niu could discern their thoughts, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him, prompting him to explain. You all know my cousin joined the Blood Wolf hunting team. They were assigned a mission to investigate the large dimensional rift, and he personally informed me upon his return from the northern wasteland. Such crucial intelligence, and your cousin can just leak it? One team member expressed skepticism toward Huang Niu's explanation. If only the Blood Wolf hunting team had discovered it, they would certainly have kept it confidential. However, the forces investigating the large dimensional rift were not limited to that team, making it impossible to conceal the news entirely. Hence, when we chatted after his return, he shared it with me. Moreover, this investigation resulted in significant losses for their squad, and with winter upon us, no one dares to explore the base near the large dimensional rift. They likely plan to wait until spring when all forces are prepared to collaborate in its development. Not to mention, if the ruins contain technological data from before the apocalypse era, the hidden benefits would undoubtedly entice those great powers. Indeed, I foresee this news spreading in a few days. Should we not prepare in advance? After all, once the word gets out, various equipment and supplies will surely rise in price. Even if I do not go there, I can profit handsomely by selling. Upon hearing Huang Niu's intentions, several teammates began to contemplate the veracity of his claims. Not only them, but even the hunters at the adjacent table, upon hearing this news, were also internally evaluating its authenticity. Zhou Ming, silently savoring his drink, was also deliberating whether to embark on this journey, for the peril involved far exceeded that of his previous wilderness expeditions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming resolved to wait for the news to circulate before making any decisions, believing that additional information would likely emerge, allowing him to assess whether the risk was worthwhile. Should the ruins conceal only technological artifacts, Zhou Ming would refrain from wading into such murky waters. However, if there were elements related to beast tamers, he would consider taking the risk. During the apocalypse era, the remnants of Blue Star humanity survived by utilizing the pre-apocalypse permanent secret military bases. In fact, the majority of research aimed at discovering a unique, extraordinary system for Blue Star humanity was conducted within these clandestine facilities, as only there could the conditions for studying extraordinary systems be met. Among the most renowned bases of the apocalypse era, known to posterity as Hell, thousands of human experiments occurred there, most of which were voluntary. Yet, it was this very permanent military base, dubbed Hell, that established the current beast tamer system. The most distinguished figure from Hell Base was a professor named Li Yuan. He perfected the meditation technique and the refinement of spiritual seeds, laying the groundwork for the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance. Simultaneously, this great man, who should be revered by future generations, personally oversaw over 1,000 human experiments. Regarding his actions, Professor Li Yuan offered no justification, nor did he allow the Alliance to alter history. He simply left behind a statement. No matter how noble or grand my objectives, the actions I undertook were undeniably dark, devoid of any humanity in their research process. I do not require future generations to absolve me, for darkness is darkness and cannot be concealed by the light. My only hope is that such events do not recur in the future, and that Blue Star humanity may restore civilization and order. Upon reading these words in the Qingshan Library, Zhou Ming felt a deep admiration for this individual, enduring darkness and bearing its weight. He did not allow the greatness of his luminous aspirations to obscure his conduct. Zhou Ming understood why this individual left such a statement. If dark actions could be cloaked with justifications of light, countless individuals would cloak their nefarious deeds in the guise of virtue. Of course, Zhou Ming held nothing but pure admiration for this man, refraining from passing judgment on the correctness of his words. What he yearned to understand was the purpose of this hidden ruin during the inception of the Alliance. The perfection of the meditation technique and the refinement of spiritual seeds were merely the keys to unlocking the extraordinary realm. The subsequent enhancement and development of various professions involved many hidden bases. Each base had different developmental paths, leading to the subsequent variety of job transitions. If this base contained research on the transition to beast tamers, Zhou Ming would have no choice but to take the risk. With several months remaining until spring, he decided not to rush, opting instead to gather comprehensive intelligence. Additionally, he had suffered a financial blow of several 100,000 Alliance coins during his recent visit to the marketplace, yet his new martial arts Beast King body remained intact. With his mental state at its limit, enhancing his beast taming aptitude through ordinary resources was arduous. Thus, he planned to make the most of the remaining time to prepare. Regardless of whether he ventured out or not, improving his strength would be beneficial for the future, and currently, only the new martial arts could swiftly enhance his capabilities. Once his physical prowess improved, he was confident he could wield the Type 2 Thunder Revolver twice in quick succession, representing a notable increase in his strength. Having organized his thoughts, Zhou Ming decided not to linger any longer. He finished his drink and promptly exited the bustling hunter bar. As he stepped out into the frigid air, the cold wind hit him immediately, and he made his way toward the shops surrounding the Hunters Guild. Though the items sold in these shops could not compare to those in Treasure Street, their quality was assured, and counterfeit goods were absent. Most buyers were hunters from the guild, and those who dared to sell inferior products would have long been confronted by those hunters. They were not docile, ordinary folk. In an old shop, Zhou Ming spent over 300,000 Alliance coins on resources necessary for practicing the Beast King body, along with other supplies, before boarding the return tram to his residence. After this outing, his wealth had nearly halved, leaving him with only 70 to 80,000 Alliance coins. It could be said that in the pursuit of extraordinary power, wealth was also a vital resource. For ordinary individuals, unless endowed with exceptional talent, the financial demands of seeking the extraordinary would limit them for a lifetime. Upon the tram's arrival at his stop, Zhou Ming did not head straight home. Instead, he walked to a nearby newsstand to purchase a copy of the Qingshan Evening News. Having not visited the black market in some time, he intended to do so, as only the black market could provide specific information regarding the ruins in the northern wasteland. Chapter 81, Brothers in Adversity. Just endure, it will soon pass. In the living room of his residence, Zhou Ming resembled nothing more than an uncle luring a young girl. One hand grasped a syringe made of specialized alloy, while the other held a vial of ink, preparing to draw blood from his beast. Given the syringe's girth, thicker than the beast itself, he harbored concerns that a single draw might lead to its untimely demise. However, the beast, facing its master's actions, could only offer a pitiful gaze while enduring Zhou Ming's torment. In truth, this act of drawing blood from the beast was not an act of cruelty. He merely sought to cultivate the new martial arts technique, the Beast King body. The resources required for cultivating the Beast King body include the vital blood of ferocious beasts. In a bid to embody the spirit of frugality, Zhou Ming set his sights on his own tamed beast. As his first tamed creature, Mo Dai was naturally expected to lead by example. With the needle tip inserted between the scales of the serpent, Zhou Ming, offering words of comfort, gently pulled the syringe. Upon seeing that 1/3 of the syringe was filled with serpent blood, he refrained from drawing more. His intention was to utilize the blood of his tamed beast to practice the Beast King body, not to harm Mo Dai. He feared that further extraction might injure his companion. Here, take a Yuling wand, Zhou Ming said, noticing Mo Dai's listless demeanor. He retrieved a medicinal pill from a nearby vial and placed it in the serpent's mouth, a gesture of consolation. Rest assured, tomorrow it will be Zhu Yu's turn. I shall not neglect either of you mighty generals. Observing the pitiful look in Mo Dai's eyes, Zhou Ming smiled, as if to assure the serpent that it would not suffer alone in this endeavor. Perhaps motivated by the reward of the Yuling wand or the knowledge that Zhu Yu would undergo the same fate, Mo Dai suddenly perked up, coiling around Zhou Ming's left arm and hissing impatiently, urging him to hasten Zhu Yu's turn. Ha ha, you little rascal. You truly cannot bear to see your fellow serpent endure alone. After teasing Mo Dai for a moment, Zhou Ming left his tamed beast to rest on the sofa while he took the syringe to his bedroom. Zhou Ming's bedroom served multiple purposes. It was not only a place for slumber but also a study, a meditation space, and now, a makeshift laboratory. Fortunately, the ample space allowed him to experiment freely. In addition to purchasing resources for practicing the Beast King body from shops near the Hunters Guild, he had acquired various instruments for his experiments, including the alloy syringe he had just used. Though the equipment was limited, it sufficed for Zhou Ming's needs, as he was merely concocting the simple solutions required for the Beast King body rather than crafting complex potions. The manual for the Beast King body detailed specific parameters and procedures, making the creation of the necessary solutions a straightforward task for Zhou Ming. Moments later, a vial of crimson liquid appeared in his hands, the primary ingredient being mo-dye serpent blood, with other materials serving as supplements. The intended effect was to enable the practitioner to absorb the bloodline genes of ferocious beasts, thereby enhancing the physicality of the martial artist. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of concern gazing at the vivid red liquid. However, recalling his multiple confirmations that the new martial arts could indeed be practiced, and understanding the drawbacks as described by the vendor, he chose not to hesitate any longer. He downed the concoction as one would savor fine wine. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of heat within his body, accompanied by a wave of agitation in his mind. Following the method to counter the flaws of the new martial arts, he exerted his mental strength to suppress the tumultuous emotions and began practicing the techniques outlined in the Beast King body manual. Thanks to his foundational training in the Python martial arts, Zhou Ming was able to comprehend the techniques for channeling energy without the need for external guidance. Shortly after consuming the elixir, his skin flushed a deep red, as if steam were rising from the surface. Enduring the internal heat, Zhou Ming gradually began to punch in the vacant space of his bedroom, continuously absorbing the bloodline genetic power from the serpent's blood. After more than an hour of relentless practice, the heat in his body and the chaos in his mind began to dissipate. With a sudden movement, Zhou Ming unleashed a punch into the air, producing a dull thud that resonated through the atmosphere. He was astonished by the rapid efficacy of the new martial arts. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body, Zhou Ming marveled at the speed with which he was enhancing his martial prowess through the ferocious beast's genes. Yet, reflecting on the resources required for this practice and the negative effects he had just experienced, he understood why the new martial arts remained largely unpursued. Ordinary individuals, lacking sufficient funds, were reluctant to gamble their lives, while those with wealth had the means to practice but were disinclined to risk their sanity. The substantial risks and investments in energy and resources could be better allocated toward acquiring a firearm and advanced combat gear. After all, achieving a level of power that could render firearms obsolete would necessitate reaching the professional tier of beast tamers, rendering the new martial arts unnecessary. Perhaps only a select few with ironclad resolve could truly harness the strength of the new martial arts. Zhou Ming's motivation for practicing stemmed not only from the challenge of enhancing his abilities through his tamed beasts, but also from the realization that his mental strength had reached its zenith. Without ascending to the professional tier of beast tamers, he could not further augment his mental prowess. Rather than stagnate, he found it more advantageous to pursue the new martial arts. After all, as his rank as a beast tamer increased, he could always pause his practice of the Beast King body. Furthermore, Zhou Ming's exploration of the new martial arts and his use of his tamed beast's blood was driven by an instinctual feeling that he could not yet articulate. Having sensed a roughly 10% enhancement in his physical attributes after his initial practice of the Beast King body, Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction. As was his custom, he proceeded to the bathroom for a hot soak, a habit he had cultivated during his time at the Python Martial Arts Academy. After each training session, he indulged in a medicinal bath, now a cherished ritual of relaxation. Immersing his weary body in the hot water, he experienced an indescribable wave of comfort. In the ensuing days, while awaiting the opening of the black market, Zhou Ming dedicated himself to refining the Beast King body, all the while maintaining his training in the Python martial arts. The Beast King body merely enhanced physical capabilities. Mastery over the body still required the foundation provided by the Python martial arts. For instance, effectively wielding the Type 2 Thunder revolver demanded not only formidable physical strength, but also the technique to manage its powerful recoil. Otherwise, even if one managed to fire it, hitting a target would prove exceedingly difficult. This predicament was reflected in the earlier misunderstanding by the Scorpion Lion, who mistook Zhou Ming for a gunfighter. Raw strength alone could not command a weapon renowned for its close-quarters prowess. Zhou Ming did not forget his commitment to mo-dye. The following day marked Zhu Yu's turn to undergo the syringe extraction. The two unfortunate serpents had fallen from the joys of their previous lives into a state of wretchedness, yet Zhou Ming ensured they received Yuling Wan after each session. Otherwise, they would have remained in a state of blood loss. Recently, however, the two serpents had begun to regard Zhou Ming with altered gazes. Had it not been for the Yuling Wan and the constraints of their spiritual seeds, they might have retaliated with venomous bites and a swift strike of their tails. Chapter 82, Journey to the Black Market. It appears my instincts were correct. Clad in a bathrobe, Zhou Ming stood before the bathroom mirror, scrutinizing his own eyes. At that moment, he had not donned colored contacts. Instead, he revealed his serpent pupils. Since consuming the serpent saliva fruit, his eyes had undergone a transformation. evolving from the ability to control hundreds of iron wire snakes in the green mist jungle to now practicing the Beast King body using the blood of Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. His serpent pupils had experienced significant changes. Initially, he could only describe it as possessing serpent-like eyes. During his arena debut, they bore a resemblance to true serpent pupils. But now, his eyes had nearly transformed entirely. The predominant hue of his serpent pupils was a dark golden color, and upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate golden patterns encircling the irises. If the path of the shepherd proved unattainable, it seemed he would have to rely on the unexpected gift of his serpent pupils. Zhou Ming had never relinquished his desire to ascend to the professional tier of beast tamers, for his unique circumstances had compelled him to consider his future development. His earlier experiments with Mo Dai and Zhu Yu's blood and the acquisition of the new martial arts for the Beast King body had ignited a notion within him. If he were to undergo a normal transition but found himself unable to use his unique spiritual seed, how then would he resolve the challenges posed by his situation? Unlike the Blue Star, Zhou Ming's previous life existed in an era of information overload. Though lacking extraordinary powers, the allure of the extraordinary permeated various novels, films, and animations. Considering the realities of this world and the knowledge that Zhou Ming has acquired, it is evident that some fantasies are mere fabrications, while others possess a semblance of truth and may even align with his current circumstances. Moreover, certain knowledge and materials indeed exist within this world. Although Zhou Ming's pursuit of a new profession may seem somewhat ludicrous, vocations such as Beast Tamer and Beast Knight originated from similar notions. Aware of his own abilities, Zhou Ming remains grounded in reality, as the concepts he envisions are already subjects of research within this world, with foundational elements already established. His immediate task is to embark on this venture, albeit with the understanding that the risks are his to bear. After all, his desire to conduct dark experiments lacks any suitable subjects akin to his situation. Gazing into the mirror at his serpentine pupils, Zhou Ming dons a pair of decorative contact lenses. He will only commence his plans if he determines that he cannot transition through conventional means. Presently, his primary objective remains to enhance his beast mastery and subsequently acquire the means for a vocational transition. The challenges of forging a new path are daunting. Even if he successfully attains the rank of Beast Tamer, he will still face the hurdles of becoming a transcendent master and a legendary sage. With no precedents to guide him, Zhou Ming can only serve as his own experimental subject, and the risks are as perilous as walking a tightrope. Such thoughts are too daunting for Zhou Ming to dwell upon, as he fears the prospect of surrendering. If a well-paved path were available, who would willingly traverse a treacherous and arduous road? He must momentarily set aside his inner concerns, for he has other matters to attend to. This evening marks the time for the monthly black market opening, as announced by the Qinshan Evening News. And Zhou Ming intends to gather intelligence regarding the bases that have emerged in the North Wilderness. News of the base that has recently surfaced from underground has spread throughout the Qinshan base, and Zhou Ming sees no need to verify its authenticity. His task now is to ascertain whether the base contains the items he requires. After dressing and equipping himself with a belt and a crimson jade, Zhou Ming sets off, backpack in tow, towards the southern part of the city under the cover of night. Most of the factories supplying daily necessities within the Qinshan base are located in the south, which houses a significant portion of the lower-class populace. Although the security environment here is relatively poor compared to other districts, the presence of abandoned factories makes it an ideal location for the black market. As Zhou Ming is aware, the majority of black markets tend to operate in the southern region, rarely venturing into other districts. He surmises that the black market's proprietors likely maintain some connections with the higher-ups in the south, as such illicit dealings can only thrive in less prosperous areas. Before long, Zhou Ming halts his vehicle a mile or two from the black market, opting to proceed on foot to avoid revealing his presence. Under the dim glow of a streetlight, he approaches the vicinity of an abandoned factory, where this particular black market has chosen not to utilize the underground garage. Standing in the shadow of a large tree, a swarm of iron snakes surges from Zhou Ming's side, swiftly dispersing under his command. The serpents quickly conceal themselves in the corners of the derelict factory, establishing a radar perception field. Zhou Ming prioritizes his safety, knowing that he cannot place his well-being in the hands of others. After a brief reconnaissance, and noting no anomalies in the surroundings, he dons a mask and a baseball cap, then cautiously strides towards the factory's entrance. He harbors no concerns for the dispersed iron snakes, as their diminutive size and lack of ferocity make them unlikely to attract attention. Moreover, snakes are naturally adept at remaining hidden. Indeed, sometimes possessing lesser strength can serve as an advantage, rendering them less detectable. Furthermore, having reached the limits of his mental capacity, Zhou Ming can now control his beasts from a distance twice as far, extending up to a kilometer. If he positions himself at the center, The radar perception field can currently encompass a circular area of about 2 kilometers. The spacing among the snakes is also considerable, allowing ample time for the others to react should one of them encounter trouble. Knock, knock, knock. Tapping the secret signal, Zhou Ming rapped on the door before him, greeted by the same middle-aged man with a burly face. After confirming the signal, Zhou Ming entered the factory. Noticing the familiar presence of several guards wielding Storm Series rifles behind the door, he exchanged no further words, following the man who received him into the factory. As before, he paid the requisite fee to enter the black market, successfully gaining access. It is no wonder this location was chosen, compared to previous visits. The number of patrons at the black market had noticeably increased, likely a consequence of the happenings at the North Wilderness base. This time, the atmosphere was particularly lively, filled with a cacophony of voices, predominantly discussing the aforementioned base. Fortunately, all the windows were securely sealed, or else it would have drawn undue attention under the cover of night. Zhou Ming refrained from further musings, as his purpose for visiting the black market was not to procure resources, but rather to acquire information. Upon entering the factory and surveying the scene, Zhou Ming made his way directly into the throng of people. Having visited the black market on several occasions, he was aware that information trading was a prevalent business there. In a corner, he spotted a 2-meter-high black tent, flanked by 2 masked hulks at its entrance, precisely the place he sought. Chapter 83, Purchasing Information. I wish to procure information, Zhou Ming stated, his voice low and muffled by his mask. Please wait a moment. One of the masked guards at the tent's entrance scrutinized Zhou Ming briefly before gesturing for him to wait. Zhou Ming nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that someone would soon come out to purchase information. Shortly thereafter, 2 masked individuals emerged from the tent, casting a cursory glance at Zhou Ming before silently moving on. You may enter now, came the guard's voice. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhou Ming turned and ducked beneath the tent's entrance. Inside, a dim incandescent light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a figure cloaked in black, exuding an air of mystery. Customer, what do you seek? The cloaked individual inquired in a raspy voice, noting Zhou Ming's silence. I require information on the relic located in the North Wilderness. How many Alliance coins will it cost? Now that he was here, Zhou Ming felt little reason to hesitate, directly stating his needs. Certainly, I have 3 tiers of information available, each at different prices. The first tier is 30,000 Alliance coins. The second tier is 100,000 Alliance coins, and the third tier is 300,000 Alliance coins. Upon hearing the pricing structure, Zhou Ming was somewhat perplexed. The disparity between the first and third tiers was a staggering tenfold. What accounts for such a significant difference in information? What exactly distinguishes them? Although Zhou Ming's current wealth was sufficient to afford the third tier's information, he still sought clarity on the distinctions. The cloaked figure, evidently accustomed to inquiries from numerous patrons, began to explain with practiced ease. The first tier primarily details the location of the relic and provides a general overview. The second tier, in addition to the above, includes information on the large dimensional rifts near the relic, as well as the dangers lurking around the site. As for the third tier, it encompasses all the aforementioned details along with a structural diagram of the relic, documenting important resources concealed within. This is currently the most comprehensive account available. Having absorbed the succinct explanation, Zhou Ming grasped the differences between each tier of information. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first ascertain whether the relic contained the materials he sought. Otherwise, purchasing the information could lead him to a mere research facility, a situation he was keen to avoid. He had no desire to relive the unfortunate events that transpired at the marketplace. I wish to confirm whether the relic holds any documentation regarding vocational transitions or records of research related to them. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's inquiry, the cloaked figure seated on the ground raised his gaze to scrutinize him. The individual's visage was shrouded in black cloth, revealing only his slightly squinted eyes. This information can be imparted to you free of charge. That relic is indeed the original base for researching class transitions and enhancing the prowess of beastmasters. Upon receiving this response, Zhou Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he understood that this free offering was primarily a tactic to entice him into purchasing further intelligence, he harbored no doubts about the integrity of the information provided. The organization had long been engaged in the trade of intelligence on the black market, and he had yet to hear of any falsehoods disseminated by them. I would like the third tier of information, Zhou Ming declared. Aware that there were valuable items he sought, he refrained from being frugal. The upcoming expedition to the northern wasteland would undoubtedly attract numerous factions, and the relic itself was fraught with peril. He had no desire to gamble with his life. This is a memory card containing the third tier of information. You may access its contents using any computer. Accepting the memory card handed to him, Zhou Ming promptly produced his gold card and paid the 30,000 in information fees. Excuse me, sir? The cloaked figure called out just as Zhou Ming was about to turn away. Is there something you wish to convey? Zhou Ming turned, eyeing the figure's actions with caution. Although he sensed no malice, he remained vigilant. I merely wish to advise you. How you utilize the information is your affair. We only hope you refrain from selling it. And the consequences? Zhou Ming inquired. The figure did not elaborate on the repercussions, simply indicating that those who had previously attempted such actions no longer existed. I understand, Zhou Ming replied before parting the tent's curtain and exiting, as he could not leave the black market prematurely. Zhou Ming wandered among the various stalls without any intention of making purchases. He had already acquired firearms during the execution of the Gu-H mission. He had disposed of the weaponry he had used, shortly thereafter purchasing 2 handguns, a Type 2 Thunder revolver and a Type 1 Bloodhunter standard pistol, both of which he had grown accustomed to. He had no plans to acquire additional resources, as his mental capacity had reached its limits, rendering meditation unnecessary for the time being. The resources required for MDI and ZHY were of little use to him. The better ones were also beyond his current means. With the acquisition of intelligence, he was left with approximately 500,000 Alliance coins. Additionally, he still had several books on beast mastery at his residence that he had yet to finish, making further expenditures unnecessary. Moreover, he estimated that he would need to set aside a considerable amount of funds for necessary supplies before embarking on his journey to the northern wasteland. Thus, over the next 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Ming merely strolled about, broadening his horizons. After all, the black market was replete with peculiar items. As the sound of the gong signaled the impending closure of the market, Zhou Ming made his exit without lingering further. The journey home was relatively uneventful. Devoid of any troublemakers, perhaps they deemed him too impoverished to bother. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Ming promptly examined the intelligence contained within the memory card. Half-orc? Naturally. He was keenly interested in the information regarding class transitions and swiftly located the relevant details. The intelligence revealed that the relic in the northern wasteland was primarily focused on research concerning the integration of beast masters with their beasts. Zhou Ming was reminded of the term Jin Zhu Li, hinting at a potential evolution of this path. Ultimately, the base's research aimed to refine beasts into the very essence of one's bloodline, thereby liberating oneself entirely from their constraints. The intelligence also elucidated why the base had severed ties with the Alliance. It was speculated that an experiment had gone awry, yielding a terrifying outcome that led to the annihilation of the entire base. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. In their quest for extraordinary power, humanity had once acted with reckless abandon. Compounding this were the failures of the Doomsday satellite, which rendered it incapable of locating such bases, alongside the nascent strength of the Alliance that hindered timely communications due to the presence of ferocious beasts. Thus, the disappearance of such establishments from history was not uncommon. Chapter 84. Comprehensive Preparations. This intelligence was remarkably thorough, and Zhou Ming felt he had not been deceived. His expenditure was indeed worthwhile. However, he was acutely aware of the significant trouble ahead. The allure of this relic was undeniable, suggesting that it could potentially facilitate ascension to legendary status. While the probability of success was low, the sheer possibility was enough to attract numerous ambitious individuals. At the very least, the upcoming expedition to the northern wasteland would undoubtedly draw various factions from the Alliance's northern territories. Zhou Ming had never considered himself a fated hero, effortlessly stumbling upon the opportunities he desired. He was certain that this exploration of the relic would see the emergence of professional-level beastmasters, and perhaps even extraordinary grandmasters might make an appearance, albeit with a low likelihood. As he contemplated the hidden dangers, a sudden headache gripped him, prompting him to massage his temples. Given his nature, he was reluctant to involve himself in such risky endeavors, yet he knew he must prepare accordingly. Furthermore, the research framework of the relic bore similarities to the contingency plans he had devised for himself, presenting a unique avenue for Zhou Ming to access advanced knowledge. After much contemplation, he could not devise a solution. This issue transcended mere cunning and demanded overwhelming strength, rendering any schemes futile. It seemed his only recourse was to rely on fortune. With his eyes shut tight, Zhou Ming abruptly lifted his gaze to the computer screen. He intended to follow the crowd during the Northern Wasteland expedition in the spring, seeking opportunities to glean insights without drawing attention. Failing that, he aimed to ascertain who might seize the relic's information, ensuring he would have a target for future calculations. This conclusion was a reluctant concession born from the pressing circumstances. In the face of the Qin family, the Hunters Guild, and the professional beastmasters he would encounter in the Northern Wasteland, as well as myriad factions, Zhou Ming felt compelled to adopt this strategy. A powerless outcry was merely the lament of the weak. He understood reality all too well. Having made his decision, Zhou Ming did not immediately shut down his computer, but instead continued to scrutinize each piece of intelligence, meticulously analyzing the significance and uncovering the underlying value of each detail. After all, one could never predict how this information might aid him during his journey to the northern wasteland. It might even save his life. Upon returning from the black market, Zhou Ming once again fell into the routine of an introverted scholar. Aside from procuring essential living supplies, his primary focus was on practicing the Beast King body and the Python martial arts. He did not neglect MD, I, and ZHY. In addition to periodically extracting their blood, he also made time to train them. Since both snakes had undergone blood extraction, he moderated the intensity of their training. Should any issues arise with MD, I, or ZHY, even wealth would be insufficient to restore his strength. After all, acquiring a ferocious beast required nurturing from mutated animals, with spiritual materials being essential resources. In addition to enhancing his own and his beast's capabilities during moments of respite, Zhou Ming dedicated himself to gathering information about the northern wasteland. He forced himself to memorize every detail regarding the geography, ferocious beasts, and weather conditions of the region. He was unwilling to overlook any aspect, for life is singular. Although he had been reborn once, it did not guarantee another chance. His guiding principle had always been to make thorough preparations before every undertaking. As time passed, the day of Xiao Yun's birthday arrived once more. At her request, this year's celebration was modest, spent quietly with family and friends in their new home. Due to the early advice from Xiao Yun, Zhou Ming did not purchase particularly extravagant gifts this time. Instead, he acquired a simple set of skincare products to present to her. Curiously, Xiao Yun inquired about the date of Zhou Ming's birthday, but he merely smiled faintly and refrained from disclosing it. To him, being solitary made birthdays insignificant. Even a waste of time, he would find more comfort in a warm bath. Observing Zhou Ming's reaction, Xiao Yun did not press further, perhaps believing he was reluctant to discuss such matters due to his orphaned background, and instead, she spoke of herself. She shared the changes in the Xiao family due to Xiao Lei and her own troubles, her face unwittingly revealing a fatigued demeanor, which contrasted sharply with her preference for a tranquil life. As a friend and younger brother to Xiao Yun, Zhou Ming could only serve as a competent listener, understanding that some burdens must be borne alone by her. After Xiao Yun's birthday festivities concluded, Zhou Ming returned to his reclusive lifestyle. However, he was acutely aware that this peaceful existence would soon come to an end, as the conclusion of winter heralded the commencement of his expedition to the northern wasteland. Ding! The announcement at the northern city gate echoed, urging passengers to disembark. The familiar sound of the tram's signal reminded him how swiftly time had passed. Over a year had elapsed. He reflected on his departure from the Qinshan base clad in the simplest of jackets, gathering resources for his journey as a beastmaster, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for his earlier impetuousness. Yet, without that recklessness, he would not have progressed so swiftly. Perhaps he would still be exterminating rats in the sewers of Qinshan. As Zhou Ming pondered, the tram emptied, filled with hunters preparing to leave the Qinshan base, all likely aiming for the newly emerged base in the northern wasteland. The lure of wealth draws men to peril. And while none were oblivious to the dangers of the northern wasteland expedition, each pursued their own ambitions, Zhou Ming included. Once alone in the tram, he slung his backpack filled with pre-purchased supplies over his shoulder and stepped outside. Compared to his last visit, the northern city gate buzzed with activity. Virtually all the hunters from the Qinshan base were present. Among the throngs, salespeople from various arms companies weaved through the crowd, eager to capitalize on the impending expedition to the northern wasteland. Having previously purchased firearms, Zhou Ming did not acquire any additional weapons, but did procure ammunition for a batch of Type 2 Thunder revolvers and Type 1 Bloodhunter handguns, along with smoke grenades and high-explosive grenades. After completing his final preparations, he began to wait at the city gate. Half an hour later, a resounding announcement rang out. The gates were opening. The previously cacophonous city gate fell silent, only to erupt into an even greater clamor. Amidst the lively crowd, Zhou Ming walked steadily towards the base, blending into the procession. Chapter 85, Watching in Silence. In early spring, the air still held a slight chill. As he stepped out from the Qinshan base's city gate, the brisk northern wind greeted him. Beyond the walls, the fields of the safe zone stretched for miles, where dozens of agricultural machines were busily engaged in spring plowing under the auspices of the Qinshan base government. However, this serene scene held no allure for the hunters racing toward the northern wasteland. Some factions had already set out for the northern wasteland as winter waned, and many of these hunters had traveled from southern bases, making them 2 days late in their departure. As soon as they exited the city gates, numerous hunters employed various means to hasten their journey to the northern wasteland: off-road armored vehicles, rugged motorcycles, and summoned beasts as mounts, all vying to reach their destination first. Zhou Ming, however, appeared somewhat out of place, ambling along with his black backpack, seemingly unconcerned about missing out on the spoils. With a firm understanding of his own abilities, he recognized his role in this expedition, a vulture, scavenging the remnants left by the powerful. If he could find a bargain, it would be even better. Perhaps. Upon realizing the allure of the ruins, he understood that his chances were slim, yet his unwillingness to give up urged him to try. For sometimes luck is the deciding factor between success and failure. With limited funds, it was time to begin amassing resources to cultivate his Mo Dai and Zhuyu. Considering several factors, Zhou Ming set out for the northern wasteland with a spirit of experimentation, hoping to glean whatever benefits he could from the chaos. Otherwise, as he self-deprecatingly remarked, he would soon be unable to afford a meal. While on the road, Zhou Ming recalled the intelligence regarding the northern wasteland. The northern wasteland, situated north of the Blue Star Alliance, spans a vast area even larger than the endless forest, predominantly comprised of grasslands, deserts, and permafrost. The environment becomes increasingly harsh the further north one travels, culminating in the polar ice fields, eternally blanketed in white. Such an expansive territory naturally harbors beast kings. Yet in comparison to the endless forest, only 2 beast kings reside in the far north. Fortunately, the ruins that had recently emerged were located near the grasslands of the Blue Star Alliance, sparing Zhou Ming the peril of attracting these 2 formidable creatures. Otherwise, he would rather forfeit than court death. As Zhou Ming embarked on his solitary journey to the northern wasteland, several figures trailed him from a distance, likely waiting for the opportune moment to strike once he left the safety of the zone. This fool thought he could escape to the northern wasteland, almost making me return to the base to find him, one bald, burly man cursed, observing Zhou Ming through binoculars. This man was Shirley, who had previously sparred with Zhou Ming. His robust voice indicated he had fully recovered over the past 2 to 3 months. This time, if I catch him, I will ensure he suffers 1,000 cuts, Shirley vowed, harboring a grudge over his previous defeat, where the psychological impact had been more painful than physical wounds. With the death of his own lion tiger beast, he had to expend his savings to acquire a new one. I must ensure Zhou Ming's corpse remains intact, especially his head, spoke Hu Peng, who had been killed by Zhou Ming, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he watched Zhou Ming's retreating figure. Why is that? Inquired a short yet robust man, his hands nearly reaching his knees, who had also participated in the arena matches. He was Zhou Ming. Since the 3 of you are willing to leave Xi and Hui to join me, I shall no longer hide the truth, Hu Peng replied, detailing Zhou Ming's snake eyes displayed during their arena battle to Shirley and the others. Boss, are we capturing Zhou Ming solely for his snake eyes? Since he killed my golden-eyed snake, I naturally seek to reclaim my loss. Those research institutions or underground factions studying genetics would undoubtedly pay handsomely for Zhou Ming's abilities. This is why I did not inform Xi and Hui Construction Group or their affiliated powers. They were unwilling to assist me in acquiring a beast of the same caliber as the golden-eyed snake, so I must retrieve my loss myself. Upon hearing Hu Peng's explanation, they understood why. After being abandoned by Xi and Hui, he had not succumbed to despair. Instead, he had healed his mental wounds and used his entire savings to buy a lightning weasel as his new beast, preparing for a confrontation with Zhou Ming. Hu Peng originally planned to confront Zhou Ming directly once he regained his strength. But the emergence of the Doomsday ruins in the northern wasteland led him to suspect Zhou Ming would also go, prompting him to wait at the city gate. After Zhou Ming departed from the base, they would take action, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur. If they acted within the base and failed to neutralize Zhou Ming promptly, they might attract the attention of the Public Security Bureau. Boss, are you implying that this individual is particularly valuable? Upon hearing of the potential monetary gain, De Jong showed signs of excitement, as who wouldn't desire to prosper alongside their leader. The power emanating from those serpent-like eyes was undoubtedly worth no less than 100 million alliance coins, and capturing him alive would only increase that value. As Hu Peng recalled the terrifying pressure exuded by Zhou Ming's serpent eyes in the arena, he realized the truth of his statements. Otherwise, he would not have concealed this information. His willingness to share with Shirley and the others stemmed not only from their loyalty during his downfall, but also from his ambition to amass substantial wealth and establish his own power base. He finally grasped the wisdom of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix. Shirley and his companions were the foundation upon which he would build his influence. He feared that if he continued to withhold information, there was a risk that after they struck, they might inadvertently damage Zhou Ming's serpent eyes, rendering their efforts futile. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million, the breaths of the other 3 grew noticeably heavier. Boss, shall we act now? The prospect of vengeance coupled with profit was too enticing for Shirley to resist. No, it is currently the spring sowing season, and the city defense patrols have significantly increased. Acting now would invite trouble. Zhou Ming is undoubtedly headed to the northern wasteland. We need not worry about losing track of him. We will wait until he exits the safe zone before seeking our opportunity, ideally to capture him alive. The three men nodded in agreement, finding Hu Peng's reasoning sound. Let us proceed. As Hu Peng observed Zhou Ming's figure disappearing through the telescope, he instructed the others to commence their actions. Although he was not overly concerned about losing Zhou Ming, he feared unforeseen circumstances. At present, Zhou Ming represented the initial capital for Hu Peng's rise, and he could not afford to be careless. Unbeknownst to the financially strapped Zhou Ming, he was akin to a human ATM, and had he heard the price Hu Peng mentioned, he might have contemplated selling himself. Chapter 86. Mutual schemes. As the golden sun dipped below the horizon, the luminescent moon began to grace the earth with its silvery light. It was evident that the moon was somewhat anxious today, fearing it might be late in making its appearance. Not long after departing from the safe zone, Zhou Ming, noticing the impending darkness, decided against further progress, as the dangers of the night wilderness far surpassed those of the day. Nestled beside a rock concealed by dense foliage, a swarm of iron thread snakes, slender as chopsticks and clad in dark gray scales, surged forth like a tide, swiftly slithering away into the shadows of the thicket. Zhou Ming summoned the serpents only at this juncture, primarily due to the expansive visibility of the safe zone and the patrols of the city defense forces. He wished to avoid revealing his peculiarities. This environment was opportune, providing both concealment from prying eyes and an early warning of approaching dangers. Although the iron thread snakes were agile and swift, dispersing them across a 1-kilometer radius would still require some time. Zhou Ming planned to thoroughly establish his radar perception domain before scanning for any hidden threats, which would also aid in determining a suitable location to camp. Are there still hunters about? Just as he focused on the radar perception domain, Zhou Ming spotted 4 white dots slowly advancing not far behind him. He had a clear understanding of the radar perception domain by now. White dots indicated humans, while red dots signified ferocious beasts, with the brightness and size of the dots representing the opponent's strength. Could it be members of the Qin family, or Hu Peng from the new Hui construction group? Based on his knowledge, these two factions had the highest likelihood of targeting him, especially Hu Peng and his associates. After he had obliterated their beast, their hatred would surely run deep, and with their mental strength restored and the ability to recontrol ferocious beasts, 2 to 3 months would suffice for them to regroup. Withdrawing his attention from the radar perception domain, Zhou Ming cast a grave glance backward, his mind racing to analyze the identities of the newcomers. He could not believe that they were merely passing hunters, as he had taken small paths to avoid ambushes. And those heading to the northern wasteland were likely seeking a share of the spoils from the ruins. How could they have set out later than him? After some contemplation, Zhou Ming resolved to confirm whether they were indeed targeting him. After all, with 4 individuals, engaging them would entail considerable risk. Abandoning his search for a campsite, he continued onward through the dense wilderness, accompanied by the iron thread snakes that provided vigilant protection. Boss, does this kid suspect us? It's almost dark, yet he hasn't stopped to camp. Glancing upwards, Shirley noted the fading sunlight, as dusk had nearly arrived. Seeing Zhou Ming still on the move caused him to question the situation. It was undeniable that any hunter who survived in the wilderness was more than they appeared. If a casual observer were to see Shirley, a burly man with a shaved head, they might mistakenly assume he was all brawn and no brains. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Hu Peng paused to reflect. With darkness enveloping the area and the dense forest creating a complex environment, should Zhou Ming become startled and flee indiscriminately, he might encounter a formidable beast, leading to complications. Map. De Jong promptly handed over the map he had on him to Hu Peng. Accepting the map, Hu Peng illuminated the terrain with a flashlight, analyzing the surrounding landscape. Following his route, they would inevitably pass through the returning wind pass. Even if Zhou Ming sensed someone behind him, he would likely not know who it was. We will boldly head towards the returning wind pass, making him believe we are merely hunters exploring the ruins in the northern wasteland. Once he arrives, we will preemptively block his escape route. My newly controlled lightning ferret will take care of his beast, while you all approach Zhou Ming under the guise of your own beasts, surrounding him. Once his beast is dead, capturing him will be a mere formality. The thought of the pain from mental backlash caused Hu Peng's eyes to twitch involuntarily. Perhaps he did not want to impose too strict a limitation, as unforeseen events could always arise. Thus, Hu Peng continued, in the event of extraordinary circumstances, we can return with his corpse, but do not damage his eyes. Understood. Hearing Hu Peng's detailed plan reassured the other 3 considerably. Subsequently, Hu Peng and his companions rode their beasts swiftly onward, displaying no fear of Zhou Ming discovering them. As if they were simply hunters passing through. Have they left? Did I miscalculate? Or do they have another plan? Through the radar perception domain, Zhou Ming realized that the group was hastily heading toward the northern wasteland, only 400 to 500 meters apart, a mere brush with one another. If only it were daytime. Zhou Ming could only discern their forms riding their beasts, unable to make out their features. However, knowing he possessed the radar perception domain, he felt no trepidation about potential ambushes. Once the group exited the coverage of the radar perception domain, Zhou Ming decided against proceeding further and prepared to rest for the night before setting out again. Utilizing the radar perception domain, Zhou Ming discovered a cave occupied by a mutated brown bear. The creature graciously offered him shelter and sustenance, and the entrance was suitable for starting a fire. With the snake swarm at his side, he felt secure against potential ambushes. To avoid waste and prevent attracting other predators with the scent of blood, Zhou Ming took a piece of bear meat and allocated it to the snake swarm for their meal. Of course, he did not neglect his primary combat beasts, Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. That night, under the vigilant protection of the snake swarm and the duo of Zhu Yu and Mo Dai, Zhou Ming passed the night peacefully, undisturbed by any unwelcome mutated animals or ferocious beasts. After all, the presence of Mo Dai and Zhu Yu was sufficient to deter most predators in the wilderness. In the early morning, the dense woods of early spring were still shrouded in thick white mist. The rising sun pierced through the heavy branches, casting beams of light upon the fog, imbuing the forest with an enchanting sense of mystery. However, for Zhou Ming, such beauty went unnoticed. As he focused instead on inspecting his firearms and ammunition after finishing breakfast, he was determined to eliminate any possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Ming had no desire to encounter equipment failure in a life-or-death situation. If that were to occur, he would be compelled to chastise himself before he could rest. Observing his surroundings, he deemed that grenades should be effective. So far, apart from mutated animals, he had not encountered any fierce beasts along his journey. If he was correct, the hunters heading to the Bei Huang Yuan had likely hunted the ferocious creatures along this route to extinction. A surge of humanity? Reflecting on the cause of this phenomenon, Zhou Ming quipped humorously. After all, it used to be only the beast tides that threatened the safety of the alliance. Who would have thought that human greed would lead to a surge of hunters, resulting in a harvest of fierce beasts? It was indeed reassuring to utilize grenades without concern. Zhou Ming clearly remembered the individuals from the previous night. He retrieved 2 high-explosive grenades from his backpack, placing them on one side before leaving the cave with a smile. This time, he had brought more than just one grenade. Chapter 87. Who was the prey? The sun shone brightly, and the morning dew had vanished from the jungle. A figure was weaving through the thicket, none other than Zhou Ming on foot. Since this path had already been cleared by others, coupled with the ferocious aura emanating from Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, no mutated animals dared to disturb him. With his exceptional physical prowess, the rugged mountain path did not hinder his pace. On the 3rd day after leaving the Qinshan base's safe zone, Zhou Ming arrived within 10 kilometers of the Bei Huang Yuan. If the group from the other night intended to ambush him, the Huifeng Kou would be the most opportune location. Standing on a cliff, he gazed into the distance, contemplating where the assailants from the previous night might strike. The area extending 100 kilometers north of the Qinshan base served as a buffer zone, and crossing the Huifeng Kou led to the vast expanse of the Bei Huang Yuan. If they did not strike here, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to locate him once he entered the vast grasslands, where roads were plentiful. As Zhou Ming prepared to set off, he checked his firearms, ensuring the magazine within reach at his waist contained the specialized bullets for the Lei Ting 2 revolver. The grenades and smoke bombs were secured on his chest. I hope I am merely overthinking, he mused, speaking softly to the Huifeng Kou before turning to descend the slope towards it. The Qin family, the Hunter Guild, and the high-ranking officials of Qinshan, along with their professional-grade beast tamers, were not adversaries Zhou Ming wished to provoke. Yet, he had not fallen so low as to be intimidated by mere apprentice hunters. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Ming harbored a pent-up frustration. If they truly sought trouble, it would provide an outlet for his emotions. Boss, do you really think that guy would take this route? There are more paths to the Bei Huang Yuan, inquired De Yong, anxious as he addressed Hu Peng amidst the dense woods. Rest assured, while other routes lead to the Bei Huang Yuan, they are fraught with low-tier beasts. If luck is against you, you might even encounter high-tier beasts. Unlike this path, which has been meticulously cleared by hunters, Hu Peng reassured him. Moreover, that fellow cannot ride his beast. He can only travel on foot, so a slower pace is to be expected. I estimate he will arrive at the Huifeng Kou today. Hearing Hu Peng's explanation, De Yong felt relieved, though he still harbored some discontent regarding Zhou Ming's sluggishness. That brat, lacking strength and amount, thinks he can reach the Bei Huang Yuan's base relic for a drink at such a slow pace? He will only end up eating dust. All right, let us set up the ambush as planned. My gunshot will be the signal. Hu Peng interrupted De Yong's complaints, instructing his subordinates to commence their preparations. Upon receiving the order, De Yong promptly silenced himself and joined Shirley and Zhu Ming in their actions as seasoned hunters. They immediately grew serious upon hearing the call to duty. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer away in a large tree, Zhou Ming surveyed Hu Peng and his group's movements through a high-powered telescope. I didn't expect it to actually be Hu Peng and his crew, he murmured softly, a hint of predictability in his tone. As he approached the Hui Feng Ko, Zhou Ming had deployed a swarm of snakes to form a radar-like perception field, and indeed, he discovered 4 bright white dots concealed within the Hui Feng Ko. The iron wire snake, being small and not a fierce beast, but merely a mutated creature, was adept at hiding among the dried leaves and crevices of rocks, easily going unnoticed. After all, mutated animals were commonplace in the wilderness, and under Zhou Ming's guidance, the iron wire snake intentionally concealed its presence and aura, making it unsurprising that Hu Peng and his companions failed to detect them. However, this also meant losing the advantage. Upon identifying the location of the group, Zhou Ming quickly took out the high-powered telescope he had purchased and climbed up a leafy tree to observe. He noticed the group clustered together, seemingly in discussion. Hu Peng and Shirlei, having lost their beasts in the previous tournament, had to retame new ones. Zhou Ming was unfamiliar with the specifics of their new beasts, so he decided to target Zhu Ming and He Yong first. He understood the principle that injuring 10 fingers was not as effective as severing one. With Hu Peng and his crew spreading out to encircle him, Zhou Ming was presented with the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. However, such an opportunity would only arise once. He had to choose his target wisely to ensure success, for if he did not achieve a decisive blow, the remaining 3 would undoubtedly react. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming resolved to eliminate He Yong first. He had witnessed He Yong's beast during the previous tournament, a rampaging lion. Although the rampaging lion was only mediocre among low-tier beasts, its capabilities were balanced, with the exception of its ability to enter a frenzied state, which doubled its strength for a short period but left it vulnerable afterward. In the wilderness, only a few rampaging lions could enter this state at will. Most could only trigger it when on the brink of death. However, beast tamers would typically undergo special training to ensure their rampaging lions could enter this frenzied state whenever necessary, significantly enhancing their power for a brief time. This was why rampaging lions had become a mainstream choice among beast tamers. Zhou Ming knew he had to neutralize the most dangerous foe, the rampaging lion, while he would have to devise a separate plan for Zhu Ming's diamond ape. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Ming descended from the tree, concealed his backpack, and retained only his firearms and ammunition. He then collected some vines and branches nearby, using the knowledge he had acquired from the Qinshan library to craft a makeshift camouflage outfit. Although the library did not house high-level texts, it had a wealth of foundational materials, and after dedicating a year to studying there, Zhou Ming had perused all the books related to beast taming. Crafting a camouflage outfit was not a challenge for him. Though the hastily made outfit appeared somewhat unsightly, it proved effective in concealing his presence. After donning the camouflage and applying a scent-dispelling agent, Zhou Ming advanced towards the location where He Yong was hiding. Utilizing the cover of trees, grass, and rocks, Zhou Ming crawled along the ground, moving with the grace of a giant python closing in on its prey. He Yong and Zhu Ming were positioned on either side of the valley leading into the Hui Feng Ko, while Shirlei and Hu Peng lay in ambush within the valley, poised like outstretched arms, waiting for Zhou Ming to enter. At which point He Yong and Zhu Ming would seal off his escape route. Zhou Ming's current path was directly towards the thicket on the left side of the valley where He Yong was concealed. Chapter 88. Every step carefully calculated. What has happened? Has there been an anomaly detected? Beneath the concealed thicket, He Yong observed his ferocious beast, the Kuangbao Shi, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, prompting him to establish a mental connection. Although the Kuangbao Shi could not articulate its feelings with precision, through this psychic link, He Yong discerned its instinctive awareness of impending danger. Ultimately, he chose to trust the intuition of his beast, as it was precisely this heightened alertness that had enabled him to survive in the wilderness and ultimately abandon his career as a hunter to join the Xinhui construction group. As He Yong prepared to signal Hu Peng, a gunshot rang out. From 30 meters away, in the underbrush, Zhou Ming, unable to approach any closer, aimed at He Yong and pulled the trigger. The Kuangbao Shi immediately sensed the source of danger and sprang forward, positioning itself protectively in front of He Yong. This time, Zhou Ming did not employ the Thunder Type 2 revolver, opting instead for the less powerful Blood Hunter Type 1 standard pistol, which would only leave a minor wound on the Kuangbao Shi. Reacting swiftly, He Yong recognized Zhou Ming's face and called out. Yet, this was not a moment for competition. It was a fight for survival. He Yong guided his beast to charge at Zhou Ming, while he himself concealed his presence to avoid being shot. Under normal circumstances, he would have retaliated as his beast attacked, but with the intention of capturing Zhou Ming alive, he aimed to ensnare Zhou Ming's beast with the Kuangbao Shi, buying time for his leader and others. Success in surrounding Zhou Ming would mean half the mission accomplished. As he anticipated, a black flash erupted from Zhou Ming's shoulder, entangling with the Quangbao Shi. It was Mo Dai, using its small size and agile speed to hinder the Quangbao Shi's advance. Observing the situation unfold as he had envisioned, He Daong smugly remarked on Zhou Ming's arrogance for not fleeing upon realizing they were still there. He recalled Zhou Ming's earlier bravado in the arena about a 3-strike challenge. Although capturing Zhou Ming would not provide the satisfaction of tormenting him, He Daong's lips curled into a sinister smile at the thought of the fate awaiting his adversary in captivity. A sharp sound sliced through the air near He Daong's ear, and before he could react, a brilliant red flash swept past his neck. The artery was severed, and blood gushed forth, choking him as a chilling weakness enveloped his body. He Daong could not even utter a word about another beast before his eyes dimmed, and he lost all vitality. Crumpled on the ground, he could no longer rise, and the once mighty Quangbao Shi, deprived of its master, had no chance to enter a berserk state, falling lifelessly alongside him. Hearing the gunfire, Zhou Ming, mounted on his King Kong ape, rushed toward He Daong's hiding spot, but he was too late. Sensing the danger, Zhou Ming raised his weapon to unleash a barrage, abandoning any thoughts of capturing Zhou Ming alive, while his King Kong ape roared and charged at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, come back! Hu Peng and Shi Lei followed closely behind, realizing Zhou Ming was losing his composure and urgently called for his retreat. From their earlier encounters, Hu Peng knew Zhou Ming was no ordinary beast master. His willingness to engage them indicated he had prepared for this confrontation. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a raging beast, a violent sound erupted from Zhou Ming's right hand before any of them could react. The sleek, silver barrel gleamed ominously, its caliber exceeding conventional standards, marking the source of righteous power. A specially crafted tungsten bullet erupted from the muzzle, hurtling toward the King Kong ape, which was still several meters away. A gaping wound appeared on the ape's abdomen, causing its body to topple backward as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Fear stemmed from insufficient firepower, yet Zhou Ming, wielding the Thunder Type 2 revolver, remained composed even as the ferocious beast approached. For he knew the power in his hands could quell the fears within him. Upon recognizing the weapon Zhou Ming was using, Hu Peng was struck with terror and quickly dropped to the ground. However, he retained enough clarity to lift his rifle and shoot at Zhou Ming. With the sound of gunfire, Shi Lei quickly joined in to suppress Zhou Ming. As hunters, they understood the power of the Thunder Type 2 revolver. Yet they also recognized its flaw. Its accuracy diminished significantly over distance, rendering it a weapon of close quarters. Without the option to deploy their beasts, they had no choice but to rely on their firearms against Zhou Ming. After dispatching the King Kong ape, Zhou Ming wasted no time in vacating the area, leaving only deep impressions in the dried leaves, having skillfully redirected the revolver's formidable recoil into the ground. This was the result of Zhou Ming's 2 months of rigorous martial training, mastering the art of force absorption and redirection, showcasing significant improvement in both physical capabilities and his martial prowess. He swiftly threw 2 smoke grenades, thick clouds of white smoke obscuring Hu Peng and Shi Lei's vision. Shi Lei, Hu Peng shouted, realizing they could no longer see their surroundings. Understanding Hu Peng's intent, Shi Lei prepared to draw a grenade to throw at Zhou Ming. However, Zhou Ming had anticipated their actions, utilizing the smoke cover to shield his own grenades. A more violent explosion resonated in the Echo Wind Valley, causing echoes to reverberate. Upon spotting the grenades hurtling from the smoke, Hu Peng and Shi Lei had no time to evade, forcing them to use their newly commanded beasts to absorb the blast. Although the grenades were powerful, as long as they were not struck directly, with their beasts providing cover, Zhou Ming's attack would not necessarily succeed. Yet as the grenades detonated, Zhou Ming seized the moment, sending Mo Dai and Zhu Yu to assault Hu Peng, the leader most likely to possess a hidden trump card. Zhou Ming's aim was to capitalize on the opportunity to eliminate Hu Peng swiftly, denying him any chance of a comeback. Hearing the anguished cries, Zhou Ming surged out of the smoke. Shandian Diao? Spotting the beast that had been taken out by Mo Dai and Zhu Yu, Zhou Ming realized that Hu Peng had come prepared. The Shandian Diao, measuring 2 meters in length, was swift and adept at hunting venomous snakes, boasting remarkable resistance to toxins. However, besides Mo Dai, Zhou Ming also had Zhu Yu, who excelled in speed and physical damage. Observing Hu Peng, now sprawled on the ground in agony, Zhou Ming felt his spirit falter, leaving him too drained to utter any threats. With a decisive shot, Zhou Ming employed the Blood Hunter Type 1 standard pistol to deliver a fatal blow to Hu Peng. After neutralizing Hu Peng, Zhou Ming turned his attention to Shi Lei, who had been unfortunate enough to be dazed by the grenade, his beast instinctively guarding him and failing to assist against Mo Dai and Zhu Yu. Chapter 89. Interrogation of Shi Lei. Jin Lizard? Zhou Ming was somewhat taken aback by the fierce beast guarding Shi Lei. He recalled that one of the hunters had also possessed a Jian lizard during their ambush in the green mist forest. What a twist of fate. Observing the 4-meter-long creature with its agile and sharp tail, Zhou Ming mused thoughtfully. The tail's agility and sharpness would not only allow it to contend with Mo Dai's nimbleness, but also demonstrated a commendable resistance to toxins, indicating Hu Peng had come thoroughly prepared. With the sound of the Thunder Type 2 revolver's chamber rotating, Zhou Ming aimed to personally deal with the Jian lizard. Given his current physical capabilities, he would only require a brief moment of rest before he could wield the Thunder Type 2 revolver once more. Upon witnessing Zhou Ming raise the Thunder Type 2 revolver in his hand, the Jian lizard before him became immediately agitated, sensing the aura of death. However, its instincts compelled it to remain by its master's side. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Zhou Ming pulled the trigger, resolutely alleviating the creature's internal conflict. The disoriented Shirley, upon realizing the demise of his beast, abruptly awakened from his stupor, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Hearing this vexatious sound, Zhou Ming swiftly stepped forward, rendering Shirley unconscious once more. The reason for sparing him was Zhou Ming's desire to ascertain the motives behind their ambush. If it were mere vengeance, they would have acted the previous night. There was no need to wait until now. Zhou Ming was determined to eliminate potential threats by discerning Hu Peng and his associates' intentions. Carrying Shirley's unconscious form, Zhou Ming ventured into the nearby thicket, a desolate area created by the explosion of a grenade, ideal for a sniper's ambush. Though he surmised that no one was around, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Having previously been ensnared by a sniper's trap and unwilling to undergo a second experience. After Zhou Ming departed, a swarm of iron wire snakes arrived, commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. Having labored for 2 days, it was time to reward his serpentine companions, for 4 fierce beasts lay before them, ready to be consumed. In a nearby cave, Zhou Ming discarded withered branches into the crackling bonfire, the burning twigs emitting sharp sounds intermittently. Shirley, traumatized by the loss of his beast and further incapacitated by Zhou Ming's strike, remained in a deep slumber. Observing this, Zhou Ming refrained from hastily awakening Shirley, aware that in his current state, he could succumb at any moment. Zhou Ming wished to extract vital information from him, not wanting him to perish prematurely. Initially intending to wait for Shirley to awaken naturally, Zhou Ming grew impatient as time passed without any sign of recovery. Consequently, he sought a temporary refuge, utilizing his radar perception to locate a mutated tiger near the windward side, claiming its cave as his resting point. The unfortunate creature's flesh had been fed to the snake swarm, leaving only its hide, which Zhou Ming now used as a cushion. Noticing the fire's intensity wane, Zhou Ming ceased tossing more twigs into the flames and instead began to roast a piece of tiger meat he had set aside. He demonstrated remarkable patience, refusing to let Shirley's delay disrupt his journey to the northern wilderness. For him, whether he departed a day sooner or later bore little significance. The venture was merely a gamble. Lacking personal strength and a formidable backing, pursuing opportunities recklessly would be tantamount to courting death, even if he did not seize any fortune. Learning who acquired the relics within the base would still be a valuable gain. As the sizzling meat on the branch began to drip oil, Zhou Ming opened a plastic bottle, evenly sprinkling its contents over the meat. The seasoning, consisting of salt and other spices, soon released an enticing aroma. Pleased with his culinary skills, Zhou Ming turned to Shirley, inquiring, "Am I not correct, Shirley?" His mental acuity had reached its zenith, enhancing his perception, and he immediately sensed Shirley's awakening. After half a day of unconsciousness, Shirley finally stirred, drawn either by the savory scent of the roasted tiger meat or the calming of his tumultuous spirit. "Why do you not kill me?" he weakly asked, aware of his precarious situation. "I wish to understand the motives behind your ambush. I cannot believe it is merely for revenge." Zhou Ming did not conceal his intent, responding flatly while manipulating the tiger meat. "Ha ha, cough, cough." Shirley, upon hearing Zhou Ming's reply, intended to mock him, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing due to his injuries. "I presume you wish to taunt me, yet I offer you 2 choices. First, disclose your objectives, and I shall grant you a swift end, ensuring you feel no pain. Second," before he could finish, a surge of iron wire snakes converged around Shirley. "Should you continue to resist, I shall not waste any effort. I will simply let the snakes devour you alive." While uttering these words, Zhou Ming's attention remained fixated on the tiger meat, as if it were the utmost priority. "How can you command so many iron wire snakes? I see now, you utilize them as your eyes and ears, detecting our movements in advance." As an experienced hunter, Shirley quickly deduced the snake's purpose. Recognizing that in direct combat, these serpents might not even pierce through protective gear. "You have 1 minute to contemplate your fate. The timer begins now." Zhou Ming afforded Shirley no further discourse, granting him merely a minute to ponder. In the silence of the cave, The only sound was the sizzling of the meat as it dripped oil, akin to the ticking of a clock urging Shirley to make a decision. Observing Zhou Ming's calm demeanor, Shirley struggled to discern his emotions, while the meat's crackling intensified his agitation. Zhou Ming, your time is limited as well. Someone will seek vengeance for me, and your demise will be more harrowing than mine. The Xian Hui construction group has long been watching you. Leaving the Qinshan base is tantamount to signing your death warrant. Perhaps the area outside this cave is already surrounded. Uncertain whether to preserve his own life or instill fear in Zhou Ming, Shirley made wild claims. I know you wield control over such numerous iron wire snakes. You must harbor some secret. Hee, everyone will perceive you as prey. Noticing Zhou Ming's lack of reaction, Shirley's intent was to provoke him into a hasty response, deliberately insinuating that Zhou Ming's control over the snakes concealed deeper mysteries. Time is up. The calm yet unsettling voice resonated within the cave. As Zhou Ming's words fell, the iron wire snakes hissed and surged toward Shirley, appearing as famished creatures that had just encountered a feast. Ah, Zhou Ming, how dare you? Shirley was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but the relentless fangs of the snakes pierced his body, robbing him of the strength to continue his tirade and forcing forth a cacophony of agonizing wails. Stripped of his combat suit, Shirley was rendered powerless to resist as the backlash of his spirit left him incapacitated. Lying there, he was akin to meat on a chopping block, mercilessly torn apart by the serpentine horde. Under Zhou Ming's command, the snakes refrained from using venom, relying solely on their fangs to shred Shirley's flesh. Although diminutive in size, these mutated serpents, when acting in unison, could inflict considerable damage, akin to a slow execution. Unperturbed by Shirley's cries of anguish, Zhou Ming simply placed the roasted tiger meat to his lips, seemingly satisfied with his evening repast. Shirley, should you find it unbearable, do let me know. It's still early, and given the snake's appetite, it may take several hours for them to consume you entirely. Oh, by the way, as he concluded, Zhou Ming appeared to recall something. I have a healing potion here, originally meant for self-preservation. Seeing you in such agony, I shall administer it shortly. Holding a glass tube, Zhou Ming waved it in front of Shirley a couple of times before putting it away. Whether it contained a healing potion was of little consequence. This was merely a psychological ploy to exert pressure on Shirley. Damn it, Zhou Ming, you bastard. May your entire family suffer a miserable fate. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, Shirley, enduring immense pain, cursed him once more, only to succumb again to anguished cries. Do as you wish, if you can withstand it. I remain indifferent to your insults. Noting Shirley's stubbornness, Zhou Ming ceased further conversation, as excessive words would only provoke Shirley to persist in his defiance. As the roasted tiger meat cooled in his hand, Zhou Ming leisurely indulged in the delectable dish. Minutes later, having finished the meat, Shirley lay on the ground, devoid of strength to utter any sound, awaiting the serpents to devour him. I told you it wouldn't be so easy for you to die. It seems I must waste a potion on you, but it is not in vain to administer it to a tough man. Picking up a vial, Zhou Ming approached Shirley, and the surrounding iron snakes immediately parted to grant their master passage. At that moment, Shirley's body was a gruesome sight, drenched in blood, with flesh entangled in his garments. Yet, he clung to life, for the iron snakes, lacking venom, could only inflict flesh wounds with their fangs. Come now, drink this potion. You should be able to endure until morning, at which point I can set forth once more. With that, he attempted to pry open Shirley's mouth to administer the potion. You are a devil. No, this is your own choice. Zhou Ming replied coolly upon hearing Shirley's feeble protest. Just as he was about to pour the potion into Shirley's mouth, Shirley finally broke down. He questioned the purpose of his continued resistance, as Zhou Ming seemed utterly unconcerned. I said. This exclamation escaped Shirley's lips as the vial approached. Desperate and strained. Alas, it would have been better to have said this earlier. Let everyone suffer. This statement nearly rendered Shirley breathless. Suffer? You just indulged in meat. Noticing Zhou Ming had yet to retract the potion, Shirley refrained from further delay and revealed Hu Peng's intentions. Moments later, a gunshot echoed through the cave. Zhou Ming remained true to his word, allowing Shirley to depart painlessly before dragging his body out of the cave, leaving the mutated creatures of the wilderness to dispose of the remains. I never anticipated my eyes would be so valuable. Shall I have them extracted for others? Realizing Hu Peng and the others' motives, Zhou Ming recalled a certain anime from his past life concerning the extraction of eyes. He then pondered the lack of guidance for Hu Peng's actions and the absence of rumors about his serpentine pupils, alleviating his concerns. However, regarding his own serpentine pupils, Zhou Ming understood that he must exercise caution in their use. While he suspected the existence of human experimentation in this world, he had not anticipated the emergence of an underground industry. Yet, upon reflection, Zhou Ming recognized that such circumstances were not particularly unusual. The The 4 mainstream job transitions were not accessible to everyone, and success depended on compatibility. If the compatibility was too low, one could not successfully advance to the profession of Beastmaster. Consequently, a segment of individuals resorted to flawed transitional systems to attain the rank of professional Beastmaster. Those Beastmasters utilizing these incomplete systems, if they wished to continue advancing, would have to find ways to enhance their transitional frameworks, with human experimentation being one such method. The Alliance sternly cracked down on such practices, pledging to investigate any discoveries thoroughly. The rationale was simple: to ensure the stability of the Alliance. Maintaining public confidence and averting panic was crucial, as was safeguarding the vested interests of the 4 major systems, while preventing any profession capable of achieving legendary status from falling into private hands, thus ensuring the monopoly of high-tier military power within the Alliance. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Zhou Ming redirected his focus to the northern wasteland. Beneath the alternating vigilance of Mo Dai Zhu Yu and the serpents, Zhou Ming peacefully slumbered on the tiger skin within the cave, awaiting the dawn to officially enter the northern wasteland. At the break of dawn, Zhou Ming donned his backpack and resumed his journey. As he passed through the Wind Return Pass, this time, his passage was remarkably smooth, devoid of unforeseen incidents. Upon exiting the pass, the vast expanse of the northern wasteland unfolded before him, where emerald grasslands met the azure sky in the distance. As Zhou Ming reveled in the breathtaking scenery, a familiar piercing cry echoed from above. Glancing upward, he was astonished to behold a flock of griffins. Though the precise number eluded him, it was undoubtedly in the dozens. The formidable assembly of griffins cast a shadow over the land, rendering Zhou Ming momentarily breathless. His body rigid with trepidation. This was no ordinary wild griffin flock. With keen perception, Zhou Ming quickly discerned that riders adorned the backs of these griffins, revealing that this was, in fact, a squadron of beast knights. However, Zhou Ming dared not make a move, standing still as he watched the beast knight squadron depart. Only when the griffins were no longer visible did he exhale a sigh of relief. What brings the Alliance's Griffin Knight Regiment to the northern wasteland? Calming his racing heart, Zhou Ming finally recalled specific details about the beast knight squadron before him. The Griffin Knight Regiment, one of the 3 elite corps of the Alliance, operates solely under the command of the Alliance's headquarters. Although this regiment comprises only about 1,000 members, each individual is a professional Beastmaster, functioning within the Beast Knight vocational framework, utilizing griffins specifically bred by the Alliance. Every Griffin Knight is equipped with specialized bows and arrows, and coupled with the formidable physique of the Beast Knights, they possess formidable capabilities in both ranged and melee combat. Could it be that an issue has arisen with the large dimensional rift? Zhou Ming was aware of the reasons behind the emergence of the base relic in the northern wasteland. Now, upon witnessing the Griffin Knight Regiment, he pondered whether a problem had indeed arisen with the large dimensional rift. He understood that the Alliance would not dispatch the Griffin Knight Regiment merely to contend for the relic's benefits. The reasoning was straightforward. Chapter 91, Breaking the Stalemate. The framework of the Blue Star Alliance was established on the remnants of the apocalyptic forces. Its primary purpose was to combat alien races and ferocious beasts, ensuring the survival of humanity on Blue Star. Beyond the Alliance's interests, each faction harbored its own demands. Thus, whenever unclaimed treasures appeared in the wilderness, anyone was entitled to contest for them, and the Alliance could not intervene unless it involved the interests of the entire Alliance. Naturally, should the Alliance covertly dispatch forces to contest, it would not be prohibited, but if casualties ensued during the competition, the Alliance could not be held accountable. This was because openly acting in the name of the Alliance would dissuade any individual or faction from directly contending for the treasures. As no one wished to witness such events unfold, the path to transcendence symbolizes immense power and prolonged life. No one is willing to relinquish that. Should the Alliance proceed in such a manner, it would only lead to its disintegration, as this would affect the interests of every Beastmaster. As one of the 3 elite corps of the Alliance, the Griffin Knight Regiment was certainly not there for the base relic. For even if the Alliance sought to claim its benefits, they would dispatch those who operated in the shadows, tasked with underhanded dealings. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming concluded that the only plausible reason for the Griffin Knight Regiment's deployment was the large dimensional rift. Was there an unforeseen event? Furrowing his brow, Zhou Ming analyzed various possibilities in his mind. Ultimately, lacking concrete leads, he had no choice but to abandon the inquiry. Nevertheless, the appearance of the Griffin Knights did not deter Zhou Ming from continuing his advance, for unless a legendary Beast King emerged, the Alliance possessed sufficient strength to resolve any issues. Moreover, he had already embarked on this journey at the latest possible moment. Even if something were amiss, it would have occurred long ago. If he were to withdraw now, it would be better to retreat to the Qin mountain base and live in seclusion. Hesitation and fear of risk are two distinct choices. Zhou Ming was merely the former. When the time came for him to confront the necessity of risk, he would face it with composure. The serpents dispersed, forming a radar perception field. Clutching a map depicting the northern wilderness, Zhou Ming rose once more to continue his journey, realizing that time had been squandered and he might miss the opportunity for a warm meal. With the radar perception field in place, Zhou Ming encountered minimal danger along the way. The flat terrain of the grasslands was crisscrossed with paths, allowing him to circumvent any ferocious beasts detected by the radar. The sole peril he faced came from a pack of more than 100 wind wolves, a unique breed of social mutant creatures indigenous to the northern wilderness. Adept at swift running. As long as the Wolf King remained alive, the pack would fight to the bitter end, making them exceedingly troublesome foes. The ferocious beast, the swift wind wolf, evolved from the ordinary wind wolf. However, upon its transformation, it forsook the pack life for solitary existence. If a multitude of swift wind wolves were to act in unison, their threat would rival that of a lord-level beast. When Zhou Ming spotted the wind wolves, they were already drawing near, compelling him to divert their attention with dozens of iron-threaded snakes while he fled in the opposite direction. It was not that Zhou Ming was incapable of dealing with the pack. Rather, it was simply unnecessary, as the cost would not yield proportional benefits, an endeavor that would ultimately prove fruitless. After evading the wolves, Zhou Ming continued his journey towards the ruins, located 200 kilometers away, as indicated by his map. Meanwhile, several kilometers from the ruins, a temporary encampment capable of housing thousands emerged within a low-lying valley. Forces of various sizes from the northern regions of the Alliance had congregated in this modest valley, contrary to Zhou Ming's expectation that they had already entered the ruins. Amidst the clamor of the valley, beast tamers and hunters from different factions not only refrained from conflict, but engaged in trade, creating an unexpectedly prosperous scene in the wilderness. This development was a direct result of the numerous ferocious beasts surrounding the base ruins, which hindered their access. These beasts, emerging from dimensional rifts, had become a collective stumbling block for the various factions. In a secluded corner of the valley stood a tent occupying over 100 square meters, surrounded by an intimidating guard of numerous beast tamers from different factions. Inside the tent, over 30 representatives from various factions gathered, seemingly engaged in discussions. However, the atmosphere was thick with tension, suggesting that no resolution had been reached. What? None of you are willing to take action. Only 5 days remain before the military takes over the ruins. A robust, middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly rose to address the assembly. Qin Xiaodong. It's easy for you to say. Your Qin family, being one of the 5 prominent families of Yunhai, can afford losses. After we clear the beast horde, who will have the strength or the right to compete with you? Would we merely be your pawns? Retorted a somewhat defiant man among the crowd. Hearing Qin Xiaodong's repeated mention of the deadline, many in the tent began to murmur in agreement with Lu Xiong's perspective. The current predicament stemmed primarily from the appearance of large dimensional rifts near the base ruins, which not only unleashed a plethora of ferocious beasts, but also gave rise to a lord-level beast, the Zhanyue Wolf King. While the northern wilderness was not devoid of lord-level beasts, its proximity to the Blue Star Alliance, merely a few hundred kilometers away, significantly heightened the danger. As a lord-level beast, the Zhanyue Wolf King possessed the innate ability to gather wolf packs and was a natural ruler among wolf-type beasts, fully capable of inciting a massive beast tide to assault the northern bases of the Alliance. Thus, when the military's Major General Su Chunjun repelled the Zhanyue Wolf King, he imposed a final deadline on the various factions, stating that upon expiration, the military would seize the ruins for their own use as a defensive stronghold against the impending beast tide. Given the implications for the Alliance's security, they had no grounds to refuse, as no one could predict whether even more formidable beasts lurked beyond the dimensional rifts. However, not all factions were willing to engage in the cleanup of the ruins besieged by both low-tier and high-tier beasts. The disparities in power among the factions meant that losses would inevitably occur during the eradication of the beast horde, and those factions of lesser strength would subsequently lack the qualifications to vie for the spoils against a formidable clan such as the Qin family. Ladies and gentlemen, an elderly man, seemingly frail and leaning on a dark red cane, stood and called for attention amidst the murmurs. Upon recognizing him, the crowd fell silent. He was Zhang Yufeng, the third elder of the Zhang family from Yunhai, a high-ranking beast tamer. I have a suggestion, he continued. After we clear the beast horde, only apprentice-level beast tamers should be allowed to enter the ruins, while professional-level beast tamers remain outside. This way, the disparity between us will not be as pronounced. Moreover, to safeguard our respective interests, regardless of who retrieves what from the ruins, no one shall act upon it until they return to the Alliance. Those who violate this will be met with collective retribution. But what about the lone wolves and factions that refuse to join? Some were intrigued by Zhang Yufeng's proposal, yet concerns were voiced. Then they shall not enter the ruins. Who would dare intrude while we guard the perimeter? Elder Zhang, my Qin family agrees with this proposal. Upon hearing Qin Xiaodong's endorsement, other factions pondered for a moment before gradually voicing their agreement with Zhang Yufeng's suggestion. Chapter 92. Arrival at the encampment. After over 30 factions in the encampment concurred with Zhang Yufeng's proposal, the already bustling camp grew even more vibrant, with only apprentice-level beast tamers permitted to enter the ruins. This presented a rare opportunity for the apprentice-level beast tamers from each faction to showcase their abilities. In light of such an opportunity,
each apprentice-level beast tamer would undoubtedly strive to make the necessary preparations, hoping to elevate themselves to new heights. The following day, as the orders were disseminated,
Zhou Ming finally arrived near the ruins, immediately spotting the expansive temporary encampment. The military? It seems something unexpected has transpired. Zhou Ming, appearing worn and travel-stained, crouched atop a low grassland hill, peering through a high-powered telescope to assess the situation at the camp. Through the lens, he observed more than a dozen airships continuously taking off and landing not far from the valley encampment, with fully armed soldiers emerging from the descending vessels, laden with heavy weaponry and various supplies. After a few moments of observation, Zhou Ming refrained from further scrutinizing the organized military presence. Despite the distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, the military's capabilities could very well have detected him, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Although he remained unclear about the situation within the valley encampment, the freedom of movement he observed allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He rose and made his way toward the camp, eager to ascertain the reality of the circumstances. With a specially designed black backpack slung over his shoulder, a standard blood hunter pistol on each thigh, and a thunder-type revolver at his side, Zhou Ming resembled an ordinary hunter approaching the camp's entrance. As for Zhu Yu and the Serpent Horde, they had long been returned to the beast tamer space. Zhou Ming's arrival did not stir any waves. The guards stationed at the camp's entrance merely cast him a few glances, likely due to his solitary presence. Unimpeded, Zhou Ming smoothly entered the valley encampment. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of tents blanketing the valley, surrounded by hunters and beast tamers from various factions. The roadsides were lined with an array of makeshift stalls. In addition to those selling materials from ferocious beasts, there were barbecue stands and open-air bars, showcasing the entrepreneurial spirit of the vendors, who managed to thrive even in the wilderness. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Ming felt as though he had stepped into the bustling marketplace of a hunter's guild, leaving him momentarily perplexed about the events that had unfolded. "Brother, just arrived at the encampment?" After meandering through a few stalls, a familiar voice called out from Zhou Ming's right side. Zhou Ming turned to see a slender man, his eyes sparkling with vitality, smiling and greeting him. Clad in combat attire, the man carried a Storm Series rifle slung over his shoulder and a handgun at his right thigh. The holster obscured the specific model, but his appearance was unmistakably that of a seasoned hunter. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Ming replied gently to the man's inquiry. Having just arrived at the camp, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings and the man's background, and he preferred to avoid trouble over trivial matters. You seem new to the camp, so I wanted to see if you'd like to learn about the situation here." After a brief pause, he added, "A small token is all that's required." His fingers casually rubbed together, signaling a standard gesture. Surveying the area, Zhou Ming asked, "Is it just here?" "Of course not. Please come with me to the tent nearby for a more private conversation." With the prospect of business at hand, the stranger's tone grew more amiable, and his smile widened. Zhou Ming felt no hesitation as he followed the man to the adjacent tent, unperturbed by any ulterior motives. "Now, what is this small token you're referring to?" In a tent standing 2 meters high, Zhou Ming took the initiative to clarify the price before discussing anything further. "Not much, just 100,000, the stranger replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming turned to exit the tent. "Hey, brother, we can negotiate. How about 10,000? The man called out, trying to retain Zhou Ming's attention. Zhou Ming turned back and countered with his own offer, effectively eliminating a zero from the man's initial price. "You're lacking sincerity." The man's smile vanished upon hearing the 10,000 figure. "With 10,000, I can only inquire about widely known information within the camp. Do you think I could gain any insights?" Zhou Ming's words caused the man to hesitate. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of Zhou Ming, but it appeared that the latter was more discerning than he had anticipated. "Fine, 10,000 it is. Consider it a little drink money. Even the tiniest morsel is still meat," he conceded, deciding that a few words for 1,000 alliance coins was a fortunate windfall. He then divulged all the information regarding the camp and the ruins. After acquiring the intel he sought, Zhou Ming left the tent, leaving behind the 10,000 alliance coins. In the wilderness, credit cards were useless, and most of this cash had come from Hu Peng and others, though the amount was modest. It sufficed to cover the cost of the information. Fortunately, he had persevered, Otherwise, he would have missed this invaluable opportunity. Stepping out of the tent and observing the bustling scene before him, Zhou Ming's face lit up with joy, relieved that he had made the right choice. With the newfound knowledge, he understood that his opportunity had arrived. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the following day, when he would join the camp's major factions to cull the beast horde and secure his eligibility to enter the ruins. Finding a designated reception area for lone wanderers that provided accommodations, Zhou Ming paid a fee exceeding the standard rate and received a temporary tent for his stay. With no intention of wandering about, he remained inside the tent, waiting for the appointed time. The next morning, amidst the cacophony of noise, Zhou Ming awoke from his slumber. After checking his firearms, he made his way toward the opposite end of the valley. Surrounding him were numerous others, a throng of people filling the camp's pathways like a swarm of ants. Upon exiting the valley, he found himself in a vast, open plain, where a multitude of beast tamers and hunters gathered, resembling an ocean of humanity. Beast tamers and hunters from various factions congregated in groups, while lone wanderers scattered in the corners. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the air as a majestic golden-crowned black-feathered eagle, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, soared above the crowd. The appearance of this high-tier phantom beast silenced the bustling conversations below. Esteemed guests, I, Zhang Yunfeng, represent various factions and wish to clarify some rules beforehand. A figure stood atop the eagle's head, bypassing lengthy introductions to state his purpose directly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present, likely aided by some special means. Zhou Ming looked up at the speaker, recognizing him as the third elder of the Yunhai Zhang family, a high-level beast tamer capable of manipulating wind elemental energy particles. Before you lies the ruins left from the late post-apocalyptic era. However, just a few kilometers north of these ruins lies a newly emerged dimensional rift, occupied by ferocious beasts. Only by clearing the beasts near the ruins can we gain entry. Zhang Yunfeng succinctly outlined the current situation before continuing. Those participating in the beast clearing operation, aside from professional beast tamers who cannot enter the ruins, will include apprentice-level beast tamers and ordinary hunters, all of whom qualify for entry. Those who do not participate will have no right to enter. The crowd on the plain was already aware of this and raised no objections. Should any professional beast tamer dare to defy the rules, they would face the wrath of all factions present. As he spoke, a chilling undertone laced Zhang Yunfeng's words, serving as a warning to those harboring thoughts of defiance. Finally, he added, any faction without a professional beast tamer and any lone wanderers must surrender any spoils obtained within the ruins. Of course, we will compensate you with equivalent alliance coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted like hot oil meeting cold water, a wave of protests rising from the beast tamers. There are numerous ways to make money. We came here seeking opportunities. Zhou Ming immediately grasped the intentions of the major factions. Zhang Yunfeng's lengthy discourse primarily aimed at those final few statements. If you are unwilling, then do not enter the ruins. As his words fell, 100 formidable presences surged forth, overwhelming all dissenters with an oppressive pressure. A display of solidarity from the major factions in support of Zhang Yunfeng. Zhou Ming experienced the sheer power of professional beast tamers, feeling the weight of their collective aura pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Though this pressure emanated from over 100 professional beast tamers, it targeted thousands in attendance. Had it been directed solely at Zhou Ming, he might have perished under its force. Under the weight of this overwhelming aura, the once rambunctious crowd fell silent once more. Observing the scene, Zhang Yunfeng continued, if you wish to withdraw, please do so immediately. It wasn't long before a trickle of individuals began to make their way back to the camp, Zhou Ming estimating that over 1,000 were departing. Their aim was to obtain a class change within the ruins. If that was unattainable, they preferred not to enter at all. Moments later, seeing no one else stepping back, Zhang Yunfeng issued a command, let us depart. The remaining individuals summoned their beasts, and thousands of low-tier ferocious beasts surged forth toward the ruins like a miniature beast tide. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, personnel from the Alliance military observed the unfolding scene. Su, your method works wonders. We can rely on these individuals to help us clear the beasts, said a middle-aged man adorned with the rank of colonel, flattering a robust figure clad in a military cloak. These people only care about their own interests. Without some pressure, who knows how long they would stall. The man speaking was Su Chunjun, a general dispatched by the Alliance military, an extraordinary master-level beast tamer. His chiseled, rugged features exuded a commanding presence, and his towering frame resembled an unyielding mountain, radiating a weighty aura. The junior officers behind him instinctively lowered their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. General Su, what shall we do if a complete class change system truly exists within these ruins? Asked another officer with a dark complexion and a plain demeanor, voicing his concerns. In contrast to the flattery directed towards General Su, This individual is far more concerned with the authenticity of a complete class transition system within the ruins, as it pertains to the interests of the Alliance. Rest assured, if such a system truly existed, the powerful factions within the Alliance would have already cleared the area, leaving no room for others to contend. Perhaps this person's actions align with his intentions, prompting Su Chunjun to further elucidate the reasons. Although the Alliance had failed to locate the missing base initially, records of the research progress from that period remain. There is no class transition for ascending to a legendary sage, while the half-orc system for formal occupations and the transition for the extraordinary master specializing in sealing are merely incomplete concepts. These fragmented studies can be regarded as their reward for assisting us in exterminating the beast horde. Thank you, General Su, for your explanation. I understand now. Yes, you all should monitor the progress of these individuals as they clear the beast horde. Once the beasts near the ruins are eradicated, the apprentice beast tamers can officially begin to clear all remaining beasts, ideally drawing out the Azure Moonwolf King. I have no time to waste with it. Understood. Upon hearing Su Chuanjuan's command, several generals behind him promptly responded. On the battlefield, numerous hunters and beast tamers were divided into 3 routes to eliminate the beast horde, with Zhou Ming engaged in fierce combat on the far left flank. The apprentice-level beast tamers themselves lacked the qualifications to charge into the horde. They primarily controlled their beasts from the rear while providing fire support with firearms. Wanshi, quickly deliver a dose of serpent venom to that lion tiger beast. Damn it. Its strength has reached the peak of a low-tier ferocious beast. Don't worry, your furious lion hasn't even entered its berserk state yet. It's far from death. I'll provide support for the doghead. Wanshi, who is Zhou Ming, recognized at the onset of the battle that his beast, Mo Dai, was not adept at direct confrontation, thus positioning himself as a support. Utilizing Mo Dai's small and agile physique along with paralyzing serpent venom for ambushes, he observed that the beast tamer was struggling to maintain control, and he stealthily maneuvered Mo Dai to assist. While the paralyzing serpent venom might not instantly slay the ferocious beast before him, it significantly reduced its strength. Observing this, a few nearby beast tamers gravitated towards Zhou Ming, forming an impromptu combat team with impressive synergy. With Mo Dai's covert assistance, the pressure on their respective beasts diminished considerably, allowing them to recognize one another swiftly. You know that once the furious lion enters its vulnerable phase, my beast will be like meat on the chopping block. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. He spoke as he raised his firearm to support his beast, determined not to let it enter a berserk state until the final moment. A moment later, Wanshi, you support the Lion King. I can handle it now. Doghead, seeing that the beast battling alongside him had been bitten by Mo Dai, realized his beast was out of danger and immediately urged Zhou Ming to assist the Lion King. Right away, Lion King, create an opportunity for me. Understood. Under Zhou Ming's command, Mo Dai darted through the chaos like a nimble electric scooter, swiftly navigating through the gaps. Now's the time. As the Lion King saw Zhou Ming's beast positioned, he immediately commanded his furious lion to engage in direct combat with the lion tiger beast. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Dai lunged at the lion tiger beast's hindquarters, landing a successful strike before retreating from the fray. Well done. Let's see how this lion tiger beast fares. Previously on the defensive, the furious lion, under the Lion King's guidance, began to engage aggressively. A tremendous roar echoed from afar. With the situation under control, Zhou Ming diverted some of his attention to the distance. Chapter 94, Entering the Ruins. In the not-so-distant sky, a beast tamer clad in dark azure armor, with a pair of eagle wings, swiftly maneuvered through the air. Holding a feather-like longsword, each swing unleashed wind blades several meters long, slicing through the high-tier ferocious beast. The moaning bat, like a torrential storm. The earlier commotion was a result of the illusion beast tamer unleashing a wind sphere that erupted with the force of a razor-sharp tempest upon contact with the moaning bat. Ultimately, the moaning bat was slain by the relentless wind blades, and the beast tamer collected it into his spatial equipment before soaring away. Elder Zhang Yunfeng from the Zhang family, a senior illusion beast tamer. After dispatching the lion tiger beast, the bearded Lion King approached Zhou Ming, explaining, "Is this the power of a professional beast tamer? I can't even fathom the might that extraordinary masters and legendary sages would exhibit in battle." This was Zhou Ming's first encounter with the strength of a professional beast tamer. The residual force alone obliterated numerous low-tier ferocious beasts on the ground. Fortunately, the surrounding beast tamers ensured their beasts kept their distance, lest they suffer severe injuries. When General Su had intervened earlier, no one dared to approach within several miles, for they knew his prowess in combat was anything but stationary. Hearing the Lion King's introduction, Zhou Ming chuckled wryly. "It appears we lack even the qualification to observe extraordinary masters in combat. Enough chatter. Did you not notice the beast horde beginning to retreat?" A rather unassuming man spoke up. It was Doghead, whom Zhou Ming had previously assisted. It must be those professional beast tamers eliminating the high-tier ferocious beasts. The location of Zhou Ming's current battle was merely on the periphery. The success of clearing the ferocious beast horde primarily depended on the professional beast tamers entering the interior. Had the moaning bat not ventured to the outskirts, Zhang Yunfeng would not have pursued. Given Zhou Ming's understanding of the moaning bat, eliminating apprentice-level beast tamers would be as effortless as harvesting wheat. The moaning bat possessed an extraordinarily wide attack range, making escape impossible for low-tier beasts and apprentice-level beast tamers alike. Let's move. If we delay entering the ruins, we might not even get a taste of the broth. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, the Lion King and Doghead immediately sprang into action, assisting others in swiftly concluding the battle. Once the fight had ceased, the group hurriedly advanced towards the entrance of the ruins, ignoring the carcasses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, as their primary focus lay within the ruins. As the beast horde was thoroughly cleared, beneath a collapsed cliff, Zhou Ming finally beheld the dark entrance, with surrounding beast tamers and hunters flocking towards it like birds returning to their nest. Wanxi, this ruin is established upon an underground cavern. While this entrance may appear small, the area below spans several miles. Shall we form a team? Although they had known each other for a short time, Zhou Ming's beast was exceptionally well suited for teamwork, and in the narrow passages of the underground ruins, their strength would not be hindered. Coupled with their recently forged camaraderie from battle, their collaboration would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Thank you, but I prefer to act alone. Were it not for the need for direct combat earlier, Zhou Ming would not have temporarily teamed up with anyone, adhering to his usual solitary approach. With that, he advanced into the ruins entrance with the grace of a giant python, disappearing into the shadows within mere moments. It seems Wanxi is no ordinary individual. The physical strength he just exhibited could only be surpassed by low-tier ferocious beasts. Indeed, you may not have noticed the holster on his right thigh, revealing the grip of a Type 2 Thunder revolver. In close-quarters combat, he could eliminate the vast majority of low-tier beasts himself, remarked a female beast tamer, her physique reminiscent of a muscular Barbie with sun-kissed skin. She was the only female beast tamer from Zhou Ming's temporary team, known as Huaxia. Let us go. It seems we are not on the same path as Wanxi. Upon the Lion King's words, he turned to the others. Shall we form a team? Having just experienced the benefits of teaming up, they all nodded in agreement. Without wasting any further time, they rushed toward the entrance ahead. Inside the ruins, Zhou Ming quickly selected several forks in the path, advancing rapidly to evade the threats posed by the surrounding beast tamers. This was no longer a cooperative effort to clear the beast horde. They had transitioned from allies to competitors, with deadly confrontations becoming increasingly commonplace. Bang bang. Has a conflict erupted so swiftly? Could there have been prior grievances? Not long after entering the ruins, Zhou Ming heard gunfire. However, the environment before him felt like a fish in water. The darkness of the ruins, devoid of any light source, was perfectly suited for someone like Zhou Ming, who possessed special detection abilities. Moreover, as Zhou Ming unleashed the serpent horde, he removed his beautiful contact lenses, revealing his dark golden snake-like pupils. In his previous life, the vision of serpents was quite poor, rendering it almost useless. They predominantly relied on their forked tongues to gather information from the environment. However, his unique snake pupils were different, allowing him to discern his surroundings in pitch blackness, granting him a semblance of night vision. This ability was discovered inadvertently after his eyes had completely transformed into serpent-like orbs. Is this the permanent base from hundreds of years ago? Observing the rust-streaked, dust-laden corridors around him, Zhou Ming was somewhat astonished. Maintaining such a structure underground for centuries was no small feat yet. Considering the conditions of the time and the original purpose of the base, Zhou Ming found it reasonable. Before the apocalyptic era, it was intended to withstand nuclear warfare, while in the age of calamity, it served to defend against monstrous beasts and foreign races. Ensuring the construction quality was undoubtedly superior. Had it not been for the emergence of large dimensional rifts that altered the terrain and caused the cliffs enveloping the base to collapse, it might have remained submerged indefinitely. Apart from the exposed steel structures, which had become fragile due to rust, the other walls showed no signs of collapse, explaining why the military chose this relic as a military base. Nevertheless, this was not the time to lament the quality of the architecture. His primary objective was to acquire the job transition data researched at the base. From his backpack, he retrieved several maps, determining his location based on the surrounding environment. These maps were printed from a memory card he had purchased from the black market, as there were no computers available within the ruins. The structure consisted of 3 levels. He was currently on the uppermost level, which had been the living quarters for the original base personnel. The second level was designated for warehouses, cells, and laboratories, while the lowest level likely contained the materials he sought. Studying the intricate maps in hand, Zhou Ming formulated the most suitable route based on his current position. After a brief moment, he established his course and, aided by his radar perception, swiftly navigated around the crowds toward his destination. There were only a few access points to the second level below. Arriving late would undoubtedly lead to a congregation of beast tamers and hunters. And in such a chaotic environment, he lacked the confidence to guard against hidden dangers. Chapter 95. The Ruinous Creatures. Bang bang. Roar. Gunfire explosions. And the roars of beasts echoed intermittently. Perhaps due to grievances formed before entering the ruins or for certain benefits within, the site had transformed into a vast hunting ground. Much like a dark forest, every hunter was doing their utmost to conceal themselves while simultaneously seeking their targets. However, none of this concerned Zhou Ming. As long as he was not provoked, he would not engage in conflicts, preferring to avoid becoming a mere pawn in their games. His primary goal was to reach the lowest level swiftly. As he advanced through the dark corridor, Zhou Ming suddenly felt a malicious wind rush past him with such speed that he nearly failed to react. He immediately dove to the ground, pressing close to the floor. And with a swift push from his legs, he moved like a serpent, narrowly evading his assailant. Boom. Before he could turn to check, a violent impact resonated, and the shockwave and debris caused him discomfort. The floors within the ruins were constructed of steel, although they couldn't compare to the specially crafted alloys of today. They were not easily damaged by ordinary mutated creatures, indicating that only a formidable beast could possess such strength. If it was indeed a beast attacking from the shadows, how had it evaded the serpent horde's detection? Though Zhou Ming was moving rapidly through the corridor and unable to monitor the radar perception field, if someone were hiding, the iron wire snakes would surely sense it first and alert him. How had the opponent managed to avoid detection by the serpents? In the fleeting moments, Zhou Ming's mind raced with thoughts. However, his immediate concern was to neutralize the threat and identify the hidden beast tamer. In less than a breath, Zhou Ming had distanced himself over 10 meters and promptly dispatched Mo Dai to prepare for a counterattack, while simultaneously drawing his twin pistols from his thighs. In his left hand was Blood Hunter, and in his right, the Thunder Type 2 revolver. With his current capabilities, he could adeptly manage conventional firearms with his left hand, while the Thunder Type 2 revolver required the strength of his right hand for complete control. As Mo Dai coiled around Zhou Ming's shoulder, upon receiving his command, it darted through the darkness like an invisible assassin towards the ambusher. Zhou Ming turned to face the attacker, splitting his attention to probe for the concealed beast tamer using his radar perception. Return. Upon seeing the assailant's appearance, Zhou Ming commanded Mo Dai without hesitation. The moment Mo Dai was about to approach the attacker, it executed a swift retreat upon hearing Zhou Ming's order. The beast's command was paramount. Was it a zombie, a reanimated corpse, or one of the grotesque creations from long ago? When Zhou Ming finally discerned the attacker, he realized it was not a beast tamer, but rather a desiccated corpse. Its body was draped in tattered remnants of dark clothing, long since weathered away, revealing a body that resembled dried meat, with a head resembling that of a tiger. Realizing the nature of the creature that had just assaulted him, Zhou Ming understood why there had been no beast tamer nearby to provide gunfire support. Unfamiliar with the creature's capabilities, he was reluctant to allow Mo Dai to engage, as its attacks relied heavily on venom, and he could not ascertain if it would be effective against such an entity. Direct confrontation was not Mo Dai's forte. Without knowledge of the opponent's abilities, Zhou Ming was cautious about allowing Mo Dai to act recklessly. Should anything go awry, given his current strength, it would be challenging to nurture another beast of the iron wire snake's caliber. As Mo Dai returned, Zhou Ming did not pause, commanding several iron wire snakes to strike at the desiccated corpse while simultaneously pulling the trigger of Blood Hunter. Bang bang. The corridor echoed with gunfire. Roar. The failed hunting attempt left the corpse momentarily stunned as it felt the impact of the bullets. However, such force was merely a tickle to it, provoking the already sluggish creature into a fit of rage. The iron wire snakes fared no better. Their sharp fangs could not breach the creature's defenses, rendering them mere prey for the grotesque entity. With its limbs sprawled on the ground, the corpse roared in fury and charged at Zhou Ming. Boom. Within the dark corridor, the Thunder Type 2 revolver erupted with a flash akin to lightning. Bang. The charging corpse was struck as though by a massive truck, hurtling backward to crash against the floor, creating a cacophony rivaling the earlier assault on Zhou Ming. Roar. A gaping, bowl-sized wound appeared in the corpse's chest, yet it still howled in anger, attempting to rise once more to attack Zhou Ming. Boom. Zhou Ming granted no second chances, realizing the corpse could still move. He aimed directly at its head and fired. In the next moment, the head burst apart like a crushed tomato, leaving a headless corpse in the corridor. It seemed he must quickly attain the gunfighter realm upon returning from the ruins, ideally mastering the Thunder Type 3 revolver. The first instance of needing a follow-up shot with the Thunder Type 2 revolver left Zhou Ming obsessively contemplating the Thunder Type 3. It was well known that only those who reached the apex of firearms and martial arts could wield such a model for a brief duration. Even at the Qinshan base, no one sold this model. One had to seek out the manufacturers at large bases for a custom-made Thunder revolver. Truly, it echoed the saying that all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Fortunately, Zhou Ming had trained in the new martial art, Beast King Body. Otherwise, he would not have qualified to utilize the Thunder Type 2 revolver consecutively. It was astonishing that the intelligence he had received was indeed accurate. Upon reflecting on the information recorded regarding potential purchases, Zhou Ming initially assumed it pertained to monsters akin to those found in survival horror scenarios. Little did he anticipate that these would be of the zombie variety. Such entities are the only ones capable of enduring in an environment devoid of light and sustenance. Concurrently, Zhou Ming recalled the news regarding the beast spirit sorcerers whose transitions had been sealed by the Alliance. Perhaps this profession is related to such matters. The sole piece of good news was that these monsters are corporeal, rather than the ethereal beings of legend. It appears that confronting these creatures would rely solely on his own capabilities. Gazing at the decaying corpse before him, Zhou Ming mused. Although the strength of the corpse did not surpass that of a low-tier ferocious beast, his tamed beasts were utterly restrained against such a presence. The paralyzing venom of the Mo Dai and the minuscule bone blades of Zhu Yu posed little threat, leaving only Zhou Ming's Thunder Type 2 revolver as a viable weapon against the creature. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of specialized ammunition. With the existence of such monsters, Zhou Ming dared not to run recklessly. The serpent horde would be oblivious to these lifeless beings. He intended to test the efficacy of his radar sensing field, for if it proved ineffective, the danger level within this relic would surge exponentially. After conducting a cursory examination of the corpse, Zhou Ming noted its parched, bronze-hued skin exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities. Coupled with the recent display of power, he comprehended the peril posed by the corpse. Additionally, a searing pain coursed through his right arm, compelling him to seek a safe haven for a brief respite, allowing him the chance to muster strength for a potential confrontation with the undead. Through the radar sensing field, Zhou Ming observed individuals drawn in by the recent commotion. Reluctant to incite further trouble, he deftly maneuvered around them, guided by the radar, leaving behind only a remnant of what once was.